In the Great Yu Kingdom, Qingshan City Jiang Mansion, Ding Life Simulator Binding. Just as Jiang Yifeng was reclining in his maidservant's arms enjoying a massage, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What? Jiang Yifeng jolted upright, waving his hand to dismiss the maidservant. At the same time, lines of text appeared in his mind. Life Simulator LV. 1 host, Jiang Yifeng, age 20, simulation count, 3 energy 0. Note all things contain energy. The host can touch objects to convert them into energy values. By silently reciting, the host can see the corresponding energy value of any object. Function 1. Once a week you can obtain a chance to simulate life. Each chance can be stored up to 3 times. Function 2. After each simulation ends, you can spend energy to redeem some rewards. Rewards can be redeemed before the next simulation begins. Tips: since the host is obtaining the simulator for the first time, 3 simulation chances are granted. Start simulation. Yes, no. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the system panel in his mind. His emotions stirred, and he murmured with excitement. 5 years. Finally, the cheat item has arrived. Do you know how I've lived these years? Every day I could only listen to music, drink, and indulge in pleasure, wasting my life. I, a model youth of the 21st century, was forced to live such a decadent life. Do you know how painful that was? Indeed, Jiang Yifeng was a transmigrator. 5 years ago, he had inexplicably crossed over from Earth to this other world, becoming the young master of the Jiang Clan Trading Company of the Great Yu Kingdom. The Jiang Clan Trading Company was a renowned major trading company in the kingdom, possessing boundless wealth. Transmigrating into this young master, Jiang Yifeng began a degenerate life of daily indulgence, drinking, and visiting entertainment quarters, becoming the #1 wastrel of Qingshan City. Jiang Yifeng didn't want this either. He also wanted to strive, but he couldn't do anything. Most importantly, beautiful women and fine wine were simply impossible to refuse. According to the memories Jiang Yifeng received from the original body, this world seemed similar to the ancient background of his past life. Several dynasties ruled over all people. There were also some wandering martial artists who knew a few superficial moves, euphemistically called fancy routines. In truth, they were no different from the martial arts Jiang Yifeng had known on Earth before his transmigration. It was fine for health, but in a fight, they were just slightly better than ordinary people. This made Jiang Yifeng completely give up on trying, contentedly settling into his role as a wastrel. After all, with the scale and wealth of the Jiang Clan Trading Company, as long as no extraordinary power emerged, it was enough to shelter him for a lifetime of debauchery. Now that the cheat item had arrived, Jiang Yifeng felt there might be a different experience. Without hesitation, he silently uttered a word. Start simulation. Consumed 1 simulation attempt remaining. 2. Detected that the host has no energy value. Randomly drawing a free white talent. Jiang Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Wait, the simulator didn't mention that there would be a talent drawing step. If he had known, wouldn't he have exchanged for energy first? Reset. Reset. Jiang Yifeng shouted hastily. But the simulator gave no response to his calls. Finally, Jiang Yifeng sighed lightly and gave up. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining the white talent 3-minute fever. 3-minute fever. Every day you have 3 minutes where you are exceptionally hot, exceptionally strong. What the hell? Jiang Yifeng stared at this talent, feeling that something was off. After a few complaints, he continued examining the simulator. Simulation 1 begins at the Jiang Mansion. Having obtained the cheat item, you decide to turn over a new leaf and shed the title of a good for nothing. On that day, you visit the most famous martial arts school in Qingshan City, the Wu Family Martial Arts School, expressing your desire to learn martial arts. Though you feel the world's martial arts are not advanced now that you have the cheat item, perhaps you could create a miracle. The head of the Wu Family Martial Arts School, Wu Yadeo, felt that you couldn't endure the hardships of martial arts training, but under the assault of your money, he still accepted you as a pupil. In the morning, you practiced a horse stance for an hour. In the afternoon, you practiced a horse stance for half an hour. In the evening, after a hard day's work, you felt it was time to relax, so you invited a few rogue friends to go to Chunyin Tower, an entertainment quarter, to listen to music. That night, you practiced for 3 minutes. Those few minutes, you were terribly strong. Once the time was up, you couldn't hold on anymore. You collapsed like a dead fish. It wasn't until the next afternoon that you came to your senses, stumbling out of Chunyin Tower. You felt you had overexercised last night, so today was not suitable for martial arts. You decided to go home and rest well, then train harder tomorrow. In reality, Jiang Yifeng's face turned dark. Damn, practiced for 3 minutes. So that's what exceptionally strong meant. 3 minutes, and then it took until the next afternoon to recover. Overexercised. Who would want this crap? This thing you call it a talent. On the 3rd day, your friend Liang Zhile invited you to drink wine and compose poems. You refused. He said the courtesan Qiu Zhishuan of Chunyan Tower would be there too. You said practicing martial arts could wait until tomorrow. Another day of debauchery. That night you fought another 3-minute battle. Fourth day entertainment quarter stood firm for 3 minutes. Fifth day drinking and merrymaking. 1 year passed. You practiced martial arts for 1.5 hours total, visited entertainment quarters 364 days, Oi persevered, with 3 minutes every night. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng pulled a long face, bitter tears of sorrow beyond words. Am I really such a person? Only 3 minutes. And you stuck to it every day. How could he be like this? Something must be wrong. Couldn't he go practice martial arts, diligently strengthen himself, and experience the world of a chivalrous swordsman? That would be nice too. Toughen up. Jiang Yifeng shouted in his heart, then looked back at the simulation panel. On a certain day of the second year, you felt you shouldn't keep falling. You started refusing your rogue friends' invitations to the entertainment quarters, striving to practice martial arts. First day practiced hard for half a day, then collapsed from exhaustion. Second day practiced hard for 2 hours, spent the rest of the time lying down. Third day practiced hard for 1 hour. Fourth day, unable to resist temptation, you visited the entertainment quarter again. Time passed imperceptibly over 10 years. You shouted slogans of striving over and over, but actual progress was approximately 0. During these 10 years, under the efforts of your father Jiang Fushan, the Jiang Clan Trading Company grew larger and larger. Now the Jiang Clan Trading Company was the #1 trading company in the Great Yu Kingdom. It was not overstating to say it was rich enough to rival a nation. In the 11th year, the Jiang Clan Trading Company received a huge deal. Your father Jiang Fushan went on a business trip to the neighboring Liang Kingdom. In the 12th year, you noticed that your father often seemed restless, as if he had something on his mind. In the 13th year, you saw a black-clad figure riding the wind standing in the void outside your mansion. The black-clad figure said nothing, directly striking forward with a palm, a giant palm shadow descending. Your mansion collapsed instantly, and you were caught directly beneath it. In an instant, you died at the age of 33. This simulation ends. This simulation, you may choose one reward: 3-minute fever talent martial arts experience 8. 5 hours entertainment quarter experience, 10 years. 3-minute fever talent price, 100 energy. Martial arts experience, 8. 5 hours price, 0 energy. Entertainment quarter experience approx. 13 years price, 0 energy. Jiang Yifeng stared at the words on the simulator. Jiang Yifeng's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "Holy shit." Riding the wind, standing in the void. One palm wiped out the entire Jiang family mansion. What was that? A cultivator. Jiang Yifeng suddenly felt a chill of fear. He had transmigrated over 5 years ago. All the information he received indicated this world was a dynasty-divided ancient society. And yet 13 years later, a cultivator appeared. Moreover, they came to attack his clan. This was almost unimaginable. If he hadn't gotten the simulator, wouldn't his whole family be dead in 13 years? But now he had already learned everything. He still had a chance to change it. What troubled Jiang Yifeng was why he had never heard of cultivators before, and why that black-clad cultivator had attacked the Jiang family. Jiang Yifeng lowered his head and murmured to himself, "I need to find a way to understand this world anew." He did not want to die so inexplicably. Previously, without any crisis, he could be reckless and indulge in pleasure. But now, aware of the impending danger, Jiang Yifeng felt he truly needed to change. Suddenly, Jiang Yifeng recalled that in the simulation's 12th year, his father had seemed restless. Did he already know something? He noted this clue. After analysis, Jiang Yifeng glanced at the simulation rewards. Utterly unimpressive. He certainly would not choose 3-minute enthusiasm as a talent. As for pleasure-seeking experience approx. 13 years, and martial practice experience 8. 5 hours. Even the simulator could not be bothered to deduct energy for such rewards, revealing their true value. Shaking his head, Jiang Yifeng could only choose the martial practice experience 8. 5 hours. Ding. Martial practice experience 8. 5 hours acquired. 0 energy consumed. Remaining energy 0. The first simulation's rewards were settled. Jiang Yifeng felt no improvement. He mentally weighed whether to simulate again. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yifeng murmured, "Yes, I need to simulate again. Even if I gain nothing, I must at least understand the true face of this world and investigate what cultivators are. Only by understanding these can I better save myself and protect my family." With a clear plan, Jiang Yifeng casually converted some items in his room into energy. Detected 1 silver ingot. Absorption successful. Gained 10 energy points. Detected 1 gold ring. Absorption successful. Gained 50 energy points. Detected 1 night pearl. Absorption successful. gained 200 energy points. This time he did not want that disappointing free talent. Thus he exchanged some energy for backup. After all was done, Jiang Yifeng kept reminding himself inwardly, no pleasure-seeking. Investigate cultivators. Improve myself. Then he whispered, begin simulation. Simulation count, consumed 1. Remaining 1 host privilege can draw white or green talent. Drawing white talent costs 0 energy. Drawing green talent costs 1,000 energy. Draw. 1,000 energy. Worth just a few ordinary night pearls. Not expensive. Jiang Yifeng murmured. This amount of energy was nothing for the young master of the Jiang merchant house, the top trading firm of the Great Yu Kingdom. Since that was the case, no hesitation. Draw green talent. Ding. 1,000 energy deducted. Remaining 5,260. Drawing green talent. Congratulations. Green talent acquired. Passerby. Passerby. As a passerby, you can always overhear information most people miss. Note only effective on mortals. Seeing the talent description, Jiang Yifeng's eyes lit up. Indeed, paying made a difference. This information-based talent was exactly what he needed to uncover the truth of this world. Without further thought, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze to the simulation panel. Simulation 2 begins. From the first simulation's outcome, you realize the world isn't as simple as you thought. You feel a sense of urgency. You want to save yourself and also pursue cultivation. You suspect your father Jiang Fushan might know something. So you hurry to ask your father whether cultivators exist in this world. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng smiled knowingly. His anxious heart finally eased a little. It turned out that his own thoughts outside the simulator could influence the simulation process. His earlier mental prompts had worked. But given the unreliable experience from the first simulation, Jiang Yifeng dared not be careless. He kept reminding himself, no pleasure-seeking. Investigate cultivators. Then he continued watching the simulation. When your father hears your question about cultivators, he chuckles and tells you to read fewer storybooks. You don't know if your father is deliberately hiding something or truly ignorant. In the end, you have to give up getting clues from him. The next day, you inquire about cultivation-related news all over Qingshan City. Most common folks claim there are immortals, but when you ask where they are, who they are, and whether anyone has seen them, turns out nobody knows. You instantly realize that these immortals are not the cultivators you seek. What they describe are mythical immortals, but you are searching for real cultivators. On the third day, you learn that the master of the Wu Family Martial Arts Academy has traveled extensively. Perhaps he knows something. So you visit the academy's master Wu Yudao to inquire about cultivators. Unfortunately, Wu Yudao says he has only heard of them in storybooks. He has never seen one and knows nothing specific. Nevertheless, Wu Yudao adds that if martial arts are cultivated to the extreme, one can split mountains and cleave the earth. He asks if you are willing to learn. Tuition is only 1,000 silver taels per year. Wu Yudu's words inspire you. You feel you should not only investigate cultivators, but also inquire about martial arts masters. Those martial arts masters at the peak might be able to soar through the sky and kill with sword energy. So you ask Wu Yudao to demonstrate. If he can, you would pay 10,000 gold taels per year as tuition. Wu Yudu's face darkens, and he throws you out. On the fourth day, you continue investigating, but to no avail. On the fifth day, the passerby, a talent triggers. While walking on the West Street, you suddenly overhear someone saying that Butcher Lao Wang from the East Street is having an affair with Widow Lu next door. You are stunned. The voice sounds familiar. It seems to be Mrs. Li, the tofu seller from the East Street. But isn't this too exaggerated? Someone talking on the East Street, yet you can hear them on the West Street. Is this the talent's power? Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng was also shocked by the talent's strength. But he was also speechless. Who asked you to use the talent like this? I don't want this kind of information. Jiang Yifeng sighed helplessly. Although this news was useless, it at least helped him better understand the passerby talent. The talent triggers randomly transmitting overheard information from elsewhere directly into his ears. Whether it is useful or not may require some luck. Jiang Yifeng gave a wry smile and continued looking at the simulation panel. You shook your head, dismissing such gossip as unworthy of your attention. On the sixth day, after gathering information, you found nothing. A year passed, and you had questioned nearly everyone in Qingshan City, young and old, yet obtained no useful information about cultivators. Instead, thanks to your passerby talent, you became privy to countless trivialities and domestic affairs of Qingshan City. That same year, your obsession with seeking immortals became known to all, and rumors began circulating that the young master of the Jiang Trading Company, you, had gone mad. When your father Jiang Fushan learned of your condition, he repeatedly admonished you, urging you to read fewer storybooks and cease your inquiries into the matters of immortals. Unable to reveal the existence of the simulator or explain your reasons for seeking cultivators, you could only nod in agreement. Yet you did not abandon your quest for information, you merely conducted it with far greater discretion. In the second year, realizing the limitations of individual effort, you spent a substantial sum to hire a group of people to secretly search for news of cultivators on your behalf. Half a year later, you concluded that Qingshan City had been thoroughly scoured, yielding no useful leads. Perhaps it was time to venture farther afield. Thus you departed Qingshan City with 4 guards and a large amount of wealth. 2 months later, you encountered bandits. All 4 guards perished and your money was plundered. Fortunately, you had the presence of mind to declare your identity, suggesting that keeping you alive could yield a greater ransom, thereby temporarily saving your life. A month later, your father Jiang Fushan ransomed you back at great expense, and you returned once more to Qingshan City. Upon reading this, Jiang Yifeng frowned and murmured, "Bandits." He hadn't expected to encounter danger merely 2 months after leaving Qingshan City. It seemed that all these years of indulging in pleasure within Qingshan City had led him to underestimate the perils of the outside world. In the future, he would have to lie low in reality. Jiang Yifeng silently reminded himself of this and continued to read the simulation panel. After returning to Qingshan City, you felt your previous preparations were inadequate, so you began spending heavily to hire guards skilled in martial arts. In the third year, you regrouped and left Qingshan City once more. This time you brought dozens of guards, all of whom were trained fighters. With your financial influence, even Master Wu succumbed to becoming your chief guard. That year you passed through several cities, large and small, yet your search for news of cultivators remained fruitless. In the fourth year you encountered bandits twice, but under the protection of Wu Yudao and his men you emerged unscathed. This made you realize that martial arts might not be as useless as you had once imagined. Wu Yudao in particular proved to be remarkably skilled. Dozens of bandits were no match for him alone. One day in the 5th year, your passerby talent was triggered, and you vaguely overheard someone mentioning anomalies in the Chongqing mountain range, suggesting the possible presence of immortals dwelling there. Though the truth of this news was uncertain, you were elated. After all, it was information obtained through your talent, and you felt it was highly likely to be genuine. Thus, you immediately led your men toward the Chongqing mountain range. By the 6th year, you had already spent over a year exploring the area. However, the region was vast. Not only did you fail to find any cultivators, but you hadn't even encountered a single soul besides your own group. In the 7th year, you continued your search for cultivators within the Chongqing mountain range, still to no avail. In the 8th year, you spotted a small Taoist temple in the distance within the mountains. Just as you were about to lead your men toward it, a cold shout rang out from behind, "Death to those who seek immortals without permission." You turned instinctively and saw a man in black flying toward you on a sword. Without a word, he slashed a sword light in your direction. Wu Yudao, who was nearby, attempted to rescue you, but it was futile. You died at the age of 28. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, you may choose one reward: passerby talent or Tianxian Temple Coordinates map. Passerby talent costs 1,000 energy points. Tianxian Temple Coordinates map costs 1,000 energy points. It is a map showing the location of a small Taoist temple in the Chongqing mountain range. Jiang Yifeng stared blankly at the simulation panel, silent. What was happening? Another man in black. But it seemed to be a different person. The first man in black had used palm strikes. This one wielded a sword. The words on the simulator, "Death to those who seek immortals without permission," clearly indicated that this man in black had come specifically for him. He had been killed precisely because of his inquiries into cultivators. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng finally understood why he had never heard of cultivators in reality. Even in the simulator, after such prolonged investigation, he had obtained almost no information about them. It was because this sword-wielding man in black was preventing others from learning about cultivators. Most people who knew of cultivators had likely already fallen victim. As for the information triggered by his passerby talent, Jiang Yifeng believed it to be a rare exception. It was highly probable that the person who had uttered that information had only just learned of it themselves. Perhaps that person had even been silenced before him. Of course, these were all Jiang Yifeng's conjectures, but he felt they were highly plausible. Yet even if he guessed correctly, what could he do? Should he abandon his search for cultivators? Jiang Yifeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, that was impossible. There was still the threat of a cultivator looming 13 years in the future. If he gave up investigating the world of cultivation, how could he improve his strength, save himself, and rescue his family? Fortunately, he had the simulator. Jiang Yifeng decided that all future investigations into cultivators would be conducted discreetly within the simulator. In reality, he must never breathe a word about cultivators. He now had a general understanding of the situation from this simulation. He turned his attention to the rewards for this simulation. There were only two options, but it was still far better than the first time. Jiang Yifeng pondered which choice would be more beneficial. The passerby talent, though mostly yielding trivial gossip, could occasionally prove invaluable. The Tianxian Temple coordinates map clearly showed the location of the small Taoist temple scene in the simulation. Jiang Yifeng also felt this was quite important. If he didn't choose the map this time, he sensed that he might not be able to find that spot again on his next foray into the Chongqing mountain range. He had heard of the Chongqing mountain range. It was the largest mountain range in the Dao kingdom, said to even connect to other nations. Of course, this was all hearsay, as he had never left Qingshan City and had no idea where other countries were. The Dao kingdom was vast. Regardless, it was certain that the Chongqing mountain range was enormous, and finding a single Taoist temple within it would be no easy task. Moreover, Jiang Yifeng had a subconscious feeling that this Tianxian temple was truly connected to cultivators. After all, who would build a Taoist temple in a mountain range where hardly anyone ventured? Jiang Yifeng had made up his mind. He murmured to himself, "I choose the Tianxian temple coordinates map." This decision was not based solely on intuition. From his experience in the simulator, he understood that the passerby talent only worked when others actually knew and discussed something, giving him a chance to overhear it. With the man in black actively killing those who inquired about cultivators, few people would possess such knowledge. Hearing that piece of information this time was pure luck. Relying on that talent for investigation was far too unreliable. The known Taoist temple offered a much better chance of uncovering information about cultivation. As soon as Jiang Yifeng voiced his choice, an electronic sound rang in his mind. Ding. Detected insufficient host energy. Please exchange for energy points promptly. Simulation rewards can be retained until the next simulation begins. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng understood. It was just a matter of energy points. He hadn't noticed the shortage earlier. Without hesitation, he exchanged all the miscellaneous items in the room for energy. Detected golden thread Nanma chairs and benches exchanged for 500 energy points. Detected a Hetian jade rui exchanged for 600 energy points. Detected several silk brocade garments exchanged for 500 energy points. As for the silver notes, he observed that they basically had no energy value. Even the largest denominations yielded only 1 energy point. Jiang Yifeng surmised that the simulator's energy exchange was based on the inherent energy contained within an object rather than the value assigned by people. After a series of operations, Jiang Yifeng's previously luxurious and elegant room was completely emptied, and the energy points in the simulator had reached 95820. It wasn't as much as he had imagined, but it was sufficient for now. Jiang Yifeng directly exchanged for the Tianxian temple coordinates map, leaving him with 85820 energy points. Gazing at the map that had appeared in his hand, Jiang Yifeng gave it a cursory examination. The Tianxian temple, nestled in the Chongqing mountain range, was thousands of kilometers away from Qingshan City. Even with the precise coordinates now known, traveling there by horse-drawn carriage in reality would take several months. Riding a horse would be faster, but he didn't know how. Then, recalling the bandits that appeared in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng felt that in reality he should lie low in Qingshan City and use the simulation as much as possible. He should be able to see the information he wanted in the simulator then. Looking at his last simulation opportunity, Jiang Yifeng formulated a plan in his mind. This time he couldn't go openly investigating cultivators. He would first secretly head to the Tianxian temple to scout it out and see if he could find any clues. Ideally, he would find a way to step onto the path of cultivation. If he didn't obtain any information about cultivation, he would have to start learning martial arts. He was far too weak at present. Hiring bodyguards every time was far too inconvenient. If he didn't improve himself, he would be unable to move even within the simulation. Having set his goal, Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself. Begin simulation. Consumed 1 simulation chance, 0 remaining. Drawing a white talent costs no energy points, while drawing a green talent costs 1,000 energy points. Do you wish to draw? Draw the green talent. Jiang Yifeng didn't hesitate for a moment, uttering the words silently. Ding. Deducted 1,000 energy points, remaining energy points 84820. Drawing green talent. Congratulations. You have obtained the talent Fitness Expert. Fitness Expert talent. The effects of your training are significantly more pronounced than those of an ordinary person. Seeing this talent, Jiang Yifeng's eyes lit up. Was the simulator giving him a boost? He had just thought about improving his strength, and now here was a talent to enhance his physical fitness. Not bad, not bad. Third simulation begins. Having learned from the dangers of this world through the first two simulations, you are truly determined to improve yourself this time. But you still decide to go to the Chongqing mountain range first to see the condition of that small temple. That day you go to the Wu family martial arts school and ask Wu Yudao to accompany you to the Chongqing mountain range. Perhaps because you only invited him this time, Wu Yudao doesn't agree immediately. Instead, he states clearly that he is the head of the martial arts school, not a bodyguard. So you directly slap down 1,000,000 taels of silver notes. Wu Yudao's expression changes, and he says he is indeed a bodyguard. Being the head of the martial arts school is just a side gig. You just smile, faintly agreeing to set out at dawn the next day, sighing inwardly that the power of money is truly effective. The next day, as the sky is barely light, you arrive at the Wu family martial arts school. You take out the prepared bamboo hats and face masks and hand them to Wu Yudao, signaling for him to conceal his identity. Wu Yudao thinks your actions are somewhat superfluous. But having gained experience from the previous simulation, you feel it's safer to be discreet and insist firmly. In the end, you and Wu Yudao, wearing bamboo hats and face masks, sneakily leave Qingshan City. A day passes. At night, you and Wu Yudao find an open area to camp out in the wild. Today, you have walked a total of 20 kilometers. Seeing you collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, Wu Yudao suggests buying a horse-drawn carriage at the next town. You are about to agree, but then you recall dying twice in the simulation. Ultimately, you shake your head, reminding yourself inwardly not to slack off and to seize every moment to improve your strength. Though tiring, this day of walking makes you feel a noticeable improvement in your physical condition. Normally, someone who hasn't exercised for a long time would have swollen calves and pain after walking like this for a day, but aside from being tired, you feel no discomfort. You know this is likely the effect of the fitness expert talent, which strengthens your resolve to train hard. On the third day, nothing particularly special happens. You arduously walk 23 kilometers. On the fourth day, you arduously walk 25 kilometers. On the fifth day, you arduously walk 27 kilometers. On the 60th day, you easily walk 90 kilometers. In reality, Jiang Yifeng was startled upon seeing this. Was the fitness expert talent this powerful? In just 2 months, it had transformed him from a weakling who collapsed after walking 20 kilometers a day into someone who could easily cover 90 kilometers daily. Excluding time for eating and sleeping, this data had already surpassed the level of hiking enthusiasts or even athletes from his past life. Letting out a soft exclamation of awesome, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze back to the simulation panel. Wu Yudao has witnessed all your changes during this period. He exclaims that you are a martial arts prodigy and asks if you are willing to learn martial arts from him with an annual tuition of only 900 taels of silver. Hearing this, you know that Wu Yudao truly cherishes talent. From what you know, the Wu family martial arts school has always pursued a high-end strategy. They never offer discounts, and tuition has always been 1,000 taels of silver per year. Even with few students each year, he never lowers the price. This is why everyone says Wu Yudao is greedy. For him to offer you a discount now is truly rare. Nevertheless, you politely decline, saying you will consider it after returning to Qingshan City. For now, you have too many unanswered questions. Finding the Tianxian Temple takes precedence. Perhaps you might find a celestial opportunity at the Tianxian Temple. Once you have a celestial opportunity, who would bother with martial arts? Wu Yudao doesn't insist, and you both continue your journey. In the third month, you and Wu Yudao officially enter the Chongqing mountain range. At the same time, you encounter bandits again. Wu Yudao fights 100 of them single-handedly, holding his own without any disadvantage. As for you, though, your physical fitness has greatly improved, making you somewhat stronger than those bandits. Your fighting stance is truly lamentable, leaving you scrambling and fleeing in panic. After half a day of Wu Yudao's fierce fighting, the bandits finally retreat. Relying on your superior physical fitness and speed, you escape with only some dishevelment and no injuries. In the fourth month, you finally arrive at the coordinates of the Tianxian Temple marked on the map. But seeing what lies before you, you are puzzled. You recall that the last simulation described seeing a small temple, but now this place is a ruin. You are deeply perplexed. Jiang Yifeng in reality was also very confused upon seeing this. How could two different scenes appear on two separate visits? Logically, the coordinates given by the simulator shouldn't be wrong. Could it be the timing of the visit? That's right. The times of the two visits were different. Jiang Yifeng instantly thought of a possibility. In the current simulation, he had gone to the Tianxian Temple coordinates in the 4th month, whereas in the previous simulation, it was the 8th year. It was possible that the coordinates were indeed still ruins at this earlier time. Only in the following years did someone build the Tianxian Temple upon these ruins. Thinking of this possibility, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze back to the simulator. You think to yourself that it might be a matter of timing if this visit is several years earlier than the last one. Perhaps the Tianxian temple hasn't been built yet. Thinking of this, you feel a pang of disappointment. Was this trip truly in vain? The ruins don't seem small, but they aren't particularly large either, covering perhaps several hundred acres. You can't imagine what this place was originally used for. If it was some kind of sect, it seems a bit small. If it was a mansion or estate, who would build one deep in the mountains? Looking at the ruins before you, you think since you've come all this way, you might as well do a cursory exploration. In the 5th month, you had already been searching through these ruins for over a month. Apart from countless bones, no other useful information had been found. As someone from the 21st century, you couldn't bear to leave these bones exposed to the wilderness, so you invited Wu Yudao to build graves for them. In the 6th month, the ruins remained, but a graveyard now surrounded the area. Gazing at the last skeleton not far away, you thought that after burying it, it was time to leave. You had essentially confirmed that these ruins were once a very small cultivation sect, as besides the bones there were also numerous broken weapons. Unfortunately, even if this was once a cultivation sect, it seemed to hold no practical use for you now. Just as you lifted the last skeleton, your eyes lit up. Beneath it lay 2 books. This discovery stirred your despondent heart. After burying the skeleton, you nervously began to examine the 2 books, hoping to glean some knowledge about cultivation. Upon inspection, one book titled Tianxian Art turned out to be a cultivation manual. Seeing it, you were ecstatic, feeling that virtue truly had its reward. If you hadn't thought to bury these bones, you might have missed this opportunity. The book, filled with archaic language, was hard to understand at first glance. You could only store it away, planning to study it slowly after returning to Qingshan City. There was also another book titled Cultivation Notes, but it was severely damaged. Nevertheless, you still gleaned some information from it. The first page recorded that this world was called the 9 Mystic Realm, but the rest was blurred and illegible. Flipping a few pages, you found records of cultivation realms: Qi, refining foundation, establishment, core formation, nascent, soul, spirit, transformation, void, refining, unity, great ascension, tribulation, transcendence. Then it became blurred again. After that, there were scattered fragments of text, but they were too disjointed to form coherent sentences, so you stopped studying them. These discoveries filled you with immense joy. After all, the Tianxian Art Cultivation Manual was well preserved, and you felt that your path to immortality was promising. In reality, Jiang Yifeng was also somewhat excited. Suppressing his excitement, he continued to watch the direction of the simulation. Though delighted by your find in the ruins, you also felt conflicted. You had originally planned to visit Tianxian Temple again in a few years, but now you had already obtained a cultivation manual. You pondered whether it was still necessary to return. Without an answer, you decided to deal with it later. Meanwhile, you noticed that Wu Yudao had seen all your gains. To ensure your safety, you agreed to let him make a copy. Wu Yudao just chuckled, saying he only wanted to practice martial arts and had no interest in the path of immortality. You immediately felt a surge of respect. In the 7th month, you set out on the return journey. By the 9th month, thanks to your significantly improved physique, you and Wu Yudao returned to Qingshan City in just 2 months. Back in Qingshan City, you spent your days researching materials and studying the Tianxian art. By the 1st year, you could smoothly read and understand the manual's meaning. In the 2nd year, you tried to practice the Tianxian art, but achieved nothing. You couldn't even guide qi into your body. In the 3rd year, you still had no success. In the 4th year, thinking your body might not be strong enough, you began exercising daily. By the 5th year, your physical strength had increased markedly. You could easily lift objects weighing 500 to 600 jin with one hand. Yet you still couldn't guide qi into your body. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng in reality frowned. Was the manual flawed, or did he lack cultivation talent? This wouldn't do. According to the previous simulation, the palm-wielding black-clad figure would appear in the 13th year. With the current progress in the simulation, there was no way to resist. If all else fails, learn martial arts. With enough strength, leave Qingshan City. First, to avoid the palm-wielding black-clad figure, prolong the simulation time and gain more improvements. Jiang Yifeng shouted inwardly, hoping to influence his simulated self. In the 6th year, still making no progress with the Tianxian art, you grew disheartened, wondering if you lacked cultivation talent. Having read many novels in your past life, you knew that cultivation required various talents. So you stopped obsessing over the Tianxian art. That year, you began learning martial arts at the Wu Family Martial Arts Hall with Wu Yudao. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng in reality couldn't help but laugh. He gained a deeper understanding of the simulator. Indeed, even in the middle of a simulation, his real-world self could influence it. He had just thought about learning martial arts, and the simulated self immediately did so. In the 7th year after a year of training with Wu Yudao, your combat skills improved markedly. Your physical strength increased astonishingly. You could now easily lift objects weighing over 1,000 jin with one hand. By the 8th year, your strength plateaued, as if reaching a limit. However, your martial arts techniques advanced significantly, and with your strength advantage, you could now hold your own against Wu Yudao. By the 9th year, Wu Yudao was no longer your match, saying he had nothing left to teach you. But he mentioned a family heirloom martial arts manual and asked if you were willing to learn it. Having realized that any method to increase strength was worth pursuing, you agreed without hesitation. You pulled out a stack of silver notes to offer as tuition. But Wu Yudao, usually greedy, shook his head and refused. Then Wu Yudao solemnly handed you a yellowed manual, saying it was his family's treasured heirloom. He explained that his ancestors had passed down a saying, if one could master this manual and reach its profound depths, one could even ascend to immortality through martial arts. Unfortunately, he lacked the talent to meet its cultivation requirements. He hoped the manual would flourish in your hands and revive the glory of martial arts. Hearing his words, curiosity stirred within you. But when you took the yellowed manual and saw it had no title, you dismissed it somewhat. Flipping through it casually, the words within made your heart tighten. At the dawn of chaos, humans had no arcane arts. They relied on martial arts to shatter the heavens, slay demons, vanquish monsters, move mountains, and fill seas, guarding the mortal realm for eons. After reading just one line, your blood boiled with passion. This aroused your curiosity. Could you have been mistaken again? Was the martial arts of this world not as simple as you had imagined? You couldn't help but read on. The pinnacle of martial arts can also create heaven and earth, but it requires constantly pushing the limits of the human body and enduring countless perils. After repeatedly perusing the nameless secret manual, you gained a new understanding of it. If what was recorded within was true, then this manual could hardly be called a martial art. Rather, it was more accurately described as a path of physical cultivation or body refinement. The manual contained only a set of bizarre movements said to be for tempering the body. The rest consisted of descriptions of martial realm divisions and some theoretical knowledge. It explained how to break through limits and continue to increase one's innate strength. After reading it, you felt this might indeed be something valuable. So you once again pulled out a stack of silver notes and handed them to Wu Yudao. Before he could refuse, you thanked him and left with the manual. If what the manual said was true, you felt it had appeared at just the right time. According to the nameless manual, the beginning of martial arts was tempering the body, continuously strengthening it. Hence the name Body Tempering Realm. Body tempering was divided into 9 levels, with every 3 levels forming a stage: the skin tempering stage, the flesh tempering stage, and the bone tempering stage. Each stage had its own bottleneck at the limit. To break through the bottleneck and improve further, one either needed a special opportunity or had to master a specific method. Without either relying only on ordinary training, a mortal's limit would at most reach the 3rd level of body tempering, which was the peak of the skin tempering stage. You realized that your fitness expert talent could no longer increase your strength, which was exactly what the nameless manual described as reaching the peak of the skin tempering stage. Originally, you had no method and were training blindly, likely never to break through. But now you had the nameless manual, and the strange set of movements it contained was said to be an authentic martial cultivation method that could shatter the limit of the skin tempering stage. It could be said that Wu Yudu's nameless manual was a timely gift. That same year, you began practicing the bizarre movements from that manual. However, those seemingly odd movements caused you immense suffering. With your current physical condition, you could barely complete the entire set just once. Afterward, you were utterly exhausted, lying on the ground like a dead dog. You instantly understood why Wu Yudao said he had never practiced it himself. With such difficulty, ordinary people truly couldn't train in it. You felt that if it weren't for your fitness expert talent, which had long made your physique several times stronger than an average person's, you wouldn't have been able to complete the full set of movements at all. The good news was that after practicing the set of movements only a few times, your strength began to increase again. In reality, Jiang Yifeng's expression shifted as he saw this. Indeed, the martial arts of this world were extraordinary. The limit that his simulation self had been unable to break through before was easily shattered after cultivating the nameless technique. But clearly not everyone could do this. Just as Wu Yudao said he couldn't cultivate it, Jiang Yifeng guessed it was because he couldn't complete the full set of movements, so he couldn't use the nameless manual to improve. Now Jiang Yifeng grew increasingly curious about this world. There were martial artists and cultivators. Where had they all gone? Why had he never heard anyone talk about them? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Yifeng continued to look at the simulation panel. You noticed your strength increasing again, and in the days that followed you trained even more diligently. At the same time, you discovered that every time you practiced the set of movements from the nameless manual, your appetite surged dramatically. You also developed a strong craving for meat. If you ate without restraint, you felt you could devour an entire cow in a day. And as you continued to train, your appetite grew even larger. Fortunately, you were not short of money. However, your father Jiang Fushan became worried about your health after learning of your voracious eating habits following each training session. To this end, he repeatedly brought famous doctors to examine you. You had no choice but to comply obediently. It was only after all the renowned doctors declared you were fine that your increased appetite was merely due to excessive qi and blood consumption from martial training, that your father Jiang Fushan finally relaxed. In the 10th year, thanks to your father Jiang Fushan's efforts, the Jiang Trading Company became the premier trading company of the Dao Kingdom. In the 11th year, the company received a major business deal, and your father traveled to the neighboring Liang Kingdom on business. In the 12th year, knowing that the black-robed cultivator who used palm techniques would come to attack the Jiang family, the following year you felt it was time to leave Qingshan City. Yet before you could leave, your father Jiang Fushan came to find you. He told you to leave Qingshan City and travel for a while. You sensed something was wrong and felt that your father might indeed be aware of the crisis facing the Jiang family. You quickly asked him for the reason behind his request. But your father Jiang Fushan insisted stubbornly that he just wanted you to broaden your horizons. With no other choice, you ultimately had to leave Qingshan City alone. Seeing this in reality, Jiang Yifeng could now be certain that his father knew something. However, he was puzzled. Why was this simulation different from the first one? In the first simulation, although his father was restless that year, he never told him to leave Qingshan City. What had he done differently? He had changed his father. Jiang Yifeng recalled the differences between the first simulation and this one and formed a guess in his mind. He felt it was most likely because he had practiced martial arts in this simulation. His father believed that if he, now a martial arts expert, fled early, he might still have a chance to escape. Soon Jiang Yifeng shook his head, dismissing his own guess. Normally, if his father was certain of a family crisis, even if he wasn't a martial arts expert, he would have told him to flee, or even had the whole family escape together. The correct interpretation should be that his father knew there was danger, but that there was also a chance of survival within it. So in the first simulation, he didn't tell him to run away. Sending a weakling like him away would have been more dangerous than staying with the Jiang family. After all, judging from several simulations, leaving Qingshan City meant encountering many mountain bandits. Clearly, the outside world was far from peaceful. In this simulation, because he had martial arts skills, the risk of being alone outside was very low, so staying with the Jiang family was more dangerous. Sigh. Jiang Yifeng let out a sigh. The key issue was his father. Why was he so stubborn? He just wouldn't explain why. If he didn't explain, how could he find a way to resolve it? Helpless, Jiang Yifeng continued looking at the simulator. After leaving Qingshan City, far behind you hid deep in the mountains to train arduously. In the 13th year, your strength increased noticeably, but without testing you didn't know the exact progress. In the 14th year, the improvement in your physical toughness remained considerable. In the 15th year, the increase in your strength slowed down significantly. Eventually, the last bit of enhancement became barely perceptible, as if you had reached another bottleneck. You knew this was the limit of the 6th level of body tempering, the peak of the flesh tempering stage. According to the Nameless Manual, further cultivation at this stage required the aid of a medicine called bone tempering pill. Otherwise, relying on slow, gradual training would take an incredibly long time to make any breakthrough. Unfortunately, you had no idea what the bone tempering pill was or where to obtain it. This made you somewhat anxious, feeling that relying on such dull training would take an eternity to reach a level matching that of the black-robed man. Unwilling to give up, you turned back to studying the heavenly profound art, hoping to cultivate immortality, but the result was still no progress, wasting an entire year. In the 16th year, you suddenly thought that perhaps it was time to seek out the Tianxian Temple. Based on your speculation, there must be cultivation techniques hidden within the ruins, undoubtedly from a sect of immortals. You believe that if you can find the person who built the temple, you might discover whether the problem lies with the techniques or your own lack of talent. Thus, you prepare to set off towards the Chongqing mountain range. Just as you emerged from your hiding place in the deep mountains, you encountered a man in black. He looked at you and sneered, "Descendant of the Jiang family, die." Then a shadow of a palm struck towards you. Faced with that imposing palm, you turned and ran, trying to escape. You heard the man in black mockingly laugh, "Ha, mere cultivator at the body refinement stage thinks he can struggle." In an instant, you were dead. You died at the age of 36. This simulation has ended. In this simulation, you can choose one reward: fitness expert talent, unknown manual martial arts technique, Tianxian Gong Immortal path, heart method, or martial arts cultivation. Fitness expert talent costs 1,000 energy points. Unknown manual martial arts technique costs 10 million energy points. It is a fragment of a mysterious martial arts classic. Tianxian Gong Immortal path, heart method costs 10 million energy points. It is a decent cultivation, heart method. Martial arts cultivation body refinement stage 6 costs 600 energy points. Jiang Yifeng looked at the simulation panel, feeling a surge of frustration. The man in black from the first simulation had appeared again, claiming to be a remnant of the Jiang family. Clearly, in this simulation, the Jiang family had not escaped calamity, and his early departure only meant a few more years of survival. This man in black had not spared him and even pursued him deliberately. Jiang Yifeng found it increasingly difficult to understand, repeatedly recalling the content displayed by the simulator. At first, he had wondered if the man in black was motivated by wealth. After all, both the first and third simulations indicated that in the 10th year, the Jiang family business had become the leading merchant in the Dao kingdom. Moreover, his father, who knew the truth, had not allowed him to escape in the first simulation, indicating a glimmer of hope, which aligned with the idea of financial motivation. But upon further reflection, he realized that his assumption was incorrect. If it were for wealth, he wouldn't have deliberately pursued him while he was away. It seemed there were deeper issues at play, and Jiang Yifeng was momentarily at a loss. Jiang Yifeng now desperately wanted to rush over and ask his father. However, observing his father's demeanor in the simulator, Jiang Yifeng felt that even if he asked in reality, he would certainly not receive an answer. Thus, he no longer dwelled on it. It was still a matter of insufficient strength. Only by becoming stronger would everything fall into place. All the secrets would eventually become clear to him. Jiang Yifeng turned his attention to the rewards from this simulation. The rewards this time appeared to be significantly more substantial than those from the previous two simulations. One glance at the energy points required for redemption confirmed that they were all valuable items. For a moment, Jiang Yifeng found it difficult to choose. He wanted them all. First was the fitness expert talent. This talent was excellent as it allowed him to surpass Wu Yudao in a short period of martial training. Unfortunately, its later effectiveness was insufficient and it couldn't break through the cultivation bottleneck, so it was temporarily ruled out. The second, the unknown manual, was astonishingly valued at 10 million energy points. Yet Jiang Yifeng did not find it expensive, as the performance in the simulator spoke for itself. Although the simulator indicated that his subsequent improvement would be slow. Upon hearing Jiang Yifeng's words, Jiang Dafu furrowed his brow, slightly pondering whether the guards' uniforms had not just been replaced with new ones. Nonetheless, he nodded in reply. "Very well, young master. Do you have any other instructions?" Since the young master said to change them, then change them it would be. The guards' uniforms were not worth much anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yifeng continued, "Also acquire a large quantity of gold, silver, jewelry, and other valuables. The more the better. Once acquired, deliver them to me promptly." Since he had already summoned steward Jiang Dafu, he figured he might as well delegate the task of gathering energy as well. "Yes, young master." Jiang Dafu did not press for details. Whatever Jiang Yifeng said, he would simply carry it out. Asking would be futile. Everyone knew that once Jiang Yifeng spoke, even the most absurd requests had to be fulfilled in the Jiang household. The patriarch Jiang Fushan's doting affection for Jiang Yifeng was well known throughout Qingshan City. After giving all his instructions, Jiang Yifeng dismissed the steward and the maidservants. He then began to summarize the experiences from his 3 simulations. Upon his first encounter with the simulator, Jiang Yifeng felt he had not utilized it wisely. During the 3 consecutive simulations, he had engaged in much futile effort. For instance, after going back and forth, he ultimately ended up on the path of martial arts training. Would it have been better if he had started martial arts from the very beginning? Yet upon careful thought, he felt that was not the case. The nameless secret manual from Wu Yudao was only obtained because in the final simulation, he had demonstrated remarkable martial prowess and talent. Previously, even when he paid Wu Yudao to learn martial arts, the man had never directly produced it. In the end, Jiang Yifeng shook his head, ceasing to ponder whether he had used the simulator wisely. Everything was for the best. There was no fear of taking the wrong path. With the simulator, if the path was wrong, he could traverse it several more times until he found the right one. The simulation attempts were now exhausted, and the next one would not be available for another 7 days. Jiang Yifeng planned to use this time to acquire the nameless secret manual from the Wu family martial arts hall. In the following days, Jiang Yifeng visited the Wu family martial arts hall and met Wu Yudao. Initially, he merely pretended to have heard that the hall possessed a formidable secret manual and expressed his desire to purchase it. However, Wu Yudao repeatedly feigned ignorance, claiming not to understand what he was talking about. Left with no choice, Jiang Yifeng ultimately revealed a glimpse of his martial arts prowess. With a single punch, he shattered their training stake. Wu Yudao was greatly astonished and exclaimed, "Young Master Jiang is truly a martial prodigy." He then retrieved the nameless secret manual and solemnly presented it to Jiang Yifeng. Wu Yudao expressed his hope that Jiang Yifeng could master this manual and restore the glory of martial arts. Jiang Yifeng had anticipated such a scenario. After all, in the simulation, Wu Yudao had only produced the nameless manual upon recognizing his exceptional martial talent, and he had initially refused payment. No one would have guessed that beneath Wu Yudao's avaricious exterior lay a heart yearning to revive the martial path. Regardless, Jiang Yifeng had achieved his objective. Yet the exposure of his strength filled him with unease, so he repeatedly urged Wu Yudao not to disclose his abilities. Though puzzled, Wu Yudao nodded in agreement. Upon obtaining the nameless manual, Jiang Yifeng perused it and came to understand the distinction between martial arts and mere combat techniques. The martial arts practiced by ordinary people were essentially nothing more than flashy forms. True martial arts, however, were different. They sought to attain the Tao through martial means, reaching heights no less than those of the immortal path. Yet compared to the immortal path, the martial path was far more arduous. All cultivation in the martial path was aimed at pushing the limits of the physical body. By continuously breaking through these limits, one could achieve the power to overcome all laws with sheer force. That unique set of body-tempering movements was a special method devised by the ancients. However, mastering it was no easy feat. One had to, through diligent effort, elevate their physical strength to the limit of an ordinary person before they could complete the entire set of movements. In the earlier simulation, Wu Yudao's admission that he could not master the movements clearly indicated that his own physical strength had not reached the ordinary limit. As for himself, it was the talent of being a fitness expert that forcibly elevated him to meet this requirement, enabling him to practice those special movements. Additionally, there were other extreme cultivation methods, each more ruthless than the last. For instance, some involved tempering the body with lightning, while others used earthly fire to refine the body, burning away impurities. In essence, they leveraged various perilous locations in the world to allow the body to be destroyed and then reborn. However, these methods were only to be practiced after reaching a certain foundation in martial arts, as he was now, even if he wished to attempt them, he could not. With his current frail physique, resorting to such extreme cultivation methods would instantly spell his doom. Jiang Yifeng had never intended to train arduously in reality anyway, so it mattered little. In the days that followed, he continued, as before, frequenting pleasure houses to listen to songs. Outsiders could discern no change in Jiang Yifeng. This was, of course, deliberate on his part. He was uncertain whether the appearance of the black-clad figure 13 years later was a coincidence or a premeditated event. With the simulator at his disposal, he did not lack for training time in reality. Thus, maintaining his profligate image was the safer course. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiang Yifeng received a vast quantity of gold, silver, and jewels from steward Jiang Dafu. Jiang Yifeng directly placed his hand on the chest and murmured, "Exchange for energy." Detected a large quantity of gold, silver, and jewels. Obtained 75000 energy points. Detected a large quantity of gold, silver, and jewels. Obtained 6000 energy points. Detected a large quantity of gold, silver, and jewels. Obtained 8200 energy points. After exchanging all several dozen chests of gold, silver, and jewels, Jiang Yifeng's energy points reached an astonishing figure of over 100 million, approaching 200 million. This was only from acquisitions within Qingshan City. Jiang Dafu mentioned that a large quantity of gold, silver, and jewels was still en route from other cities. Hey, it's good to be rich. Jiang Yifeng sighed, recalling the simulator novels from his past life, where protagonists struggled desperately for a mere pittance of simulation energy. None of them enjoyed his comfort. With a single command, he could sit back and watch the energy points roll in. Therefore, whether for his family or his own future simulations, he had to ensure the family's survival in reality. Just then, Jiang Yifeng heard an electronic chime. Ding detected that host's energy points exceed 100 million, meeting the conditions for simulator upgrade. Would you like to spend 100 million energy points to upgrade? Huh. Simulator upgrade. Jiang Yifeng was taken aback. So sudden. Deducting 100 million energy points. A bit pricey. But it mattered little, as a vast amount of energy was already on its way to Qingshan City. Upgrade. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yifeng made his choice. Ding's simulator upgraded to version 2.0. Deducted 100 million energy points from host. Remaining energy points 85265,000. Setting modification canceled white talent draws, enabled blue talent draws. Number of selectable rewards at the end of each simulation increased to 2. Upon seeing the simulator's upgrade description, Jiang Yifeng was quite satisfied. Not only could he now draw blue talents, but the reward exchange after simulation had also become twofold. Jiang Yifeng now regretted not having stockpiled more energy points earlier, knowing that the upgrade was tied to energy accumulation. But it was not too late. From now on, he would ensure that every acquisition of gold, silver, and jewels was immediately converted into energy points. He aimed to upgrade the simulator again as quickly as possible, anticipating even more functions. By now, the simulator had finished upgrading and the simulation count had refreshed. Jiang Yifeng, without further deliberation, silently uttered, "Begin simulation." Consumed 1 simulation attempt, remaining attempts 0. Extracting a green talent requires 1/0 energy points, while a blue talent costs 1/0 energy points. Please choose which to extract. The increase was substantial, but for Jiang Yifeng, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Extract the blue talent. Ding deducted 1/0 energy points, remaining energy 85165,000. Blue talent extraction in progress. Congratulations. You have obtained the blue talent 5 elements pseudo-spirit root. 5 elements pseudo-spirit root, a fragmented spirit root of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, that allows cultivation but at an extremely slow pace. Note, even among pseudo-spirit roots, this is the most inferior kind. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yifeng's face lit up with joy. A cultivation talent had finally arrived. Though the description labeled it the worst talent, he was not overly concerned. Regardless, having any spirit root was better than none. Without lingering on the thought, Jiang Yifeng eagerly turned his gaze to the simulation panel. The 4th simulation begins. You realize you are already within the simulation. After a moment of thought, you feel that your progress in martial arts is currently difficult to advance. Now that you possess a spirit root, you decide to first obtain the celestial mystic art and then attempt cultivation. Thus, you immediately set out, preparing to head toward the evergreen mountain range. As you step out of your room, you encounter your father, Jiang Fushan. He asks what has been going on with you lately and why you have been frantically acquiring gold, silver, and jewelry. You are momentarily at a loss for words. You cannot directly tell him you need energy, so you lie, claiming you've developed a new hobby. Upon hearing this, your father, Jiang Fushan, does not press further, only asking if you have enough money. Patting the banknotes worth only a few million taels left in your pocket, you nod and admit you are indeed a bit short on funds. Hearing this, your father, Jiang Fushan, chuckles, pulls out a key, and hands it to you. He says it's the key to his study and tells you to help yourself if you need money. Moved, you tearfully reply, "All right, I'll definitely take some." After your father leaves, you lose no time in hurrying out of Green Mountain City. Once again, you choose to travel on foot, running all the way. It's not because you want to train. Running can no longer enhance your strength. It's simply because you still haven't learned to ride a horse. On the first day, even though you set out at noon, by nightfall you have already traveled over 200 li from Green Mountain City. All of this is thanks to your martial cultivation at the 6th level of body tempering. When sprinting at full speed, your pace is no less than that of an ordinary swift horse. On the 2nd day, you quicken your steps and continue traveling. No unusual events occur. On the 3rd day, you travel all day and spend the night in a nameless, dilapidated temple. On the 4th day, you travel at full speed. Nothing noteworthy happens. On the 5th day, during a rest break, you encounter bandits. Seeing the throng of bandits, you feel not fear, but a surge of excitement. You shout, ridding the world of evil, and charge forward. Even if there are hundreds of these ordinary bandits, none can withstand even a single blow from you. Within minutes, most of the bandits lie dead. Only the bandit leader, mounted on a fine horse, manages to flee. But you refuse to let him off easily, giving chase with the intent to eradicate them all. Though your lips cry, ridding the world of evil, in your heart, you recall how these same bandits robbed you in previous simulations. Now that you have the strength, you are determined to exact vengeance. The bandit leader flees on horseback ahead, while you sprint furiously behind. Your speeds are evenly matched. 2 hours later, having maintained full speed the entire time, you are panting heavily. Though your speed rivals that of a fast horse, your endurance clearly falls short. Yet, recalling the bandits' robbery, you refuse to abandon the chase. A day later, you run the bandit leader's swift horse to death, and he perishes beneath your fists. Feeling that the score for the simulated robberies has been settled, you burst into hearty laughter. After your laughter subsides, you deflate, collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion. A full day of sprinting has left you completely drained. The moment you lie down, you soon fall into a deep sleep, utterly indifferent to being out in the wild. Jiang Yifeng found this somewhat exasperating. Was he really that petty? It was only being robbed twice in the simulator after all. And one of those times didn't even succeed. Besides, he wasn't even sure if these bandits were the same group. Would he really go so far as to kill a horse just to avenge a crime that hadn't even happened in reality? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Yifeng felt that his simulated self must have been thinking about ridding the world of evil. Fortunately, luck was on your side. The next day you wake up unscathed, having encountered no wild beasts. Upon waking, you gaze at the unfamiliar surroundings and feel a moment of confusion. Your current location has strayed far from the route you had originally planned. Suddenly it dawns on you that you chased the bandit leader at full speed for an entire day, likely covering nearly 1,000 kilometers. So deviating from the route is only natural. You hastily pull out the coordinate map of the Celestial Mystic Temple and compare it. Minutes later, you stand frozen in place, eyes vacant, with only one thought echoing in your mind: where is this? The coordinate map of the Celestial Mystic Temple only covers the regional route from Green Mountain City to the temple. Your current position is beyond the map's scope, leaving you utterly unable to determine your location. You consider retracing the path you took yesterday while chasing the bandit, but you were too focused on the pursuit to remember the route. After a long, bewildered pause, you look into the distance, spot the largest mountain range, and head in that direction. You recall that the Evergreen Mountain Range stretches across several countries. You figure that heading toward the largest mountain range should be a safe bet. A day later, you have traveled hundreds of kilometers without encountering a single soul, and the surrounding environment grows increasingly desolate. The largest mountain range you saw earlier remains vast and distant. At this moment, you realize you are thoroughly lost. 2 more days pass, and you still haven't seen a single person. You have no idea where you have wandered. Logically, even in the most remote areas, having traveled 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers over these days, you should have come across at least a few villages. Now, staring at your dwindling rations, panic begins to set in. Another 3 days slip by, and you lie in the desert, eyes vacant, having lost all hope in life. Not only have you gotten lost and stumbled into some unknown desert, but you have also gone without food or water for 2 days. You feel that you might starve to death here. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yifeng's expression turned grim in reality. Not only was he lost, but he was also on the verge of starvation. How embarrassing it would be if this got out. Jiang Yifeng kept shouting in his mind. Get up, don't give up. No, you who had been lying down suddenly roared. You felt you couldn't just give up like this, you had to survive. You remembered you still needed to save yourself and the Jiang family. Compared to facing the cultivators 13 years later, this current difficulty was nothing. You struggled to rise from the desert. You kept scanning your surroundings, searching for any signs of animal life. As the saying goes, perseverance yields rewards. You eventually found a few sand snakes, barely staving off the crisis of starvation. As days passed, you gradually grew accustomed to desert life, finding some desert-dwelling animals each day to serve as meals. A year later, you no longer bore any resemblance to a wealthy young master. You looked like a primitive man. The largest mountain range you had seen was still far away, even after a year of walking. By now you realized that the largest mountain range seen from afar might not be the Chongqing Mountain Range. Perhaps the Chongqing Mountain Range was the largest in Dao Kingdom, but when observed from an open area, what you saw could also be mountains beyond Dao's borders. Knowing you were completely lost, you stopped deliberately searching for the Chongqing Mountain Range, and instead chose a direction in the desert and kept walking. Since you had secured your survival, you began practicing the Nameless Secret Manual daily. In the 2nd year, your martial arts cultivation improved slightly. In the 3rd year, you still hadn't left the desert, and your martial arts cultivation improved a bit more. In the 5th year, there was some progress, but you still hadn't broken through to the 6th level of body tempering. In the 10th year, you were still in the desert. After all these years, you felt you hadn't strayed, you had been moving in one direction. But you couldn't fathom how vast this desert was. In the 13th year, you continued diligently practicing the Nameless Secret Manual. Yet in your heart, you kept wondering if the Jiang family had suffered another calamity. In the 15th year, your persistent cultivation of the Nameless Secret Manual finally bore fruit. Your martial arts cultivation broke through to the 7th level of body tempering. In the 20th year, you felt you might have stumbled upon a path to survival by sheer luck. After all these years, the black-clad man had still not come to kill you. In the 40th year, you were already 60 years old, yet you remained trapped in the desert. The good news was that this year your martial arts cultivation finally broke through to the 8th level of body tempering. In the 43rd year, you felt the desert ground begin to churn. You saw something fly out from the desert. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over the desert. You knew the thing that had just flown out was now in the air. Just as you looked up to see what it was, you were instantly swallowed whole. You died at the age of 63. Simulation ended. For this simulation, you can choose 2 rewards: 5 elements, pseudo-spiritual root, talent, martial arts, cultivation, body tempering, 8th layer, and death desert map fragment. 5 elements, pseudo-spiritual root, talent, price, 1,000 energy points. Martial arts, cultivation, body tempering, 8th layer, price, 8,000 energy points. Death desert map fragment, price, 1,000 energy points, a map of the routes you traversed in the desert during the simulation. This simulation had completely deviated from the initial plan. Originally, with the talent for immortal cultivation, he intended to go to the Chongqing mountain range to obtain the cultivation technique and begin his path. But he ended up lost while chasing bandits, spending his life in the desert. However, whether the outcome was good or bad was hard to say. Although he hadn't started cultivating immortality, he had lived a long time this time. Even if he hadn't been swallowed by that sudden giant shadow, he might have died of old age soon. Jiang Yifeng felt this should count as evading that black-clad cultivator. Perhaps this was also a way to survive by lying low. As for what that giant shadow at the end was, he couldn't even see its face, yet it could kill him. It was clearly extraordinary. Jiang Yifeng couldn't figure it out and didn't dwell on it. Such a threat with no immediate danger to his real self could be kept in mind for now. As for the 3 simulation rewards, this time Jiang Yifeng wanted all of them. 5 elements, pseudo-spiritual root, talent was a cultivation talent, no need to think twice. It was a must-have. Even if it was said to be the worst spiritual root, it was still the foundation of cultivation. Although he had confirmed that martial arts were also powerful, this simulation showed that martial arts were extremely difficult to improve. It took a full 40 years to advance just 2 minor realms. And this was just the beginning. If he were to reach higher levels, it would take even more time. So Jiang Yifeng felt that cultivation was still necessary. Even if cultivation was also difficult, it could increase lifespan. With a longer lifespan, there would be more time for cultivation in the simulator. The second reward, martial arts, cultivation, body tempering, 8th layer, was also hard for Jiang Yifeng to give up. It took 40 years to achieve. Not taking it would be equivalent to wasting 1 or even multiple simulation attempts. As for the Death Desert map fragment, its other uses were unknown for now. But from this simulation, it seemed this map was a route to avoid the black-clad cultivator and survive for a longer time. If he took this map in future simulations, he could use it to hide in the Death Desert and cultivate. The longer he survived in each simulation, the more strength he could gain each time. In the long run, this choice was more advantageous than directly choosing martial arts cultivation. After all, Jiang Yifeng could distinguish between a single meal and a steady supply. After much deliberation, Jiang Yifeng made his choice. I choose the 5 elements pseudo-spiritual root in the Death Desert map, aside from the must-have cultivation talent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5 elements pseudo-spiritual root, deducting 1,000 energy points. Remaining energy points, 8506500. Ding! Obtained Death Desert map fragment, deducting 1,000 energy points. Remaining energy points, 8406500. As the simulator's electronic voice faded, a fragment of a map appeared in Jiang Yifeng's hand. As for the 5 elements pseudo-spiritual root, Jiang Yifeng felt nothing special. Perhaps he would only notice it after starting cultivation. Jiang Yifeng glanced at his energy points. He had barely spent any, still having plenty more than enough to use. Since that was the case, there was no need to rush the steward Jiang Dafu in acquiring gold, silver, and jewelry. Knock, knock, knock. Finger, are you there? Just as Jiang Yifeng was still staring at the Death Desert map, a knock came from outside the door. Hearing the voice, he knew it was his father, Jiang Fushan. My old man is here to give me money, Jiang Yifeng murmured to himself. It seemed to have appeared in the simulation earlier when he met his father outside. Then his father came to ask why he was acquiring gold and jewelry, and finally gave him the key to the study where the banknotes were kept. Without hesitation, Jiang Yifeng put away the Death Desert map and cheerfully went to open the door for Jiang Fushan. The subsequent developments unfolded exactly as Jiang Yifeng had anticipated. After leaving the study key, where the banknotes were stored, to Jiang Yifeng, Jiang Fushan departed in a hurry, claiming there were still business matters to attend to. Witnessing this, Jiang Yifeng felt a sudden pang of melancholy. Jiang Fushan had truly doted on him excessively. Whatever he desired, if his father possessed it or could procure it, he would go to great lengths to obtain it for him. Yet since his transmigration, he had never bothered to care for this adoptive father. He only knew that his father was perpetually busy away from home. He had never contemplated how arduous his labors might be, nor whether he encountered perils while abroad. In the past, Jiang Yifeng might not have pondered such matters, but after several simulations he had come to understand that the outside world was far from peaceful. During these simulations, setting aside cultivators, he had encountered mountain bandits every time he left Qingshan City. So could his father, who traveled year-round, have avoided them? At these thoughts, Jiang Yifeng's eyes grew moist. Damn bandits, they must be eradicated. Ultimately, Jiang Yifeng made a decision to eliminate the bandits. There was little he could do to aid his father, but he could at least make his father's future travel safer. Though this decision was tinged with a hint of personal vendetta, it was primarily for his father's safety. Yes, that was it, no doubt. Jiang Yifeng took the study key Jiang Fushan had left him and directly retrieved a stack of banknotes. Then he headed straight to the Wu family martial arts school. He stated his purpose outright, hoping Wu Yudao would lead the bandit suppression. After all, he had witnessed Wu Yudu's prowess in the simulator, with him taking the lead and rallying others with some martial skill. Those bandits wouldn't stand a chance. Wu Yudao was about to refuse. Jiang Yifeng directly pulled out a large stack of banknotes and thrust them at Wu Yudao. And thus the matter was settled. Starting that very day, the Wu family martial arts school posted a notice offering high pay to recruit experts skilled in fist and foot techniques. Within 3 days, Wu Yudao led a formidable group out of Qingshan City to suppress the bandits. Jiang Yifeng, who had orchestrated everything from the shadows, allowed a smile to spread across his face. Then, shaking his head, he sauntered into the Chunyan Pavilion to enjoy some music and entertainment. Suppressing bandits was necessary, but personally taking action was out of the question. It didn't fit his persona as a pampered playboy. It was wiser to keep a low profile. Why do it yourself when money could solve the problem? A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The simulator's attempts had refreshed today. Jiang Yifeng closed his door early and murmured to himself. Begin simulation. Consumed 1 simulation attempt, remaining attempts 0. Extracting a green talent costs 1,000 energy points. Extracting a blue talent costs 1,000 energy points. Please choose. Extract blue talent. Ding, deducted 1,000 energy points. Blue talent extraction in progress. Remaining energy 83965,000. Congratulations. You have obtained the blue talent bullseye. When engaging in marital affairs, your hit rate reaches an astonishing 100%. Seeing this talent, Jiang Yifeng was utterly stunned. System simulator, come out here. You're cheating consumers. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help venting a few complaints. He had hoped for a better talent, but was this even a talent? And a blue talent at that. What use was it? Ding host, please view this talent reasonably. For those unable to bear offspring, it is immensely useful. Why should it not be considered a blue talent? Just as Jiang Yifeng finished venting, a sudden electronic voice rang out. This startled him. He hadn't expected the simulator to actually respond. So Jiang Yifeng quickly said, "Simulator, can I draw talents multiple times? I'm willing to spend more energy points." Whether the simulator had a specific method for speaking or simply didn't want to engage with Jiang Yifeng, it offered no further reply. Seeing that the simulator truly wouldn't respond, Jiang Yifeng said no more. He obediently turned his gaze to the simulation panel. The 5th simulation begins. You stare before you, finding no simulation subtitles, realizing you have already entered the simulation. After all, in reality, you could always see the simulator's presence. Thus, you begin to contemplate how to act in this simulation. You recall that this time's talent is useless, so you decide to follow the original plan. Head to the Chongqing mountain range first to obtain the cultivation technique. And you repeatedly caution yourself not to be interrupted by other matters this time, as happened last time, until you secure the cultivation technique. On the first day, you quietly leave Qingshan City without alerting anyone. On the second day, you travel several hundred kilometers. Along the way, you spot multiple traces of residual bloodstains, leading you to believe battles occurred in those places. On the third day, you have barely traveled half a day when you hear the sounds of combat from afar. You discern it's an ordinary human fight, posing no threat to you, so you do not deter. As you draw closer, you discover it's Wu Yudu's bandit suppression squad locked in battle with mountain bandits. You assess the battle situation. With Wu Yudao present, the bandits offer little resistance. So you choose not to assist and silently slip away. On the 8th day, you arrive at the Chongqing mountain range and behold the ruins. During these days of travel, everything proceeds normally, without mishap or further encounters with bandits. You suspect that news of Wu Yudu's suppression efforts has intimidated other bandits into laying low. On the 10th day, you reach the ruins within the Chongqing mountain range. As before, you bury all the skeletal remains, and a new cemetery takes shape near the ruins. Naturally, you also obtain the cultivation technique, heavenly arcane art, as desired. After completing everything, you do not leave. Instead, you build a small shed beside the ruins and settle in. You decide to wait here and see who will later establish the Tianxian Temple. You believe that whoever builds a new temple atop these ruins is either a descendant of the fallen sect or a close friend. You reason that descendants or friends of a cultivation sect are highly likely to be cultivators themselves. By staying here, you might glean some useful information. Of course, you also recognize this involves a degree of gambling. After all, the cultivators encountered in previous simulations were far from friendly, perhaps all cultivators would attack those who seek knowledge about cultivation. You know this possibility is not insignificant. Yet after much deliberation, you still decide to take the risk, for your understanding of cultivators is far too limited. In the days that follow, you adhere to a strict routine. Each morning you practice the martial art, nameless manual. At noon you hunt to supplement your diet with meat. Upon returning you study and cultivate the heavenly arcane art. After a month you finally sense the location of your Qi. According to the manual, once you perceive the Qi and channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the technique into it, you have entered the threshold of cultivation. You realize that the gate to cultivation has been opened for you, filling you with elation and a ravenous appetite. That day you devour an extra deer. Unbeknownst to you, a year passes. Your martial cultivation remains at the 6th stage of body tempering, but your daily practice of the nameless manual yields slow progress. As for your cultivation, you have barely entered the threshold. After a year of effort, you finally manage to circulate the technique through one full cycle successfully, drawing a wisp of spiritual energy into your Qi. In the 2nd year, you continued to cultivate near the ruins with no other events taking place. Over the course of the year, you managed to gather a dozen wisps of spiritual energy within your Qi. Cultivation proved more arduous than you had imagined. Even after successfully entering the path, drawing spiritual energy into the Qi was no easy feat. Most of your training sessions amounted to futile efforts. You came to understand that for prodigies of exceptional talent, there was a chance to absorb a wisp of spiritual energy into their Qi with every complete circulation of the cultivation technique. For those of average talent, the probability hovered around half. As for you, the odds of absorbing spiritual energy with each circulation were merely 1 in several dozen. This pace of cultivation once again drove home the harsh reality of your meager talent. The pseudo-spiritual route proved as deceptive as its name. In the 3rd year, on a certain day, a woman in white abruptly appeared amid the ruins. You could not fathom how she materialized. It was as if she had emerged from thin air. Instantly, you realized she was undoubtedly a cultivator, and a formidable one at that. A sense of unease stirred within you at that moment. Your previous simulation experiences had left you with a rather unfavorable impression of cultivators, as each encounter had ended in death. Yet, driven by a need to understand cultivators for your own survival, you steeled yourself and approached. However, after walking for a long while, you discovered that you had remained rooted in place, not advancing a single step. You understood that she did not wish for you to draw near. Unsure of her intentions, you noted that she merely blocked your approach, leading you to believe she bore no hostility toward you. Thus you obediently stood still and waited with no intention of provoking her, hoping that an opportunity might arise to ask about matters concerning cultivation. In your eyes, the woman in white simply stared at the ruins, lost in thought. After a long silence, she suddenly let out a sigh, and you watched as she waved her long sleeve. In an instant, you felt the earth tremble and shake, and from the former ruins a Taoist temple slowly rose. You were left utterly astounded by the sight, unable to fathom the magnitude of such power. You could not discern whether the temple had been buried deep underground all along, or if the woman had shaped it with immense magical force. Regardless, it gave you a more visceral understanding of a cultivator's might. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The ground had ceased its rumbling, and the temple, named Tianxian Guan, stood fully exposed. Before you could examine it closely, the woman in white suddenly appeared beside you. She asked if you had built the graves over there. You did not conceal the truth and nodded in affirmation. After all, you had surmised that this woman must be a friend or descendant of the ruined sect. Admitting to this might even earn you some goodwill. The woman in white stared at you for a long while, as if judging whether you were lying. Soon after, she told you that she thanked you for burying her close friend, and as a reward offered to help you abolish your cultivation. You were startled by her words. Was this how one repaid a kindness? You shook your head, repeatedly unwilling to give up your cultivation. The woman did not force you. Instead, she informed you that cultivation was forbidden in this region, and that to do so meant certain death. When you pressed for the reason, she merely shook her head, saying it was not for you to know. Seeing her reluctance to explain, you shifted the topic to other aspects of cultivation. Unfortunately, she again declined to answer, stating only that your strength was insufficient and that knowing more would hasten your demise. Finally, seeing your adamant refusal to abandon your cultivation, she hesitated for a moment before casting a rune at you. This caught you off guard. Why would she suddenly attack? Yet soon you realized you had misjudged. When the rune struck you, you felt no discomfort whatsoever. The woman in white explained that this was a concealment talisman which had merged into your body. It would last for 20 years, masking your cultivation and rendering it undetectable to others. Hearing this, you breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, you had feared she might turn hostile because of your refusal to abolish your cultivation. However, she added that if you actively attacked, the talisman would fail to conceal your cultivation, urging you to avoid revealing your power unless absolutely necessary. You committed her words to memory, resolving never to expose your strength recklessly except in life or death situations. Afterward, the woman tossed you a storage ring, saying it contained some cultivation resources that should suffice for a long time, given your aptitude. You expressed your gratitude repeatedly, your heart brimming with joy. You knew that her kindness stemmed from the bond formed by your act of burying her old friend. You marveled inwardly that good deeds truly reaped rewards. What had begun as a simple gesture out of respect for the dead had now yielded such abundant benefits. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The woman in white emerged from Tianxian Guan, cast a glance at you, and then vanished. After searching thoroughly, you confirmed that she had indeed left. During those days, aside from the first, you had no further contact with her. She spent her time alone in the temple, lost in thought, and forbade you from approaching. You knew nothing of her story or her name, nor did you particularly care. The only disappointment was that you had gleaned so little information from her. In reality, Jiang Yifeng felt a similar disappointment as he read this. Still lacking in strength. He let out a sigh. It was clear that the woman in white within the simulation knew many secrets. She had not been unwilling to speak, but had claimed that his insufficient strength made knowledge a greater danger. Her intention was clearly benevolent. If he were stronger, he might have extracted many hidden truths from her. Jiang Yifeng gathered his thoughts and continued to gaze at the simulation panel. In the days that followed, your life returned to a cycle of daily cultivation and hunting. 2 months later, you exhausted a single spirit stone, adding several dozen wisps of spiritual energy to your chi. You remarked to yourself that wealth companions' methods and location were indeed crucial. Cultivation truly demanded resources. Compared to your previous pace, where you absorbed only a dozen wisps from the air in a year, you now had several dozen in just 2 months. A stark contrast. 1 spirit stone was equivalent to years of arduous training. This effectively compensated for your inability to draw in spiritual energy due to poor talent. You understood that this sensation was unique to your meager aptitude. For someone with better talent, a single spirit stone would have far less impact. Yet you also knew that spirit stones did not erase your innate disadvantages. Your circulation of the cultivation technique remained sluggish, managing only 1 cycle per day. This too was tied to talent. It was precisely why the woman in white had said the resources she gave you would last a long time. The storage ring contained nearly 1,000 spirit stones, hardly enough to last forever, you mused. At a rate of 1 stone every 2 months, they would serve you for a lifetime. In the 4th year, you decided to leave the Chongqing mountain range. You recalled a simulation where a sword-wielding black-clad figure had slain you here in the 8th year. Based on the circumstances at the time, it seemed your inquiries about cultivators had drawn him to you. You reasoned it would be safer to depart the Chongqing mountain range as soon as possible. Where to go next left you in prolonged hesitation. You understood that the threats against you included not only the sword-wielding black-clad figure, but also the palm-wielding one who had attacked the Jiang family. Ultimately, you resolved to follow your original plan and head to the Death Desert, where you believed you could survive longer. Though you possessed the concealment talisman inscribed on you by the white-clad woman to hide your cultivation, you still felt unsafe. You remembered a simulation where the palm-wielding black-clad figure, the one who had attacked the Jiang family, had managed to track you down. At that time, you were not yet a cultivator, so you suspected he must have possessed a portrait of you or something similar, rendering the concealment talisman ineffective against him. In the 5th year, you had already ventured deep into the Death Desert. This time, however, was different from your previous simulation. With your storage ring, you had prepared ample food in advance, sparing you the agony of hunger. Your cultivation progress never halted. You maintained a daily routine of practicing the nameless secret manual, once circulating the heavenly mystic art through 1 full cycle and using the remaining time for travel. Through your diligent cultivation, your martial arts remained at the 6th level of body tempering, but your Qi now held hundreds of strands of spiritual energy. By the 6th year, the spiritual energy in your Qi had filled 1/10 of its capacity. According to the Immortal cultivation techniques recorded, the Qi refining stage involved the process of filling the Qi. The realms within Qi refining were delineated by the amount of spiritual energy stored in the Qi. Thus, at this moment, you had truly reached the 1st level of Qi refining. Jiang Yifeng looked at the simulator's text, unable to bear watching. His talent for immortal cultivation was truly abysmal. Even with constant use of spirit stones for cultivation, it had taken several years just to advance to the 1st level of Qi refining. Although travel had undoubtedly wasted considerable time, Jiang Yifeng believed it was still more a matter of talent. Without spirit stones, Jiang Yifeng felt that given his talent for immortal cultivation, his highest attainment in a lifetime might only be the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refining. Jiang Yifeng shook his head, then reasoned that this was only fitting. Since it was said to be the weakest talent for immortal cultivation, its cultivation efficiency was bound to be extremely poor. Otherwise, if resources alone could easily bring improvement, then those cultivation families and great sects lacking no resources would have become invincible. Ultimately, immortal cultivation depended primarily on talent. It seemed that to advance quickly, he would have to rely on the simulator to roll a good talent. Jiang Yifeng continued to watch the simulator. In the 7th year, you still advanced deeper into the desert while cultivating, afraid to stop, worried that if you didn't go far enough, the black-clad figure would find you. In the 8th year, your Qi gained many more strands of spiritual energy, but you still did not break through. In the 9th year, your martial arts cultivation reached the 7th level of body tempering. The improvement in martial arts was much faster than in the previous simulation. This was because you had begun cultivating immortality. Your body, tempered by spiritual energy, had gained strength, which in turn accelerated your martial arts progress. In the 10th year, you reached the 2nd level of Qi refining and could use some minor spells. Unfortunately, you had no techniques in this area. The 11th year passed safely with your cultivation steadily improving. By the 14th year, you had made great strides, reaching the 8th level of body tempering in martial arts and the 3rd level of Qi refining in immortal cultivation. In the 15th year, you encountered a minor trouble, a wolf pack. Hundreds of sand wolves forced you to take them seriously. After a multi-day war of attrition, you turned them into your reserve food supply. This ordeal left you with some injuries. You thought you were safe after killing the wolf pack, but only days later did you realize this was just the beginning. The heavy scent of blood on you incessantly attracted various desert creatures to attack. This left you with no time for cultivation. You spent every day in unending combat. One day, just after you had slain an attacking beast, you felt the desert churning. You saw a giant black python speeding towards you from afar. Panic seized you, and you turned to flee. But it was too late. The python with its gaping maw was upon you in an instant and swallowed you whole. You died at the age of 35. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, you may choose 2 rewards: 100 shots, 100 hits, talent, martial arts cultivation, 8th level of body tempering, immortal cultivation, 3rd level of Qi refining, heavenly mystic art, immortal cultivation, heart method, spirit stones, 912 storage ring, 1 concealment talisman, 100 shots, 100 hits, talent, price 100 energy points. Martial arts cultivation, 8th level of body tempering, price 800 energy points. Immortal cultivation, 3rd level of Qi refining, price 3000 energy points. Heavenly mystic art, immortal cultivation, heart method, price 100 energy points. Spirit stones, 912, price 9100 energy points. Common immortal cultivation resources. Storage ring, 1, price 5000 energy points. Concealment talisman, 1, price 100 energy points. A rune personally inscribed on your body by a great power, extracted by the simulator and transformed into a jade talisman that can be worn and removed at will. Jiang Yifeng had not expected the Death Desert, where he had previously survived for decades, to be so dangerous this time. He hadn't even lived as long as he had while hiding elsewhere. Clearly, the simulation where he survived for decades involved an element of luck. That time, he had happened to avoid the desert's creatures. Of course, judging from this simulation, the ordinary creatures in the Death Desert were not actually dangerous, but the blood sent from killing too many would attract peril. It seemed he should not casually go to the Death Desert in future simulations. Even if he did, he must try to avoid producing any blood sent there. Jiang Yifeng stopped pondering and looked at the rewards in the simulator. The rewards this time were abundant, dazzling his eyes. Many of them, such as the Spirit Stone storage ring and concealment talisman, were completely beyond Jiang Yifeng's expectations. He had never thought these could be brought out of the simulator. Unfortunately, he could only choose two. Except for the 100 shots, 100 hits talent, he wanted everything else. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. After careful consideration, Jiang Yifeng made his choice. I choose the concealment talisman and the immortal cultivation. These two choices were also complementary. According to what the white-clad woman said in the simulation, cultivating immortality meant certain death. Clearly, his immortal cultivation could not be exposed. Thus, the concealment talisman was a must-choose, as Jiang Yifeng knew he would inevitably pursue immortality. As for the immortal cultivation, it had made him hesitate for a long time. After all, spirit stones, the immortal cultivation heart method, and even the storage ring were no less valuable than the cultivation itself, and might even be better in the long run. The reason that led Jiang Yifeng to this choice was that the immortal cultivation heart method was located in that ruin. He could search for it again in the next simulation. As for the spirit stones and the storage ring, Jiang Yifeng felt he should take them together, otherwise taking only the spirit stones would make them inconvenient to carry and might attract other cultivators. So after choosing the concealment talisman, he had to give them up for now, waiting for a future opportunity to exploit the white-clad woman's resources. Thus, the final choice came down to martial arts and immortal cultivation. As for why he chose immortal cultivation, it was simply due to greater curiosity. After all, Jiang Yifeng had never experienced it and wanted to try it out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the concealment talisman 1, deducting 1 energy points, remaining energy points 7396500. Ding! Immortal cultivation 3rd level of Qi refining successfully extracted, deducting 30 energy points, remaining energy points 7393500. As soon as the choice was made, a jade talisman materialized in Jiang Yifeng's hand. After scrutinizing it thoroughly without discerning its secrets, he decided to keep it close to his person. After all, this item was tied to his own safety. Simultaneously, Jiang Yifeng sensed subtle transformations occurring within his body. He perceived wisps of energy flowing through his meridians. Gradually, he became aware of the existence of his Qi Sea, where vast amounts of spiritual energy undulated ceaselessly. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng understood that the simulator was extracting his immortal cultivation base for him. With a sudden bang, Jiang Yifeng felt as if some internal switch had been triggered, and his physical resilience began to surge incessantly. In an instant, his martial cultivation had unexpectedly broken through to the 7th layer of body tempering. Jiang Yifeng was taken aback. This was something he had never anticipated. He had not foreseen this unexpected boon. The elevation of his immortal cultivation had in reality advanced his martial cultivation by a whole stage. Upon further reflection, Jiang Yifeng found this entirely logical. Previous simulations had indicated that spiritual energy washing over the body could enhance physical strength. In reality, he had already been at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of body tempering. Now, after being bathed in the spiritual energy of the 3rd layer of Qi refining, it was only natural for his physical fortitude to increase, propelling him to the 7th layer. With everything concluded, Jiang Yifeng pondered the events of the simulation. He realized that his most critical issue remained his abysmal talent for immortal cultivation. To improve, he needed the simulator to upgrade and grant him access to higher-grade talents. Thus, he sought out his steward Jiang Dafu and instructed him to accelerate the acquisition of gold, silver, and jewels. Having done so, Jiang Yifeng leisurely made his way to the spring bower to enjoy some music. Days spent listening to music in the pleasure quarters always passed with remarkable swiftness. 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, steward Jiang Dafu had transported a vast quantity of gold, silver, and jewels to Jiang Yifeng's courtyard. Without hesitation, Jiang Yifeng converted them one by one into energy points, watching chest after chest of treasures vanish into thin air, to avoid arousing suspicion over the disappearance of these valuables. He had long since instructed his subordinates to ostentatiously excavate a massive underground chamber within his courtyard. The purpose was to let everyone know that he had developed a penchant for collecting and that these treasures were now hidden beneath the earth. Soon, all the gold, silver, and jewels had been exchanged, and a mechanical voice rang out, "Ding." Exchanged 130 chests of various treasures. Obtained 2.6 billion energy points. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the nearly 2.7 billion energy points displayed on the simulator and waited in silence. Regrettably, the anticipated ding he longed for never came. Could it be that 10 billion energy points are required to upgrade the simulator? Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself. Previously, upgrading had cost 100 million energy points, and he had assumed that 1 billion would suffice for the next level. To his dismay, even with nearly 2.7 billion energy points, the simulator remained unchanged. This furrowed Jiang Yifeng's brow. If it truly required 10 billion, how astronomical would the cost be for the subsequent upgrade? This was proving quite troublesome. Would this relentless pursuit eventually bankrupt the Jiang Trading Company? A flicker of unease crossed Jiang Yifeng's mind, but he quickly dismissed such thoughts. A mere trading company was of no consequence. Once he became invincible, he could have anything he desired. Since the simulator could not be upgraded, Jiang Yifeng decided to postpone further simulations as the device could store up to 3 attempts. It would be better to save them. Perhaps by the time 3 attempts were accumulated, enough energy would have been gathered for an upgrade. As days turned into weeks, Jiang Yifeng noticed that his father Jiang Fushan seemed increasingly preoccupied. Jiang Yifeng understood that his accelerated acquisition of treasures for energy might have begun to impact the trading company. His father, however, never voiced a complaint. Instead, he labored even harder to earn money and compensate for the deficits caused by his son. Witnessing his father's toil, Jiang Yifeng silently cheered him on with a few words of encouragement. Then he strode into the spring bower to listen to music. Jiang Yifeng felt helpless. His persona was set in stone. A sudden drastic change in behavior might alert prying eyes, putting him in grave danger. After all, he had no way of knowing if the cultivator who had targeted the Jiang family was keeping a close watch. For the safety of himself and his family, he had no choice but to frequent the pleasure quarters daily. Truly, Jiang Yifeng maintained that he was innocent in this matter. Time slipped by, and another 2 weeks passed. During this period, Jiang Yifeng had exchanged a colossal amount of energy, bringing the total to nearly 8 billion, still shy of the 10 billion mark. The simulator remained unupgraded. Unfortunately, the number of stored attempts had reached 3. Jiang Yifeng realized he could no longer wait for the simulator to evolve. Thus, he returned to his chamber and murmured, "Begin simulation." The simulation commenced. Consumed 1 simulation attempt. Remaining attempts 2. Drawing a green talent costs 100 energy points. Drawing a blue talent costs 100 energy points. Please choose. Draw a blue talent. Ding. 100 energy points deducted. Drawing blue talent. Remaining energy 7.9 billion. Congratulations. You have obtained the blue talent Human Bomb. Human Bomb. Upon your death, a violent explosion is guaranteed. Anyone who seeks your life will not escape unscathed. Jiang Yifeng let out a bitter laugh at the sight of this talent. Could this violent blast kill a mighty cultivator? He doubted it. The description only mentioned that the enemy would not escape unscathed, likely meaning they would merely be left in a disheveled state. In essence, its sole function was to ensure that even his corpse would not remain intact. It was utterly laughable. Fortunately, Jiang Yifeng had long since formulated a plan for this simulation and harbored no hopes for the talent. He then turned his attention to the simulation text. 6th simulation begins. You survey your surroundings, realizing you have entered the simulation. Thus, you quietly leave Green Mountain City alone. 5 days later, you arrive at the ruins in the long Green Mountain Range. Upon arrival, as before, you bury all the skeletal remains in graves and incidentally obtain the Immortal cultivation technique, heavenly profound art. This time harboring your own ulterior motives to curry favor with the white-clad woman who will appear later, you even erect exquisite tombstones for each grave. After finishing everything in the days that follow, you build a wooden cabin beside the cemetery. Then begins a life of daily cultivation and hunting. The first year passes uneventfully. The second year also yields no incidents. In the third year, the white-clad woman appears amidst the ruins, though by now it can hardly be called a ruin. Thanks to your meticulous scheming, you have already cleaned the area until it is spotless and spacious. The white-clad woman gazes around in confusion, suspecting she might have arrived at the wrong place. Eventually, her eyes fall upon the meticulously maintained cemetery and the wooden cabin beside it where you reside. This time, the white-clad woman does not stand dazed amidst the ruins. Instead, she instantly appears before you. Before you can react, she seizes your wrist. You feel a surge of powerful spiritual energy invade your meridians, rushing straight to your chi. The white-clad woman is examining the immortal cultivation technique you practice. After a while, she withdraws her spiritual energy, looks at you with great kindness, and says, "So there are still descendants of my senior brother's sect." You instantly realize that she has mistaken you for a survivor of the ruined sect. The woman in white mistook you for someone else, and you neither denied nor confirmed it. You knew that if you admitted it outright, you would surely earn her immense goodwill and reap significant benefits. Yet you feared exposure, suspecting that a cultivator of her caliber might possess some method of detecting lies. In the end, you chose to remain silent, letting her imagination run wild, planning to confess honestly only if she pressed you further. Your silence led the woman in white to believe you had acquiesced. Contrary to your expectations, she did not bombard you with questions, but instead asked to stay here for a few days, hoping for your consent. Hearing this, panic stirred within you. You wondered if you had overplayed your hand. She had directly treated you as the master of this place, something you had never anticipated. You feared that once the truth came to light, she might fly into a rage and your simulation would end prematurely. However, you realized that denying it now might be too late, so you hurriedly nodded in agreement. Thus, for the next few days, you lived in constant anxiety. But you had overthought things, and the woman in white paid you little heed. Each day, the woman in white merely lingered amidst the ruins and the graveyard, lost in thought. Treating herself as a guest, she did not even bother to rebuild the Tianxian temple. She seemed at ease, but you grew increasingly restless. Something felt off. 2 days had passed, and tomorrow she would likely leave. Why had she not yet bestowed any rewards upon you? You began to suspect that you had overacted. Perhaps by posing as a descendant of this ruined sect, she assumed your actions were merely your duty, thus withholding any gifts. Another day slipped by. You recalled that in the previous simulation she had only stayed for 3 days. Today should be her departure. Yet the rewards you yearned for still did not come, and you felt a wave of despondency. Just then the woman in white stirred and approached you. She told you she was leaving. She also warned that this region was under strict control, forbidding cultivation, and that any exposure would invite pursuit. She urged you not to reveal your cultivation level carelessly. She added that she could enter, but could not take anyone out, and bid you to survive in this land. Then she traced a concealment talisman upon your body. Afterward, she gave you 2 items, a jade plate and a storage ring. She said the ring contained some cultivation resources. The jade plate was a treasure called the teleportation jade plate. In times of danger, you could activate it with spiritual energy to teleport randomly up to 1,000 miles away, hoping it might save your life in a critical moment. She noted that the plate could only be used 3 times, cautioning you not to employ it lightly except in dire need. Gazing at these items, your heart surged with excitement. You felt that posing as a disciple of the ruined sect had been a stroke of genius. This time the woman in white had given even more. The teleportation jade plate was a life-saving artifact, likely surpassing the concealment talisman and spirit stones in value. Moreover, she revealed that this region was controlled and cultivation was forbidden, confirming your earlier suspicions. You did not dwell on it further, but hurriedly cupped your hands in gratitude. When you looked up, the woman in white had vanished. After her departure, you did not linger here either. In this simulation, you had long planned to obtain the woman in white's gifts and bring them out as rewards. Then you intended to return to Qingshan City to investigate why the palm-wielding black-clad man had targeted the Jiang family. Thus, that same year, you went back to Qingshan City. The journey from the Evergreen Mountain Range to Qingshan City took you only 3 days. Upon your return, you found the entire city plastered with reward notices. Drawing closer, you realized they were all posted by the Jiang Trading Company seeking you. You understood at once. You had left secretly, and no one knew. Your father, Jiang Fushan, must have assumed you were missing and posted the notices. When you returned home, you found your father, whom you had not seen for years, aged beyond recognition. At that moment, even though you knew it was a simulation, tears streamed down your face unbidden. For a time, your heart was filled with remorse. In the 4th year, instead of cultivating, you began to follow your father daily, claiming you wanted to help him. Your father, Jiang Fushan, was deeply moved, believing you had finally matured. He doubled your allowance once more. You felt a pang of guilt, for your true aim was not to assist with business, but to uncover when the Jiang family had incurred the wrath of cultivators. In the 5th year, you continued to feign interest in learning commerce under your father, but you found no anomalies. By the 6th year, you had accompanied your father on many business trips, visiting numerous unfamiliar cities and broadening your horizons. In the 7th year, your father, believing you had learned enough to stand on your own, offered to hand over the Jiang Trading Company to you. Your goal was to stay by his side to uncover how the Jiang family had offended the palm-wielding black-clad man, not to engage in trade. Naturally, you could not accept. So you shook your head repeatedly, insisting you still needed to learn. Your father, gratified, praised your diligence and did not press you. Years passed in a blink. In the 11th year, the Jiang Trading Company secured a major deal requiring Jiang Fushan to travel to Liang State. The journey was long, requiring over half a year of travel. Your father worried about dangers on the road and did not want you to accompany him. You insisted repeatedly, even revealing some of your martial arts skills. When Jiang Fushan saw you effortlessly take down a group of guards, a wide grin spread across his face, and he praised you effusively. My son is a genius. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Fushan agreed to let you come along. In the 12th year, business in Liang State went smoothly, and you and your father's party set out on the return journey. As you passed through the Yuyang Mountains on the border between Liang State and Dao State, the ground trembled violently, and a massive fissure opened nearby. Unable to slow down in time, your entire party tumbled into the chasm. With only the 3rd level of Qi refining and the 7th level of body tempering, you could not fly, you could only watch yourself fall. After an unknown span of time, you landed with a heavy thud. The violent impact knocked you unconscious. When you awoke, you found yourself in an ancient grand hall. Not far from you, your father Jiang Fushan was sitting cross-legged. Above his head hovered a ball of light, more than half of which had already merged into your father's body. Seeing this, you instinctively thought it was possession and tried to intervene. But as you approached, a barrier of light blocked your path. 3 days passed before your father finally stirred and slowly opened his eyes. Just as you were about to ask what had happened, a black-clad figure appeared. You heard the man roar, "How dare a mere mortal claim the celestial heritage?" Then you saw him thrust a palm toward your father. At that moment, the light barrier flickered, and your father looked at you with anxious urgency, as if trying to speak. Before he could utter a word, he vanished, teleported away. The black-clad man shouted furiously, "You won't escape. I will find you." After your father was teleported, the man turned and struck at you without hesitation. You could have used the teleportation jade disc left by the woman in white, but you chose not to. The jade disc could only be used 3 times. You planned to take it out of the simulator, fearing that using it inside would reduce its remaining charges. This simulation had already given you the answers you sought, so you watched as the shadow of the man's palm shattered you. The human bomb talent activated, unleashing a terrifying explosion that permanently blackened the man's skin. You died at the age of 32. This simulation has ended. You may choose 2 rewards: human bomb talent Tianxian art, celestial heart method storage ring, 1 spirit stones, 1,000 pieces teleportation jade disc damaged. Human bomb talent cost 1,000 energy points. Tianxian art, celestial heart method cost 1,000 energy points. Storage ring 1 cost 5,000 energy points. Spirit stones, 1,000 pieces cost 1,000 energy points. Teleportation jade disc damaged cost 2,000 energy points. A broken teleportation array disc usable 3 times. In this simulation, Jiang Yifeng's sole purpose was investigation, so he barely cultivated. He had obtained much information as desired. Now Jiang Yifeng felt he might have been mistaken before. In this simulation, he witnessed his father receiving a celestial heritage 12 years later. And judging by the situation, the heritage seemed formidable. In the first simulation, he died, but had his father truly perished? At that time, the text in the simulator said the Jiang mansion was crushed by a single palm strike, and he was killed by a falling brick. Now recalling this, it didn't explicitly state that everyone in the Jiang family had died. In subsequent simulations, he was only killed once by the palm-wielding black-clad man. The man had called him a remnant of the Jiang family. Was he truly being deliberately hunted? At that time, he was merely an ordinary person who had just begun martial arts. Was he worth the effort of a cultivator's extensive search? If his father had escaped with the celestial heritage, the black-clad man would be investigating and hunting him. In this process, the man learned that he was Jiang Fushan's son, and by bad luck, he happened to encounter the black-clad man and was killed. This line of reasoning made more sense. As for why his father didn't tell him to flee the first time, but did so in a later simulation, the reasoning remained the same. It depended on his strength. In the first simulation, he was just a prodigal son who fleeing would not have ensured his survival. Staying in the Jiang mansion, his father might have clung to the hope that the black-clad man wouldn't find him, or that even if he did, he could still take him and escape. But his father underestimated the black-clad man's power and overestimated his own luck, so he was instantly crushed by a brick. In a later simulation, Jiang Yifeng had trained in martial arts. His father Jiang Fushan believed that sending him away early would give him a better chance to avoid the black-clad man and survive. The only remaining question was why the black-clad man in the first simulation took a whole year to find the Jiang family. His father was a well-known figure in Dao Kingdom. Perhaps the black-clad man hadn't clearly seen his father's face, or the heritage his father obtained had some concealment method. Jiang Yifeng felt he now understood the truth of the matter. His inference could not be wrong. He wondered if he could prevent his father from going on that business trip in the 11th year. His father wouldn't obtain the celestial heritage, and everything could be avoided. Jiang Yifeng decided to test this in future simulations. As for reality, it was unnecessary. He had the simulator and had already begun cultivating. If he still feared that black-clad man 10 years later, he would be utterly useless. With his reasoning complete, Jiang Yifeng turned his attention to the rewards from this simulation. This time the Qi concealment talisman was absent. He wondered if the same item could only appear once, or if the simulator deemed one talisman sufficient for him, and thus removed it from the reward list. Regardless, it didn't matter. He had no intention of redeeming it anyway. Before the simulation began, he had planned to bring out the storage ring and spirit stones. His primary desire was the spirit stones. The more he stockpiled in reality, the more resources he would have for cultivation once he obtained a good talent, ensuring he never lacked during simulations. But taking only spirit stones seemed risky. They emitted a unique aura that could be sensed by cultivators. Thus, he needed the storage ring to seal that aura. Unfortunately, plans changed. This time, there was another life-saving item the teleportation jade disc damaged. He had to take it. Not only could it save his life in reality, but it might also prove invaluable in future simulations when he needed to lie low and cultivate. Soon Jiang Yifeng made his choice. I choose the storage ring and the teleportation jade disc damaged. Only 2 rewards could be selected each time. Jiang Yifeng speculated that the simulator might soon upgrade and future rewards might include talents. Cultivation realms would also need to be selected, making it difficult to bring out both the storage ring and spirit stones together. So he had to settle for the storage ring for now. A chime sounded as the host received the storage ring, deducting 5,000 energy points, leaving 7.9 billion. Another chime announced the teleportation jade disc damaged, deducting 2,000 energy points, leaving 7.8 billion. An ancient ring and an octagonal jade disc appeared in Jiang Yifeng's hands. First, he placed the teleportation jade disc close to his body. He didn't put it in the storage ring, fearing he might not have time to retrieve it in a crisis. After that, Jiang Yifeng began toying with the storage ring. He gleefully stuffed everything in the room into it, then took it all out again, playing back and forth with unbridled joy. Clearly, his first real-life encounter with the storage device had him overly excited. A full half-hour passed before he finally stopped. Once the excitement faded, Jiang Yifeng looked at the 2 remaining simulation attempts. He did not immediately start the simulation, but instead went to find the butler Jiang Dafu. He asked him how long it would take for the next batch of gold, silver, and jewels to arrive. Jiang Dafu hesitated for a long while and finally said that the recent excessive spending of cash by the business had caused some liquidity issues and the subsequent acquisitions had not yet begun. Jiang Yifeng was taken aback, knowing that this was definitely due to his recent large-scale acquisition of gold, silver, and jewels. He did not expect to influence the development of the Jiang family business so quickly. Looking back, it was normal for such a large cash flow to have an impact. However, even if there was an impact, Jiang Yifeng felt that he should first gather enough energy to upgrade the simulator to 10 billion. After all, wealth was a trivial matter. Rapidly improving strength and saving oneself was the priority. Thus, he told Jiang Dafu to acquire another 200 boxes of gold, silver, and jewels, after which he could pause the acquisitions. This was roughly the result Jiang Yifeng had estimated. 200 boxes of gold, silver, and jewels should yield about 3.4 billion energy value, which should be sufficient for upgrading the simulator. Once the simulator was upgraded, he would let the Jiang family business take a breather. After all, it was still unknown how much energy value would be needed later. He still had to rely on the Jiang family business to assist him, otherwise earning it himself would be too slow. Therefore, he could not risk ruining the Jiang family business just for the immediate energy value. Upon hearing that Jiang Yifeng only needed to acquire 200 more boxes of gold, silver, and jewels, Jiang Dafu's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly praised his young master for his brilliance before retreating. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng was contemplating that he still had 2 simulation opportunities left, and by the time next week came around with 3 full charges, it would definitely be impossible to gather enough energy for 10 billion. Even if Jiang Dafu were to immediately go acquire gold, silver, and jewels, acquiring 200 boxes in a week and bringing them back to Qingshan City was impossible. After all, the nearby cities had basically been acquired by him, and he would need to go to farther places for acquisition. Thus, Jiang Yifeng was not prepared to continue storing simulation attempts. He returned to his room and murmured softly, "Start the simulation." Consumption of 1 simulation attempt. Remaining attempts: 1. Extracting green talent consumes 1,000 energy value. Extracting blue talent consumes 1,000 energy value. Please choose to extract. Extract blue talent. Ding, deducting 1,000 energy value. Blue talent extraction in progress. Remaining energy value 7.8 billion. Congratulations, you have obtained blue talent glutton. Glutton, your appetite is astounding. The food you consume will convert into a small amount of energy, enhancing your physical form with a limit. Seeing this talent, Jiang Yifeng's expression brightened. Finally, a remarkable talent had appeared. What had the previous talents been? Looking at the introduction of this talent, it enhances the physical form, which should strengthen martial arts, so this simulation would mainly focus on improving martial arts. If it relied on eating to enhance, he would need to stay in Qingshan City as much as possible this time. Soon Jiang Yifeng formulated a plan in his mind, and then looked at the simulator. The 7th simulation begins. You momentarily daze, realizing that you have entered simulation mode. You thought of the glutton talent you just obtained, and you did not rush to leave Qingshan City. On the first day, you went to the largest restaurant in Qingshan City, Shiriwa Tower, and ordered from the menu. After eating more than 10 plates of dishes, you surprisingly did not feel any sense of fullness. After finishing so many dishes, you felt that your martial arts cultivation had actually improved somewhat. The improvement effect was equivalent to practicing an unnamed secret technique once. This made your eyes shine. You could only practice the unnamed secret technique once or twice a day. You felt that the glutton talent was indeed impressive. Eating once was roughly equivalent to a day's worth of cultivation. If you were to eat all day, wouldn't that mean an incredibly fast rate of improvement? Thinking of this, you directly ordered several menus with hundreds of dishes. However, to avoid attracting attention, you had the restaurant send all the food to the Jiang residence. On the second day, you did not go to Shiriwa Tower yourself, but instead had your servants order a few hundred dishes to take away, then sent the servants away, eating alone in the courtyard. On the third day, ordering food and eating. In the following days, you completely transformed into a food master. If you weren't eating, you were on the way to eat. This indeed accelerated your martial arts improvement significantly. Although you didn't quickly break through to the 8th level of body refinement, you could feel your progress in martial arts every day. On the 12th day, just after finishing all the dishes, the butler Jiang Dafu brought a large batch of gold, silver, and jewels to you. Knowing that you were in a simulation, you had no thoughts about it and sent him away. In the blink of an eye, another month passed, and rumors were circulating in Qingshan City that the Jiang family's cook had met with an accident. The entire household could only order takeout from the #1 restaurant in Qingshan City, Shiriwa Tower. This made many people envious, wanting to work for the Jiang family. Upon hearing this news, you knew that if this continued, your indulgent eating habits would soon be exposed. You were not afraid of the gossip from the common folk, but you were concerned about the other unknown dangers. After all, you felt that normal people could not possibly eat so much every day, and you worried that the organization which hindered others from cultivating would take notice of you because of this. Thus, you did not go back to Shiriwa Tower for takeout, but instead had your servants start acquiring various meats in the market for you. The Jiang family was so large that buying several hundred pounds of meat every day in the market would not raise any suspicion. After that, you began to roast meat in your small courtyard every day to be self-sufficient. This not only did not slow your martial arts improvement, but rather accelerated it even more. You concluded that eating various meats would provide more benefits. After all, the takeout meals from Shiriwa Tower included many vegetarian dishes for the sake of flavor. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed, and your martial arts cultivation had recently broken through to the 8th level of body refinement. This year, you felt it was time to leave Qingshan City and head to the Tianxian Temple in the Chongqing mountain range. On a dark and stormy night, you left a letter for your family and stealthily departed alone. 3 days later, you arrived at the site of the Tianxian Temple ruins. As usual, you buried all the bones within the ruins and repaired the exquisite tombstones, then cleaned up the ruins. At the same time, you also acquired the celestial heart technique Tianxian Gong. Afterward, you built a small wooden cabin next to the graveyard and began your days of gluttony. 2 months later, you discovered a problem. The meat supplies you had stored in your storage ring from Qingshan City could not last long. It had only been 2 months, and you had already consumed a third of it. After this, you would spend several hours each day capturing wild beasts for food. In the 3rd year, a woman in white appeared as scheduled, mistaking you for a descendant of the ruined sect. 3 days later, before she left, she found you and advised you not to expose your cultivation, recklessly carrying the hope of Tianxian Temple, and to live well. Then she inscribed a breath-concealing talisman on you and gave you a transmission jade plate along with a storage ring. Soon you also prepared to leave and return to Qingshan City. You felt that with the big eater talent, you could improve faster in Qingshan City. It took only 3 days to return to Qingshan City from the ruins of Tianxian Temple. This time you had left a letter in advance, so your father Jiang Fushan was worried, but did not post a bounty as he had before. However, after your return, he had a long, earnest talk with you insisting that you must bring guards whenever you go out in the future. In the 4th year, you rarely went out, spending most of your days eating. In the 5th year, you continued eating every day. In the 6th year, under the regimen of eating 8 meals a day with 10 bowls each, your martial arts cultivation successfully broke through to the 9th layer of body tempering. Several years passed in the blink of an eye. In the 9th year, you found that no matter how much you ate, your martial arts progress had stalled. You felt somewhat disappointed. You had hoped to rapidly advance your martial arts cultivation through the big eater talent, but you had reached a bottleneck sooner than expected. However, you soon came to terms with it. After all, the big eater was only a blue-grade talent, and its upper limit might not be high. So you tried cultivating the nameless manual and made slight progress. This made you marvel at the nameless manual's power. You felt its only drawback was its slow pace. Of course, you thought this only because you lacked the elixirs needed to complement its cultivation. In the 11th year, your father received an invitation to conduct business in Liang State. Upon hearing this news, you recalled that in the 12th year, when your father returned, he would obtain an immortal opportunity, attracting the black-clad man. So you decided to stop your father from going to Dio State, hoping to change the situation. But your efforts were largely in vain. The business deal was significant, and although your father Jiang Fushan doted on you, he did not agree to your request. He merely gave you a large sum of banknotes to appease you. Unwilling to give up, you resorted to a drastic measure. You stabbed yourself in the chest, inflicting a severe injury. Thus, your father was forced to abandon the business trip to Dio State. In the days that followed, he stayed by your side every day, tending to your recovery. A year passed, and your wound healed. During this year, your father barely went out, tied to the Jiang residence by your actions. In the 12th year, you suddenly felt the ground churn as a massive fissure split open across Qingshan City. The entire city's population fell into it. As you fell, your eyes widened in disbelief. This event was entirely unexpected. You couldn't fathom why what had previously occurred at Yuyang Mountain on the border of Daiyo and Liang states was now happening in Qingshan City. With a thud, you landed and lost consciousness. When you awoke, you saw your father sitting cross-legged. A glowing orb was merging into his head. You tried to approach, but were blocked by a shimmering barrier. 3 days later, a black-clad figure suddenly appeared and shouted, "How dare you claim the immortal legacy?" Then he struck a palm toward your father. You saw the barrier flicker a few times while your father looked at you anxiously, as if trying to say something. Before he could speak, your father Jiang Fushan was teleported away. The black-clad man roared, "You want escape? I will find you." Then the man turned to you and struck with his palm. This time you were not going to surrender. You quickly activated the teleportation jade disc and vanished instantly. In the blink of an eye, you appeared in a city 1,000 miles away. Your sudden appearance startled the local townsfolk. Vendors and pedestrians alike stared at you, some even knelt and kowtowed, exclaiming that an immortal had descended. But you paid no attention, feeling dizzy and unsteady on your feet. You guessed it was a side effect of the rapid teleportation. Stumbling, you were caught by a nearby vendor in black cloth. As you were about to thank him, you noticed a mysterious smile on his face. Suddenly, you felt something pierce your heart. Your consciousness began to fade, and you vaguely heard the vendor murmur, "Lucky me to encounter a local cultivator and score an easy target." You died at the age of 32. This simulation ends. For this simulation, you may choose 2 rewards: Big Eater Talent Tianxian, Art Immortal, Dao Heart Method Martial Arts Cultivation Body Tempering Perfection Spirit Stones, 2,000 pieces. Big Eater Talent costs 1,000 energy points. Tianxian, Art Immortal, Dao Heart Method costs 1,000 energy points. Martial Arts Cultivation Body Tempering Perfection costs 1,000 energy points. Spirit Stones, 2,000 pieces, cost 2,000 energy points. Jiang Yifeng stared at the text on the simulator, somewhat dazed. He had thought that by preventing his father from going to Dio State in the simulation, he would avoid the immortal inheritance and thus avert the Jiang family's crisis. He never expected the inheritance could change locations. Jiang Yifeng couldn't understand the principle behind it, but he had roughly realized that the immortal inheritance was specifically targeting his father. It was inescapable. At that appointed time, no matter where his father was, the inheritance would find him. It seems father harbors deeper secrets. Jiang Yifeng murmured to himself. For now, he had no intention of probing further, but this realization troubled him. He had originally hoped to change his father's path, avoid the black-clad man, and extend the simulation time to enhance his cultivation. Now that path seemed impossible. Besides, another aspect of this simulation caused Jiang Yifeng lingering dread: the black-clad vendor who killed him at the end. According to the simulation, ordinary people were panicked or even worshipped him as an immortal when he appeared via teleportation. But that black-clad vendor attacked him without hesitation, meaning he was no ordinary person. Especially his final words score an easy target. This chilling thought led Jiang Yifeng to suspect that those who killed or obstructed people from seeking immortality might not be a few individuals, but a vast organization. This organization might have infiltrated the grassroots, hiding among the masses. Jiang Yifeng felt that even Qingshan City might harbor such people. Recalling the second simulation, he realized how lucky he was to have survived for several years while openly seeking cultivators before being killed. Alternatively, the organization might not target all seekers of immortality, but only those who got close to actual cultivators. For instance, in that simulation, he was killed only when he neared Tianxian Temple, where the white-robed woman, a cultivator, had appeared. Perhaps the organization learned of Tianxian Temple's location soon after the white-robed woman's appearance. Thinking this, Jiang Yifeng felt relieved that he had left after the white-robed woman departed in the earlier simulations, otherwise he might have been doomed then as well. Jiang Yifeng shook his head, casting aside all his thoughts. He felt that dwelling on it now was pointless. From now on, the key was to reveal no trace of his cultivation in reality, ensuring greater safety. Thus, he turned his attention to the rewards of this simulation. Regarding the rewards, Jiang Yifeng did not hesitate much. The Big Eater talent had reached its limit after completing body tempering, offering no further enhancement, so it wasn't worth selecting. As for the heavenly profound art, Jiang Yifeng had long desired it, but there was no rush. The technique was always available, obtainable in every simulation, and he could choose it later when the time was right. Soon Jiang Yifeng made his choice. He'll take the spirit stones and the martial Dao cultivation. A notification chimed, and he felt a warm current surge through his body as his bones emitted faint cracking sounds. He understood that the simulator was enhancing his martial Dao cultivation. The process brought mild pain, but it was mercifully brief. Once the enhancement was complete, Jiang Yifeng clenched his fists, acutely aware that his strength had multiplied several-fold. He yearned to shout, "Who else?" Fortunately, he remained rational and quickly restrained his impulse. His cultivation was secured, but after looking around, he found no trace of the spirit stones. He softly called out, "Simulator, where are the spirit stones?" A reply informed him that they had been placed in his storage ring. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng immediately inspected his storage ring. Indeed, 2,000 spirit stones were neatly piled inside. With all rewards confirmed, Jiang Yifeng looked at the remaining simulation opportunity and pondered whether to proceed. The simulator could store up to 3 chances, and he had half a month before reaching the limit. Could he accumulate enough energy during this time to upgrade the simulator? And could the steward bring back the 200 chests of gold and silver treasures within half a month? Uncertain, Jiang Yifeng decided to wait. Having made his decision, Jiang Yifeng left the Jiang residence and headed toward the Spring Splendor Pavilion, maintaining his persona as a profligate son. Yet as he walked, he instinctively observed the crowd, especially those in black clothing whom he wished to avoid. The days of listening to music in the pleasure house passed swiftly. Half a month later, his simulation opportunities had again reached 3. The steward Jiang Dafu proved reliable. The 200 chests of treasures had just arrived and were now stored in the basement. The basement now held over 1,000 chests, though most were empty decoys to divert attention. Ignoring the empty chests, Jiang Yifeng placed his hands on the 200 filled ones, converting them into energy. As he exchanged them, the empty chests grew by 200. A notification announced a gain of 3.8 billion energy, leaving a total of 12.6 billion. After a long pause, Jiang Yifeng was stunned. Why couldn't it upgrade with 10 billion energy? Frowning, he wondered if something was wrong and mentally commanded the simulator to upgrade. A stern reminder informed him that the next upgrade required possessing 1 billion energy and reaching the second major realm in either Immortal or martial Dao cultivation. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Yifeng was furious. He had been waiting to upgrade the simulator to draw a better talent for rapid improvement, only to learn that the energy requirement was already met, but his strength was lacking. His complaints went unanswered by the simulator. He shook his head helplessly. This was the trouble of wealth. Energy was abundant, yet he was stuck due to insufficient power. Even the energy display now used ellipses, but his progress was blocked by his own weakness. The simulator likely never expected to bind such a wealthy host who never worried about energy. It seemed he must strive to improve his strength in future simulations. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yifeng silently commanded, "Begin simulation." A notification prompted him to choose between drawing a green or blue talent. He opted for the blue one. After deducting 1.0 energy, he obtained the blue talent Luck 1. It indicated that his fortune was slightly better than the average person's. Jiang Yifeng couldn't gauge the talent's true value and turned his focus to the simulation's progression. The 8th simulation began. He sensed he had entered the simulation. On the first day, he left a letter and sneaked out of Green Mountain City under cover of night. On the 4th day, he arrived at the ruins of the heavenly profound temple in the long Green Mountain range. The next day, he cleaned the ruins, buried all the bones, and built a meticulous grave. At the same time, he obtained the Immortal Tao technique, the heavenly profound art. In the days that followed, he diligently practiced the nameless technique once daily, spending the rest of his time on the heavenly profound art aside from foraging for food. In the first year, he consumed 6 spirit stones, slightly advancing his immortal cultivation. The second year, after using another 6, he felt he was nearing the 4th level of chi refining. In the third year, a woman in white suddenly appeared, mistaking him for a disciple of the ruined sect. 3 days later, as she prepared to leave, she intended to leave him life-saving items and resources. But discovering he already possessed them, she merely waved and bid farewell. After her departure, he felt frustrated, realizing he should have hidden his resources. He didn't mind the concealment talisman or the teleportation disc, as one of each sufficed, but missing out on spirit stones pained him. Yet what was done was done. This simulation aimed to boost his cultivation to meet the upgrade conditions. Feeling unsafe here, he packed up and prepared to leave. He pondered where to go. Based on his deductions, the black-clad palm attacker from previous simulations wasn't specifically hunting him. With the concealment talisman, as long as he didn't reveal his cultivation and his luck wasn't too poor, he should be safe. However, those were mere unverified theories. To be cautious, he decided to head to the Death Desert. That place had been his longest survival spot in multiple simulations despite an unexpected incident during his second visit. This time he had a plan. He believed that as long as he avoided creating too much bloodshed, he could survive discreetly. In the 4th year, he reduced his cultivation time and focused on traveling following the route from the incomplete Death Desert map he had obtained. In the 5th year, you arrived at an oasis in the desert. After examining the fragment of the Death Desert map, you realized that the endpoint was merely a few thousand li away. You knew that destination was the very spot where you had perished on your first visit to this desert. There a colossal shadow lurked, a beast you suspected to be a powerful demonic creature. Thus you halted your advance, daring not to draw closer, and resolved to settle in this oasis. That same year, your cultivation in the immortal path finally broke through to the 4th level of chi refining. In the 6th year, you had fully made this desert oasis your home. Each day, aside from cultivation, you ventured out to hunt animals for sustenance. Mindful of lessons from past simulations, you always targeted solitary creatures, avoiding any action that might attract a horde or leave a heavy scent of blood. In the 7th year, you devoted yourself to cultivation and made considerable progress. By the 9th year, your immortal cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of chi refining. In the 13th year, you reached the 6th level of chi refining. By the 18th year, the 7th level. In the 23rd year, the 8th level. In the 28th year, you achieved the 9th level of chi refining. Throughout these years, undisturbed by external interference, you steadily advanced in the immortal path, consuming several hundred spirit stones. One day in the 30th year, after your routine practice of the nameless manual, you suddenly sensed a trace of energy flowing through your flesh and blood. You recognized it clearly. Not spiritual energy, but martial vitality condensed from your very flesh. You never expected that the martial path, which you practiced only once daily and had nearly abandoned, would be the first to break through to the second major realm, the condensing yuan stage. You merely smiled faintly. Decades of cultivation had tempered your mind into calmness. In the days that followed, you did not intensify your martial training despite this breakthrough. You spent most of your time cultivating the immortal path, as you had spirit stones to fuel its progress. For martial cultivation, you lacked the necessary resources, elixirs, demonic beast flesh, and blood essence to enhance your physical vitality. You suspected that the desert harbored demonic beasts, perhaps the giant shadow that had devoured you in earlier simulations, or the massive black python. Yet wishing to prolong your simulation, you dared not provoke them. You also considered using the extreme training methods from the Nameless Manual, but those required specific perilous locations. And you knew not where such places existed. In the 33rd year, you reached the peak of the chi refining stage. To advance further, you needed to break through to foundation establishment. According to the Heavenly Profound Art Manual, foundation establishment required filling the chi sea and condensing chi into liquid. You understood the principle: after chi refining perfection, one must liquefy spiritual energy to achieve foundation establishment. You were uncertain if any shortcut existed to condense spiritual energy into liquid form. You could only continuously compress the energy by circulating the cultivation method. It was a lengthy process, but you did not lose heart. You persevered relentlessly. In the 34th year, you continued compressing spiritual energy with little progress. In the 35th year, you succeeded in compressing several strands of spiritual energy together, causing them to merge. Each strand grew thicker, yet none showed any tendency to liquefy. Years slipped by. In the 41st year, you finally compressed and fused multiple strands of spiritual energy into a single droplet-like form. Excitement surged within you as if you glimpsed the hope of foundation establishment. Yet this was merely the beginning. You needed to transform all the spiritual energy in your chi into liquid to truly enter foundation establishment. In the 43rd year, while cultivating, you suddenly felt a violent tremor. A pang of dread struck your heart. You recalled that in your first simulation, the colossal shadow in the desert had emerged from the sands in this very year. Comforting yourself with the thought that you were now far from that original location, you tried to calm your nerves. Nevertheless, you did not let your guard down. Ceasing cultivation, you clutched the teleportation jade disc, ready to activate it and escape at the first sign of danger. Just then you spotted a dragon-shaped silhouette in the distant sky. Though far away, its form was unmistakably that of a dragon. Your heart raced with anxiety. As a transmigrator, you had only heard of dragons in myths, being synonymous with invincible power. But then an even more astonishing sight unfolded. Before the demonic dragon, a blinding radiance burst forth, hurtling straight toward the beast. A resonant dragon's roar followed, audible even from thousands of li away. It was then you noticed a tiny black speck ahead of the dragon. Previously obscured by the distance, you now realized that speck might well be a person. Could a cultivator be locked in combat with that demonic dragon? Time passed as you observed the aerial battle from afar. Soon your suspicion was confirmed. Someone was indeed fighting the dragon. The battlefield was steadily shifting toward you. Now you could clearly see the figure in combat. Clad in a blue robe, this person held his own against the dragon, which spanned thousands of meters. The silhouette stirred a strange sense of familiarity, as if you had seen it before. Yet you had no time to ponder who it was. The battle between man and dragon was terrifying. The sheer force of it would surely mean instant death if you were caught in its wake. With the battlefield now perilously close, you decided it was time to flee. Without hesitation, you activated the teleportation jade disc and vanished on the spot. When you reappeared, the scene before you nearly made you wet yourself. You had been teleported directly in front of the demonic dragon. The earth-yellow dragon, startled by your sudden appearance, quickly spewed a torrent of dragon flame toward you. Panic surged as you tried to reactivate the teleportation disc. But the after-effects of the previous teleportation left you unable to gather your chi in time. Just as you thought this simulation would end, a familiar voice reached your ears. Finger. A face you recognized appeared before you, blocking the dragon's flame. You never expected that the familiar figure in the blue robe was your father, Jiang Fushan. After all these years, you still at the 9th level of chi refining have taken on the appearance of a middle-aged man, yet your father, Jiang Fushan, remains unchanged in visage. You realize that your father's cultivation has reached a realm beyond your current comprehension. Though countless questions stir within your heart, you know this is not the moment to seek answers. Your father, Jiang Fushan, after blocking the dragon's blazing flames, hurled you far into the distance. You feel yourself spinning at high speed through the air, yet you experience no discomfort as a gentle current of spiritual energy envelopes you. You understand that this must be your father's doing. At the same time, you hear him shout, "Flee! Escape this sealed land through the desert." No sooner had the words fallen than your father, Jiang Fushan, and the earth-and-yellow demonic dragon resumed their fierce battle. By the time you land, you are already thousands of li away. Thanks to the spiritual energy your father wrapped around you, you sustain no injury upon impact. Turning back, you can still vaguely discern the clash between your father and the demonic dragon, yet you have no intention of lingering to watch. You know that staying would only make you a burden to your father, Jiang Fushan. From his urgent cry, you begin to grasp a faint understanding. The sealed land he spoke of might be the very region the white-robed woman mentioned, a place where cultivation is forbidden. His command to flee through the desert suggests that crossing it could lead you beyond the restricted zone. Without hesitation, you dash deep into the desert. Half a day passes in the blink of an eye, and under your full-speed sprint, you have already reached the site where the demonic dragon emerged. This is the very place where you met your death during your first simulation in the Death Desert. Here, a massive crevice cave remains, its opening unburied by the surrounding sand. Gazing into the downward chasm, a voice within you relentlessly urges you to descend and explore. For a moment you hesitate. You realize that the half-day you spent running barely matches the distance your father covered with a casual toss. If a true expert were pursuing you, escape would be futile. Recalling the novels you read in your past life, you remember that demonic dragon lairs often teem with treasures. Such opportunities are rare, and with the dragon away, the nest should hold little danger. Fortune favors the bold, you reason. Since fleeing is hopeless anyway, you make up your mind. Better to venture into the dragon's lair and see if any treasures await. At last you leap into the fissure cave. The cave is deep and tens of seconds pass before you hit the ground. Fortunately, you are no longer an ordinary mortal. Though you cannot yet fly, you easily neutralize the force of the fall. The tremendous height leaves you unharmed. You survey your surroundings. The bottom of the fissure, thousands of meters deep, is not as pitch black as you imagined. Moreover, beneath the desert, there is not a grain of sand to be seen. All around you gleams resplendent gold, so dazzling it stings your eyes at first glance. The underground chamber is vast, and you cautiously search through it, hoping to find some treasure. After tens of minutes, you discover that aside from countless gold and luminous pearls, there is nothing of use for cultivation. In the real world, such wealth would be invaluable, enough to exchange for immense energy value. But you are keenly aware that this is merely a simulation, and these items hold no use for you. You sigh in resignation and prepare to leave, but returning to the desert surface becomes a daunting challenge. After several failed attempts to climb, you give up and opt to use the teleportation array disk. Where you will end up is a gamble. The array disk flashes, and you vanish from your spot. When you reappear, you find yourself not on the desert surface. The gleaming golden walls tell you that you are still within the dragon's lair. Yet you wonder, where is this place? You had scoured the underground nest earlier and never saw this location. A wild thought crosses your mind. Could this be the dragon's hidden treasure chamber? Excitement stirs within you as you scan the area. The space seems small, like a secret chamber carved into the rock. Apart from the shimmering gold, there is nothing else, not even an entrance or exit. But at the very center lies a massive golden egg. Your heart skips a beat. The word dragon egg flashes through your mind. Raise a dragon. Wiping the drool from your lips, you wrestle with the thought. Soon after, you light a fire and set the dragon egg upon a makeshift grill. You figure it's only fair. The demonic dragon devoured you in a previous simulation, so now you'll devour its offspring. Consider it settled. You pride yourself on being magnanimous and let the matter rest. After a few minutes, the dragon egg shows no change. It seems roasting won't cook it. Just then, a piercing dragon roar echoes through the air. Though you cannot decipher its meaning, you sense that the demonic dragon is returning. Frowning, you smash the egg with a hammer. In your heart, you resolve that whether it's cooked or not, you will eat this dragon egg today. You begin to suck at the cracked opening. Meanwhile, the dragon roars fill the sky, now laced with urgency. In that moment, you understand the demonic dragon has sensed someone tampering with its egg. Should you run? A flicker of escape crosses your mind, but you quickly dismiss it. A dragon egg. Once consumed, it would surely grant you a significant boost. You quicken your sucking pace and mutter to yourself, run. Screw that. At worst, I'll just wait for the next simulation. As you continue to suck the dragon egg, your body grows increasingly hot and your physical strength surges. Condensing yuan second layer, condensing yuan third layer. Your martial cultivation rises steadily. These are the benefits you anticipated. Yet another phenomenon stirs a flicker of fear in your heart. You even consider abandoning the egg. You watch as torrents of golden dragon chi pour into your chi, neither merging with your spiritual energy nor condensing it into liquid form. Instead, it constantly expands your chi, making it larger and larger. Meanwhile, your immortal cultivation regresses, from chi refining perfection down to the 9th layer, then the 8th, all the way to the 3rd layer. If it were merely this, you would not be concerned. Although your cultivation base has diminished, you do not feel a reduction in your strength. Though your knowledge of the immortal arts is incomplete, you sense that the expansion of your chi has only fortified your foundation, which will undoubtedly benefit you in the future. Yet this is not the end. You perceive that after your chi swells to a certain size, cracks begin to appear upon it, as if it is about to burst. What would happen if the chi ruptures? You believe that you will surely be unable to cultivate immortality thereafter. Now you face a choice: continue absorbing the dragon egg to enhance your martial arts cultivation, completely forsaking the path of immortality, or abandon the advancement of martial arts to preserve the opportunity for immortality. If this were reality, you would immediately cease absorbing the dragon egg to protect your chi. But recalling that this is merely a simulation, you grin and hasten the absorption of the dragon egg. Crack, crack. You can faintly hear the sound of your chi si shattering. Is the chi si about to break? You ponder thus. Bang! A thunderous blast. You explode. No need to think further. You are dead. You live to the age of 63. This simulation has concluded. For this simulation, you may select 2 rewards: Luck 1 Talent Tianxian Art Immortal Dao Heart Method Martial Cultivation Ning Yuan Realm 9th Layer, or Immortal Cultivation Qi Refining Perfection Qi Refining 3rd Layer. Luck 1 Talent costs 100 energy points. Tianxian Art Immortal Dao Heart Method costs 100 energy points. Ning Yuan Realm 9th Layer Martial Cultivation costs 900 energy points. Immortal Cultivation Qi Refining Perfection Qi Refining 3rd Layer costs 9500 energy points, 100 energy points. Note: only one choice for Immortal Cultivation. Qi Refining Perfection is the normal cultivation state. A Qi Refining 3rd Layer is the result of absorbing the dragon egg, expanding the Qi Si, and includes some draconic essence. Hint: the cracks in the Qi Si have been repaired by the simulator. Jiang Yifeng looked at the simulator, never expecting that in this simulation he would not be killed. Instead, he died from gluttony. Yet recalling the gains from this simulation, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The harvest from this simulation was exceedingly bountiful. Among the information obtained, 2 pieces were particularly significant. First, he learned that his father did not perish in the incident 13 years later. Indeed, over 40 years hence, he would even contend with a demonic dragon, having evidently become an immensely powerful immortal cultivator. Second, he discovered the path to escape this so-called sealed land. According to his father Jiang Fushan in the simulation, crossing the Death Desert might be a way to flee from here. Jiang Yifeng resolved that in future simulations, he must leave this place. Otherwise, the scarcity of resources for cultivation and the constant need to evade pursuers would hinder his progress. The rewards from this simulation were also beyond Jiang Yifeng's expectations. 2 immortal cultivation rewards appeared. Though one was merely Qi Refining 3rd Layer, he believed it was superior to Qi Refining Perfection. The simulator had already hinted that this was the immortal cultivation after expanding the Qi Si. Although Jiang Yifeng's knowledge of immortal arts was limited, he understood that a larger Qi Si would store more spiritual energy and grant greater strength. Moreover, this Qi Refining 3rd Layer cultivation even contained some draconic essence within the Qi Si. What exactly was draconic essence? Jiang Yifeng did not know, but he suspected it was related to the dragon egg he had absorbed in the simulation. Anything associated with dragons could not be weak. Thus, Jiang Yifeng did not hesitate. He had to secure this Qi Refining 3rd Layer immortal cultivation. Choosing this would make his path of immortality even more formidable and sustainable. As for the other reward, the Tianxian art, could wait. In reality, he had no intention of actively cultivating or taking action for now. The Immortal Heart method was not urgent. Thus, the choice lay between Luck 1 and Martial Cultivation. He found this Luck 1 talent both useful and useless, hard to evaluate. It might have been useful, as encountering the dragon egg could be attributed to this talent. Yet it seemed useless. He still died when he was meant to. Ultimately, Jiang Yifeng shook his head and made his decision. I choose Martial Cultivation Ning Yuan Realm 9th Layer and Immortal Cultivation Qi Refining 3rd Layer. He felt that Luck 1, merely a blue talent, might have only occasional effects even if it worked. Strength was far more important. Ding. Martial Cultivation Ning Yuan Realm 9th Layer extracted successfully. 9,000 energy points deducted. Remaining 12. 6 billion. Ding. Immortal Cultivation Qi Refining 3rd Layer extracted successfully. 1,000 energy points deducted. Remaining 12. 5 billion. With the rewards selected, Jiang Yifeng instantly felt his body and Qi Si undergoing transformation. The sensation of surging power was unmistakable. Seconds later, the enhancement completed, and a feeling of unrivaled dominance washed over him. Yet his reason quickly reined it in. Soon the simulator's upgrade prompt chimed. Ding. Detected that the host has met the conditions for simulator upgrade. Do you wish to spend 1 billion energy points to upgrade? Upgrade. Jiang Yifeng responded without hesitation. There was no need to ask. He had been waiting for this. Ding. Simulator upgraded to version 3. 0. 1 billion energy points deducted. Remaining 11. 5 billion. Simulator 3. 0. Green talent draws removed. Purple talent draws added. New function: the host may autonomously choose an appropriate time to enter deep simulation at a cost of 100 energy points per hour. Note: death in deep simulation does not affect the host in reality. Deep simulation, a function developed to elevate the host's state of mind, allowing the soul to enter a realistic simulated environment to experience cultivation and combat. Jiang Yifeng looked at the upgraded simulator's features and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Now he could finally draw purple talents. As for the deep simulation function, he found it quite valuable. It would allow him to enhance his state of mind and practical combat skills within the simulation. Currently, he possessed cultivation but lacked the corresponding state of mind techniques and combat experience. If an unexpected situation arose, could he truly fight? The answer was undoubtedly no. He would be utterly weak in battle. Jiang Yifeng was aware of this. He had not even exchanged for an immortal heart method. In essence, aside from his realm, he did not know how to circulate spiritual energy or engage in combat. He had no intention of taking action in reality for now. However, with the deep simulation function, once his cultivation grew stronger, he would consider improving his combat prowess. But for now it was useless. In simulations, every immortal cultivator he encountered was formidable. With his current cultivation, encountering those cultivators would result in instant death. Deep simulation would only enhance his ability to die. Jiang Yifeng had already understood the simulator's upgrade functions and did not dwell on them further. He glanced at the remaining simulation attempts, 2 in number. Without hesitation, he murmured to himself, "Initiate simulation." 1 simulation attempt consumed 1 remaining. Extracting a blue talent costs 1 energy points. Extracting a purple talent costs 1 energy points. Please make your selection. Jiang Yifeng looked at the energy cost, finding it much lower than anticipated. Previously, the energy required for green and blue talents differed by 100-fold. Extracting a purple talent now cost only 10 times that of a blue one. This puzzled Jiang Yifeng, even stirring a hint of worry. Could it be that purple talents were underwhelming? Ding. Green and blue talents represent the divide between mortal and immortal. Green talents affect only ordinary humans, while blue talents allow one to begin cultivation and influence practitioners. Hence the significant difference in energy consumption. As if sensing his thoughts, the simulator provided an explanation. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng's anxious heart settled. He softly uttered, "Extract purple talent." Ding. 100,000 energy points deducted. Extracting purple talent. Remaining energy 11.5 billion. Congratulations. You have obtained the purple talent Thunderfire True Spirit Root. Thunderfire True Spirit Root, a mutated top-grade True Spirit Root possessing both thunder and fire attributes. Ding. Detected that the host already has a 5-element pseudo-spirit root. Replacing talent. Replacement complete. With the mutated spirit root, Thunderfire True Spirit Root, you are now a minor prodigy in the Tao of Immortality. Yes, a perfect hit. Jiang Yifeng pumped his fist in excitement. Gazing at the acquired Thunderfire True Spirit Root talent, his emotions surged. This spirit root was precisely what he desired most. The previous 5-element pseudo-spirit root was utterly inferior. Indeed, the simulator had marked it as the worst. In his earlier simulations, his progress in immortal cultivation had been excruciatingly slow. Now this mutated Thunderfire True Spirit Root, judging by its description, was vastly superior. The simulator itself had deemed it sufficient to make one a minor prodigy. Jiang Yifeng began to feel a sense of anticipation. He eagerly turned to the simulator, eager to witness the talent's effects. The 9th simulation begins. You pause for a moment, realizing you have entered the simulation state. Day 1, you slip away from Green Mountain City under the cover of darkness. Day 3, you arrive at the ruins of Celestial Vista Temple in the long Green Mountain Range. Upon arrival, you clear the debris, once more bury all the bones, and erect an exquisite tombstone. You also retrieve the Immortal Cultivation Manual, the Celestial Transcendence Art. With the Celestial Transcendence Art in hand, you eagerly begin to cultivate, eager to test the efficacy of your new Spirit Root talent. You take a spirit stone from your storage ring, circulate the technique, and commence cultivation. In mere moments, you complete 1 full cycle of the technique, absorbing the spiritual energy from the stone into your chi. In less than half an hour, the spirit stone is reduced to ash. You stare at the lingering powder in your hand, utterly stunned. You recall that with the 5-element pseudo-spirit root, absorbing a single spirit stone took a full 2 months. Now with the Thunderfire True Spirit Root, you have absorbed a stone in merely half an hour. Judging solely by absorption efficiency, the disparity exceeds 1,000-fold. This realization fills you with a sense of awe. Cultivation indeed hinges on talent. Even the protagonists in past life novels, those who rose from mediocrity, how many were truly talentless? They were merely experiencing a temporary fall from grace. With such an excellent spirit root, you naturally refuse to squander it. In the days that follow, you devote yourself to diligent cultivation. A month passes in the blink of an eye. Apart from practicing the nameless technique once daily, you spend most of your time on immortal cultivation. In 1 month, you soar from the third layer of qi refining to the peak of qi refining. Bear in mind this was achieved even with your qi C expanded several-fold. Had your qi C not been enlarged, you would have advanced from the third layer to the peak of qi refining in less than 10 days. 10 days matched the progress of decades in your previous simulations. Such speed was utterly beyond your imagination before. In the second month, you compress all the spiritual energy in your qi C into liquid form. With your exceptional talent, foundation establishment posed no obstacle. It took you merely a month to break through and become a foundation establishment cultivator. To your slight bewilderment, the draconic qi within your qi C did not merge with your spiritual energy, nor could you control it. It remained isolated. However, since it did not hinder your breakthrough, you paid it little heed. In the third month, you clearly sense that progress has slowed after reaching foundation establishment. Over the month, you advance only one minor realm, reaching the second layer of foundation establishment, still far from the third. This month, you also encounter a pressing issue. You are running out of spirit stones. The enhancement in talent accelerates your cultivation, but also consumes resources at a faster rate. In just 3 months, you have consumed 1800 spirit stones, leaving you with only 200. With no solution in sight, you can only continue cultivating. 10 days later, your spirit stones are completely depleted, and your immortal cultivation has just reached the third layer of foundation establishment. Without the resource of spirit stones, you notice your cultivation speed plummet several-fold. Another 9 months pass. A year has elapsed since the simulation began, and you have broken through one minor realm, reaching the fourth layer of foundation establishment. This once again underscores the importance of cultivation resources. With ample spirit stones, breaking through a minor realm took merely a month. Without resources, it requires several times that duration. In the second year, you find that breakthroughs demand ever more time. It takes you an entire year to advance one minor realm, reaching the fifth layer of foundation establishment. In the third year, you early on hide the teleportation disk storage ring and even the Kaiken sealing talisman. Drawing from your previous simulation experience, you fear that keeping these items on you will prevent you from exploiting the white-robed woman. 2 months after hiding these items, you spot a white-robed woman appearing amidst the ruins. Your heart races with excitement, anticipating the arrival of your spirit stone resource. Yet you maintain a composed facade, pretending not to notice the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman casts a glance at you, then her expression sharpens. She vanishes and reappears before you. Before you can react, she seizes you by the throat. The sudden turn of events catches you off guard. You cannot fathom what has gone awry in this simulation. In previous simulations, although the white-robed woman had examined the technique you cultivated, she had never acted so directly. You are at a loss as to what is happening now. At this moment, you had no mind for further contemplation. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation compelled you to resist instinctively. Unfortunately, despite your greatly enhanced strength, you could not make a single move under the oppressive aura of the white-clad woman. Just as you were on the verge of fainting, her grip loosened slightly. She demanded to know who you were and why you were here. You hastily replied that you were a disciple of Tianxian Temple, guarding the tombs of your ancestors. Although you had no idea why the white-clad woman's actions differed from previous simulations, you believed that claiming to be a disciple of Tianxian Temple might still save you. After all, this ruin bore no name, and Tianxian Temple was merely a name you guessed based on her rebuilding it in earlier simulations. Yet you felt confident it was correct. True enough, as soon as you uttered the words Tianxian Temple, disciple, a flicker of change crossed the white-clad woman's face, as if she were lost in some memory. Her hand, which had been gripping your neck, loosened slightly. You breathed a sigh of relief. Yet you seemed to have relaxed too soon. In an instant, her grip tightened again. At the same time, she coldly shouted at you, "Who are you really? Why have you cultivated the Tianxian art? Why do you pretend to be a disciple of Tianxian Temple?" At this, you were utterly bewildered. Why wasn't the white-clad woman following the script? You were deeply puzzled, unable to fathom how she had determined you were not a true disciple of Tianxian Temple. In previous simulations, she had never once doubted you. You had no idea how to answer her question. You certainly couldn't tell her you had a simulator and were merely pretending to be a Tianxian Temple disciple to exploit her resources. Moreover, you felt that even if you told the truth, she probably wouldn't believe you. After all, a simulator was likely an unfamiliar concept, even to a cultivator. Thus, you could only steel yourself and insist that you were indeed a disciple of Tianxian Temple. But the white-clad woman seemed utterly unconvinced, her grip tightening even more. Gradually, you felt your head growing heavier and your consciousness fading. A single thought echoed in your mind: am I about to die? In reality, Jiang Yifeng was equally baffled. He couldn't figure out what was happening. He wondered silently, is this simulation going to end so soon? Alas, what a pity I didn't manage to extort any spirit stones. Jiang Yifeng sighed. He wasn't particularly regretful about this simulation ending, as each simulation only allowed him to bring out 2 rewards. This time the talent was a must-have, cultivation level was secondary. With such a powerful spiritual root talent, he could quickly elevate his cultivation in the next simulation. Originally, Jiang Yifeng had planned to plunder the white-clad woman's resources, then repeatedly hint to himself in his mind not to spend them in the simulation so he could bring them out. This way, each subsequent simulation would yield more spirit stones for cultivation, leading to greater progress. He had even considered using deep simulation to forcibly alter his simulated self if the hints failed. Unfortunately, it now seemed these plans would be impossible to execute. Shaking his head, Jiang Yifeng continued to observe the simulation's progress. You felt as though your soul were being torn away. Soon you died. Then you found yourself alive again. The white-clad woman was still standing amidst the ruins, gazing at you from afar. What is this? An illusion? You wondered. Soon you saw her figure vanish from the ruins and reappear before you. Then she once again seized your neck. Events fell into a cycle, repeating exactly as before. Once, twice, thrice. The same events recurred without end. You died again and again, yet the simulation did not end, leading you to realize you were trapped in an illusion. It seemed the white-clad woman was using this method to force you to reveal why you had pretended to be a Tianxian temple disciple. But you truly had no other motive. You just wanted to exploit her resources. Unable to mention the simulator, you truly did not know what to say. So you grew stubborn, refusing to answer her questions and simply clamming up. You thought to yourself, even if I die for real, it's just a simulation. Who's afraid of whom? In your mind, you even grumbled incessantly. If it weren't for the benefits you had gained from her in previous simulations, you would have already cursed her out. You had no idea how long had passed when the scene returned to the white-clad woman gazing at you from afar. You looked at her with utter resignation, prepared to be strangled once more. After all, you had died hundreds or thousands of times in the illusion, by now leaving you somewhat numb. But this time what you expected did not happen. You saw the white-clad woman's lips curl into a faint smile. Then she asked you how you had escaped the massacre of your clan. Your mind went blank for a moment, and you didn't answer. The white-clad woman, thinking you were angry about her earlier actions, began to explain herself. She said that with your exceptional spiritual root talent, it was impossible for you to have escaped the destruction of Tianxian Temple. Those who had attacked Tianxian Temple would never have let a talented disciple live, which was why she had been suspicious. Upon hearing this, you understood. So the change in this simulation was caused by your new talent. Nevertheless, you felt her reasoning was quite sound. If you were to annihilate a sect, you certainly wouldn't allow any gifted disciple to survive. If one of them achieved great cultivation and returned for revenge, it would be nothing less than leaving a future threat. Previously, with your 5-element pseudo-spiritual root, a talent so poor that it would take a lifetime to reach the chi refining stage, it made sense that you, as a disciple with inferior talent, would escape the massacre. Understanding was one thing, but when she asked how you had escaped, you still didn't know what to say. So you retorted they didn't come after you either. Under normal circumstances, you would never have said such a thing, but after being killed repeatedly in the illusion by this woman, you felt some resentment and blurted it out impulsively. But as soon as the words left your mouth, you regretted them, realizing that this white-clad woman might not belong to Tianxian Temple at all. Although in previous simulations she had mentioned that this was her senior brother's sect. That did not prove she was also a member of Tianxian Temple. Perhaps she belonged to an earlier sect, and her senior brother had left to establish his own. Otherwise, how could the destroyers of Tianxian Temple have allowed such a powerful woman to roam free? Moreover, the fact that she only came to investigate now after learning of Tianxian Temple's destruction did not align with the behavior of a true disciple. Sure enough, after your retort, the white-clad woman's gaze toward you once again filled with suspicion. Seeing this situation, you inwardly cursed, "This is bad." Your mind raced, trying to come up with a way to remedy the words you just misspoke. You anxiously looked at the woman in white before you noticing her complexion becoming increasingly unusual. At that moment, you suddenly recalled those tragic romance novels from your past life, where there were often plots of junior sisters secretly in love with their senior brothers. Thus you gritted your teeth and bravely said, "Actually, I saw many paintings in Master's room before, and the person in the paintings is you." Then gathering your courage, you continued, You must be Master's wife, right? Why have you only appeared now after Master has faced such a long ordeal? Why haven't you thought about avenging him? Once the words left your mouth, your heart began to race. After all, diverting the topic like this was quite risky, and you worried that she might in anger strike you dead with a single palm. Now you were taking a gamble, hoping for luck. If the woman in white truly had feelings for her senior brother, you felt it was very likely that your words would mislead her. However, you had no idea if the woman in white really harbored any special feelings for her senior brother. In any case, you chose to take the risk. Perhaps you would get it right. If you were wrong, then this simulation would just end. After you finished speaking, the woman in white revealed a look of helplessness, as if she had fallen into some memories. You felt you must have guessed correctly. The woman in white did not press you further or continue to ask you questions. In the following time, the woman in white continued to stay here. Given the previous illusion incident, you knew she was not someone to be trifled with and dared not approach carelessly. However, the woman in white unexpectedly came closer and said to you that the previous illusion was all a misunderstanding and hoped you wouldn't mind. She said she would stay here for a few days and that if you had any questions, you could ask her at any time. After speaking, she reappeared atop the cleared ruins, sitting cross-legged, seemingly wanting to accompany her deceased senior brother. In reality, Jiang Yifeng saw this and pondered. This woman in white clearly knew many things, and now she said he could ask her questions at any time. The previous simulation had never offered such an opportunity. Jiang Yifeng felt this might be related to his improvement in talent and mentioning her relationship with her senior brother. But no matter what, it was not important. He knew this opportunity was rare, and he thought it was time to use deep simulation. Jiang Yifeng quickly organized the questions in his mind. Then he silently said, "Activate deep simulation for 3 days." Ding, deep simulation activated, duration 72 hours, energy value deducted 700, remaining energy value 11.5 billion. Reminder: after deep simulation begins, you can exit at any time, but the deducted energy value will not be returned. As the simulator's words fell, Jiang Yifeng felt the environment around him suddenly change. Just moments ago, he was in a luxurious and bright bedroom, but now he found himself in a simple wooden house. Jiang Yifeng realized he had entered deep simulation. He curiously observed the surroundings and found the wooden house was surrounded by towering trees reaching the clouds. Not far away, there was a graveyard and the already cleaned ruins. Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath and stepped outside the wooden house. As soon as he stepped out, Jiang Yifeng saw the beautiful woman in a white dress standing atop the ruins. Her skin was as white and delicate as snow, her features stunningly beautiful, appearing youthful like a girl of 18, but Jiang Yifeng knew her actual age was far from that. Jiang Yifeng inwardly sighed. She must be the legendary immortal being who can retain her youthful appearance. He steadied his mind and walked steadily towards the woman in white, softly calling out, "Senior, I have some questions I would like to ask you." Hearing the voice, the woman in white smiled slightly and replied, "You are not a disciple of my senior brother, so you need not call me senior. You can simply call me by Ruoxue, or by senior is also fine." By Ruoxue's words stunned Jiang Yifeng, and he inwardly thought this was not good. What exactly was going on? Clearly, he had successfully deceived her during the simulation. What is happening now? Seeing you in a daze, by Ruoxue continued to smile and said, "You don't think your little tricks could truly fool me, do you? Actually, I don't care who you are as long as you are not one of those from the Xianlin sect. And from your previous performance, it is obvious you are not." Jiang Yifeng felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. But what is the Xianlin sect? Thoughts surged in his mind, ultimately forming a single phrase. "Sorry, by senior." By Ruoxue waved her hand. "Don't worry, I used an illusion on you before, and you didn't hold a grudge." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but feel speechless. He thought, "Come on, sister, I was in a simulation. Even so, do you think I would forget? If it weren't for my inferior strength, I would have already hit someone. And if it weren't for the possibility of gaining some benefits from you, I would have probably scolded you long ago." However, despite the turmoil within, Jiang Yifeng tried to maintain his composure on the surface. He did not want the other party to perceive his true thoughts. Thus, he quickly composed himself and calmly asked, "By senior, knowing that I am not a disciple of Tianxian Temple, why are you still willing to answer my questions?" This question had just arisen in his mind and held little practical significance for Jiang Yifeng. Yet he couldn't help but want to clarify. After all, in the previous simulations, he had successfully deceived by Ruoxue into thinking he was a disciple of Tianxian Temple, but at that time, she had not allowed him to ask questions. Now that he clearly knew he was not a disciple of Tianxian Temple, yet her attitude had changed, it truly piqued Jiang Yifeng's curiosity. Bai Ruoxue smiled slightly and softly said to Jiang Yifeng, "Because I already know the questions you want to ask." She paused, and then spoke. I guess you want to inquire why cultivating the immortal path here would lead to being hunted, or perhaps the reason for the scarcity of cultivators in this place, or how one might escape from here. Hearing this, a hint of confusion arose in Jiang Yifeng's heart. How did she know what he was thinking? However, Bai Ruoxue did not stop there. She gently smiled and continued to speak. If you were my senior brother's disciple, out of concern for your safety, I might only advise you to hide your strength rather than answering your questions. But now you do not hold such a status in your life, or death has nothing to do with me. At this point, Bai Ruoxue glanced at Jiang Yifeng with interest, a hint of a smile in her eyes. If those are indeed your questions, then having informed you, it would be like creating another enemy for those who displeased me, thus it wouldn't be a bad thing. Finally, with a slight smile, she asked Jiang Yifeng, so now that you understand my intentions, do you still insist on pursuing your questions? After hearing Bai Ruoxue's words, Jiang Yifeng was completely stunned. Jiang Yifeng's gaze grew profound and solemn, as if he had sunk into an endless contemplation. He pondered inwardly, how could she possibly know the question I was about to ask? Time passed by minute, yet Jiang Yifeng remained trapped in his silence. His mind raced ceaselessly, pondering every possibility. Gradually, a thought flashed through his mind. In this place, someone had been relentlessly hunting down the local cultivators, and even those seeking the path of immortality could not escape their doom. Those who managed to survive and continue cultivating under such harsh conditions must have either been hunted themselves, or if not, were surely aware of the persecution targeting local cultivators. Otherwise, surviving unscathed would be nothing but a fool's dream. With this realization, Jiang Yifeng finally saw the light. It turned out that the very questions he wished to ask were precisely the key answers that every cultivator in this land yearned to uncover. Thus, it was no wonder that Bai Ruoxue could fathom his thoughts. In the end, Jiang Yifeng could not help but sigh deeply. Truly, as the old saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Bai Ruoxue, as a great cultivator, had long seen through all of this. Meanwhile, Jiang Yifeng had now grasped her intentions. Bai Ruoxue seemed to harbor resentment towards those who pursued the local cultivators. Moreover, once he learned the truth, he would inevitably seek redemption and come into conflict with them. However, none of this mattered, for even without knowing the reasons, he could not escape their pursuit. The previous simulations had made Jiang Yifeng profoundly understand that whether it was his own misfortune or his family's upheaval, all stemmed from the prohibition of cultivation in this land. Only by unraveling the root cause could he better use the simulator to solve the problem. Without hesitation, Jiang Yifeng spoke decisively. May I ask, Senior, by why is cultivation forbidden here? And why are cultivators hunted once they begin? Most importantly, how can one leave this forbidden land? Bai Ruoxue showed no surprise at Jiang Yifeng's choice. She spoke slowly. This place was once called the Southern Domain, one of the 4 domains of the 9 mystic realm. For reasons unknown, it angered the Celestials, and this land became a place of divine punishment. Every few decades, heavenly thunder descends to annihilate cultivators. My senior brother's sect was wiped out by that heavenly thunder. Now you understand why I knew you were not a disciple of the Tianxian temple. As she spoke, Bai Ruoxue smiled at Jiang Yifeng. He nodded in understanding. No wonder he was exposed. Previously, he had wondered why those who destroyed the Tianxian temple did not trouble Bai Ruoxue or allow her to seek revenge. But there were no enemies. It was the heavenly thunder. Or rather, there were enemies, but not from this realm. They were celestial beings from the heavens. How could one seek vengeance against them? Of course, none of that mattered. From Bai Ruoxue's words, Jiang Yifeng had gleaned valuable information. Above this world existed a realm beyond the 9 heavens. Those she called the Celestials might be beings who had attained immortality through cultivation. As Jiang Yifeng pondered, Bai Ruoxue continued speaking. After this place became a land of divine punishment, it was no longer fit for habitation, and everyone sought to leave. But they discovered a massive formation inscribed around the southern domain's perimeter, trapping everyone inside like a cage. Over time, it came to be called the Sealed Land by later generations. Yet the world never lacks geniuses. After millennia, a prodigy arose who withstood the heavenly thunder, forcibly shattered the formation, and broke free. The great formation was cracked, and afterward powerful cultivators continuously escaped. But it did not last long. Soon fearsome beasts emerged at the formation's fissures to guard the 4 directions. At the same time, a vast organization called the Immortal Gate appeared, taking up permanent residence in this sealed land. They are immune to the heavenly thunder here, can freely enter and leave the sealed land, and specifically hunt down cultivators seeking immortality. These people are often called immortal slaves by outsiders. With that, Bai Ruoxue paused and looked at Jiang Yifeng. Now do you know who is hunting the cultivators of the sealed land? Are you afraid? Do you dare to resist? Jiang Yifeng's mind was still digesting her words, and this question caught him off guard. He felt a twinge of unease. Resist? Did he dare? From her words, the immortal slaves were mere pawns. The true force behind the annihilation of the southern domain's cultivators were the celestial beings themselves. But recalling his simulator, Jiang Yifeng felt no fear. Soon he looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. Why wouldn't I dare? Bai Ruoxue saw him gazing skyward and chuckled behind her hand. Such ambition, but perhaps you're overthinking. I asked if you dared to resist those immortal slaves from the immortal gate. Jiang Yifeng had no explanation for that and countered with a question. Since the immortal gate kills Cultivator Senior, by how are you certain your senior brother died from the heavenly thunder and not by their hands? Bai Ruoxue's face showed a hint of disdain. Those people, they are not even worthy of killing my senior brother. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng felt reassured. It seemed the immortal gate members were not the strongest. The true challenge lay in the heavenly thunder. Bai Ruoxue glanced at him as if reading his thoughts. She continued, the immortal gate is nothing to fear. In the southern domain, the most dangerous is indeed the heavenly thunder, followed by the beasts guarding the four directions. Her words reminded him of the dragon he had glimpsed in a previous simulation. Perhaps it was one of those beasts. As for the heavenly thunder, Jiang Yifeng had yet to witness it. Pushing aside further thoughts, Jiang Yifeng changed the subject and asked Bai Ruoxue, Senior, since this is a sealed land guarded by beasts, how did you enter? And how can one leave? Could I sneak out? Bai Ruoxue let out a soft laugh, amused by his question. Oh, just moments ago you boldly declared, why wouldn't I dare? And now you're thinking of sneaking away. Jiang Yifeng felt a bit awkward, but this was hard to explain. Could he say he planned to sneak out in a future simulation to cultivate, then return and overturn the table once he achieved mastery? Seeing his silence, Bai Ruoxue seemed bored and spoke directly. To leave, there are 4 locations: the Death Desert, the Endless Sea, the Flame Valley, and the 10,000 Swords Forest. Each is guarded by a fearsome beast. I entered through the Endless Sea. That gluttonous beast was bribed with a mountain of resources, but I can only stay a few days. Taking anyone out is beyond me. If you wish to leave, aside from forcing your way through, I see no other path. After her words, an awkward silence fell. Jiang Yifeng had not expected such an outcome, though Bai Ruoxue had revealed much and taught him many things. Upon reflection, it all seemed useless to him. The final conclusion remained: he had to rely on strength and force his way out. Seeing his dejection, Bai Ruoxue patted his shoulder and said, Keep at it. I hope you can bring some excitement to those immortal slaves. With that, she left him a storage ring, walked to the side, and stared at the ruins once more. Jiang Yifeng quickly composed himself, took the storage ring, and returned to the wooden hut. Though he knew Bai Ruoxue had given him these resources merely to create some obstacles for the immortal slaves. Regardless, he had managed to reap the benefits this time. Jiang Yifeng opened the storage ring, and his mood instantly lifted. The piles of spirit stones before him. He counted them and found there were as many as 20,000. However, this time, she did not give him a teleportation array plate or a kai-concealing talisman. Truly, people's hearts had grown cold. Now that she knew he was no longer a disciple of Tianxian Temple, she withheld all life-saving items. It seemed she truly intended to treat him as a disposable source of amusement. Jiang Yifeng gazed at Bai Ruoxue in the distance and chuckled inwardly. How you see me as a joke? Little do you know I see you as an ATM. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Jiang Yifeng thought, since he had asked his questions and reaped the rewards, it was time to let things be. He then murmured, in deep simulation. Instantly, he felt the scene before him shift, and he found himself back in his own bedchamber within the Jiang residence. Of course, in reality, he had never left. It was merely his consciousness that had felt the departure and return. Rubbing his head, Jiang Yifeng did not rush to summarize the gains from this deep simulation, but instead turned his gaze to the simulator. You obtained a large number of spirit stones from Bai Ruoxue, but you did not use them for cultivation. Instead, you stored them away safely. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Ruoxue departed, and before leaving, she gave you a knowing smile and said, Keep it up. Shortly after Bai Ruoxue left, you also departed from that place. However, this time, you did not head straight for the Death Desert. You recalled the places Bai Ruoxue had mentioned, the Endless Sea, Flame Valley, and 10,000 Swords Forest, none of which you had ever heard of. You felt that the goal rewards of this simulation had already been achieved. There was no need for further cultivation or to remain so cautious. You decided to first seek out those locations. In the 4th year, you purchased many maps, but you could not find any of those places. You discovered that most of the maps you bought only covered the Great Yu Kingdom, Liang Kingdom, and a few neighboring states. Of the 4 locations by Ruoxua mentioned, the only one recorded on the maps was the Death Desert, though it was merely labeled desert without a specific name. This made you realize that the southern domain might be far larger than you had imagined, and the places an ordinary mortal could travel in a lifetime were limited. Buying maps to find those locations seemed unrealistic. As for inquiring with others, you had no such intention. You knew that if you dared to ask about those places, you would certainly attract the attention of the immortal slaves by Ruoxua had mentioned. In the 5th year, you stopped buying maps and left the Great Yu Kingdom heading toward the Liang Kingdom. In the 6th year, you left the Liang Kingdom and arrived at the Min Kingdom, a place you knew nothing about. By the 10th year, you had traveled farther and farther, learning of many countries and tribes you had never known before. It seemed you had given up searching for those locations and had begun a true journey of wandering. By the 18th year, you seemed to be moving away from inhabited areas. You realized that with your traveling speed, it took 1 or 2 months to occasionally encounter a relatively primitive tribe. In the 23rd year, you appeared to reach the end of the road. You saw a massive valley blazing like flames. The words Flame Valley instantly surfaced in your mind. Your heart filled with joy, and you sighed with emotion. Finally, found it, your persistence has not been in vain. Afterward, you carefully wrote down a sentence on paper: from Liang Kingdom, head straight east until the end, and there lies Flame Valley. After writing it once, you did not stop, but continued writing a full 100 times. After finishing, you still felt it was not enough, so you murmured it aloud dozens of times. Having done all this, you thought to yourself, surely the me outside should be able to know this now. Still feeling uncertain, you set a goal for yourself. From now on, you would recite this sentence at least 10 times a day and copy it 10 times. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng outside the simulator couldn't help but smile. Even the version of himself within the simulation was still so clever. If the simulated self had not copied and provided these hints, this information might have been glossed over by the simulator. Although he did not yet know if having the approximate coordinates of Flame Valley would be useful. But who knew if it might come in handy someday? Jiang Yifeng wondered to himself, could this be considered finding a bug in the simulator? He ultimately gave himself a mental thumbs up and continued watching the simulator. After obtaining the location of Flame Valley, you had no intention of venturing inside. Instead, you turned around and began the journey back. On the return trip, you walked with greater urgency. In the 37th year, you returned to the Great Yu Kingdom. Nothing noteworthy happened during this time. You remained well hidden and did not encounter any so-called immortal slaves. Of course, you understood that this was likely due in large part to the concealing talisman by Ruoxua had given you earlier. In the 38th year, you entered the Death Desert. In the 42nd year, using the map of the Death Desert you possessed, you settled at an oasis within the desert. You believe this location was likely where you had stayed during your previous simulation. In the 43rd year, you hid yourself early on, waiting for the demon dragon to emerge. Not long into the year, you indeed felt the desert tremble. You knew this meant the demon dragon was about to appear. You fixed your gaze on the sky and saw a figure in a green robe locked in fierce battle with the demon dragon in the distance. You recognized that figure as your father Jiang Fushan, but you had no intention of approaching him. Nor did you remain where you were. Instead, you hurried without pause toward the demon dragon's lair. The improvement in your strength had significantly increased your speed. Covering thousands of li at full sprint, it took you only 2 or 3 hours. Upon entering the demon dragon's lair, you began ransacking the place, searching everywhere. You even started chiseling at the gold-like, dazzling rock walls around you, trying to see if any could be broken through. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. By then, the demon dragon's lair was already in shambles, riddled with holes from your chiseling. As you began chiseling at a new section of rock wall, you suddenly heard a crisp dong sound. "It's hollow," you exclaimed in surprise, increasing the force of your chiseling. After spending several hours, you finally managed to break a hole the size of a human head through the rock wall. Through the hole, you saw a dragon egg placed within that sealed space. Seeing this, joy surged in your heart, and you put even more strength into chiseling the rock wall. As you chiseled, you murmured to yourself, "I wonder if I can take the dragon egg out of the simulator as a reward." If that were possible, you felt the spirit stones could take a back seat. But though the thought was good, you had no time to act on it. You saw an earth-yellow demon dragon descending from the sky. It was returning to its lair. Perhaps sensing that you posed a threat to its egg, the dragon opened its mouth and spewed a torrent of dragon flame directly at you. You quickly activated the teleportation jade disc to escape. In an instant, you vanished from the spot and reappeared in the desert. But you underestimated the demonic dragon's strength. The moment you teleported out, it had already given chase. Your cultivation had improved significantly by now, and the aftereffects of the teleportation were minimal. You swiftly activated the teleportation jade disc a second time, vanishing from the spot in the blink of an eye. Yet this did not allow you to escape. Even after 2 consecutive teleports, the demonic dragon could still catch up in an instant. Soon, all 3 teleportation charges were expended, and you gazed in despair at the dragon that had once again overtaken you. In the end, you shouted one word: southwest corner. You died at the age of 63. This simulation has concluded. For this simulation, you may choose 2 rewards: Thunderfire True Spirit Root Talent, Heaven's Mystery Art, Immortal Tao Heart Method, Immortal Tao Cultivation Foundation, Establishment 5th Layer Spirit Stones 2 pieces, or the Flame Valley Route Map. Thunderfire True Spirit Root Talent cost 100 energy points. Heaven's Mystery Art, Immortal Tao Heart Method cost 100 energy points. Immortal Tao Cultivation Foundation Establishment 5th Layer cost 500 energy points. Spirit Stones 200 pieces cost 200 energy points. Flame Valley Route Map cost 100 energy points. A map detailing the route from Dio Kingdom to Flame Valley. This simulation had finally come to an end. Jiang Yifeng reflected on the events of this simulation, feeling he had gained a great deal. From Bai Ruoxue, he had obtained many secret pieces of information. He suspected that the palm-wielding black-clad men, the sword-wielding ones, and even the black-clad vendor from a previous simulation were all immortal servants of the Immortal Gate, as mentioned by Bai Ruoxue. Jiang Yifeng carefully recalled all wore black, all killed cultivators or seekers of immortality. He had long suspected they belonged to the same organization, but now he was certain. Moreover, during the latter half of the simulation, he had even discovered a bug in the simulator. Without using any rewards, he had learned the approximate location of Flame Valley on his own. This made Jiang Yifeng sincerely applaud his simulated self. Well done. As for the shout of southwest corner at the end of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng believed it was a hint that the secret chamber containing the dragon egg was located in the southwest corner of the dragon's lair. However, this simulation also revealed a fatal flaw in the teleportation jade disc, which he had previously regarded as a life-saving treasure. Facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, it proved useless. The jade disc could only teleport him 1,000 miles away, a distance that beings like the demonic dragon could cross in an instant. Jiang Yifeng sighed, thinking, from now on I can no longer rely on the teleportation jade disc as a life-saving tool. This item, given by Bai Ruoxue, was likely only meant to help him escape ordinary immortal servants. Suddenly, Jiang Yifeng wondered if his own speed could match the teleportation jade disc. Wouldn't that prove he was on par with an ordinary immortal servant? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Since Bai Ruoxue had given him the jade disc for protection, it must be capable of escaping the pursuit of an average immortal servant. Thus, the speed of an ordinary immortal servant could not surpass the jade disc's teleportation. If he could travel 1,000 miles in an instant, he could challenge them directly. With this thought, Jiang Yifeng felt a bit more confident. Though he was still far from that goal, he now had a rough idea of his enemy's strength. Unlike before when he was completely in the dark. Finally, Jiang Yifeng turned his attention to the simulation rewards. There was nothing to deliberate over, he had decided early on. However, the pricing of the simulator's rewards baffled him. He felt the talent was the most valuable, yet it wasn't the most expensive, perhaps because it came from the simulator itself. Meanwhile, other items like the map, which seemed worthless, cost as much as such an excellent spiritual root. As for the spirit stones, when his talent was poor, 1,000 stones could last decades, so it didn't seem expensive. But now with his improved talent, 1,000 stones would only last a few months. Even 20,000 stones could barely sustain him for nearly 3 years. Now it seemed like outright robbery. Yet despite this, they were essential for rapid cultivation, so he had no choice but to exchange them. Jiang Yifeng softly uttered a command. I choose the Thunderfire True Spirit Root Talent and the Spirit Stones 200 pieces. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Thunderfire True Spirit Root Talent. 100,000 energy points deducted. Remaining energy 11. 3 billion. Ding. Host has obtained 200 Spirit Stones. 200,000 energy points deducted. Remaining energy 11. 3 billion. This time he did not choose to enhance his cultivation, and Jiang Yifeng felt nothing in particular. Seeing the 200 extra spirit stones in his storage ring, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Expensive as they were, he could use them without loss in simulations, so he would never be at a disadvantage. After resting for a moment, Jiang Yifeng looked at the simulator again. He had one simulation left. There seemed no need to save it. With that in mind, he decided to continue. Jiang Yifeng murmured, "Begin simulation." Ding. 1 simulation charge consumed. Remaining charges 0. Drawing of a blue talent costs 1 energy points. Drawing a purple talent costs 1 energy points. Please choose. Draw a purple talent. Ding. 1,000,000 energy points deducted. Drawing purple talent. Remaining energy 11. 3 billion. Congratulations. You have obtained the purple talent Extreme 1-for-1. Extreme 1-for-1. Your death will not be lonely. The one who kills you will die alongside you. Note it is only a purple talent. Seeing this talent reminded Jiang Yifeng of the previous blue talent human bomb. That one caused his body to explode upon death, troubling his killer. He recalled that in that simulation after dying it had even turned the opponent's skin permanently black. Jiang Yifeng thought that Extreme 1-for-1 was likely an upgraded version of that talent. Upon his death the enemy who killed him would surely die. This talent, he mused, might actually be useful in real life. If he faced an unbeatable foe, he could sacrifice himself to protect his friends and family. But in simulations it seemed rather redundant. In the end, Jiang Yifeng shook his head. It was still a useless talent. With the simulator, he could always bide his time until he became invincible. He had no need for this. He decided to focus on the simulation's progression. The 10th simulation begins. You realize you have entered the simulation. This time your plan is to prioritize advancing your immortal Dao cultivation. On the first day you leave Qingshan City. On the third day you arrive at the ruins of Tianxian Temple in the Chongqing mountain range. On the fourth day you clear the ruins, bury the remains, and obtain the Immortal Dao Heart Method Heaven's Mystery Art. In the days that follow you begin to cultivate diligently. 1 month later, having consumed 600 spirit stones, you reach the Qi refinement stage's perfection. 3 months later you successfully establish your foundation, though the dragon Qi in your Qi C remains unmerged. A year passes, and having consumed over 700 spirit stones, your Immortal Dao cultivation reaches the 8th layer of foundation establishment. This far surpasses your cultivation speed from the last simulation, and you once again realize the importance of resources. By the middle of the 2nd year, your Immortal Dao cultivation has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At the peak of foundation establishment, you must compress the liquid spiritual energy in your Qi C to form a golden core at its center. After that, you need to absorb more spiritual energy to build the bridge of heaven and earth connecting the golden core directly to your meridians in order to break through to the core formation stage. This process is lengthy, and despite your improved talent, it will still take considerable time. In the 3rd year, Bai Ruoxue arrived. This time you did not disguise yourself as a disciple of Tianxian Temple. Instead, you directly explained that you had inadvertently obtained a cultivation manual here and out of gratitude had buried the remains. This decision was made after contemplating the previous simulation. After all, you knew that while posing as a Tianxian Temple disciple might earn Bai Ruoxue's favor, your current talent made it far too easy to be exposed. It was better to come clean outright, thereby avoiding the tragic fate of dying in an infinite illusion as before. After hearing your words, Bai Ruoxue indeed did not attack immediately. Instead, she conducted a series of tests on you, and only after confirming you were not a slave did she relent. During her examination, Bai Ruoxue discovered that you were in the process of forming a golden core. Having confirmed you were not one of those slaves who displeased her, she advised you not to rush into breaking through to the golden core stage. Perplexed, you humbly sought her guidance. Bai Ruoxue did not explain directly, but instead asked you a question: what was the true purpose of the golden core? Your understanding was that the golden core was the form taken after compressing spiritual energy into a solid, allowing more space in the Qi C to store energy. Though you suspected that Bai Ruoxue's question implied there was another function, you still shared your own understanding. You were naturally unfamiliar with any other functions, as your cultivation relied solely on a single manual, leaving you with a scant knowledge base. Bai Ruoxue smiled and said that at the peak of foundation establishment, the golden core was indeed merely compressed spiritual energy, serving no other purpose than freeing up space in the Qi C. However, she told you that once you connected the golden core to your meridians with spiritual energy and built the heavenly bridge, breaking through to the golden core stage would grant the core additional functions. At that point, all the spiritual energy you absorbed would first pass through the golden core before reaching the Qi C. The golden core acted as a purifier for spiritual energy. The higher its quality, the purer the energy reaching the Qi C, leading to greater combat power and a higher ceiling for cultivation. Bai Ruoxue said that those who broke through to the golden core stage without improving its quality would end up with the most inferior golden core realm. Hearing this, you felt an immense relief, realizing that it was fortunate your cultivation had been slower in the last simulation, preventing you from breaking through prematurely and ruining your foundation. You promptly asked by Roashua how to enhance the quality of the golden core. She smiled and said it was simple: continuously use spiritual energy to wash and polish the condensed core. Constant polishing would cause patterns to appear on the core. Each new pattern elevated its quality by 1 grade. She explained that golden core quality was divided into 10 grades, with each grade representing a different level of heaven. True prodigies would spend a great deal of time polishing their golden cores to enhance their quality. After hearing by Roakshu's words, you felt immensely enlightened and repeatedly expressed your gratitude. Subsequently, Bai Roashua voluntarily explained why this place was called the Forbidden Land and spoke about the slaves. Though you were already aware of these matters, you listened attentively. Drawing from the experience of the previous simulation, you understood Bai Roakshu's intentions perfectly. Whether she guided your cultivation or revealed secrets, her goal was to create enemies for the slaves. Thus you feigned anger and declared that you would fight those people to the death. Hearing this, Bai Roashua smiled faintly and tossed you a storage ring, saying it was a small token of support and hoping you would bring some excitement to the slaves. You took the storage ring, thinking to yourself that she was a truly reliable source of funds, especially since you had exhausted your spirit stones. Returning to your wooden hut, you opened the storage ring and found that Bai Roashua had given you even more spirit stones this time, a total of 50,000. Such an abundance of spirit stones left you conflicted, pondering whether you should use them directly to enhance your strength. Would it be better to save them and bring them out of the simulator? In reality, Jiang Yifeng began to ponder incessantly. However, his thoughts were focused on why the number of spirit stones Bai Roashua gifted varied each time. The amount given when he posed as a Tianxian temple disciple was easy to understand. His talent was insufficient then, and the stones were enough for a lifetime of cultivation. So what was the difference between this time and the last? Jiang Yifeng thought deeply and concluded there were 2 points. First, this time he voluntarily admitted he was not a Tianxian temple disciple, whereas last time he was exposed. Second, his cultivation level differed between the 2 occasions. Ultimately, Jiang Yifeng believed the main reason was the second point, his higher cultivation level this time. After all, he knew Bai Roakshu's goal was to create trouble for the slaves. The stronger he was, the greater the trouble he could cause. Thus, the more support she provided. Thinking this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but smirk. Since that was the case, he would directly cultivate. The more he improved this time, the more resources he could extract next time. So Jiang Yifeng repeatedly suggested to himself, use the spirit stones to cultivate. He had employed this psychological suggestion in earlier simulations. He knew it could influence his decisions within the simulation to a certain extent. While continuing these suggestions, Jiang Yifeng kept his eyes on the simulator. After much deliberation, you decided that hoarding resources like a pack rat was not the way forward. You needed to enhance your strength. You believed that greater power would lead to even more resources. So you ceased your hesitation and began cultivating. 3 days later, Bai Roashua departed. Shortly after her departure, you also left that place. That same year, you condensed the liquid spiritual energy in your Qi into a core. However, heeding Bai Roakshu's earlier advice, you did not rush to break through to the golden core stage, but continued to polish it. In the 4th year, a single pattern appeared on your golden core, achieving the 1st grade. In the 5th year, 2 patterns emerged, reaching the 2nd grade. In the 6th year, after 3 years of cultivating and traveling, you finally arrived at the oasis in the Death Desert. That same year, 3 patterns formed on your golden core, achieving the 3rd grade. In the 7th year, no longer needing to travel, you devoted yourself entirely to cultivation. Yet, even with such dedication, a full year only allowed you to elevate your golden core by 1 grade, reaching the 4th grade. You realized that the difficulty increased with each subsequent grade. In the 8th year, you attained the 5th grade. By the 10th year, you found your spirit stones depleted once more, and your golden core had only reached the 6th grade. By the 20th year, your golden core quality had reached the 7th grade. This improvement took a full decade. You understood that this was due to multiple factors: the increasing difficulty of higher grades and your lack of resources. Even polishing the golden core required continuously washing it with spiritual energy. Without resources, the process naturally slowed. By the 40th year, it took you a full 2 decades to add another pattern, achieving the 8th grade. At this point, you wondered if it was time to break through directly. It turned out he was no longer a weakling. Now a single quality upgrade has cost you 20 years. How much time would it take to improve again? Yet, recalling Bai Roakshu's words that a higher quality golden core meant greater potential, you shook your head and began diligently refining its quality. In the 41st year, you left the Death Desert, this time with no intention of targeting the dragon eggs. Every previous approach to the dragon eggs had summoned the demonic dragon, and you knew that coveting them would hasten the simulation's end. This time you planned to survive longer, buying time to enhance your golden core's quality. One day in the 43rd year, as you reached the edge of the Death Desert, a tremor suddenly erupted from the desert behind you. You knew it was your father Jiang Yifeng attempting to breach this guarded region again. You shook your head, certain he would fail. After all, in previous simulations, the demonic dragon had always returned unscathed. By deduction, either your father had fled or perished in battle. Without dwelling on it, you continued walking out of the desert. Soon, however, you noticed something amiss. Figures were flying through the sky. Their destination seemed to be the demonic dragon's lair. Your heart jolted. Why were there so many cultivators? Could they all be spirit slaves sent to aid the demonic dragon against your father Jiang Yifeng? Soon the desert underwent another upheaval. After the cultivators appeared massive demonic pythons, tens of meters long, surged from the sands, engaging them in battle. This startled you. In decades within the desert, you had only encountered ordinary beasts. Such colossal pythons had appeared only once in a previous simulation. Now they emerged in swarms. Moreover, each python could soar through the air, a hallmark of the core formation stage. You silently thank your luck for never crossing paths with them before. At your current stage, the pinnacle of foundation establishment, still refining your golden core and not yet having broken through to core formation, an encounter would have meant certain death. The mere fact that these pythons could fly meant that in a fight you could only leap to attack, leaving you with virtually no chance of victory. You watched as the pythons and cultivators engaged in relentless, fierce combat. The scene before you completely dispelled any lingering doubt that these cultivators were spirit slaves. From previous simulations, you had learned that spirit slaves were ultimately aligned with the demonic dragon guarding the desert. Since these pythons dwelled near the dragon's territory and now attacked the cultivators, you deduced they were under the dragon's command. Thus, these cultivators were likely local ones who usually remained hidden. Yet you couldn't understand why they had launched such a large-scale assault on the Death Desert. Suddenly, you thought of your father Jiang Yifeng. In many previous simulations, he had faced the demonic dragon alone. These cultivators were probably allied with him. Only that could explain the current scene. Knowing someone could hold off the dragon, they dared to act. Of course, it was also possible that some hearing of resistance against the dragon sought to exploit the chaos and escape the region. You felt this was likely the truth. Watching them, you simply shook your head. They were unaware, but you already knew your father Jiang Yifeng was no match for the demonic dragon. After all, in previous simulations, the dragon had always returned unharmed to its lair. You thought that while the dragon's return might be due to your meddling with the eggs, it wouldn't have retreated so readily unless your father had been defeated. Bai Ruoshiwa had told you that these ferocious beasts were meant to guard the array gaps surrounding the southern domain. It would never allow anyone to pass. Ignoring the others, you proceeded out of the Death Desert on your own. Having already been at its edge, it took you less than a day to fully exit. As the surrounding landscape transformed into lush green mountains and clear waters, you couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, feeling your spirits lift. After decades of solitary cultivation in the desert, even within its oases, the endless yellow sands had weighed on you. While you were still immersed in the moment, footsteps sounded behind you. Turning, you saw a stranger in black robes approaching. His gaze was cold as he slowly drew his sword, muttering, "Don't blame me. Matters of cultivators are not for you to know." In an instant, your heart tightened, realizing this man was likely a so-called spirit slave. You understood his words, for even now the fierce battle among cultivators in the Death Desert was still faintly visible. Instinctively, you reached for the teleportation jade disc at your waist, ready to escape. But the man's charging attack made you pause, abandoning the thought of flight. It suddenly occurred to you that you might have overestimated the strength of the spirit slaves. The black-robed man about to attack didn't fly, but instead ran on foot, clearly indicating he hadn't reached the core formation stage. This revelation also explained why he hadn't targeted the many flying cultivators, but had chosen you, Immortal, with a concealment talisman seemingly devoid of cultivation. You thought since this man wasn't a core formation expert capable of flight, your own cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment might allow you to fight him. It would be a good chance to test your strength. Even if you couldn't win, you should have enough time to activate the teleportation jade disc and flee. The black-robed man, unaware of your thoughts, still regarded you as an ordinary person, thinking you were paralyzed by fear. As he drew nearer, you channeled all the spiritual energy within your dantian and threw a fierce punch at him. This was your first real battle. In your inexperience, you poured every ounce of spiritual energy into that single punch. After delivering it, you felt utterly drained, a wave of weakness washing over you. You watched as your fist, carrying a surge of immense spiritual energy, hurtled straight toward the black-robed man. The moment the spiritual energy-infused fist made contact with the opponent, something utterly unexpected occurred. You witnessed the figure dissolve into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no corpse behind. You stared at your own hands frozen in place. It was then that you realized imperceptibly you were no longer the weakling you once were. Now, not every celestial slave could render you powerless. After a brief daze, you noticed that although the black-clad figure had turned to mist, his storage ring had fallen to the ground. You hurried over and picked up the storage ring. Without bothering to examine its contents, you chose to leave the place immediately. You feared there might be other celestial slaves nearby. Though you had slain one, you were self-aware enough not to assume you could defeat them all. After all, in many previous simulations, the celestial slaves you encountered could soar through the skies. Those were likely the experts among their kind. This one was merely a lowly underling. Half a month passed, and you arrived at a remote border town named Yue, where you settled down. Only now did you open the storage ring you had taken from the black-clad celestial slave. Inside, you discovered a multitude of items, mostly pills, along with over 5,000 spirit stones. You decided to use the spirit stones directly for cultivation. As for the pills, you recognized none and dared not consume them recklessly. You paid it little mind, treating it all as windfall. Use what you could and leave the rest. In the days that followed, you resumed refining your golden core. With the aid of the spirit stones, you could clearly feel the efficiency of your refinement improving. A year slipped by, and your spirit stones were once again depleted. The grade of your golden core had not improved. By the 50th year, your golden core remained at the 8th grade. In truth, thanks to the acceleration from the thousands of spirit stones, a faint line had been flickering on your golden core for 3 years now. Yet no matter how diligently you refined it, the line refused to fully take shape, as if you had hit some kind of bottleneck. You observed your golden core still the size of half a fist and wondered if it was too small to be refined further. Could it be that you lacked some other talent? Was your spiritual root talent insufficient? After much deliberation, you concluded that this might indeed be the reason. For if anyone with a sufficiently large chi could achieve a 10th grade golden core, then wouldn't the offspring of wealthy and powerful families all possess 10th grade golden cores? You had managed to expand your chi using a demon dragon egg. Surely the disciples of major sects and noble families could find similar means to enhance theirs. With that thought, you were certain you had reached the bottleneck of your innate talent. Yet you did not rush to break through to the core formation stage. Regardless, as someone with a simulator, you felt uneasy unless you achieved the utmost strength. You refused to believe a mere bottleneck could stop you. If a year wouldn't do, then a decade. If a decade wouldn't, then a century. You resolved to stubbornly contend with your golden core, refusing to give up until it reached the 10th grade. In the 52nd year, while cultivating and refining your golden core, a sudden sense of dread surged within you. Frowning slightly, you looked around in confusion, but found nothing amiss. Just as you thought you were being overly cautious, a bolt of thunder descended from the sky, striking you directly. However, besides your immortal path, you also possessed martial arts cultivation at the 9th level of the condensing yuan realm, granting you considerable physical resilience. The thunderbolt only left you severely wounded, not instantly dead. Just as you assumed the thunderbolt was a coincidence, you saw lightning gather once more in the sky, heading straight for you. With a deafening crash, you were struck again by the heavenly thunder. This bolt was visibly more powerful than the last. Blood poured from your body, and you lay on the brink of death. Yet it was not over. The heavenly thunder continued to coalesce in the sky as if determined to obliterate you. At that moment, you recalled by Ruakshu's mention of the punishment tribulation thunder. She had said that every few decades, heavenly thunder would descend upon this sealed southern domain to slay local cultivators. Gazing into the distance, you saw that indeed far beyond your location, numerous bolts of heavenly thunder were striking down. You knew you were powerless to resist this tribulation. Looking up at the sky, you suddenly remembered the extreme body tempering method from the nameless technique. You thought to yourself, this fatal heavenly thunder could be considered an extreme situation. As the thunderbolt surged toward you, you advanced, instead of retreating, meeting it head-on with a loud laugh. Let the heavenly thunder come even fiercer. With a thunderous crash, lightning flickered across your body, leaving not a patch of unmarred flesh. And it did not end there. Countless azure arcs of electricity invaded your chi, aiming to shatter your golden core. Cracking sounds echoed from the core. But your golden core, having been refined to considerable sturdiness, held firm for the moment. Yet before you could compose yourself, another bolt of heavenly thunder descended one after another. Gradually your body lost all sensation. By now, besides your physical form, your chi was also inundated with lightning. Your golden core was riddled with cracks, teetering on the edge of collapse. Your breath grew fainter, and death seemed imminent. With another thunderous crash, you felt this might be the last strike you could endure. Just then you sensed primal energy surging from your flesh and blood, as if it were enraged and roaring. In an instant, all the primal energy within you erupted, transforming from its original pale cyan into a blood-red hue, and began to repair your body relentlessly. Congratulations! Your martial arts cultivation has broken through to the chi movement realm. At this moment, gazing at the unceasing heavenly thunder high above you, laughed out loud. You had achieved the extreme body tempering method. Heavenly thunder. Nonsense. It was merely nourishment on your path of cultivation. Thanks to your breakthrough in martial arts, your physical resilience had greatly increased, allowing you to withstand 2 more thunderbolts. But your golden core in the chi sea could endure no longer. With a series of crackling arcs, the golden core you had been refining shattered completely. Unbeknownst to you, before it broke, the golden core had clearly revealed 9 lines, one of which shimmered with azure lightning. 2 minutes later, you could hold on no longer. You died at the age of 72. Triggered ultimate exchange talent. At the moment of your death in the celestial realm above the 9 heavens, an immortal lord assigned to control the thunder formation suddenly choked on his chi, causing a violent eruption of immortal energy that claimed his life. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, you may choose 2 rewards: extreme 1-for-1 talent, heavenly profound art, immortal Tao technique, martial cultivation, chi movement realm first layer, or immortal cultivation foundation establishment perfection. Extreme 1-for-1 talent, price 1 million energy points. Heavenly profound art, immortal Tao technique, price 10 million energy points. Martial cultivation chi movement realm first layer, price 1 million energy points. Immortal cultivation foundation establishment perfection, price 9 million energy points. Note: price increased due to the refinement of a 9th ranked golden core. This simulation had taken the longest time. Jiang Yifeng felt it had been quite rewarding. Not only had his cultivation yielded abundant results, but he had also experienced his first battle ever within the simulator. This taught him that not every immortal servant was overwhelmingly powerful. The most surprising part of the entire simulation was the final heavenly thunder, which had enabled breakthroughs in both his martial and immortal paths. This was no terrifying heavenly thunder, it was clearly a cultivation resource. Of course, Jiang Yifeng was merely jesting to himself. From the simulations, and he already knew that the heavenly thunder was caused by someone in the immortal realm activating the heavenly thunder grand array. However, these matters were still too distant from his current self to concern himself with. As for other things, what Jiang Yifeng hadn't expected was that there were far more local cultivators than he had imagined. All of this would become useful intelligence for his future simulations. Without dwelling further, Jiang Yifeng directly made his selection for the simulation rewards. I choose martial cultivation chi movement realm first layer and immortal cultivation foundation establishment perfection. Ding. Martial cultivation chi movement realm first layer extracted successfully. Deducted 1 million energy points. Remaining energy 11.3 billion. Ding. Immortal cultivation foundation establishment perfection extracted successfully. Deducted 9 million energy points. Remaining energy 11.2 billion. As soon as the reward selection was confirmed, Jiang Yifeng immediately sensed changes in his body. First, his own blood vitality and primal chi, which had always remained fairly tranquil, seemed to grow more turbulent and surging. He knew this was a sign of his martial path elevating to the chi movement realm. Once the martial path reached the chi movement realm, the primal chi would undergo a transformation, becoming more vibrant and aggressive. Of course, this only occurred during the process of advancement. After the enhancement was complete, the primal chi would once again lie hidden within his flesh and blood, only erupting into turmoil if he actively summoned it or faced a lethal crisis. Soon the martial cultivation enhancement was finished, but the immortal path's advancement was even more pronounced. He had leaped directly from the 3rd layer of chi refining to foundation establishment perfection, and a foundation establishment perfection accompanied by a 9th rank golden core at that. This increase was by no means small. Therefore, compared to previous simulation rewards that were completed in a second or 2, this one took noticeably longer. After over a minute, Jiang Yifeng finally fully absorbed the immortal cultivation. Gazing at the golden core within him marked with 9 patterns, he couldn't help but break into a smile. Jiang Yifeng was now eager to begin the next simulation. He hoped to achieve a 10th rank golden core soon. Unfortunately, his simulation attempts for now were exhausted. In the end, Jiang Yifeng could only wish for the week to pass quickly. Ever since obtaining the simulator, he even found listening to music in pleasure houses less alluring. He now preferred the joy of reaping rewards after a simulation concluded. That said, he would still continue his visits to the pleasure houses, otherwise waiting a whole week for his simulation attempts would be far too dull. A week passed quickly. Jiang Yifeng returned to his bedchamber and murmured, "Begin simulation." Consumed 1 simulation attempt. Remaining attempts 0. Drawing a blue talent costs 1,000 energy points. Drawing a purple talent costs 1,000,000 energy points. Please choose. Draw a purple talent. Ding, deducted 1,000,000 energy points. Drawing purple talent. Remaining energy 11.2 billion. Congratulations. You have obtained the purple talent Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. Your eyes can perceive partial true information about everyone. Note, everyone refers not only to humans, but also to all other intelligent beings. An excellent talent. Seeing this talent, Jiang Yifeng's heart leaped with joy. Being able to see everyone's true information meant that whether in simulations or reality, he could know in advance if he was in danger. Moreover, when facing enemies, he could clearly determine whether he could overpower them. Jiang Yifeng mused that this talent must be brought out as a reward. He then continued to look at the simulator. The 11th simulation begins. You realize you have entered the simulation. You think of the newly acquired Eye of Insight talent and can't wait to test it. You step out of your room and knock on the door of your maidservant Xiao Tao. You cast a glance at her, then turn and leave. Your actions leave Xiao Tao utterly bewildered, unable to make sense of it. In truth, you merely wanted to see the effect of the Eye of Insight talent. With that single glance, you had already seen Xiao Tao's true information as you wished, accurate and quite detailed. You marvel at how convenient the Eye of Insight talent is. But soon you encounter a new trouble. As you stroll around the Jiang estate, you notice that every person you see has a long string of information floating above their heads, which is somewhat dazzling and overwhelming. You feel this talent shouldn't be this way. There must be a way to use it at will. If you don't wish to observe certain people, shouldn't you be able to make the subtitles disappear? The next day, after a full day of experimentation, you finally confirm that your assumption is correct. However, achieving precise control still proves somewhat difficult. You still inadvertently see the personal information of many others. In response, you conclude that whenever you feel curious about someone, you unconsciously perceive their information. This situation is now entirely acceptable to you. You feel that the Eye of Insight talent seems to be a kind of spiritual power. You think that if you could one day control your curiosity, you might be able to wield this talent with effortless precision. On the 3rd day, you leave the Jiang estate and walk the streets of Qingshan City. Gazing at the crowd on the street, your heart stirs with unease. Without the Eye of Insight before, you were unaware. Now you see that this seemingly unremarkable Qingshan City actually hides several immortal servants. Some are disguised as passers-by, some as vendors, and even as beggars. Among them are also a few who were originally your acquaintances. However, you notice that the immortal servants in Qingshan City are all of low cultivation. All at the foundation establishment stage, likely no match for you. Nevertheless, considering this simulation has just begun, you refrain from stirring up trouble. On the 4th day, under the cover of night, you leave Qingshan City without anyone noticing. On the 6th day, you arrive at the ruins of the Celestial Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range. As usual, you clear the ruins, bury the bones, and retrieve the Heavenly Profound Art Manual and the severely damaged Cultivation Journal. In the days that follow, you begin cultivating daily. As before, you practice the nameless martial technique once each day, dedicating all remaining time to refining your golden core. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd year arrives, and Bai Ruoxue appears on schedule. Before the other party could even begin to suspect you, you confessed honestly, explaining that after acquiring the Tianxian art, you built the graves for the predecessors out of gratitude. Bai Ruoxue did not take your word for it. Instead, she forcibly examined you from head to toe, using her divine sense and spiritual energy. In the end, she confirmed that you were not the kind of immortal slave she detested. At the same time, you also used the Eye of Insight talent on Bai Ruoxue. This time, you finally learned Bai Ruoxue's true strength. She was actually a formidable cultivator at the 8th level of Tribulation Transcendence. You knew from the cultivation notes that the highest realm of immortal cultivation was merely the Tribulation Transcendence stage. This all indicated that she was indeed a peerless expert of the immortal path. Yet unbeknownst to you, while you marveled at her power, a storm was already brewing within her heart. Bai Ruoxue never expected that in the sealed southern domain there would be a peerless prodigy who had polished a 9th-rank golden core at the peak of Foundation establishment. Although records spoke of a 10th-rank golden core, those were mere legends. In Bairuoxia's memory, she had never truly seen anyone achieve a 10th-rank golden core. A 10th-rank golden core was no longer a matter of talent or effort alone, it also required a stroke of fate. The only figure Bairuoxia had ever heard of who achieved a 10th-rank golden core was a peerless powerhouse from millions of years ago, who from within this sealed land withstood heavenly thunder, shattered the formation, and charged into the 9th heaven. In truth, let alone a 10th-rank golden core, even a 9th-rank one was no easy feat. The prodigies with 9th-rank golden cores that Bairuoxia knew of numbered only a handful across the entire 9 mystic realm. And now at such a young age you had polished a 9th-rank golden core. This left Bairuoxia utterly astounded. In fact, the difficulty lay not in the complexity of polishing the golden core's quality, but in the immense time it consumed. After all, the lifespan of a Foundation establishment cultivator was only 300 years, and the golden period for cultivation was merely the first 200. Thus, many prodigies would choose to spend a decade, or at most several decades, polishing their golden core based on their circumstances, then proceed directly to breakthrough. If one truly spent 100 years polishing the golden core, they would often miss the optimal cultivation period. In the end, it might prove counterproductive, leaving them without enough lifespan to cultivate and advance their realm. In reality, Jiang Yifeng, reading this, felt a chill in his heart. In the previous simulation, Bairuoxia had only mentioned golden core quality, and he had recklessly charged ahead. He had been completely ignorant of concepts like the golden cultivation period. Fortunately, he was within the simulator, so it didn't matter. He had also never imagined that a 9th-rank golden core would be so rare, with only a few people across the entire 9 mystic realm achieving it. No wonder it had been so difficult to upgrade to 9th rank in the last simulation. In the end, he had only stumbled upon it by being struck by heavenly thunder. Now Jiang Yifeng felt he truly needed to find a way to cram some basic knowledge of immortal cultivation. Who knew what problems he might encounter in the future? He couldn't always rely on luck, with the simulation text conveniently revealing information. Jiang Yifeng thought that perhaps in future simulations he should consider how to escape this southern domain and see the outside world to enrich his understanding of immortal cultivation. Of course, that was a matter for later. For now, a difficult problem lay before Jiang Yifeng, causing him to furrow his brow. He pondered whether it was still necessary to persist in polishing a 10th-rank golden core. According to the simulation, a 10th-rank golden core required not only talent and effort, but also fate. In the end, Jiang Yifeng quickly reaffirmed his resolve. He must strive for the 10th-rank golden core. The simulator had mentioned that the peerless powerhouse from millions of years ago who withstood heavenly thunder, shattered the formation, and fought his way into the 9th heaven also possessed a 10th-rank golden core. Yet even so, the formation still remained, indicating that the 10th-rank golden core great power had only managed to escape himself, unable to slay or annihilate the enemies in the heavens. And since Jiang Yifeng was also a native of the southern domain, if he wanted safety, he would inevitably have to confront the celestial immortals. If he couldn't even reach the level of that predecessor who withstood the heavenly thunder protecting his family, would be impossible, let alone ensuring his own safety. Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, feeling the heavy burden ahead. However, a thought also arose in his mind. Since the destructive heavenly thunder from the last simulation had helped elevate his golden core to 9th rank, perhaps he could continue to use the heavenly thunder to see if he could break through to 10th rank. With his mind made up, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze back to the simulator. Bairuoxia gazed at you, a sense of pity stirring in her heart. Polishing a 9th rank golden core at the peak of Foundation establishment was already a sign of having the potential to become an immortal. Such a prodigy, yet born in this sealed southern domain. She cast a regretful glance at you, then, without another word, walked off to the side alone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Bairuoxia departed. Before leaving, she still gave you a storage ring, but she said nothing more about any other matters. This left you feeling quite puzzled. You couldn't understand why the simulation had changed again, and why she hadn't mentioned anything about the sealed land. Why hadn't Bairuoxia thought to use you to cause trouble for the immortal slaves? In truth, you were unaware that Bairuoxia herself was conflicted. She had considered telling you those things. Your potential would surely bring immense trouble to the immortal slaves. But she felt a genuine reluctance to waste your talent. She believed that using such a prodigy merely to annoy the immortal slaves was far too great an honor for them. She even thought about helping you escape this sealed land. Although she couldn't defeat the guardian beast if she risked her life, she was confident she could take you away if it was just about escaping. Unfortunately, in the end, she chose not to do so because it would mean directly opposing the celestial immortals. she lacked both the courage and the strength. In the end, she could only offer you some material support without using you, leaving your future development to fate. After Bai Ruoxue left, you opened the storage ring she had left behind and found that the resources within were even more abundant than in the last simulation. There were as many as 100,000 spirit stones, and besides that there was a book in the ring titled Annotated Common Knowledge of Immortal Cultivation. But as you looked at the book, you felt something was off. It seemed too new, and some of the ink stains appeared still wet. You suspected that Bai Ruoxue had just written this book. Outside the simulator, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle softly upon reading this. This Bai Ruoxue was truly intriguing. In the previous simulation, when he was weak, she gave him life-saving treasures and protection. Later, when his talent grew stronger, she became wary and then sought to use him. Now, with his astonishing potential revealed, she began to cherish his talent, even going so far as to hastily write a book on the basics of immortal cultivation. She was truly an enigma. Moreover, Jiang Yifeng felt that Bai Ruoxue was a very conflicted person, or perhaps even somewhat pitiable. From multiple simulations, it was clear that Bai Ruoxue harbored hostility towards the immortal slaves and was even dissatisfied with the celestial immortals. Jiang Yifeng speculated that this might be related to the death of her senior brother. Yet she dared not rebel herself, only resorting to petty tricks to annoy the immortal slaves. Jiang Yifeng stopped contemplating the person Bai Ruoxue. Instead, he began to ponder over the annotations on common knowledge of cultivation she had left behind. He wondered if he could simulate it deeply to memorize it. The experience of deep simulation previously made Jiang Yifeng realize that the memories within the simulation were retained. If he were to read the annotations on common knowledge of cultivation, he should be able to memorize the general content. From the name alone, it was evident that this book was an introduction and explanation of some common knowledge regarding cultivation. As long as he could remember some key points, it would likely suffice. After all, this was not a cultivation technique, and there were intricate diagrams of meridians. The various spiritual energy flows were quite complex, and a single mistake could be detrimental. How did Jiang Yifeng know that cultivation techniques had diagrams? Of course it was because he had seen the technique of Tianxian Gong during the last deep simulation. He had also considered memorizing it to save an opportunity to receive simulation rewards. Unfortunately, it was not feasible. Those diagrams were too intricate. Relying on his memory, Jiang Yifeng dared not recklessly attempt it. He thought of it and directly chanted "Activate Deep Simulation" for 1 day. Ding! Deep Simulation activated for 24 hours, it deducting 240 energy points, remaining energy points 11.2 billion. As he entered the deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng took out the annotations on common knowledge of cultivation, which was still damp with ink. He began to study earnestly. The contents were indeed as expected, all concerning common knowledge about cultivation. From refining qi to transcending tribulations, each realm had its key points noted. This proved immensely beneficial for Jiang Yifeng. As the day passed, he remained immersed in reading. As the end of the deep simulation approached, he even added an extra 10 days. The materials on cultivation left Jiang Yifeng immensely eager. He worried that he might forget it later, which would be a pity, hence he thought it wise to read through it several times. 10 days passed, and the deep simulation concluded. Jiang Yifeng's consciousness returned to his bedroom in the Jiang residence. However, he did not move immediately, instead focusing on digesting the memorized content. Regarding the transition from refining qi to foundation establishment, even the golden core Jiang Yifeng had already possessed some understanding prior. However, after reading the annotations on common knowledge of cultivation, he gained a wealth of new knowledge. He also recognized some shortcomings in his previous cultivation. The most crucial point was that he had never considered the role of spiritual roots. According to the annotations on common knowledge of cultivation, spiritual roots not only affect the speed of cultivation, they also possess their own attributes, which Jiang Yifeng was aware of. After all, the simulator had indicated that his spiritual root talent was dual attribute thunder and fire. However, he had not previously contemplated how to develop them. Now Jiang Yifeng understood that both thunder and fire attributes were aggressive spiritual roots, significantly enhancing combat effectiveness. Additionally, fire attribute spiritual roots were also suitable for auxiliary refining tools and alchemy. As for thunder spiritual roots, besides being fiercely offensive, they were also well suited for auxiliary movement techniques. Of course, even though he now understood, Jiang Yifeng still couldn't develop them. Nonetheless, it provided him with a direction for his future efforts, saving him a lot on trial and error costs. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Yifeng decided to continue observing the progress in the simulator. You have read the annotations on common knowledge of cultivation for several days, and it has greatly benefited you. Afterwards, you did not continue to linger here and chose to leave. This time you again headed to the oasis in the Death Desert. Although you had seen numerous demon pythons appear in the desert during the later stages of the last simulation, causing your heart to tremble. After multiple simulations, you felt that those demon pythons should not appear recklessly. This was still the most suitable place for you to cultivate discreetly. In the 5th year, you diligently refined the quality of the golden core. You felt as if you were making progress, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like there was no change. In the 10th year, you were still working hard on refining the golden core, facing the same issue. You felt progress, but could not perceive any changes in the golden core. In the 20th year, you continued refining the golden core. In the 40th year, you were still refining the golden core, but this year you decided to leave the Death Desert. After all, you knew that a great battle would occur here in 3 years. In the 42nd year, you left the Death Desert. This time, because you left early, you did not encounter any cultivators or celestial slaves. In the 43rd year, you stood in a remote small village gazing at the Death Desert, thinking that your father and those cultivators should have already begun their great battle there. In the 50th year, you knew that in 2 years the heavenly thunder would descend, and you no longer kept a low profile. Starting this year, you utilized your talent, the Eye of Insight, to begin stealthily hunting down those isolated low-level celestial slaves. You were certainly not doing this out of vengeance, but rather for resources. You wanted to obtain some spirit stones from these celestial slaves to accelerate the efficiency of refining the golden core. In fact, you had thought of this idea long ago. However, to take advantage of the heavenly thunder's effect, you had always been hesitant to implement it. You worried that if you acted too early, high-level celestial slaves would notice and pursue you. At that time, you might not survive until the heavenly thunder descended. But now you felt indifferent. After all, there were only 2 years left. You figured that if you operated discreetly to gather enough spirit stones for 2 years, you could then hide away. If luck was not too bad, it should be fine. In the 51st year, despite feeling that everything was fine, problems still arose. This year, you discovered a 5th-layer foundation establishment, celestial slave, in a small town. After a brief moment of stunned realization, you understood that you had once again underestimated yourself. Upon spotting a golden core cultivator, your instinct was to flee and lie low. You pondered deeply. Your martial arts had already reached the 3rd major realm, the Qi movement stage. Comparing martial arts to immortal cultivation, the Qi movement stage seemed to correspond to the golden core stage. You slapped your forehead and sighed, careless. You considered this a miscalculation on your part, having failed to properly assess your own strength. Had you known this earlier, you felt this simulation could have been approached with greater boldness. But it was in the past, and you were too lazy to dwell on it further. You surveyed the surroundings, sensing you had been teleported into a mountain forest. Satisfied with the location, you decided to spend the remaining time hiding here and cultivating. As for the immortal slave who had attacked you earlier, you believed he wouldn't be able to find this place. After all, you had teleported 1,000 miles away. Even a golden core cultivator would need 2 hours to fly here, and he had no idea of the direction. It wouldn't be easy to track you. Several days passed, and indeed that immortal slave never found you. You felt a slight twinge of disappointment. Deep down, you had secretly hoped he would locate you, allowing for a battle. He was a golden core cultivator after all. Engaging him in combat might help you gauge your own strength more precisely. If you truly couldn't win based on the feeling of being struck by his fist earlier, you were confident you could escape using the teleportation jade disc again. Unfortunately, your wish would not be granted. In the 52nd year, the heavenly tribulation arrived on schedule. After being struck by the thunderbolts several times, you could no longer withstand them. You died at the age of 72. This simulation has ended. You may choose 2 rewards: Insight, I Talent, Heavenly Mystic Art, Immortal Cultivation, Mental Method, Martial Arts Cultivation, or Immortal Cultivation. Insight, I Talent, price 1000 energy points. Heavenly Mystic Art, Immortal Cultivation, Mental Method, price 100 energy points. Martial Arts Cultivation, price 100 energy points. Although it didn't enhance your realm compared to your original cultivation, experiencing another heavenly tribulation tempering had brought some improvement. Immortal Cultivation, price 1000 energy points. While it didn't advance your realm, possessing a 9-grade golden core polished over 52 years seemed to hold some value. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the simulation rewards, somewhat taken aback. Originally, he had planned to choose the talent and the heavenly mystic art and immortal cultivation mental method. Since neither martial arts nor immortal cultivation had elevated his realm, he had assumed these 2 options wouldn't appear. He hadn't expected that even without realm advancement, they would still be listed as rewards. This had never happened before. Yet upon reflection Jiang Yifeng found it quite reasonable. The higher the realm, the more difficult advancement became. It was possible to be stuck at a minor stage for many years. If only realm breakthroughs triggered reward listings, the simulator's usefulness would wane in later stages. Perhaps its absence before was due to his low realm. Alternatively, the simulator might have its own calculation method, only listing rewards after reaching a certain threshold. Gazing at the reward list, Jiang Yifeng made his choice directly. I choose Inside Eye Talent and Immortal Cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent Inside Eye. Deducting 1,000,000 energy points. Remaining energy 11. 2 billion. Ding! Immortal Cultivation extraction successful. Golden core polishing duration increased by 52 years. Deducting 1,000,000 energy points. Remaining energy 11. 2 billion. This reward extraction brought no special sensation to Jiang Yifeng. As for why he chose this, it was because he aspired to break through to a 10-grade golden core. Previously, he sought opportunities to achieve this, but now knowing the simulator could accumulate years, he believed multiple simulations might also accomplish it. He trusted that with enough time, even an iron rod could be ground into a needle. With the rewards secured, Jiang Yifeng stepped out of his room, feeling refreshed. Glancing at the sky, it was time for his visit to the pleasure house. Jiang Yifeng strolled toward the Spring Charm Pavilion, waving his paper fan. After all, a playboy must act the part. Especially after this simulation, he knew that immortal slaves were hiding in Qingshan City, including one who was an acquaintance. He couldn't afford to reveal even a hint of discrepancy. But who was this acquaintance? The simulation hadn't revealed that person's name. Jiang Yifeng felt a flicker of curiosity. A week passed quickly. In truth, these days had been quite unsettling for Jiang Yifeng. Every visit to listen to music was fraught with anxiety, because through Inside Eye he had already identified which acquaintance was the immortal slave. The result was beyond his expectations. It was the Spring Charm Pavilion's courtesan Xiao Zhishuan. She was truly an old acquaintance. Jiang Yifeng had frequently patronized her services before. Knowing Xiao Zhishuan was an immortal slave, Jiang Yifeng considered avoiding the pleasure house. But upon reflection, he felt it was better to maintain his usual lifestyle. Reality was not a simulation. There were no second chances. Any flaw, Jiang Yifeng believed, could bring danger. At that moment, seeing the simulation count had refreshed, Jiang Yifeng quickly returned to his room and murmured softly, "Begin simulation." Simulation count consumed 1. Remaining 0. Drawing of a blue talent costs 1,000 energy points. Drawing a purple talent costs 1,000 energy points. Please choose to draw. Draw purple talent. Ding! Deducting 1,000 energy points. Drawing purple talent. Remaining energy 11. 2 billion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the purple talent Idiot Aura. Idiot Aura essential for protagonists. Those who interact with you will be forcibly rendered foolish. Note: without a protagonist's fate, having a protagonist's affliction is not always a good thing. This, gazing at the drawn talent, Jiang Yifeng felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Without that note, he might have been pleased. After all, having read countless novels in his past life, Jiang Yifeng knew how absurd the Idiot Aura talent could be. But seeing the annotation, he felt it was somehow mocking him. Never mind, let's check the simulation. Simulation 12 begins. Knowing you were in the simulation, you immediately left your room, intending to head to the ruins of the Heavenly Mystic Temple. Just as you stepped out, you encountered the maid Xiao Tao carrying a tray of tea. Seeing you, her little face flushed red, and she stared straight at you. Then you heard a splash. Xiao Tao, distracted by looking at you, had fallen into a pond. The pond was shallow and not life-threatening, so you paid it no mind and continued outside. On the main street, a young master you didn't recognize suddenly blocked your path, likely a visitor passing through Qingshan City. He accused you of looking at him and ordered his men to gouge out your eyes as an apology. You suddenly felt something was off. This was all too similar to novel plots from your past life. Only then did you realize the Idiot Aura had already taken effect. But this was even more awkward. Was it forced so blatantly? Just a glance, and he immediately sought trouble. You couldn't help but remark, Idiot Aura terrifying indeed. You had no desire to entangle with this young master, yet you were equally reluctant to reveal your true strength so soon, for the simulation had only just begun and Qingshan City harbored immortal slaves. Thus you revealed your identity as the young master of the Jiang Merchant Guild, hoping he would back down. Unfortunately, the young master sneered, dismissing you as merely a merchant's son, while his father was the lord of neighboring Mingyue City, an official appointed by the Great Yu Kingdom sovereign. He held you in contempt, even vowing not only to gouge out your eyes, but also to bring down the Jiang Merchant Guild. You felt speechless, lamenting the sheer potency of the intellect-dampening aura. All this over a single glance. What baffled you more was how the son of a mere Mingyue city lord dared to speak such words. Mingyue City was but a small town. There were tens of thousands of such lords in the Great Yu Kingdom. In your estimation, this lord's rank barely matched that of a town mayor from your past life. The son of such a lord looked down upon you, the heir of one of the nation's wealthiest merchant guilds, and even threatened to shut down the Jiang Merchant Guild, whose trade spanned multiple kingdoms. This defied common sense. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would never utter such absurdity. Seeing no peaceful resolution, you considered revealing a fraction of your martial prowess to make your escape. Just then a female figure appeared before you. She delivered a resounding slap to the young master's face, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The force of the blow made it clear to all that the woman was no ordinary being. The young master's guards, too terrified to act, retreated with their humiliated master. As he departed, the young master still blustered that he would return and bade you wait. His departure, however, did not bring an end to the matter. On the contrary, it spelled greater trouble, for the one who intervened was none other than Qiu Zixuan, the courtesan of the Spring Splendor Pavilion. You knew she was an immortal slave. She gazed at you with tender affection, asking why you had not come to hear her sing today, lamenting how she had missed you. A chill of revulsion crept through your heart. Damn it, another one struck by the intellect-dampening aura. Qiu Zixuan had never acted this way before. Though not cold toward you, she had never been so infatuated. In the end, your plan to retrieve the cultivation manual from the ruins of Tianxian Temple in the Chongqing Mountains was delayed. Reluctantly, you followed Qiu Zixuan to the Spring Splendor Pavilion and listened to her sing for half the night. It was only late into the night that you found an excuse to slip away. Leaving the pavilion, you rushed toward the Chongqing Mountains without pause under the cover of darkness. Ordinarily, covering several thousand kilometers would take you just 2 or 3 days. This time, however, it took a full fortnight to reach the Chongqing Mountains. Along the way, every encounter with others led to some absurd delay. For instance, when you traveled too fast, some young master accused you of disrespecting him by overtaking his carriage. There were also complaints about wearing the same color as someone or stepping out with your left foot first. Every conceivable preposterous excuse. Beyond these provocations, there were also maidens who at first sight professed undying love and threw themselves at you for no reason. This ordeal left you utterly miserable. Still, all things considered, aside from wasting time, it brought no substantial harm. Thus you chose not to dwell on it. Upon reaching the ruins of Tianxian Temple, you proceeded to clear the site as usual. Then you buried the bones and obtained the Immortal cultivation manual, the Tianxian art. In the days that followed, you continued to refine your golden core. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. While cultivating, you suddenly heard a voice calling out to you. Opening your eyes, you were startled to see Qiu Zixuan. Your heart tightened with alarm. You could not fathom why Qiu Zixuan had appeared here. This had never happened in any previous simulation. You quickly scanned your surroundings, and seeing only Qiu Zixuan, felt somewhat relieved. She was at the peak of Foundation establishment, the same realm as you. Deeming her no threat, you secretly began to gather spiritual energy, preparing to strike first. But before you could act, Qiu Zixuan fixed her tender gaze on you and reproachfully asked why you had not come to hear her sing for 2 months, and why you had hidden yourself in these deep mountains. Her tear-streaked face made it seem as though you had betrayed her. Your heart remained unmoved. You did not even consider whether her words were true or false. All you knew was that she was an immortal slave. If she witnessed you cultivating, you would be in grave danger unless you killed her. So as Qiu Zixuan drew near, you chose to launch a dishonorable ambush. Yet just as your attack was about to land, she shifted her form and evaded it with ease. This sight made you frown. This was not the outcome you had anticipated. You recalled that in previous simulations you had successfully ambushed and killed several immortal slaves at the Foundation establishment stage. You had not expected Qiu Zixuan to be the exception, possessing such remarkable footwork. This put you on high alert. After all, your combat relied purely on raw spiritual energy and physical strength. You had never learned any battle techniques. Unlike your wariness, Qiu Zixuan stared at you intently, tears streaming down her face as she spoke in a wounded tone. You actually hit me. For tens of minutes you continued to attack Qiu Zixuan, but she merely dodged, looking at you with hurt eyes and never retaliating. By now you realized something was amiss. Given the footwork she had displayed, if she wanted to flee, you could not stop her. And if she wished to kill you, she could have used her agility to strike or left to summon a stronger immortal slave. Suddenly the thought of the intellect-dampening aura crossed your mind. Could it be that this talent had so dulled Qiu Zixuan's wits that she had truly become infatuated with you? Had she abandoned her mission to slay cultivators? You marveled inwardly. No way. With this in mind, you paused your assault and asked Qiu Zixuan why she was here. Yet your hand remained firmly on the teleportation jade disc, ready to escape at the first sign of danger. Seeing you stopped, Qiu Zixuan smiled and said, "I knew Brother Yifeng couldn't bear to really hurt me." Her coquettish words sent another wave of revulsion through you. You thought to yourself, "Couldn't bear to hurt you. I wanted to kill you. I just couldn't do it." However, Qiu Zixuan soon explained how she had found her way here. She said that since she had not seen you come to listen to her music for several days, she missed you deeply and began searching for you. Following the direction you had left, she carried your portrait and asked passers-by. She made many mistakes and spent half a year before finally finding you here. After listening to Qiu Zixuan, you understood. It was indeed the effect of the intelligence reduction aura. Otherwise, who would believe that a hidden celestial servant would expend so much effort to find a pleasure-seeking young master? Afterward, you cautiously asked her how she came to practice immortal cultivation. You knew that celestial servants belonged to an organization called the Celestial Gate, and this was also a test on your part. Upon hearing your question, a subtle shift appeared in Qiu Zixuan's gaze, which had been gazing at you with affectionate longing. As if recalling something, she glanced around and then told you that you must never reveal your immortal cultivation in front of others. Feigning ignorance, you asked the reason. Without any hesitation, Qiu Zixuan directly revealed everything about the Celestial Gate and even the Celestial Servant's hunting of local cultivators. This left you feeling somewhat reluctant to strike her down. You refrained from acting against Qiu Zixuan and chose instead to observe. You wanted to see if you could obtain any other information from her. After all, she was a member of the Celestial Gate and might know things outsiders did not. But the results were disappointing. She knew little, even less than by Ruoxue. The only useful piece of information was that the Celestial Servants hunted local cultivators for mission rewards, not for any belief you had previously assumed. In essence, it was driven by self-interest. Afterward, Qiu Zixuan produced a large number of spirit stones and a movement technique manual called Wind Chasing Art, handing them to you. She said in a sweet voice, "Brother's movement technique is too weak, it's too dangerous." Originally, you had planned to ambush and kill her after extracting information. After all, no matter how kind she was to you, you knew it was the effect of the intelligence reduction aura, not her true intention. But her offering of spirit stones and the manual disrupted your plan. So you reluctantly accepted the spirit stones and the wind-chasing art movement technique. In the days that followed, Qiu Zixuan accompanied you in cultivation within the Evergreen Mountain Range. Your daily training regimen now included practicing the wind-chasing art movement technique. Halfway through the second year, you began to feel conflicted again. You knew that by Ruoxue's arrival was imminent. If she saw you with Qiu Zixuan, a celestial servant, you feared it would be disastrous. You considered whether to act against Qiu Zixuan, but ultimately shook your head and chose not to. Flesh and blood could not be ignored, regardless of the past. In this simulation, Qiu Zixuan, due to the intelligence reduction aura, had been truly devoted to you, and you could not bring yourself to harm her. In the third year, you left the ruins of Tianxian Temple with Qiu Zixuan. This time you gave up on taking advantage of Ruoxue. In the fourth year, you worked hard to cultivate your movement technique and refine your golden core. However, you were not short of spirit stones for cultivation. Qiu Zixuan's stash was beyond your imagination. That year, due to the intelligence reduction aura, you encountered many troubles. But Qiu Zixuan resolved them all, and each time you were met with exclamations from onlookers. This gave you a profound taste of what it meant to be a protagonist. In the fifth year, you took Qiu Zixuan to a remote place far from human habitation to live in seclusion. After all, the protagonist-like treatment of the previous year, though enjoyable, brought constant troubles that seriously hindered your cultivation. In the sixth year, trouble still found you. Because Qiu Zixuan had not reported to the Celestial Gate for a long time and had not completed missions to hunt local cultivators, other celestial servants tracked her down. Your identity as a cultivator was completely exposed. The celestial servant who arrived was a 9th-layer core formation cultivator. Just as you were about to activate the teleportation jade disc to escape, the celestial servant bit her lip and murmured, "What a handsome young man." In the end, you were not hunted. Instead, you gained another admirer, or rather an older admirer. Your secluded dwelling grew from 2 to 3 people. You felt that the intelligence reduction aura was simply absurd. At this point, you were determined to obtain this talent for yourself. Compared to the benefits, a little extra trouble was utterly insignificant. Outside the simulator, Jiang Yifeng's face was now ashen. This intelligence reduction aura was terrifying. Initially, he thought it only lowered the intelligence of others, but he never expected the talent to be indiscriminate. Even his simulated self had fallen victim to it, although the simulated self's actions seemed reasonable on the surface. Jiang Yifeng clearly knew something was seriously wrong. For instance, why was he provoked in the first place? That was undoubtedly the influence of the intelligence reduction aura. But in previous simulations, he usually slipped away from Qingshan City under cover of night. Why this time did he choose to leave during the day? Couldn't he have avoided the trouble by leaving when no one was around? And most importantly, the simulated self had automatically ignored Qiu Zixuan's identity. In reality, Jiang Yifeng had used the insight eye to check her information. He knew she was the granddaughter of an elder of the Celestial Gate. Even if he forgot that, wasn't it suspicious that Qiu Zixuan, a foundation establishment cultivator, could casually produce such vast resources? Of course, Jiang Yifeng felt that the simulated Qiu Zixuan was genuinely affected by the intelligence reduction aura. She likely harbored no ill intentions toward the simulated him. Not revealing her identity might have been out of fear that he would reject her. But that was not the point. The key was that this talent had already influenced the simulated self's thinking, causing him to be affected as well. Jiang Yifeng thought darkly, I absolutely must not choose this talent as a simulation reward. Shaking his head, he continued to watch the simulator. In the 9th year, an old man arrived at your secluded dwelling. After using the insight eye to examine him, you quickly activated the teleportation array plate to flee. That old man was a first-layer tribulation transcendence celestial servant named Qiu Kuang, and he was Qiu Zixuan's grandfather. A sudden realization of something wrong dawned on you. Qiu Zixuan's grandfather. How could he be so powerful? You felt as though you had forgotten something. But soon you automatically dismissed the thought and focused on escaping. Unfortunately, you underestimated the power of the tribulation transcendence stage. Even after teleporting 1,000 miles, Qiu Kuang arrived in an instant. After using up 3 teleportations, you were caught in the old celestial servant's grasp. Just as you thought you were about to die, Qiu Zixuan rushed out. She knelt before the old man, crying and shouting, Grandfather, if you kill Brother Yifeng, I won't live either. Qiu Kuang, the grandfather of Qiu Zixuan, pondered for a long time, but ultimately did not slay you. Instead, he took you and Qiu Zixuan away, leaving the immortal servant girl who had fallen in love with you at first sight, standing alone in place. Several days later, you were brought to the capital of the Great Yu Kingdom. Qiu Kuang told you that if you wished to be with his granddaughter Qiu Zixuan, you must pass a trial and join the Xianlin sect. He didn't even ask how you came to cultivate immortality, which was quite abstract. Hearing Qiu Kuang's request for you to join the Xianlin sect, you nodded in agreement without hesitation. You knew that joining the Xianlin sect meant you could cultivate openly without fear of being hunted or struck by heavenly thunder. You felt this might allow your simulation to last longer. Of course, in truth, you had no choice but to agree, as Qiu Kuang held the upper hand over you. Your nod made Qiu Zixuan leap with joy, believing you had agreed solely for her sake. However, things did not go smoothly, as there was no precedent for a cultivator from the southern domain joining the Xianlin sect. Even as an elder, Qiu Kuang had to apply for permission from higher authorities. His repeated requests to allow you to undergo the Xianlin sect's trials were all rejected. Other immortal servants of the Xianlin sect even demanded that Qiu Kuang execute you. Yet once they saw you in person, the situation took a sharp turn. Some grew increasingly hostile toward you, determined to see you dead, while others looked upon you as though you were their own child, vowing to protect you and insisting you must join the Xianlin sect. Your appearance dramatically split the Xianlin sect into 2 factions. Every day they argued endlessly because of you. The conflict escalated gradually, leading to internal strife. In the end, a single bolt of purple thunder struck down, putting an end to the farce. You died at the age of 29. This simulation has concluded. For this simulation, you may choose 2 rewards: dim-witted aura talent Tianxian, art immortal Dao heart method, and wind-chasing technique movement manual. Dim-witted aura talent priced at 1 million energy points. Tianxian art immortal Dao heart method priced at 10 million energy points. Wind-chasing technique movement manual priced at 5 million energy points. As the simulation ended, Jiang Yifeng's heart was filled with mixed emotions. This simulation was nothing short of a farce with little worth summarizing. After all, everyone in the simulation had been affected by the dim-witted aura. Some treated him with utmost sincerity, while others sought trouble with him out of sheer spite and hatred. The only useful piece of information was that in the end, Qiu Zixuan's grandfather had arranged for him to join the Xianlin sect in the simulation, with the destination being the capital of the Great Yu Kingdom. Perhaps that was the headquarters of the Xianlin sect. However, it was of no use to him for now. Jiang Yifeng turned his attention directly to the simulation rewards. It had been a long time since he had seen such meager rewards with only 3 options available. This time, there wasn't even a cultivation level reward. Still, Jiang Yifeng wasn't surprised as he could tell from the simulation text. In this simulation, his alternate self had been plagued by troubles, leaving little time for quiet cultivation. The improvement was minimal, so it made sense that it didn't appear on the reward list. The only pleasant surprise was the wind-chasing technique. It helped fill the gap in his lack of combat techniques. There was no need to deliberate over the rewards this time. The dim-witted aura talent was far too dangerous, harmful to both himself and others. Jiang Yifeng felt he lacked the protagonist's fate to handle such a talent. Thus, he made his choice directly. He'll take the Tianxian art and the wind-chasing technique. With a chime, the system announced that he had acquired the Tianxian art Immortal Dao Heart method and the wind-chasing technique movement manual, deducting 15 million energy points and leaving him with 11.2 billion. In an instant, the two manuals appeared in Jiang Yifeng's hands. Gazing at the Tianxian art in his hands, Jiang Yifeng felt a wave of emotion. This technique had finally been exchanged. It had appeared as a reward in every simulation since the third one. Placing all the rewards into his storage ring, Jiang Yifeng composed himself and stepped out of his room. It was a fine day, perfect for enjoying some music at a pleasure house. I want go to the Spring Splendor Pavilion today. After that simulation, I'm still a bit wary of Qiu Zhishuan and afraid of slipping up, Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself. He then headed to another establishment for music. He felt this wouldn't compromise his persona. He could return to the Spring Splendor Pavilion in a couple of days. Occasionally changing venues was only natural after all. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the simulation count refreshed once more. Jiang Yifeng returned to his room and murmured, "Begin the simulation." One simulation count was consumed, leaving 0 remaining. The system prompted drawing a blue talent costs 1,000 energy points, and drawing a purple talent costs 1 million energy points. Please make your selection. Draw a purple talent. With a chime, 1 million energy points were deducted, and the purple talent was being drawn, leaving 11.2 billion energy points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the purple talent Serendipitous Enlightenment. Serendipitous Enlightenment. When you cultivate, you may occasionally enter a state of enlightenment. Note: in the enlightenment state, cultivation speed is faster, randomly increasing to 2 to 10 times the normal rate. Your mind becomes more active, making it easier to identify problems and break through bottlenecks. The 13th simulation begins. You realize you are already within the simulation. This time you already possess the Immortal Dao Heart method, so theoretically you don't need to rush to the ruins of the Tianxian Temple. However, Qingshan City is crowded and filled with prying eyes, including immortal servants. The fluctuations from your cultivation could easily be detected. Thus, you decide to first go to the Tianxian Temple ruins in the Chongqing Mountains to cultivate. That night, when the streets were deserted, you slipped out of Qingshan City. By the third day, you arrived at the Tianxian Temple ruins. Even though you now had the Immortal Dao Heart method, you still buried the bones there and cleaned up the ruins. Afterward, you began your cultivation. For this simulation's cultivation plan, you decided to set aside martial arts for the time being. Each day, you focused on refining your golden core and spent 2 hours learning the movement manual, the wind-chasing technique. In the first year, you had no idea how the refinement of your golden core was progressing. There was still no sign of a 10th pattern appearing. However, you had already achieved basic mastery of the wind-chasing technique. With the technique's enhancement, your running speed was nearly twice as fast as in your normal state. Even a basic level movement technique brought such a significant improvement. What kind of gap would there be if you cultivated it to a higher level? This made you realize the importance of combat techniques. You felt that you needed to seek out other types of combat arts as soon as possible. The enhancement effect was truly immense. In the second year, you cultivated diligently, but there were no notable breakthroughs in any area. In the third year, Ruoxue arrived. After a series of interrogations, she confirmed that you were not an immortal servant. She felt some regret at your potential, but said nothing more. 3 days later, Ruoxue departed, leaving behind a storage ring. When you opened it, you found 100,000 spirit stones and a book with ink still wet titled Annotations on Immortal Cultivation Common Knowledge. These items were identical to those from the simulation before last, so you didn't pay them much attention. Not long after, you left the ruins of the Tianxian Temple. This time you did not venture into the Death Desert, but instead sought a desolate place to cultivate alone. In the 5th year, while practicing the body technique, chasing wind formula, you triggered an epiphany due to your innate talent, increasing your cultivation speed by 8-fold. This sudden insight not only accelerated your training, but also invigorated your thoughts. As you practiced the chasing wind formula, you felt the rhythm of the wind. In that fleeting moment, your body technique advanced from the entry level to a minor achievement. This filled you with joy as you felt you had discovered the essence of the technique. You believed that as long as you could clearly perceive the rhythm of the wind, your body technique would surely make even more significant progress. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the state of epiphany came to an end. Your body technique had improved immensely, yet you felt somewhat dissatisfied. The rhythm of the wind had only appeared in that moment, and no matter how hard you tried afterward, you could not sense it again. In the 6th year, you diligently refined the golden core and practiced the body technique, making slight progress. Years flew by. In the 13th year, you disguised yourself and secretly returned to Qingshan City. You did not go home. Instead, you hid your identity and concealed yourself in the shadows. This time, you intended to use your inside eye to determine the identity and strength of the black-clothed figure who had attacked the Jiang family. Although you were fairly certain it was a celestial slave, everything remained conjecture. After all, this black-clothed person was the reason for your determination to improve, and you harbored some obsession. Moreover, you also wanted to see how your father Jiang Fushan managed to escape from this assassination. This was a decision you made after careful consideration. In a previous simulation, you had successfully escaped from this person using a teleportation jade plate. However, luck was not on your side that time as you encountered other celestial slaves. So you felt that as long as your luck wasn't too bad, escaping would not be a significant problem. Moreover, this time you intended to observe from a distance, not planning to reveal yourself, which you believed would ensure even greater safety. You hid in a farmhouse a few streets away from the Jiang residence, and 2 months later, you suddenly heard a loud noise. You spotted a black-clothed figure appearing above the Jiang residence. At that moment, the Jiang residence had already collapsed. You hurriedly used your inside eye to check the individual's information. As expected, it was a celestial slave from the Xianlimen named Yang Zhuo at the 9th level of Golden Core. This strength was much lower than you had imagined. However, this was normal. At that time, you had no cultivation and had seen one palm destroy the Jiang residence, which naturally led you to think this person was very strong. But now it was different. You, having completed foundation establishment, could also destroy several houses with full effort. After confirming the person's strength, a smirk appeared at the corner of your mouth. You thought to yourself, soon this person would no longer be a threat to you. This thought brightened your mood considerably. While you were checking Yang's information, a commotion arose above the Jiang residence. You saw your father Jiang Fushan flying in from a distance. Behind your father were several figures of cultivators. After these people appeared, one of them struck with a sword, and the black-clothed man Yang Zhuo was instantly killed. Afterward, you saw your father Jiang Fushan organizing the surviving members of the Jiang family to begin relocating. Meanwhile, those cultivators vigilantly guarded the surroundings. In reality, Jiang Yifeng was watching this scene and sighed inwardly. His speculations about his father were indeed mistaken. He had previously deduced that he had only stayed in Qingshan City during 2 simulations. In one instance, he was still a spoiled young master, and his father had allowed him to stay in the Jiang residence. In the other instance, he possessed martial skills, prompting his father to let him escape. Initially, Jiang Yifeng believed that his father was aware of the danger, which was why he had sent his martial-skilled self away, and in hindsight, that was still correct. However, the previous analysis of the time he had no cultivation suggested that his father had intended to take him away, but his bad luck led to his demise under a falling brick. Now it seemed he was utterly mistaken. His perspective had been too narrow. His father aimed to protect all the members of the Jiang family. He had sought out so many cultivators clearly to ensure the safe withdrawal of the Jiang family. However, judging by the situation in the simulation, it appeared to be slightly late. The Jiang residence had still collapsed, and many had died or been injured. However, reality will surely not be like this. There is still me, and there is the simulator. Jiang Yifeng chuckled lightly and continued to observe the simulator. You found yourself somewhat stunned by the current situation. This was entirely contrary to your previous speculations. Originally, you thought that in the 13th year the black-clothed man would annihilate the Jiang family, prompting your father to begin fleeing. Instead, it turned out that your father returned with a large number of cultivators and forcefully killed the black-clothed man. Now it seemed that your father was organizing the Jiang family members to evacuate. After a brief moment of shock, you hurriedly activated your inside eye to see the strength of these cultivators. After seeing the information of these local cultivators, your first reaction was, how is this possible? Several among them had reached the tribulation transcendent stage. Of course, this was not the key. It only indicated they had good talent. The crucial point was that these individuals were all over 1,000 years old. In your previous simulation, you had heard by Roashua mention that heavenly tribulations occurred once every few decades. Could it be that these people were also celestial slaves from Xianlimen? That was impossible. The information displayed by the inside I did not indicate this. The previous black-clothed man Yang had been marked with his identity as a celestial slave from Xianliman. But how did these cultivators survive? This left you utterly bewildered. If it were only tribulation transcendence experts in their hundreds of years, you might think they had started cultivating late, but had good talent. Yet tribulation transcendence experts over 1,000 years old must have faced heavenly tribulations. Did that mean heavenly tribulations were not necessarily fatal? You pondered, which shattered your previous plans. You had originally intended to confirm the identity and realm of that black-clothed man, and then cultivate alone. Now it seemed you needed to interact with these people. Oh, perhaps there would be unexpected gains. After making your decision, you walked toward the Jiang family estate. As you approached, the vigilant cultivators surrounding the area stopped you, forbidding you from coming closer. With no other choice, you had to call out for your father, Jiang Fushan. Upon hearing your voice, your father appeared before you shortly after. He looked at you with red-rimmed eyes seemingly filled with 1,000 words, which finally turned into a single phrase: "It's good that you're back." A sudden pang of sorrow struck your heart. When you departed, you left behind only a letter, and then you vanished for over a decade. You knew full well the immense pain this must have caused your father. Yet you quickly composed yourself. It was an unavoidable necessity. Without ruthlessness and effort in this simulation, tragedy in reality would be even more inescapable. Days passed in the blink of an eye. You, along with your father Jiang Fushan and the group of cultivators, evacuated Qingshan City. You arrived at a place called Jibei Mountain. Here there was no trace of human habitation, and you could even sense that the spiritual energy in the air was exceedingly thin. Upon entering the mountain, you saw many local cultivators and some of their families. The members of the Jiang clan also settled down here. Shortly after your arrival, your identity as a cultivator was seen through by an old man at the 7th layer of tribulation transcendence. He saw through the concealment talisman you carried. You were not surprised by this. After all, Bai Ruoxue, who had inscribed the talisman, was also at the tribulation transcendence stage. It was only natural for a peer to see through it. Upon learning that you were also a cultivator, your father was overjoyed. He took out all his resources and placed them in your hands. But as you looked at the pitiful few thousand spirit stones and recalled the 100,000 Bai Ruoxue had casually given you, you suddenly comprehended the destitution of the local cultivators. You did not accept your father's spirit stones. Instead, you questioned him extensively about the local cultivators. However, your father had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation and knew little. He only said that the world was vast and this place was a sealed land. There was an organization called the Immortal Gate that hunted ordinary cultivators. The cultivators here had all been saved by Old Li and were huddled together for warmth. You knew that the Old Li your father spoke of was the old man who had seen through your identity. So you often lingered around Old Li, asking him all sorts of questions. Old Li was forthcoming and told you many things which answered many of your questions. For instance, regarding spirit stones, according to Old Li, in the southern domain, they were almost entirely controlled by the Immortal Gate. The spirit stones these cultivators had were obtained only by risking their lives to steal or snatch from the Immortal Gate's mines. You also asked him how to evade the heavenly tribulation. Old Li smiled bitterly, saying that people like them had no means to evade it. They merely relied on the legacy left by their ancestors. He told you that although the southern domain was small, it had produced several exceptionally gifted individuals over the ages. The most brilliant of them were two, Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. He said that Mo Jingtian was the great power who millions of years ago withstood the heavenly tribulation and broke through the seal. Most only remembered him, but few knew that he was accompanied by a formation prodigy, Lu Wuya. According to the oral traditions passed down by their predecessors, it was their combined efforts that tore a few cracks in the Great Sealing Formation. Unfortunately, the formation prodigy Lu Wuya, lacking sufficient personal power, did not escape safely. Lu Wuya, perhaps foreseeing his own death, had left behind a formation in the southern domain that could evade the heavenly tribulation. It was this formation that gave later generations hope for cultivation. Without this formation, there would likely be no cultivators left in the southern domain besides those from the Immortal Gate. Those who now survived the heavenly tribulation's assault did so only by taking refuge in the formation left by that predecessor. But as he said this, Old Li's expression turned sorrowful. He then told you that after countless years of erosion, the formation was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps the next time the heavenly tribulation struck would mark the death of their old bones. Hearing this, you understood. So that was it. Many of the puzzling questions from your previous simulations now made sense. You had always wondered why in the 43rd year of the simulation a large number of local cultivators would charge into the Death Desert. Now it seemed that the formation had completely collapsed. The local cultivators knew that remaining in the southern domain when the heavenly tribulation descended meant certain death, hence their desperate act. In the days that followed, you stayed in Jibei Mountain to cultivate. In the 14th year, your spirit stones were completely exhausted. In the 15th year, you joined the local cultivators in raiding a small mine of the Immortal Gate. In that operation, 3 of your companions perished. You also sustained considerable injuries. In the end, you received 2,000 spirit stones as your share. Such operations were not uncommon and were often organized. However, casualties occurred every time, and you even knew of one operation where the entire team was annihilated with no one returning. Oldly later said that they had been unlucky running into an Immortal Gate elder on patrol at the mine, resulting in their total demise. Besides these collective actions, there were also lone wolves among the local cultivators at Jibei Mountain. They rarely stayed long, traveling outside to rob isolated Immortal Gate slaves. Such individuals often faced even greater danger. Suffice it to say, for the sake of Spirit Stones, cultivators here had to risk their lives. The only one in all of Jibei Mountain who did not go out to plunder resources was Oldly, because Oldly was the anchor for everyone here. He was the sole person unafraid of the Immortal Gate, and his cultivation was even stronger than anyone in the Immortal Gate. But he could not move about freely, for if he left, this place would surely be besieged by the Immortal Gate. Other cultivators would then have no fixed abode, and their families would lose a safe haven. It could be said that it was because of Oldly that so many cultivators gathered here, and that the Immortal Gate dared not act recklessly. You also asked Oldly why, since he was the strongest, he didn't destroy the Immortal Gate. He replied that destroying this batch would only bring a stronger one next time. You instantly grasped his meaning. These were all lackeys of the celestial immortals above. As long as the mastermind lived, killing the underlings would be futile. New ones would simply replace them. In the 16th year, you left alone. The spiritual energy at Jibei Mountain was far too thin. Without spirit stones, it was nearly impossible to absorb any chi. Even though you were polishing your golden core, it required spiritual energy to do so. Without it, you could not make progress. In the 17th year, passing through a small town, you robbed 2 Foundation Establishment stage Immortal slaves, obtaining over 5,000 spirit stones. In the 18th year, you exhausted the stones from the previous year with no significant progress in your cultivation. In the 19th year, you cultivated without spirit stones for a whole year. In the 20th year, you reasoned that since other local cultivators were also robbing Immortal slaves, an occasional act of robbery, by you would not draw too much attention. So you struck again, robbing several Immortal slaves and acquiring a few thousand spirit stones. In the 21st year, you cultivated using those stones. In the following years, whenever you ran out of spirit stones, you would borrow some from low-realm Immortal slaves, then hide away to cultivate. This cycle repeated itself, and decades passed in the blink of an eye. With your inside eye and concealment talisman, you disguised yourself as Immortals, scouted your targets, and then struck decisively. Accidents were rare. Of course, rare did not mean never. One of the most perilous incidents occurred when, in the middle of an operation, a 9th-layer nascent soul expert from the Immortal Gate happened to pass by. A 9th-layer nascent soul expert could traverse dozens of miles in an instant. You activated a teleportation jade slip once, but it wasn't enough to escape completely. He caught up to you. In the end, you had to activate the teleportation array disc twice in succession to finally shake him off and make your escape. In the 35th year, while refining your golden core, you triggered the talent Serendipitous Enlightenment, entering a state of epiphany that multiplied your cultivation speed by 10-fold. In this state of enlightenment, you tirelessly cultivated and refined your golden core. Gazing at the scene within your chi si, where the golden core's spiritual energy and dragon essence lay distinct, your thoughts surged like a tempest. A flash of insight struck you. If a 10-grade golden core required fateful opportunities, could the dragon essence itself be considered such a boon? Instinctively, you sought to channel the dragon essence to polish your golden core. Yet you found yourself unable to control the dragon essence within your chi si. Undeterred, you manipulated your spiritual energy, relentlessly compressing the dragon essence's position. You forced the dragon essence ever closer to the golden core. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and at last you had pressed the dragon essence against the golden core. Soon a transformation occurred. As the dragon essence neared the golden core, it adhered directly to its surface, then gradually merged into it, vanishing without a trace. In the end, a faint dragon pattern appeared on the golden core, shimmering ethereally. At that moment, your state of enlightenment came to an end. You beheld the nascent 10th pattern on your golden core, your heart brimming with elation. The gains from this single epiphany were immeasurable. Previously, you had polished mindlessly, seeing no progress at all. Now with one moment of enlightenment, such a monumental harvest had emerged. You could not help but adore this talent. And from then on you knew the path you must tread. In the 37th year you set out for the Death Desert. In the 39th year you reached the oasis within the Death Desert. By the 43rd year you spent each day gazing at the sky awaiting the emergence of the demonic dragon. One day you sensed the desert churning and saw the demonic dragon soaring into the heavens. Without hesitation you hastened toward its lair. 2 hours later you arrived at the entrance of the demonic dragon's lair. You glanced at the distant battle between the dragon and your father Jiang Fushan. It seemed a swift resolution was unlikely. Thus, without a moment's pause, you leaped straight into the lair. Once inside, you recalled information from a previous simulation and headed for the southwestern corner. After discerning your bearings, you made directly for the southwestern corner. There you began to smash against the glittering golden rock wall. Your cultivation base was now far beyond what it had been, and soon you battered a hole the size of a wash basin into the thick stone. Through the opening, you glimpsed a hidden chamber, at its center a colossal dragon egg. Just then you heard the frantic roars of the demonic dragon from outside. You dared not slacken, redoubling your efforts. Within minutes you had smashed a gap in the wall large enough for a dog to pass. Caring little for aesthetics, you crawled through the opening. Without pausing to observe, you strode directly toward the dragon egg. Time was of the essence. This time you had no thought of roasting it. You produced a hammer prepared in advance and struck the egg fiercely. Once it cracked open, you plunged your head inside and began to drink deeply in great gulps. Coming to consume the dragon egg was a decision you had made after your enlightenment. Since the 10th pattern on your golden core was composed of dragon essence, and it now appeared faint and incomplete, you suspected it was due to insufficient dragon essence. Thus the present scene unfolded. Time trickled away. You felt your physical strength continuously increasing. Soon your martial cultivation broke through to the second layer of the chi movement realm, and it did not stop there, continuing to rise. Meanwhile, dragon essence surged within your chi si. Unlike the previous occasion, this dragon essence did not settle aside in your chi si, but rushed straight toward the golden core. Gradually, you saw the 10th pattern on the golden core growing ever clearer. Outside, the demonic dragon's roars grew increasingly thunderous. You paid them no heed, focusing solely on devouring the egg. 3 minutes later, a sudden tremor shook you as the rock wall collapsed. A Mahayanistage black python appeared and swallowed you in a single gulp. You died at the age of 63. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, you may choose 2 rewards: serendipitous enlightenment talent, wind chasing, art movement minor achievement realm, martial cultivation, chi movement realm 3rd layer, or immortal cultivation foundation establishment perfection. Serendipitous enlightenment talent cost 100 energy points. Wind chasing, art movement minor achievement realm cost 100 energy points. Note: techniques are divided into initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, peak, and perfection. Martial cultivation chi movement realm 3rd layer cost 100 energy points. Immortal cultivation foundation establishment perfection cost 100 energy points. 10 grade golden core cumulative refinement time increased to 95 years. Jiang Yifeng looked at the simulations and with some regret. He had not expected to be slain by a demonic python in the end. Yet he understood that the demonic dragon delayed by his father Jiang Fushan's battle had likely summoned the python with its roars. After all, the dragon had cried out many times in the simulation. But when Jiang Yifeng saw the simulation rewards, a smile curled at his lips. He had finally attained the 10 grade golden core. Still, why did the reward not simply state 10 grade golden core, but instead include the refinement time? What did that mean? Could it be that there was room for improvement beyond the 10th grade? No matter, he would claim the rewards first. Jiang Yifeng made his choice without delay. I choose serendipitous enlightenment and immortal cultivation. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained serendipitous enlightenment talent. 100,000 energy points deducted. Remaining energy points 11. 2 billion. Ding, immortal cultivation successfully extracted. 100,000 energy points deducted. Remaining energy points 11. 1 billion. As the simulator's voice faded, Jiang Yifeng sensed the changes within his chi si. All the dragon essence surged into his golden core. Afterward, more dragon essence materialized out of thin air, continuously perfecting the 10th pattern on the golden core. Minutes later, the 10th pattern was fully formed. Yet Jiang Yifeng's expression soured. He wondered if something had gone wrong. In his eyes, the golden core now bore 9 neatly arranged patterns. They were orderly and connected end to end, forming a unified whole, as if spiraling together. Though distinct, they were intrinsically linked. But what was this 10th pattern doing? Why was it so far apart from the other 9? Jiang Yifeng yearned to ask. Are you being shy? Having read by Roaksha's annotations on immortal cultivation, Jiang Yifeng was no longer a complete novice in the immortal arts. He knew that the patterns on the golden core must be unified to function effectively. The bridge of heaven and earth formed with spiritual energy to break through to the core formation stage had to connect to the pattern's ends. Thereafter, every absorption of spiritual energy would pass through these patterns before entering the Qi Si. These patterns were like a special circuit. If they were bypassed, the refinement of the golden core's grade would be meaningless. As it stood, though called a 10-grade golden core, only 9 grades were truly effective. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng finally understood why the simulator's reward had specifically noted the cumulative refinement time. He muttered bitterly to himself, "Ah, good thing. In the future, polishing an 11-grade golden core will raise my ceiling even higher. Who has ever seen that?" Jiang Yifeng knew how to console himself. Yet upon reflection, if a new golden core pattern could truly connect the separated upper and lower patterns, it might indeed be a tremendous blessing. Time flowed like a shuttle. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Jiang Yifeng continued to idle away his days, indulging in the pleasures of the brothels. Now that the simulation count had refreshed, he immediately returned to his room, ready to commence a new round of simulation. He murmured softly, "Initiate simulation. Simulation count consumed 1, remaining 0. Consume 1 energy points to draw a blue talent, or consume 1 energy points to draw a purple talent. Please make your selection. Draw a purple talent. Ding 1,000 energy points deducted. Drawing purple talent. Remaining energy 11. 1 billion. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent Calamity Body. Calamity Body. People or objects around you are perpetually plagued by unforeseen disasters, yet your vitality is tenacious and your cultivation speed is doubled." After reviewing the talent he had drawn, Jiang Yifeng found it truly difficult to assess. On one hand, it was beneficial for cultivation, but the backlash seemed rather troublesome. Once endowed with this talent, his relatives and friends would likely suffer greatly. It was indeed a talent that benefited oneself at the expense of others. Jiang Yifeng pondered whether he should claim this talent as a reward after the simulation ended. He could not decide for the moment. He wanted to see just how severe the unforeseen disasters would be. If they were within an acceptable range, he could acquire this talent. Thus, he turned his gaze to the developments within the simulator. Simulation 14 begins. You quickly realize you have entered the simulation. This time you are not in a hurry to leave the Jiang residence. You wish to observe the severity of the Calamity Bodis after effects. On the first day, your maidservant Xiao Tao brings you hot water for washing. The moment she steps through the door, she trips over the threshold and is scalded by the water. On the second day, a patrol of guards passes by your courtyard. Suddenly, the wall of your courtyard collapses, injuring 3 of them. On the third day, steward Jiang Dafu leads a team to repair the collapsed wall. However, the wall collapses a second time, splitting Jiang Dafu's skull open. On the fourth day, you hear that a shipment from the Jiang merchant house has encountered problems. They are now selling off their shops on a large scale to raise funds to compensate the buyers. On the fifth day, while your father is asleep, a venomous snake slithers into his room and bites him, leaving him poisoned and unconscious. On the sixth day, you no longer dare to test further. The danger of the Calamity Body is far more terrifying than you imagined. That night, you sneak into your father's room and use spiritual energy to purge the snake venom from his body. Then, under the cover of night, you leave Green Mountain City. You fear that if you stay any longer, the entire family will be ruined by the after effects of your talent. On the 8th day, you arrive at the ruins of the Tianxian Temple. On the 9th day, you clean the area as usual, burying all the bones found among the ruins. Afterward, you begin cultivating alone. In the first year, the over 2,000 spirit stones you had stored are completely consumed. This is partly due to your higher cultivation realm, which allows you to absorb spirit stones more quickly, and partly due to the Calamity Bodis enhancement of your cultivation speed, resulting in greater resource consumption. Of course, the refinement of your golden core over this year will undoubtedly be more profound than before. Aside from the change in cultivation speed, it is worth noting that you no longer need to go out hunting for food this year. Because every time you finish cultivating, you find injured animals nearby. For instance, a rabbit that crashed into a tree, a bird with a broken wing, or a beast crushed by a falling tree. You know these animals must have been affected by your Calamity Body. Presumably they were too close to you, and thus suffered these unforeseen calamities. So you can only wipe your drool, place them on the grill, and make their lives more flavorful. In the second year, without spirit stones, your cultivation efficiency slows down. Similarly, many animals continue to suffer unforeseen disasters this year. Besides animals and plants, you notice that other things in the surroundings also seem to have changed. You feel that the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees appear to have withered and yellowed. You can only silently apologize in your heart and continue cultivating. In the third year, the area around the ruins of the Tianxian temple is devoid of life. Everywhere there are yellowed weeds. Even the towering ancient trees have withered and died, with many inexplicably snapped in half. Looking at this scene, bitterness fills your heart. You know that the time for Bai Ruoxue, your cash cow, to arrive is near. If she sees this place in such a state, will you still be able to milk her? Uncertain, you do your best to clear away the yellowed weeds and broken trees. One day, Bai Ruoxue suddenly descends. You are still diligently clearing the withered and broken ancient trees, unaware of her arrival. Bai Ruoxue notices you, but does not pay much attention. She is more focused on the surrounding environment, her expression sorrowful. She remembers that when her senior brother was still alive, she had secretly come here. At that time, the place was lush and green, surrounded by towering trees. But now it is utterly devoid of life. Bai Ruoxue does not know that all this is caused by your calamity body. She assumes it is the result of heavenly lightning. After a brief moment of grief, Bai Ruoxue grabs you and asks about your identity. You answer truthfully. Finally, she thoroughly examines you inside and out. When she probes your golden core, she looks at you as if she has seen a ghost, an expression of utter disbelief on her face. Bai Ruoxue feels that your current state challenges her understanding. She longs to ask you, a 10-grade golden core with unconnected patterns. Who taught you to cultivate like this? Yet despite her confusion, Bai Ruoxue's gaze at you grows somewhat excited. She is now certain that you are not from the Xianlin sect. She has already seen through your bone age of 20. At such a young age, you have already achieved a 10-grade golden core. Although it is a flawed cultivation path, if it can be salvaged, you might break history and become the sole cultivator with an unprecedented 11-grade golden core. In Bai Ruoxue's eyes, you are now a piece of uncut jade awaiting carving. She secretly decides to sponsor you to help you grow quickly. If you can achieve an 11-grade golden core and grow to full strength, she believes you might surpass Mo Jingtian, who shattered this sealed land millions of years ago. Then to escape this sealed land, you will inevitably clash with the celestial immortals above. Thus the vengeance for her senior brother might finally be achieved. Bai Ruoxue has already fallen into a state of self-induced ecstasy. But soon her face darkens, and she flings you away. During her investigation, Bai Ruoxue eventually discovered your calamity body. Now she is utterly terrified, for the calamity body is a legendary physique. According to records, whenever a calamity body appears, it inevitably brings about widespread devastation. This affliction spares only its bearer. Anyone or anything that draws near to such a person is doomed to a grim end. She contemplated whether to slay you. Yet soon she shook her head. No, she dared not. Legends held that those who killed a calamity body bearer suffered a terrible fate. Bai Ruoxue vanished, instantly choosing to leave. You were baffled, unsure of what had transpired. Usually she stayed for 3 days, but this time she fled in less than an hour. What irked you more was that she hadn't left a single spirit stone this time. You muttered under your breath, how stingy. With Bai Ruoxue gone, you began planning your own departure. A day passed as you gathered provisions ready to leave. But just then a white-robed figure appeared. Your heart leaped. Bai Ruoxue had returned. Your mind raced with wishful thoughts. Had she forgotten to give you resources and come back to make amends? Before you could speak, Bai Ruoxue flicked her sleeve, binding you, and in an instant you both vanished from the spot. You sensed rapid movement. Your ears rang, and your eyes could barely open. As if feeling the wind, you triggered an accidental epiphany, boosting your cultivation speed 5-fold and sharpening your thoughts. You emptied your mind, fully immersing yourself in the sensation of the fierce wind rushing past during this high-speed flight. Soon your movement technique, wind-chasing art, broke through, repeatedly advancing from uninitiated to minor mastery. Bai Ruoxue observed your transformation. Her gaze grew complex as she sighed inwardly. This is enlightenment. Such talent. If only he weren't a calamity body. Half a day later, the sensation of extreme speed faded and the epiphany abruptly ended. You lamented silently at the missed opportunity. This epiphany had been far more effective than previous simulations. It made you realize that environment is a crucial factor in cultivation. A longer duration might have yielded even greater progress. But such opportunities were rare, requiring both extreme speed and the chance to trigger an accidental epiphany. You set aside thoughts of enlightenment and slowly opened your eyes, curious about Bai Ruoxue's intentions. Where had she brought you? Yet when you opened your eyes, Bai Ruoxue was nowhere to be seen. You looked around and spotted a storage ring. You realized that Bai Ruoxue had truly left for good. Excitedly, you opened the storage ring, only to find your joy short-lived. The ring contained not a single spirit stone, only food. You were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Bairuoxu's intentions. 2 hours later, you gazed at the sky, finally understanding her purpose. You discovered you were trapped. No matter which direction you walked, you always returned to the starting point after 2 hours. You realized this was a formation, you were imprisoned. With a bitter smile, you thought so Bairuoxu left all that food because she feared you might starve to death, locking you up and providing ample provisions. What was she trying to do? In your mind, you cursed Bairuoxu and her entire family. For the next half-month, you searched for an escape route, but to no avail. Eventually, you gave up, embracing the philosophy of take things as they come, and began cultivating here. After all, cultivation could be done anywhere. You weren't picky, though the lack of spirit stones slowed your progress. By the 4th year, your mindset had stabilized, and you devoted yourself fully to training. In the 5th year, your movement technique improved slightly. In the 6th year, you heard a cracking sound. The formation that had trapped you inexplicably shattered. Joy surged within you, and you exclaimed, "The calamity body is incredible." But as you prepared to leave, another unexpected event occurred. You discovered that beyond the first formation lay another. Once again, you cursed Bairuoxu under your breath. By now, you had begun to suspect that she had seen through your physique. That was why she had imprisoned you here, isolating you from the world to prevent you from harming others. She might be a good person, but you resented the injustice of it all. In the 7th year, you once again suppressed your restless heart and focused on cultivation. In the 9th year, during your training, you seemed to hear a phoenix's cry. You dismissed it as an auditory hallucination. In the 10th year, the second formation trapping you began to crack. By then, however, you had come to terms with the situation. You reasoned that Bairuoxu, and knowing the power of the calamity body, would have set up countless more formations beyond. Thus, you remained unmoved, continuing your cultivation obediently. Years passed. In the 20th year, you heard the phoenix's cry again. This time you were certain it wasn't a hallucination. The sound was anguished. Curiosity stirred within you. Where had Bairuoxu brought you? Why could you hear a phoenix? In the 23rd year, while refining your golden core, you triggered an accidental epiphany, boosting cultivation efficiency 7-fold. This epiphany lasted a full half year, greatly enhancing your golden core refinement. In the 26th year, you again heard the mournful cry of a phoenix. In the 30th year, the phoenix's cry grew even more tragic. Over the following years, you heard it with increasing frequency. Sometimes you heard it several times in a single year. By the 43rd year, you suddenly saw numerous cultivators appear in the sky. You were puzzled. You recalled that in this year, the local cultivators were supposed to be fighting the demon dragon in the Death Desert, attempting to break out of the sealed southern domain. Could this be the Death Desert? But that didn't seem right. Even though you had never visited the Death Desert in this simulation, a desert should at least look like one. Even if you were inside a formation that had altered the environment, now that you could see cultivators, the formation must have vanished entirely. Thus, the scene before you was real. Yet you saw no sign of a desert. As you pondered, a phoenix's cry echoed. You saw a massive featherless grass chicken appear in the sky. At that moment, you catch sight of a figure in azure robes appearing, engaging in battle with that scruffy chicken-like creature. You grow even more bewildered. Isn't that azure-robed figure your father, Jiang Yifeng? What's happening? Why has everything suddenly changed? In the 43rd year, shouldn't father be battling the demon dragon? Why is he now fighting that phoenix that looks like a scruffy chicken? You even begin to suspect whether you've fallen into an illusion. Soon an elderly man appears before you. Using your insight eye, you recognize him as Elder Li, who answered many of your questions in the previous simulation. He sees through your identity as a cultivator. He tells you to quickly flee with the others. You inquire about the current situation. He says that ahead lies the Flame Valley, but for reasons unknown, the flames there have been gradually extinguishing over the past few decades. Upon receiving this news, they realize that something must have gone wrong with the fierce beast stationed there. Due to certain circumstances, they were forced to flee the southern domain and chose this place as their breakthrough point. After hearing Elder Li's explanation, the corner of your mouth twitches. You feel incredibly fortunate to have survived, having cultivated right before the Flame Valley for decades. As for the extinguishing flames, you suspect it's inseparable from your calamity body. After all, over all these years, you were probably the only one trapped in this wretched place. At this moment, a wave of emotion washes over you. You feel that this might have been Bairuoxu's deliberate design. Perhaps she intended to use your calamity body to deal with this fierce beast. As for the reason, you have no way of knowing. It could be some personal grudge, or simply for the sake of venting her anger. After all, you know that Bairuoxu harbors resentment toward the Celestial Gate, and even the immortals above, so she must also despise these guardian beasts. She dared not strike directly, so abandoning you, bearing the calamity body, to torment these beasts seems plausible enough. Having grasped the general situation, you choose not to flee with elderly, and instead urge him to go on ahead. You already understand the terrifying extent of the calamity body. You believe that if you escape with them, even if the fierce beast is weakened, they likely wouldn't survive. Elderly merely casts a glance at you, then waves his hand to lead the other lower realm cultivators away. After all, you were but strangers crossing paths. His warning and answers were already a rare kindness. Naturally, he wouldn't force you to escape with him. Moreover, he still needs to carry others of lower cultivation levels. Having one fewer person means he can bring one more. You look up at the battle in the sky. That scruffy chicken-like phoenix is being utterly suppressed by your father Jiang Fushan. Meanwhile, the other cultivators fly unimpeded deeper into the Flame Valley. It seems the Flame Valley lacks the demonic pythons found in the Death Desert. This leaves you puzzled as to why in the previous simulation your father Jiang Fushan and the other cultivators chose to break through the Death Desert instead. The Flame Valley is clearly the easier path. What you don't realize is that this is all due to your calamity body. In terms of combat power, the demon dragon and that scruffy chicken phoenix were actually quite evenly matched. The phoenix you now see is weakened because under the influence of your calamity body, its feathers have inexplicably begun to fall off. As a result, it is far from its prime. As for the absence of other beasts in the Flame Valley, it's because none were needed. The phoenix flame was the ultimate barrier, and ordinary cultivators simply couldn't traverse the flames. And that original barrier, too, was extinguished by your calamity body. Unaware of this, you instinctively assume this is an easier breakthrough point, sinking deeper into confusion. You don't dwell on it for long. This is a rare opportunity, and you decide to see if you can escape the southern domain. If you truly succeed, the simulation time would certainly be extended considerably. You advance deeper into the Flame Valley, encountering no danger along the way. Half a day later, you hear the phoenix's long cry as the scruffy chicken phoenix falls. Not long after, you feel someone grab you. Turning around, you see it's your father Jiang Fushan. He is heavily wounded. Using your insight eye, you can see that your father's cultivation base has even fallen to the 7th Tribulation Transcendence realm. Earlier, when he fought the fierce beast you had observed, he was at the peak of the 8th Tribulation Transcendence. Your father Jiang Fushan seizes you without asking how you ended up here. He simply takes your hand and flies swiftly. Knowing time is pressing, you remain silent. A day later, you see a barrier with a deep crack running through it. You realize this must be the formation sealing the southern domain, and the crack is likely the passage created by Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya millions of years ago. Your heart pounds with excitement. Are you finally about to leave this sealed land? Suddenly, thunder roars. Your father Jiang Fushan smiles at you and hurls you toward the crack. Then you see him ascending into the sky, charging toward the heavenly thunder. Tears stream from the corners of your eyes. You understand he is intercepting the thunder for you. When you land, you find yourself in a strange environment. You know this is the world beyond the southern domain. You wait here for half a day, but your father Jiang Fushan never emerges. You realize the outcome is grim, so you hastily leave, not lingering any longer. This place is just outside the formation, and you're not sure if it's completely safe. In the 4th to 5th year, nearly 2 years have passed since you escaped the southern domain. During this time, you've been traveling nonstop. You want to see what the outside world is like, but after 2 whole years, you still haven't encountered any signs of human habitation. In the 48th year, you finally come across a small village. You enter and inquire, hoping to learn where you are. Unfortunately, it's just an ordinary village. The villagers have little knowledge, and most have never left. Only an experienced old village chief tells you that this place is the Great Wasteland. As for what the Great Wasteland is, or where it lies within the 9 mystic realm, the old chief has no answers. He only says he heard the name from the previous chief. After staying in the village for a day, you take your leave. Originally, after such a long journey, you had wanted to stay a couple more days. But the calamity body is truly terrifying. In just one day, many of the village's livestock have died, and several villagers have been inexplicably injured. You cannot bear to see such a simple, honest village suffer because of your innate talent. In the 49th year, you encountered a large tribe. From them, you learned that the Great Wasteland was a desolate land connecting several major domains. Its area rivaled the sum of all other domains. You learned from this tribe that traversing the Great Wasteland to reach another domain was no short-term endeavor. Thus, you halted your journey, chose a secluded spot, built a dwelling, and devoted yourself to cultivation. Since it would be too time-consuming, you had no choice, but to abandon the plan for enhancing your strength was paramount. You could not squander the simulation time earned from your hard-won escape from the southern domain. In the 50th year, you cultivated diligently and made slight progress. In the 60th year, you cultivated assiduously. In the 70th year, decades of perseverance brought your movement technique wind-chasing art to the grand completion stage. Now, when you activated the wind-chasing art, you moved like a gust of wind, your speed multiplied several-fold. In the 100th year, while polishing your golden core, you triggered an accidental epiphany, increasing your cultivation speed tenfold and sharpening your thoughts. This epiphany lasted half a year. By the time it ended, you discovered a faint new pattern had appeared on your golden core. Though still indistinct, you could roughly discern that it was as you had imagined, a pattern connecting the upper 9 lines with the dragon mark at the bottom. This thrilled you immensely. With clear hope ahead, you became even more motivated and diligent in your cultivation. In the 120th year, you noticed that the 11 lines on your golden core were fully connected, though the newly formed line remained faint. In the 138th year, your 11th-grade golden core was fully formed. Now you only needed to construct the heavenly bridge with spiritual energy, linking your meridians to your golden core to break through to the core formation stage. Thinking of becoming a core formation cultivator with a unique 11th-grade golden core unprecedented in history, you laughed aloud. Who else can match this? You resolved to break through to the core formation stage in one go. You began absorbing spiritual energy unceasingly to construct the heavenly bridge. As you built the heavenly bridge, various celestial phenomena appeared in the sky. High above your head, several tribulation transcendence elders saw the signs, and their faces changed. They realized you were preparing for a breakthrough, and the commotion indicated a golden core of exceptional quality. One of the elders sighed and said to his companion, "I'll handle it." Soon as you were constructing the heavenly bridge, you saw a colossal seal descending from the heavens, crashing toward you. Unaware of the cause, you knew someone was attacking. With no time to think, you activated the teleportation jade disc to flee, but this time it failed. Though activated, you didn't teleport, as if the space around you had been sealed. Your intuition was correct. This assassination was not a coincidence, but a premeditated plan. Your surroundings had long been sealed off. Unbeknownst to you, your century of cultivation here, due to your calamity body, had brought immense disaster to thousands of miles around. This situation had long been reported to the barbarian wilderness sect in the Great Wasteland. You had been under their surveillance, every move watched. If not for ancient texts stating that those who killed a calamity body would meet a grim end, the sect would have acted long ago, and you would not have survived. But your breakthrough attempt forced the elder to act, for the higher the cultivation of a calamity body, the greater the range of calamity. As a righteous major sect, the barbarian wilderness sect could not allow the calamity body to grow lest the entire 9 mysteries realm suffer. In an instant, the giant seal fell. Though you possessed the resilient calamity body against a tribulation transcendence attack, you had no hope of survival. You died at the age of 158. This simulation ends. You may choose 2 rewards: Calamity Body Talent Wind-Chasing Art Grand Completion, or Immortal Tao Cultivation Foundation Establishment Perfection. Calamity Body Talent Price, 1 million energy points. Wind-Chasing Art Grand Completion Price, 20 million energy points. Immortal Tao Cultivation Foundation Establishment Perfection Price, 100 million energy points. Note: Foundation Establishment Perfection with an 11th-grade golden core. What a pity. Jiang Yifeng sighed inwardly. This simulation had lasted quite a while, but he knew it could have been longer were it not for the calamity body. It had been extinguished by those righteous cultivators. This frustrated Jiang Yifeng. He had done no heinous deeds. It was all his talent's doing. Why kill him? Of course, this was just a complaint. He knew how detestable the talent was. Yet looking at the simulation rewards, a smile crept onto his face. An 11th-grade golden core. Though he hadn't broken through to core formation, the next attempt would succeed. After all, the hardest part was over. Jiang Yifeng roughly calculated that polishing the golden core alone had cost him 3 or 4 simulation opportunities, totaling over 200 years. He had also experienced epiphanies, consumed spirit stones to accelerate, and encountered opportunities. No wonder it took millions of years for one cultivator to forge a 10th-grade golden core at Foundation Establishment. After all, the lifespan of a Foundation Establishment cultivator was only 300 years, subtracting early cultivation time and reserving the golden period for higher breakthroughs. How could there be so much time to polish the golden core? Though Jiang Yifeng had an 11th-grade one, he knew most of his time was spent on the 10th Dan pattern. The dragon mark on the golden core was in truth a stroke of fortune. His actual polishing time would only yield a 10-grade golden core. Without further thought, Jiang Yifeng made his reward selection. I choose Immortal Dao Cultivation and Wind-Chasing Art Grand Completion. Though the Calamity Body could help him escape the southern domain, he still passed on it. In simulations he could be carefree, but in reality Jiang Yifeng felt he couldn't handle this talent. Taking it risked exposure and would harm friends, family, and everyone. Jiang Yifeng didn't want to end up alone in the world years later. Ding, Immortal Dao Cultivation extracted successfully, deducting 100 million energy points. Remaining energy 11 billion. Ding, Wind-Chasing Art Grand Completion extracted successfully, deducting 20 million energy points. Remaining energy 11 billion. Soon Jiang Yifeng felt the changes within himself. Before long, an 11th line appeared on his golden core in his Qi Si. As for the Wind-Chasing Art Grand Completion, Jiang Yifeng couldn't immediately feel the improvement. He would likely only sense it when using the technique. When everything was done, Jiang Yifeng saw the bright sun outside. He stretched and walked out muttering, "Another beautiful day." Without any surprises, he headed to the pleasure house to listen to music again. A week later, Jiang Yifeng had already locked his door early, waiting inside his room. Before long, the simulator count refreshed. He was certain that this simulation would allow him to break through to the core formation stage, and he could barely contain his impatience. The moment the simulation count increased, he murmured to himself, "Begin simulation." Simulation count consumed 1, remaining 0. Draw a blue talent costs 1,0 energy points. Draw a purple talent costs 1,0 energy points. Please choose. Draw a purple talent. Ding, 1,000 energy points deducted. Drawing purple talent. Remaining energy points 11 billion. Congratulations. You have obtained the purple talent Formation Genius. Formation Genius, you are an unparalleled genius in the way of formations. You always have unique insights into the art of arrays and can effortlessly draw inferences from one instance to another. This talent is excellent. Jiang Yifeng's eyes gleamed with light. In his previous simulations, the teleportation array disk had saved him multiple times, and that disk was also a type of formation. Of course, the most crucial point was that a colossal formation sealed the southern domain. Jiang Yifeng pondered whether if he cultivated formations to the peak, he could avoid facing those savage beasts and instead open other gaps directly from the seamless formation, thereby escaping the southern domain. He thought it was worth a try in the simulation. After all, he no longer had the Calamity Body. Escaping this sealed land of the southern domain was a pressing matter. Only by leaving here could he gain more simulation time. Only then could he enhance his strength more swiftly. But in reality, unless absolutely necessary, he would never reveal even a trace of his cultivation. With a plan in mind, Jiang Yifeng continued to look at the simulator. The 15th simulation begins. You realize that you have started the simulation. On the first day, taking advantage of the night, you leave Qingshan City. On the second day, you arrive at the ruins of Tianxian Temple in the Chongqing mountain range. This time you use the wind-chasing art to travel. In just one day, you cover 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers and arrive here. This is still because you control your speed to avoid excessive energy consumption. Otherwise you could have moved even faster. On the third day, you clear the ruins of Tianxian Temple and bury the bones. On the fourth day, you begin to wander around, inspecting hundreds of miles in all directions to confirm whether the surroundings are safe. You are preparing for the breakthrough to core formation. After all, in the last simulation, although you failed to break through, you learned that a celestial phenomenon would appear when you attempted it. You don't know how far this phenomenon can spread, nor whether this method can completely avoid being discovered by the immortal slaves. But you believe that as long as the area within hundreds of miles is safe, it should be fine. According to your estimation, breaking through to core formation won't take much time. As long as the breakthrough is completed and the phenomenon fades, you will be safe. On the 10th day, you return to the ruins of Tianxian Temple. Over the past few days, you have confirmed that there are no human traces within hundreds of miles, so you feel ready to begin the breakthrough. On the 11th day, you hold a spirit stone, sit cross-legged, and begin absorbing spiritual energy to construct the bridge of heaven and earth. As the spiritual energy flows in, you continuously manipulate it to connect the meridians of your body from the patterns on the golden core. At this moment, changes gradually appear in the sky. A phantom of a true dragon soars, followed by a true phoenix spreading its wings. From a distance, it looks like a scene of dragon and phoenix singing in harmony. And this is not the end. As you continue to perfect the bridge of heaven and earth, the dragon phoenix tableau fades. But this is not the conclusion of the phenomenon, it is merely the beginning. Afterward, various other phenomena appear one after another. The phenomena stretch across the sky, illuminating thousands of miles. Your originally safe plan is destined to fail. At this moment, the phenomena are visible throughout the entire southern domain. The immortal slaves of the Immortal Proclamation sect have already begun to gather, heading toward your location. Even Shin Wuyo, the sect master of the Immortal Proclamation sect and a cultivator at the 6th layer of Tribulation Transcendence, personally rushes over. Of course, you are unaware of all this. At this moment, you are still building the bridge of heaven and earth. The bridge of heaven and earth consists of 2 paths. You have finally completed one, and it seems that a breakthrough is imminent. But just as you finish constructing the first bridge, an unexpected event occurs. This accident does not come from the outside world, but from within yourself. You feel the primordial chi within your body churning. It uncontrollably surges through the completed bridge of heaven and earth toward the golden core. You are utterly bewildered now. What is happening? You are clearly breaking through in immortal cultivation. You have no idea why this martial primordial chi is rushing to join the fray. You don't know what consequences will occur if it succeeds. You can only struggle to control it, trying to stop it. Unfortunately, it's futile. The martial primordial chi has gone out of control, madly flooding into the golden core. Gradually, you realize that not only the martial primordial chi, but also your spiritual energy is beyond your control. Now you are like a bystander, only able to watch as the spiritual energy and primordial chi within your body operate on their own. Time passes bit by bit. The turmoil inside you remains intense, and you can do nothing to influence it. But in the sky outside, the anomaly changes again. Now a blurry human figure appears in the air, holding a giant axe. It cleaves through chaos. In an instant, the originally dim chaos is split open and light shines down. The phenomenon of Pangu creating the world is absolutely unprecedented. After this, other phenomena appear in succession, such as the Chaos Golden Lotus and the 3,000 demon gods. Finally, only a golden phantom remains in the sky. Its appearance resembles yours, but looks more majestic and grand. You pay no attention to the external phenomena. You are still observing the changes within your chi. Under the autonomous operation of the martial primordial chi and spiritual energy, you witness an incredible sight. The martial primordial chi actually carves a pattern onto the golden core, then interweaves with the spiritual energy to begin constructing the second bridge of heaven and earth on its own. Besides being stunned, you are also somewhat excited, even though you don't understand what is happening. But what do you see? It is a 12-grade golden core. Just then you suddenly feel the ground shaking. You open your eyes in confusion, and a sense of foreboding wells up in your heart. You haven't completed the breakthrough yet, and because the martial primordial chi and spiritual energy are operating on their own, you cannot interrupt, even if you want to. The key is that you cannot mobilize any cultivation base now, as if you were an ordinary mortal. If danger arises, you won't even be able to flee. Soon you see a large number of immortal slaves engaged in battle with a group of cultivators. The ground tremor just now was also caused by them. This only confuses you further. Not long ago, you had inspected this area and found no one. How did so many immortal slaves and cultivators suddenly appear? Judging by the scale, both sides number in the hundreds. While you are still stunned, a white-haired old man appears before you. Although you cannot use your cultivation, the talent of insightful eyes remains, allowing you to discern his cultivation and identity at a glance. In previous simulations, you knew that this elderly, under normal circumstances, would never leave Jibei Mountain. You were utterly bewildered, unable to understand the current situation. When Elderly came to your side, he looked at you with relief and told you to focus on your breakthrough, vowing that he and the other cultivators would protect your safety, even at the cost of their lives. Then you saw Elderly form several hand seals, and instantly a transparent barrier appeared around you. After Elderly left, several cultivators approached you, standing guard with vigilance. You felt completely perplexed. From previous simulations, you could tell that Elder Li was a man who genuinely cared for the ordinary cultivators of the southern domain. If not for his self-sacrifice with his cultivation, the Xianlin sect could do nothing to him. He could have done as he pleased except for leaving the southern domain. All of this demonstrated Elder Li's character, and you felt his guarantee was trustworthy. In truth, after the celestial phenomenon appeared in the sky, it wasn't just the Xianlin sect's slaves who began to act. As a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator who had lived for millennia, Elder Li understood many things. Because your earlier scene of dragons and phoenixes singing in harmony had only been recorded 1,000,000 years ago with Mo Jingtian. Afterward, he mobilized all the cultivators of Jibei Mountain, determined to protect you. The speed of your breakthrough was much slower than you had imagined. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and a surge of overwhelming aura burst from you as you successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Clearly with elderly present, those slaves were no match and retreated. You were puzzled, but did not argue, choosing to trust him. Shen Wuyo collected the blood of the entire town and set up a newly built altar chanting incomprehensible incantations. Soon a cold voice emerged from the altar. You summoned me with blood sacrifice. What is your purpose? After hearing Shen Wuyo's report, the cold voice spoke. This tiny place truly produces prodigies frequently. If not for the rules, I would crush it with a single palm. Shen Wuyo dared not interject. Soon the voice from the altar spoke again, saying it would handle the matter. Shen Wuyo finally breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have passed on this hot potato. At that moment, you were being led by elderly toward Jibei Mountain. This made you feel that there was indeed some real danger. Soon you and elderly caught sight of Jibei Mountain. You thought perhaps elderly had some hidden card here, making the danger diminish upon reaching the mountain. Boom! A tremendous clap of thunder echoed across the heavens and earth. In an instant, the purple lightning struck, and elderly exerted his full strength to shield you. This was heavenly thunder, yet it was not ordinary heavenly thunder. Elderly looked at you and shouted, "Run! There is a formation deep within Jibei Mountain. Hide there, and you may find a chance to survive." Then you saw another bolt of purple lightning strike elderly, who seemed utterly spent and could barely rise. Seeing this, grief welled up within you, but you dared not hesitate. You activated the wind-chasing art and fled at full speed toward Jibei Mountain. You understood that the formation elderly mentioned might be the one left by the legendary array genius Lu Wuyo, which you had heard about in previous simulations. But how could your speed compare to heavenly thunder? Seconds later, you were struck by the purple lightning. For this simulation, 2 rewards can be chosen: Array Genius Talent, Immortal Dao Cultivation Foundation Establishment, First Layer Divine, Dao Cultivation Foundation Establishment, First Layer. Immortal Dao Cultivation Foundation Establishment, First Layer Price, 100 million energy points, Breakthrough achieved with a 10th grade Golden Core. Divine Dao Cultivation Foundation Establishment, First Layer Price, 200 million energy points, Breakthrough achieved with a 12th grade Golden Core, an ancient path of cultivation that merges martial and immortal arts. Note, in the early stages, the Divine Dao realm aligns with immortal and martial Dao, but spiritual energy and primal Qi can be interconverted for greater combat power. However, breakthroughs are more difficult and require immense physical strength. Jiang Yifeng had not expected that this simulation would not even last a year. Nor did he anticipate that merely reporting his breakthrough to the Golden Core 10th grade would provoke the heavens to act. Beyond that, Jiang Yifeng was somewhat bewildered by this simulation's rewards. This divine Dao was essentially the simultaneous cultivation of immortal and martial arts. There was nothing more to think about. Difficulty aside, strength was paramount. If a breakthrough in reality also produced such phenomena, wouldn't that spell doom? As Jiang Yifeng wrestled with his dilemma, the simulator's electronic voice chimed. Ding! Reminder to the host: this simulator can conceal breakthrough omens for a cost of 1 billion energy points. The simulator possesses this function too. A flash of delight lit Jiang Yifeng's eyes upon hearing the prompt. With that hesitation dissolved, there was nothing left to ponder. Jiang Yifeng made his choice without delay. I select the talent of Formation Path Prodigy and the Cultivation Realm of Divine Dao. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Formation Path Prodigy talent. Deducting 100,000 energy points. Remaining energy 11 billion. Ending. Detection confirms extraction of Divine Dao Cultivation. This will trigger celestial omens. Would you like to spend 1 billion energy points to suppress them? Yes, suppress the omens immediately. Jiang Yifeng responded without a moment's delay. Ding! Host has chosen to suppress breakthrough omens. Deducting 1 billion energy points. Remaining energy 10 billion. Ending. Divine Dao Cultivation Extraction complete. Deducting 200 million energy points. Remaining energy 8 billion. End with the simulation rewards fully claimed. Jiang Yifeng instantly sensed his primordial Qi and spiritual energy flowing autonomously within him. In no time, the celestial bridge formed spontaneously, and a 12-petaled golden core coalesced. Jiang Yifeng had officially ascended to the Golden Core Establishment Realm. Upon reaching the Golden Core Establishment Realm, one gains the ability to soar through the skies. Jiang Yifeng could scarcely contain his eagerness to take flight. Yet as he stepped toward the door, he hesitated and retreated abashed. He murmured repeatedly to himself, "Stay grounded. Don't get reckless. Don't get reckless." Eventually, he convinced himself. He resolved that prudence must prevail. Revealing his cultivation in reality would be perilous. Better to play the part of a carefree, unremarkable scion, drawing no attention at all. To experience true flight in reality, would he need to ascend to immortality first? No, he would need to surpass even the celestial sovereign who sealed off the southern region. At that very moment, the simulator chimed once more. Ding. Detection confirms host's entry into the divine Tao. Hidden achievement unlocked. Personal data panel activated. Jiang Yifeng paused, surprised. Entering the divine Tao had triggered a hidden achievement, though he judged the personal data panel of little immediate use. He knew its value would grow as his talents multiplied and his repertoire of techniques expanded, enabling him to track his evolving strength with greater clarity. After a brief examination, Jiang Yifeng reviewed his personal profile and host. Jiang Yifeng talents: Thunder and Fire, True Spirit Root, Insightful, Occasional Epiphany, Formation Path Prodigy. Divine Tao Cultivation, First Tier Golden Core Establishment, Immortal Path. Third Tier Chi Activation, Realm Martial Path in Cultivation, Manual Heavenly Mystery, Art and Technique, Wind Chasing, Art Mastery attained. Excellent. Truly formidable. Jiang Yifeng nodded, deeply satisfied. Then he set off toward Chunyan Pavilion. The appointed hour for listening to music had arrived and could not be delayed. Time flowed like water. Not a week passed swiftly. Jiang Yifeng sat behind his tightly shut door and whispered softly, "Initiate simulation." One simulation attempt consumed. Remaining attempts 0. Bloodier talent draw costs 1,000 energy points. Purple tire talent draw costs 1,000,000 energy points. Please select. Draw a purple tire talent. Ding. Deducting 1,000,000 energy points. Drawing purple tire talent. Remaining energy 9.8 billion. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent Longevity like the Southern Mountains. Longevity like the Southern Mountains, your lifespan increases by 1,000 years. Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow at this new talent. Not fine boon, yet utterly useless to him. Whether in reality or simulation, longevity had never been his shortage. With a sigh, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze back to the simulator. Simulation 16 initiated. You become aware that you have entered the simulation. This time you intend to head first to the ruins of Tianxian Monastery. There you plan to await by Ruoshua's arrival. After all, harvesting her resources remained your greatest source of spirit stones within the simulation. Day 1, you depart Qingshan City under cover of night. In Day 2, you arrive at the ruins of Tianxian Monastery. In Day 3, you clear the rubble and bury the remains. Day 4, you settle into serene cultivation, awaiting the arrival of your ATM by Ruoshua. Now your passes in the blink of an eye. Your spirit stones are long exhausted, yet your cultivation has subtly advanced, approaching the second tier of Golden Core Establishment. Year 2, deprived of spirit stones, your cultivation slows, but you trigger an occasional epiphany, granting an 8-fold surge in cultivation speed. This epiphany endures 11 days, enabling you to successfully break through to the second tier of Golden Core Establishment. In Year 3, by Ruoshua arrives. Upon seeing you, she asks, "Who are you?" You state your identity plainly, making no pretense of being a disciple of Tianxian Monastery. She does not believe you at once and scrutinizes you from head to toe. During her inspection, she discovers your anomalous 12-petaled golden core and stares at you as though gazing upon a celestial anomaly. After a long silence, she asks whether you would accept her as your master. Hearing this, you nod without hesitation, delighted by such fortune. For the next 2 days, by Ruoshua mourns her senior brother. On the third day, she seeks you out and recounts the truth: the southern region is a sealed domain. Though you already knew this, you listen attentively to her account. After describing the southern region's plight, she asks if you wish to leave with her. In truth, the moment she decided to take you as her disciple, she had already resolved to force a passage out of the southern region, alongside you. Though she fears the celestial sovereign above, hope had long eluded her, until your extraordinary potential rekindled at the possibility of defeating that sovereign. As for whether you will inevitably confront the celestial sovereign, she feels no concern. For anyone born in the southern region, confrontation is inevitable. Even if you avoid him, he will surely seek you out. It is precisely this certainty that compels her to stake everything. Hearing by Ruoshua's invitation, your heart surges with excitement. Leaving the southern region would multiply your available simulation duration manyfold. This time, your newly acquired talent again extends your lifespan. If you simply remain hidden, living out your natural life, how vast might your final advancement become? The thought dares not form fully in your mind, yet you quickly regain composure. In prior simulations you have witnessed your father Jiang Fushan storm the Beast Gate numerous times. Only once did he succeed, when you possessed the Calamity Body talent, which severely weakened the monstrous phoenix guarding the gate. And all other attempts ended in failure. At those times Jiang Fushan's cultivation matched by Roashue's exactly. Both were 8th tier tribulation transcendence cultivators. And so, if even he failed, could by Roashua truly break through, with you as her burden? Even if they fled rather than fought, your presence as a liability would surely magnify the peril. And after prolonged deliberation you clench your teeth and choose to depart with by Roashua. Your reasoning is simple: this is but a simulation. At worst it serves as an experiment. If successful, future simulations gain a new path out of the southern region. If it fails, then death is merely a pause until the next simulation begins. By Roashua carried you flying southward all the way. Several days later you could already see a vast expanse of sea in the distance. By now by Roashua's expression had grown serious. You knew this meant you were likely nearing the ferocious beast. Stop! Suddenly you heard a hoarse voice ring out. Then you saw a massive black tortoise emerge on the sea surface. That human voice had come from the giant tortoise. This was an eye-opening experience for you, as in your previous simulations the demon dragons and phoenixes you encountered had never spoken human speech. By Roashua warily eyed the black tortoise rising from the sea, then tossed a storage ring toward it, and said politely, "Senior Tortoise, I beseech you to grant me passage." Watching this unfold you felt a knot of tension in your heart. You could guess by Roashua's intention. She was undoubtedly trying to bribe this black tortoise. After all, you knew that by Roashua herself had only entered the Forbidden Land through bribery. If she could use the same method to bring you out, that would be ideal. But could it really be that simple? You remained skeptical. If bribery alone sufficed to escape, wouldn't many have already fled the southern domain long ago? You weren't the only one uncertain. By Roashua herself had no confidence, as this was her first time attempting such a thing. She could come and go because she was originally an outsider. The celestial immortals above didn't watch this place every day. As long as she didn't stay too long, giving the black tortoise some benefits was a mutually beneficial arrangement. But now she wanted to take you, a native of the southern domain, away, a situation that was bound to be different. The black tortoise tilted its head, took the storage ring, and examined it. Then it fixed its gaze on you, and by Roashua saying she could leave, but you could not. Hearing this you sighed inwardly, knowing it wouldn't be so easy. At that moment by Roashua's face fell with disappointment. But soon she grabbed you firmly, and her aura began to shift. You felt the formidable power surging from her body, and knew she was preparing to force a breakthrough, ready to risk her life. Just then the black tortoise erupted with a might far surpassing by Roashua's. In mere moments you found it hard to breathe. By Roashua's face grew increasingly grim. She hadn't expected the black tortoise's strength to be so overwhelming, far beyond her predictions. Merely unleashing its aura made it difficult for her to protect you. By now you had already used your inside eye to examine the black tortoise's cultivation level. Seeing its realm, you instantly lost all hope of escape. The black tortoise was not at the tribulation transcendent stage, but at the mystic immortal realm. Although the insight eye revealed it was a wounded mystic immortal, wounded or not, the word immortal meant this tortoise was at least a celestial being. As for whether a mystic immortal was considered strong or weak among immortals, you had no idea. Your understanding of cultivation hadn't reached such lofty heights. Regardless, this black tortoise was certainly not something by Roashua, a cultivator at the 8th level of tribulation transcendence, could contend with. You were sure even escape was impossible. Soon you and by Roashua were pinned down by the black tortoise's oppressive pressure, unable to move. The tortoise tilted its head and said, such impatience, so lacking in composure. Then it told by Roashua that if she brought 1 billion spirit stones she could take you away. After that you watched as the black tortoise hurled by Roashua away, sending her crashing into a crack in the sea's formation, where she vanished from sight. You were still reeling from the tortoise's words. What was happening? The bribe had actually worked. Although 1 billion spirit stones was an astronomical sum, nearly impossible to gather, this was indeed a viable path to leave the southern domain. This filled you with elation. Yet you couldn't help wondering, wasn't the sealing of the southern domain a decree from the celestial immortals above? How dared this black tortoise defy it? Was it perhaps even stronger? But that didn't add up. If it were stronger, would it have been stationed here to guard the formation's gap? As you were lost in these thoughts, the black tortoise suddenly seized you. You heard it say that you were now its cargo, and you had to follow it without daring to leave on your own. You dared not refuse. No, even if you refused, it would be useless. The black tortoise forcibly took you away. Before long you arrived at a small island in the middle of the sea. Once there, the black tortoise ignored you completely, dropping you off and falling into a deep slumber by the island's shore. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and the tortoise slept on without a care for you. Yet you still dared not act rashly, knowing that a powerhouse of such a realm could never be truly fast asleep. In the 5th year, you tried moving around and found the tortoise hadn't forbidden it. This emboldened you a little. You began wandering the island daily. Besides that, you would fish by the shore and catch shrimp. Of course, this was a matter of necessity. There was absolutely no spiritual energy here, not a single trace. Unable to cultivate or absorb chi for Anidia, you needed these ordinary foods to stave off hunger. Time flowed on, and 5 more years slipped by. In the 10th year, the black tortoise awoke. Seeing you fishing and hunting all over the island, it suddenly pulled you toward it. It simply stared at you unblinking. You looked at its expression, feeling a sense of bewilderment. You sensed a hint of disappointment emanating from its eyes, directed at you. Suddenly, the black tortoise spoke. I never thought that one who cultivates the ancient divine path would be nothing but a fool idling away and waiting for death. The tortoise's words left you even more confused. You muttered inwardly, aren't we enemies? Why would you be disappointed that I'm wasting my time? Of course, you knew things couldn't be that straightforward. The black tortoise exuded an air of inscrutability from every angle. It actually knew about the ancient divine path, and without even probing you, it had seen through your secrets with just a glance. Moreover, its behavior and cultivation level were worlds apart from the demon dragons and phoenixes you'd encountered in your simulations. Compared to those demon dragons and phoenixes, its strength was immeasurably greater. And it didn't kill indiscriminately. It could be bargained with, bribed, and even dared to defy the celestial immortal's commands. This made you feel that it might be far more than just a ferocious beast guarding the formation's crack. The mystic turtle, seeing your silence, let out a cold snort before soaring into the air. It was then that you noticed the massive iron chains shackled to its body. Those chains were engraved with intricate patterns you could not decipher. The mystic turtle finally ceased its cryptic behavior and told you that you were all prisoners. It confessed that its earlier claim about 10 billion spirit stones being your ticket out was merely a deception aimed at by Roashua. No one in the southern domain could ever escape the endless sea, not even itself. The rift in the formation was nothing but a trap. This place was where the spirit of the entire sealing array resided. All those trapped within the sealed land were perpetually under the array's influence. The spiritual energy emanating from every individual would be sensed by the array's spirit. The mystic turtle warned that even if it hadn't stopped you, crossing the formation's rift would have led to your annihilation by heavenly thunder. Only outsiders like Roashua, who hadn't lingered too long in the sealed land, could move freely without being detected by the array's spirit. But if Roashua stayed too long, she too would be trapped. Upon hearing this, cold sweat dripped down your back. Still, you wondered why the mystic turtle would divulge so much. You didn't have to guess for long, as it soon revealed its purpose. It said it was tired of being imprisoned here as a mere guardian. Believing that your path to godhood might one day shatter this seal, it was willing to invest in you. However, it also expressed disappointment in your recent conduct. You responded with an embarrassed chuckle. But inwardly you grumbled, how have I disappointed you? With a mighty being like you here, how could I dare act recklessly? Couldn't you have just said we were on the same side from the start? Seeing your defiance, the mystic turtle pointed out that the area was surrounded by the sealing array and it hadn't restricted your movements. Why hadn't you thought to study how to break it? Your mouth twitched as you retorted that you didn't even know the basics of formations. How could you master such a complex array without any instruction? In truth, you had considered studying the sealing array, given your innate talent for formations. But even a genius cannot work miracles without foundational knowledge. You had none of the basic principles. The mystic turtle looked incredulous at your words. It had never occurred to it that a prodigy on the path to godhood could be so ignorant of basic formations. In the end, it merely shook its head helplessly and tossed a jade slip to you. It explained that this was a divine sense jade slip containing foundational formation knowledge, which would help you understand the basics. It kindly instructed you to press the jade slip against your forehead to absorb its memories. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng observed this scene with a contemplative expression. He mused that the jade slip stored memories. Could he perhaps simulate deeply and bring those memories out directly? That would save him a reward opportunity, which he could then use for other simulation prizes. Without hesitation, he murmured a command. Initiate deep simulation for 10 days. Fearing insufficient time, he set it for a few extra days, knowing he could exit any time. Even if it was more than needed, the energy cost was negligible. A chime announced deep simulation activated for 240 hours. 2. For million energy points deducted. Remaining 9. 8 billion. The simulator's voice faded. Jiang Yifeng's soul materialized within the simulation. He beheld the mystic turtle vast as an island and the colossal runic chains binding it, a sight far more awe-inspiring than mere text. After a brief glance, he wasted no time and pressed the formation jade slip to his forehead. A flood of knowledge about formations surged into his mind. 3 days passed in an instant as he absorbed the jade slip's memories. Now with an understanding of formations, he realized their profound depth. Yet the overwhelming influx left him dizzy. He immediately ended the deep simulation. His soul returned to the Jiang residence. Rubbing his temples, he turned his attention back to the simulator. After you absorbed the transmission jade slip, the mystic turtle did not let you stay to study the sealing array. Instead, it escorted you back to land. It urged you to leave, quickly warning that your prolonged presence would alert the array's spirit and implicate it as well. In the 11th year, you journeyed north. Recalling by Roaksha's direction, you knew the farthest south was the endless sea home to the mystic turtle. Thus, to return to Qingshan City, you had to head north. By the 12th year, you finally glimpsed the city. A journey that took by Roaksha mere days had consumed 2 whole years for you, even with your cultivation at the second layer of core formation enabling flight. Without that ability, it would have taken even longer. Disguising yourself, you re-entered Qingshan City and rented a small courtyard near the Jiang residence. In the 13th year, a thunderous crash alerted you to trouble at your family estate. Stepping outside, you saw a black-clad figure in the sky delivering a palm strike toward the Jiang family. Soon your father Jiang Fushan arrived with a group of cultivators. One of them, a tribulation transcendence expert, casually struck down the attacker. Seeing the situation resolved, you revealed yourself and called out to your father. Unsurprisingly, he led you to Jibei Mountain. In the days that followed, you cultivated daily on Jibei Mountain, but your focus shifted to formations. By the 15th year, after 2 years of training, you had reached the rank of a 3rd-grade formation master. The grading system spanned from 1st to 9th grade, beyond which lay immortal formation mastery. This common knowledge was all contained within the mystic turtle's jade slip. Your rapid progress to 3rd grade was due not only to your innate talent, but also significantly to the jade slip. Now initiated into formations, you fully grasped the jade slip's immense value. It had spared you countless hours of familiarizing yourself with formation theories and fundamentals. Those theories and basics felt akin to the complex mathematical operations and formulas from your past life, vast and intricate. Without them, the path of formations would have been arduous. You realized that mastering those foundations alone could have taken years, if not a decade. By the 16th year, you had grown familiar with everyone on Jibei Mountain. One day you sought out Elder Li to request a viewing of the formation left by Senior Lu Wuya. This was the primary reason you had come to Jibei Mountain. Since studying the sealing array was impossible for now, you believed that examining Senior Lu Wuya's formation, capable of evading heavenly thunder, would greatly advance your own mastery of formations. Old Li was not surprised that you knew about this formation. After all, it was no secret among the cultivators here that Senior Lu Wuya had left a formation within the belly of Spineback Mountain. Moreover, the formation site was guarded daily to prevent any immortal slaves from secretly damaging it. Upon hearing your request, Old Li pondered for a moment before personally escorting you there. You successfully entered the belly of Spineback Mountain and arrived at the formation left by Senior Lu Wuya. In the days that followed, you continuously studied and pondered over this formation using all your array knowledge. Yet aside from dizziness, you gained nothing. You realized you had been too hasty. With your current level of formation mastery, this array was like a book written in an unknown script. The principle of formations is to combine various basic array sigils to achieve different effects. You could not even perceive the most fundamental sigils, let alone learn from them. You understood that your formation mastery was too low. The sigils, once combined, became too complex for you to comprehend, which was why you could not see them. Thus, you had no choice but to leave, deciding to return only after improving your formation skills. During this time, Old Li followed you everywhere. You knew it was because the formation left by Senior Lu Wuya was too important, and Old Li might not fully trust you yet. In the 17th year, you went into seclusion again, dedicating yourself to studying formations. For this, you even temporarily abandoned your cultivation in the immortal and martial paths. The reason was that you knew the formation left by Senior Lu Wuya would collapse before the next heavenly tribulation struck. You wanted to focus all your efforts on improving your formation Dao and attempt to repair this array. You believed that if you could fix it, you could hide within it when the heavenly tribulation descended, thereby extending the simulation time. Moreover, this time, you had the talent longevity like the Southern Mountain, which granted you an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. If you could repair the formation, you could hunker down and cultivate for a millennium. The benefits seemed immense. In the 23rd year, you successfully set up a mid-grade spirit gathering array, becoming a 4th-rank formation master. It was only then that you truly understood that advancing in formation Dao was not as easy as you had imagined. After exhausting the formation Jade Slip, it took you a full 6 years to advance just 1 rank. When Old Li learned of this, he was even more excited than you. He asked if you still wanted to go study the formation left by Senior Lu Wuya. You were somewhat puzzled, until he finally asked you to help set up more mid-grade spirit gathering arrays on Spineback Mountain. Only then did you realize he was asking a favor of you. Reflecting on it, you thought it was only natural. After all, the cultivators here typically used only basic spirit gathering arrays. The reason was simple: few cultivators on Spineback Mountain had any talent for formations, and even ordinary formation masters were rare. They could only set up basic spirit gathering arrays. Word had it that there used to be high-grade ones, but they had long since deteriorated and become useless. The spiritual energy here was already sparse, and without effective spirit gathering arrays, it was no wonder the cultivators of Spineback Mountain often organized raids on the Spirit Immortal Gate for spirit stones. After all, cultivation was incredibly difficult here. Even with talent, without spiritual energy, it was futile. Without hesitation, you agreed to Old Li's request. In the 24th year, you spent an entire year setting up hundreds of mid-grade spirit gathering arrays across Spineback Mountain. This further deepened your understanding of formations. Your efforts earned the gratitude of many cultivators on Spineback Mountain, who each offered you spirit stones as thanks. Although the cultivators here had few spirit stones with thousands of them, each giving a small token, the total amounted to 580 spirit stones. To you, this was a fortune. In the 31st year, you broke through to become a 5th-rank formation master. By the 39th year, you had reached the 6th rank. After that, you felt your progress in formation Dao slow considerably. Yet you were not surprised. After all, a 6th-rank formation master, given time to set up arrays, could rival a cultivator at the void refinement stage. If you could keep advancing at such a rapid pace, your formation Dao would soon be unmatched. In the 40th year, you once again entered the belly of Spineback Mountain and arrived at the formation left by Senior Lu Wuya. This time, you could barely make out some of the array sigils within the formation. Your eyes were opened wide. You estimated that the sigils you could see numbered in the millions. These runes intertwined, forming countless combinations that crisscrossed one another. For a moment, you were dazzled. And what you could see was only a part of the formation. A large portion remained beyond your perception. You estimated that this single array must contain at least 100 million sigils. It was an unimaginable feat. 100 million sigils. How many combinations would that entail? As a 6th-rank formation master, the arrays you could set up required only about 10,000 sigils and employed just a few hundred combinations. Yet even that was considered highly impressive in the eyes of Old Li and the others. You dared not imagine how formidable Senior Lu Wuya must have been. What worried you even more was the Great Seal array outside the southern domain. If Senior Lu Wuya's formation used so many sigils, how powerful must the array that sealed the entire southern domain be? The thought filled you with despair. But soon you reminded yourself that this was a simulation and you still had time to improve. You composed yourself and carefully observed the formation runes you could see, studying their patterns and operational principles. After a day, your head throbbed with pain. Clearly, your current formation mastery was insufficient to easily comprehend the intricate interweaving of so many runes within this array. The formation was still too complex for you. Eventually, you had to leave. Yet, even a single day of study proved immensely rewarding. You learned many novel sigil combinations. If you could understand them, your formation mastery might see significant improvement. In the 41st year, you triggered a chance epiphany, gaining a 10-fold boost in cultivation speed and sharper thinking. This epiphany lasted a full 10 months, propelling you to the 7th rank of formation mastery. At this point, your formation mastery far surpassed your cultivation level. A 7th-rank formation master in terms of cultivation could be considered a mighty being at the integration stage. In the 42nd year, you heard from Elder Li that the formation left by Lu Wuyan had shown signs of instability. As the most powerful formation master on Jibei Mountain, he asked you to investigate the matter. Without hesitation, you arrived at the formation site left by Lu Wuyan. In truth, even if Elder Li hadn't summoned you, you had already intended to come and inspect it yourself. After all, you knew that in the 43rd year, Elder Li and the others would venture into the Death Desert, meaning this formation must have already developed issues this year. This time you observed even more array runes. You continuously studied the formation's operational pathways, striving to comprehend its underlying logic. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and you were already drenched in sweat. Although you were a 7th-rank formation master, this formation's grade was far too high. Every observation and calculation demanded an immense expenditure of mental energy. Yet after 3 days of rigorous computation, you finally deciphered the operational logic of one set of formation runes. However, this left you somewhat perplexed. You couldn't comprehend why a formation capable of withstanding heavenly thunder would have its rune combination's logic geared not toward defense, but rather toward guidance. Guidance, you murmured to yourself repeatedly. Suddenly a thought struck you. Could it be that this formation did not eliminate the heavenly thunder, but instead channeled it elsewhere each time it struck? Then where had the heavenly thunder from the past millions of years been directed? Gazing at the formation before you, you exclaimed in alarm, no. The formation was here. Where else could the heavenly thunder be guided? It must be right here on Jibei Mountain. But just then you heard a cracking sound as the formation shattered. Sparks of electricity began to appear on the formation's patterns. Seeing this, you turned to flee. With a thunderous blast, the formation exploded. You were at its very center with no time to escape and were instantly engulfed in a sea of lightning. You struggled desperately, but it was futile. You died at the age of 60. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, 2 rewards are available for selection: longevity, like the Southern Mountain Talent, Immortal Dao Cultivation, 2nd layer of Core Formation, Array, Dao Jade Slip, 7th rank, Formation Master, and Spirit Stones, 58000. Immortal Dao Cultivation, 2nd layer of Core Formation, price, 000 energy points. Array Dao Jade Slip, price, 100 energy points. 7th rank, Formation Master, price, 100 energy points. Spirit Stones, 58000 pieces, price, 58000 energy points. Jiang Yifeng felt that this simulation had been quite eventful. He had originally thought he would die while venturing into the endless sea with Bairuashua. But it turned out that the black tortoise guarding that sea was actually an ally. Afterward, he assumed he would either die from the heavenly thunder in the 53rd year, since he was holed up on Jibei Mountain, or he would repair Lu Waian's formation and then live out 1,000 years to a natural death. Who would have guessed that neither outcome would come to pass? In the end, he perished when the formation left by Lu Waian collapsed. One could only say that man proposes, heaven disposes. Jiang Yifeng didn't dwell on it further, and instead turned his attention to the simulation's rewards. The 7th rank Formation Master was a must-claim. This was equivalent to the Unity realm in Immortal cultivation. It was immensely beneficial for both self-preservation and other purposes. As for the Array Dao Jade Slip, he didn't need to exchange it as he had already obtained its memories through deep simulation. His head was still somewhat dizzy from it. Finally, Jiang Yifeng found himself torn between longevity, like the Southern Mountain Talent, and Spirit Stones, 580 pieces. One would grant an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. If he could leave the Southern Domain and manage to live to a natural death in future simulations, that would mean an extra 1,000 years of simulation, which was no small advantage. The other option was Spirit Stones, a crucial resource for cultivation. With hundreds of thousands of Spirit Stones, he could ensure a rapid boost in his Immortal cultivation at the start of each simulation. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yifeng made his decision. I choose the 7th rank Formation Master and the Spirit Stones. In the end, he opted for the Spirit Stones. After all, through so many simulations, he felt that not once had he truly managed to survive until the very end. The path of cultivation was fraught with dangers. How many could truly die of old age? He believed the Spirit Stones were a better choice, at least ensuring a period of rapid improvement in every future simulation. With a chime, the system congratulated him on becoming a 7th rank Formation Master, deducting 100 energy points and leaving 880. Another chime announced his acquisition of 580 Spirit Stones, reducing his energy to 300. As the simulator's voice faded, Jiang Yifeng felt a flood of insights into formations and their applications surge into his mind. The path of formations differed from cultivation. It was more about understanding and knowledge. This enhancement was primarily a matter of memory. Fortunately, the simulator's infusion was gentle, sparing him the excruciating headaches he had experienced when reading the Array Dao Jade Slip during deep simulation. At the same time, the simulator's voice rang out again. It detected that his storage space was insufficient to hold all the Spirit Stones and offered to expand it 100-fold for 100 energy points. Expand. Jiang Yifeng didn't hesitate. Though his energy was running low, he couldn't very well leave the Spirit Stones lying around, as that would be far too conspicuous and contrary his cautious nature. The expansion was successful and the purchased spirit stones were placed into his storage ring. Jiang Yifeng inspected his storage ring. Its exterior remained unchanged, but the internal space had transformed dramatically. Originally a mere 50 cubic meters, about the size of a room, it had now expanded 100-fold to a full 5,000 cubic meters. In terms of floor area alone, it was the size of a football field. Inside the ring, a mountain of spirit stones lay piled to one side. At the sight, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Yet thinking about the tens of billions of energy points spent on these stones, he still felt a pang of regret. With only a little over 3 billion energy points left, he wondered if he should have his steward Jiang Dafu start acquiring gold and silver again. Forget it'll wait a bit longer, Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself. He recalled that his previous order for the steward to purchase gold and silver had caused a cash flow shortage for the Jiang family business. It had been less than 2 months since then. He didn't know if the business had recovered yet. Starting to acquire gold and silver again now would be too hasty. Besides, with over 3 billion energy points remaining, he figured he could still run a few more simulations as long as he didn't exchange for large quantities of spirit stones. With everything settled, Jiang Yifeng didn't immediately head to the pleasure quarters. His mind was now cluttered with too much chaotic knowledge. He felt the need to rest and digest it all. Jiang Yifeng refrained from visiting the pleasure houses only on the day the simulation ended. In the days that followed, he returned to his daily routine. Another week passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the refresh of simulation attempts. Jiang Yifeng was already waiting in his chamber. Soon as the attempts refreshed, he silently uttered a command. Initiate simulation. Consumed 1 simulation attempt. Remaining attempts 0. Draw a blue talent for 1,000 energy points, or draw a purple talent for 1,000 energy points. Please choose. Draw a purple talent. Ding, deducted 1,000 energy points. Drawing purple talent. Remaining energy 3 billion. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent Ewood Divine Body. Ewood Divine Body possesses immense vitality and extraordinary self-healing capabilities. Upon seeing this talent, a thought stirred within Jiang Yifeng. Since he possessed self-healing abilities, could they be paired with martial arts? Martial arts primarily focused on body refinement. Previously, aside from practicing the set of movements from the nameless technique, he dared not attempt other more dangerous methods of body forging. But now, with this constitution gifted with powerful self-healing, he believed it was a perfect match for martial arts. Jiang Yifeng decided to test it in the upcoming simulation. However, he soon shook his head, resolving that this simulation should prioritize the way of formations. Only by advancing in formations and repairing the array left by Senior Lu Wuyin could he simulate for longer durations. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze back to the simulator. Simulation 17 begins. You glance around, confirming your entry into the simulation. Day 1, you slip away from Qingshan City under the cover of night. Day 2, you arrive at the ruins of Tianxian Temple in the Chongqing mountain range. That day, you clear the ruins and bury the skeletal remains. Day 3, you begin contemplating the formation. The first year passes with almost no progress. In the second year, reflecting on the previous year's experience, you realize contemplation alone may be insufficient. You start to practice. Each day, you set up various formations nearby, honing your proficiency, hoping to gain new insights. In the third year, Ruoxue arrives. She discovers you and, after a thorough examination, asks if you are willing to become her disciple. Without hesitation, you nod in agreement. 3 days later, she offers to take you away from this sealed land of the southern domain and asks if you are willing to leave. Without a second thought, you consent. This time, your purpose in coming to the Tianxian Temple ruins was merely to hitch a ride to the Endless Sea. You wish to go to the Endless Sea again, to the profound turtle, to contemplate the sealing grand formation. You believe this will greatly aid your advancement in the way of formations. Of course, you could have journeyed to the Endless Sea yourself, knowing that heading south would lead you there. But you find it too troublesome. Traveling alone would take years, and the path is fraught with unknown dangers. Though your last simulation return encountered no peril, what if this time is different? After all, you lack the route map from the previous simulation. Thus, having Ruoxue escort you is convenient, swift, and safe. Days pass in a flash, and you are brought to the Endless Sea by Ruoxue. The moment you arrive, the profound turtle emerges from the Endless Sea. Ruoxue bribes the turtle with spirit stones. Eventually, the turtle accepts the stones and suppresses you both. Afterward, the profound turtle flings Ruoxue out of the southern domain, demanding she bring 10 billion spirit stones to secure your release. You know the turtle is lying, but you choose not to expose it. The profound turtle leads you to a small island. Upon arrival, the turtle immediately falls into a deep slumber, paying you no heed. You, however, feel no tension. Instead, you walk toward the island's depths. You know a portion of the Sealing Grand Formation lies there. You can observe the formation's operation from a closer vantage point. But the moment you move, the profound turtle opens its eyes. It is utterly bewildered, thinking, are the young people of today so bold? On the very first day on the island, you dare to ignore it. Consequently, misfortune befalls you. Before you reach the Sealing Formation, the turtle captures you. It opens its gaping maw and threatens to devour you if you act recklessly. This leaves you utterly dumbfounded. Aren't we allies? Why has the situation changed? In truth, the profound turtle is also somewhat irked. It thinks this youth has fine talent and even cultivates the divine path. It believes you have the potential to completely shatter this Sealing Formation in the future. Once the formation is fully broken, the chains binding it will lose most of their power, allowing it to escape. But you are too reckless. It decides to teach you a lesson to instill a sense of caution. Otherwise, with such recklessness, you might perish young. Who knows when another prodigy capable of breaking this Sealing Formation might appear. Afterward, you behave yourself, daring not to move carelessly. In the 4th year, aside from occasionally fishing by the islands, sure you do nothing else. You are puzzled why the profound turtle acts differently from the previous simulation, but you understand that such a mighty being is not to be trifled with. Preserving your life is paramount. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng watched this unfold with a throbbing headache. It seemed his simulated self was genuinely intimidated by the profound turtle. This was not going according to the original plan. Yet he couldn't truly blame his simulated self. It was just that the profound turtle was far too unpredictable. Since we're allies, why the need for this superfluous intimidation? Finally, Jiang Yifeng let out a sigh and silently commanded, "Initiate a onati deep simulation." He felt he had to intervene in reality. He couldn't afford to waste time like this in the simulation. Ding, initiating 24-hour deep simulation, consuming 2400 simulation energy. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yifeng entered the simulation. Without hesitation, he strode directly toward the island's depths. As he walked, he noticed the profound turtle stir slightly. But Jiang Yifeng, observing from outside the simulator, saw clearly that the turtle still bore no ill intent. It merely thought he was reckless and wanted him to exercise a bit more caution. Given that Jiang Yifeng paid it no mind, he figured that since the simulation had already shown a year passing, the profound turtle would likely not intervene again. Soon an hour passed, and he reached the island's depths. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the Sealing Grand Formation, finding its array symbols profoundly intricate and unfathomable. He attempted to analyze it, but his mind reeled, his head feeling as if it might explode. Ultimately, he gave up, deciding such matters were better left to the simulation. So he simply uttered, "In deep simulation." In an instant, his consciousness returned to the Jiang Manor in Qingshan City. Without overthinking, he resumed watching the simulator's progression. You stare at the nearby Sealing Grand Formation, momentarily dazed. You wonder how you even got here. After a long contemplation, a sudden epiphany strikes you. You murmur to yourself, "Is reality influencing me?" You did not dwell on how you had arrived at the depths of the island. After glancing around, you noticed the mystic turtle remained motionless, either asleep or utterly indifferent to your presence. Thus, you turned your gaze to the Sealing Grand Array, hoping to draw inspiration from it to elevate your own formation mastery. The countless formation runes wove together into unfamiliar patterns, and you found them difficult to comprehend at first glance. Knowing that your current level of formation mastery was insufficient to fully grasp the Sealing Grand Array, you selected one of the countless interwoven formation patterns and began to analyze it. You aimed to break through the whole by dissecting a single part, advancing step by step. Yet even so, as you delved deeper into the analysis, you felt as though your head was about to split apart. After half an hour, you could no longer endure and chose to rest temporarily. However, you did not give up. After resting for half a day, you resumed analyzing that formation pattern once more. In the days that followed, you persisted in this routine. Each day, you intermittently analyzed and sought to understand the Sealing Grand Array. By the 4th year, an entire year had passed, and you had only managed to decipher a small portion of that single formation pattern. Nonetheless, you felt that the continuous process of analysis had significantly enhanced your understanding of formations. In the 5th year, you had analyzed half of that formation pattern, and you distinctly sensed that you had gained many new insights into the art of formations. In the 6th year, you continued analyzing that same formation pattern. By the 8th year, you had finally completed the analysis of that pattern, which brought about a tremendous leap in your knowledge of formations. This lifted your spirits considerably. However, when you looked at the other formation patterns around you, your heart sank by half. It had taken you 5 years to decipher just one formation pattern. And as far as your eyes could see, there were hundreds of thousands of such formation patterns in this area alone. The complete ceiling grand array extended far beyond what was visible here, enveloping the entire southern domain. How many such formation patterns must it contain? To fully decipher the entire ceiling grand array and understand its underlying logic before you could find a way to break and shatter it, at your current pace you dared not imagine how much time it would require. Alas, the road ahead is long and arduous, you sighed. Yet this was well within your expectations. Your purpose in coming here was merely to use this opportunity to enhance your formation abilities. Once your formation mastery improved further, you could attempt to repair the array left by Senior Liu Yifeng on Spineback Mountain, the one capable of withstanding heavenly thunder. Everything you did now was solely to extend the simulation duration and strive to strengthen your power. In the 9th year, you did not begin analyzing a new formation pattern. Instead, you spent time consolidating the gains of previous years. At this point, you felt that your understanding of formations had reached a level where you could potentially arrange an 8th grade formation. Without hesitation, you immediately put it into practice. However, as you attempted to lay out an 8th grade formation, you had only carved 5 formation runes, barely connecting them into a single line, when the spiritual energy in your chi was completely depleted, unable to sustain the effort. You muttered to yourself, "So it's as I suspected." You had anticipated this outcome, but you couldn't resist giving it a try anyway. The formation runes were all carved using spiritual energy. The higher the grade of the formation, the more spiritual energy was required to carve each rune. Ordinarily, a cultivator at the core formation realm could at most arrange a 4th grade formation. Some prodigies with superior foundations, more golden core patterns, a larger chi, and greater spiritual energy reserves could manage a 5th or even 6th grade formation, which was already remarkable. With your 12th grade golden core and divine path cultivation, you could convert primordial energy into spiritual energy. Coupled with a chi 3 times larger than that of an ordinary cultivator, you were capable of arranging a 7th grade formation. But that was your limit. Attempting an 8th grade formation was somewhat fanciful. You shook your head, but did not feel discouraged. Though you could not arrange an 8th grade formation, the issue lay not in your formation mastery, but in insufficient spiritual energy. You believed that once your cultivation advanced, you would soon be able to arrange 8th grade formations. Moreover, your inability to arrange an 8th grade formation did not hinder your purpose here. You had come primarily to gain a deeper understanding of formations in order to repair the array left by Liu Yifeng. Repairing and arranging were different. Repairing did not necessarily require carving formation runes. It might only involve guiding the flow of energy in the problematic areas. You felt that this journey had not been in vain. In the 10th year, the mystic turtle brought you out of the endless sea and revealed its true intention. The mystic turtle told you that it too was a prisoner. It warned you not to act rashly against an invincible enemy, but to assess the situation before taking action. Only then did you realize that the mystic turtle's earlier threat to eat you was because it thought you had been too reckless from the start. In the 12th year, you returned to Qingshan City. In the 13th year, the immortal servant in black descended. You witnessed the Jiang residence collapse under a single palm strike. Later, your father Jiang Fushan arrived with his men, killed the immortal servant, and led the Jiang family to evacuate. You appeared in time and followed the crowd to Spineback Mountain. Upon arrival, you did not immediately request to see the array left by Senior Liu Yifeng. Instead, you settled down to cultivate in peace, subtly revealing yourself as a 7th grade formation master. In the 14th year, Elder Li approached you, hoping you could help establish some high-grade spirit gathering arrays on Spineback Mountain to accelerate the cultivation speed of the cultivators there. You agreed without hesitation. The high-grade spirit gathering array was a 7th grade formation. Due to your insufficient spiritual energy, you could not set them up quickly. Often after completing one high-grade spirit gathering array, you needed to rest and recover for a period. By the 16th year, after 2 full years, you had set up 5 high-grade spirit gathering grand arrays on Spineback Mountain. From the outside, one could clearly perceive vast amounts of spiritual energy being drawn from afar by the high-grade spirit gathering arrays. In the 17th year, the cultivation environment on Spineback Mountain had markedly improved. The cultivators there no longer needed to risk robbing immortal servants for spirit stones. They now had spiritual energy to advance. That year, you received numerous gifts of gratitude from the cultivators. Among them, the spirit stones alone amounted to over 9,000. By the 18th year, you had gained considerable popularity on Spineback Mountain, earning the trust of many. That year you approached elderly and expressed your wish to examine the array left by Senior Lu Yue. You hoped to draw inspiration from it to further elevate your formation mastery. Upon hearing this, elderly directly took you there. This time, elderly harbored no suspicion toward you at all. After bringing you to the destination, he turned and left. Having resided here for 5 years, your character and contributions to Spineback Mountain had long surpassed countless others. There was simply no reason to doubt you. Of course, this was precisely your aim. If elderly suspected you, and kept watch even if you could repair the formation left by Lu Wuya, his interference would thwart your efforts. After all, this formation was left by Senior Lu Wuya, the lifeline for all cultivators on Spineback Mountain against the heavenly thunder. How could elderly allow you to tamper with it so easily? Now that elderly trusted you completely and refrained from following you, could freely study the formation, attempting repairs to stave off its imminent collapse. In the 19th year, you spent a year studying this formation left by Lu Wuya, though it was evidently far inferior to the grand ceiling formation of the southern domain. You suspected this formation might be an immortal formation. After a year of study, you still couldn't fathom much of it. Though you remained a 7th-rank formation master, you believed your theoretical knowledge rivaled that of an 8th-rank master. A formation so incomprehensible must undoubtedly be an immortal formation. 8th-rank theory might not suffice to construct an 8th-rank formation, but it should be enough to grasp most 9th-rank formations. After all, the formation lay before you, like an answer already provided. With the answer before you, failure to understand the problem could only mean a vast gap in levels. You felt that perhaps everyone, including elderly, had underestimated Senior Lu Wuya. He claimed Senior Lu Wuya lacked strength, but could one who could arrange an immortal formation truly be weak? At the very least, you believed he was formidable. Based on your understanding of formations, without corresponding cultivation, one lacked the spiritual energy to sustain such a complex immortal formation. You didn't dwell on it further. Though much of the formation remained obscure, it didn't matter. You only needed to comprehend the formation's guiding pathways. After all, from your previous simulation, you already knew the formation's flaw. It channeled heavenly thunder into the depths of Spineback Mountain, where the thunder's eruption caused the formation's collapse. Once you understood the guiding pathways, you could trace them to locate the thunder beneath Spineback Mountain. Then beside that location, you would set up a small lightning diverting formation, slowly guiding the sealed thunder out from the mountain's depths and dissipating it bit by bit. By consuming that subterranean thunder, you believed you could temporarily stave off the formation's destruction. In the 22nd year, after 3 years of effort, you finally traced the formation's guiding lines to pinpoint the subterranean thunder's location. In the 23rd year, at that determined spot, you set up an inverted 7th-rank lightning diverting formation. Any other formation master ignorant of the circumstances would deem your work utterly nonsensical. What kind of lightning diverting formation faced the ground? Where could thunder come from underground? The moment your formation took shape, a cyan bolt of lightning erupted from the earth through the diversion array. With a thunderous boom, it struck you directly. Your flesh split open, and you were severely wounded. Yet this was within your expectations. Since you had designed the formation, you had calculated the approximate intensity of the thunder it would draw forth. Soon the wounds on your body began healing visibly. Amidst this process, your martial cultivation started to grow steadily. Seeing this, a grin spread across your face. Indeed, the wood spirit divine body was a perfect match for martial cultivation. In the days that followed, you endured daily baptism by thunder. You were both pained and exhilarated. Pained because being struck by lightning daily was far from pleasant, and exhilarated because your martial cultivation was advancing rapidly. You deemed your plan utterly perfect. Not only did it delay the collapse of Senior Lu Wuya's formation, potentially extending your simulation time, but it also strengthened your martial cultivation. In the 24th year, your martial cultivation broke through to the 4th level of the Qi movement realm. In the 25th year, it reached the 5th level. In the 26th year, your martial cultivation ascended to the 6th level of the Qi movement realm, advancing 1 minor realm per year. Such a pace far exceeded your imagination. However, after reaching the 6th level, you felt the breakthrough slow considerably. The previous thunder's intensity could no longer inflict severe injuries, only light wounds. In the 27th year, you adjusted the lightning diverting formation to increase the thunder's intensity. In the 28th year, you broke through to the 7th level of the Qi movement realm. After the adjustment, your martial cultivation once again surged forward. By the 31st year, you had reached the peak of the Qi movement realm. But then you encountered a serious issue. Because your golden core was of the 12th grade, having achieved the divine path, breaking through major realms required both your immortal and martial cultivation to peak simultaneously. At present, your martial cultivation had peaked at the Qi movement realm, but your immortal cultivation remained stuck at the first level of the core formation stage. Thus, you had no choice but to temporarily dismantle the lightning diverting formation and halt martial cultivation. But with that, you could no longer consume the subterranean thunder of Spineback Mountain. How long could Senior Lu Wei's formation endure? Although you had consumed some of the thunder via the diversion formation, you felt it was insufficient. After all, your strength was limited and the amount you had dissipated was meager. Afterward, you sought out Elder Li and informed him of the problem with Senior Lu Wei's formation. Elder Li's expression shifted slightly. He had long known the formation was on the verge of collapse, but the exact cause eluded him. Soon, Elder Li convened some of Spineback Mountain's elders for a meeting. Several days passed before the meeting finally concluded. You had no idea what they discussed. However, Elder Li eventually approached you and said that while your formation skills were decent, as a mere 7th rank formation master, your assessment might not be accurate. Meddling with Senior Lu Wei's formation recklessly could invite unforeseen dangers. You understood. Elder Li's words meant the meeting had not approved your proposal. They either didn't believe you or perhaps they did, but dared not take the risk. In truth, you could understand Elder Li and the others. After all, this formation was the sole refuge for Spineback Mountain's cultivators against heavenly thunder. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't gamble with it. But when the time of absolute necessity arrived, would it still be too late? You know it's too late. Just like the last simulation, when it came to the final moment, Old Li only sought you out to assess the situation, only for you to be engulfed by the sea of thunder, and the simulation ended instantly. In the end, you simply shook your head and said nothing more. You knew it was impossible to get them to help eliminate those heavenly thunders. In the 32nd year, you discovered that many people on Spineback Mountain had grown wary of you. Whenever you approached that formation, someone would always deliberately appear by your side. You gave a helpless, bitter smile. These people were indeed cautious, afraid you might disregard their advice and repair the formation yourself, so they kept you under surveillance. Thus, in the following days, you began to venture out less frequently. You started cultivating the immortal path diligently every day. You had an ample supply of spirit stones. You had 6/0 on you plus over 9/0 spirit stones received as thanks for setting up high-grade spirit gathering arrays for the cultivators of Spineback Mountain. With over 1 million spirit stones in total, your progress in the immortal path was exceptionally swift. In the 33rd year, you successfully broke through to the 2nd level of core formation. In the 35th year, you successfully broke through to the 3rd level of core formation. By the 40th year, you had reached the 5th level of core formation. However, that year you left Spineback Mountain. You knew that in the previous simulation in the 42nd year, the formation left by Senior Lu Wuyu had encountered problems. Although this time you had consumed some of the heavenly thunder, it might delay that moment. But you weren't sure how long the delay would be. To prolong the simulation, you decided to leave early. In the 43rd year, you broke through to the 6th level of core formation. In the 45th year, you triggered the talent Serendipitous Enlightenment, gaining an 8-fold boost to cultivation speed and sharper thinking. This enlightenment lasted for an entire year, directly elevating your immortal cultivation to the 8th level of core formation. In the 51st year, you finally broke through to the 9th level of core formation. You knew that in 2 years the heavenly thunder would descend. You realized that normal cultivation would no longer suffice. You didn't have enough time to perfect both your immortal and martial cultivation and break through to the next major realm. So you began heading back towards Spineback Mountain. You wanted to see if after you had eliminated some of the heavenly thunder, the formation left by Lu Wuyu still remained. If it still held strong, perhaps you could use it to eke out a little more time. In the 52nd year, you arrived at Spineback Mountain once more. As far as the eye could see, only a patch of scorched earth remained with occasional arcs of electricity flickering across the blackened ground. You gave a bitter smile. It seemed the formation left by Senior Lu Wuyu had not held firm. You knew this simulation might be nearing its end. Against the heavenly thunder, you still had no good solution. In the 53rd year, you returned to Green Mountain City. By then, the city was nothing but ruins and bleached bones. A chill settled in your heart. You had long suspected this outcome. It must have been decades ago when the black-clad figure appeared here and attacked the Jiang family, revealing the existence of immortals to the people of Green Mountain City. Afterward, to keep the secret of the immortals and prevent more mortals from seeking them out, the immortal slaves of the Immortal Gate carried out the massacre. Without dwelling on it, you sat cross-legged on the ruins of the former Jiang residence, awaiting the descent of the heavenly thunder. One day, lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky, and a bolt of purple thunder hurtled toward you. Watching that heavenly thunder, you did not move. In truth, you could have set up some formations to bolster your defenses and survive a few more days or months. But in the end, you simply smiled faintly and chose to accept it with equanimity. You died at the age of 73. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, you can choose 2 rewards: Ewood Divine Body Talent, Martial Cultivation, Chi Movement Stage Perfection, Immortal Cultivation Core Formation 9th Level, and Pseudo 8th Great Array Master. Ewood Divine Body Talent costs 100 energy points. Martial Cultivation Chi Movement Stage Perfection costs 950 energy points. Immortal Cultivation Core Formation 9th Level costs 900 energy points. Pseudo 8th Great Array Master costs 100 energy points. Theoretical, only unable to deploy 8th grade formations due to insufficient cultivation. Jiang Yifeng saw how calmly he had faced the end in the simulation and found it somewhat impressive. This simulation had basically achieved its intended goals, and he felt no regret. He just hadn't expected the people of Spineback Mountain to be so stubborn. It seemed there was still a long way to go to extend the simulation time. It appeared that only by advancing his array mastery to a higher level could he find people on Spineback Mountain to help consume the heavenly thunder beneath the earth. Alternatively, he would need to raise his own cultivation to withstand and consume more thunder alone. Otherwise, delaying the collapse of Lu Wei's formation would be impossible. Without delaying the formation's collapse, extending the simulation duration seemed unlikely for now. Dismissing thoughts of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng turned his attention to the rewards. This time, all the rewards were quite good. Array mastery was clearly important, but what he lacked most was strength. Without sufficient spiritual energy, he couldn't set up higher grade formations or break through to become a true 8th grade array master. As for martial cultivation, it seemed more cost-effective than the immortal path. After all, it was half a realm higher. However, judging from the simulation, once he reached Spineback Mountain and entered Senior Lu Wei's formation to cultivate using the underground heavenly thunder, his martial cultivation would advance very quickly. So in the next simulation, as long as he went to Spineback Mountain, his martial cultivation would soon catch up. Without much hesitation, Jiang Yifeng silently uttered, "I choose Ewood Divine Body Talent and Immortal Cultivation Core Formation 9th Level." Martial cultivation had a fast track, but Jiang Yifeng had yet to find a shortcut for immortal cultivation aside from accelerating with spirit stones. Even so, this speed was still much slower than using heavenly thunder to temper the body for martial cultivation. As for the Ewood Divine Body Talent, it was a must-have. With it, martial cultivation could steadily progress using heavenly thunder. Thus, he believed this choice was the best for now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent Ewood Divine Body. Deducted 100 energy points, remaining 300. Ding! Immortal Cultivation Core Formation 9th Level extracted successfully. Deducted 0 energy points, remaining 300. Soon Jiang Yifeng felt his strength surge. Seconds later, everything was complete. Jiang Yifeng strode out of the Jiang residence and headed toward the Spring Breeze Pavilion. This simulation had been lengthy, and his eyes were tired from watching. He thought it would be good to listen to some music to relieve the fatigue. A week passed, and the simulation count refreshed. Jiang Yifeng returned to his room and murmured, "Activate simulation." One simulation attempt consumed 0 remaining. Draw a blue talent for 100 energy points, or draw a purple talent for 100 energy points. Please choose. Draw the purple talent. Ding! 100 energy points deducted. Purple talent being drawn. Remaining energy 3 billion. Congratulations, host has obtained the talent Divine Hand. Divine Hand key items will periodically appear in your hand. Jiang Yifeng fell into thought. Wasn't Divine Hand a term from Go? Never mind, it didn't matter. But judging by the talent description, it might be somewhat useful. He couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. He immediately looked at the simulation panel. Simulation 18 begins. You realize you are already within the simulation. Seeing that it is still early, you decide not to leave Qingshan City, immediately planning to slip away at night when no one is around. In the evening after dinner and packing up, you prepare to leave the Jiang residence under cover of darkness. Just then you hear cries from Xiao Tao, the maid in your side courtyard. As you are about to check, a soft object suddenly appears in your hand. Your expression shifts as you look at the object in your hand. This, isn't it Xiao Tao's belly band? Before you can recover, you see Xiao Tao running over tearfully. Running, she shouts about a lecher. Feeling a pang of guilt looking at the belly band in your hand, you quickly stow it into your storage ring. By then, Xiao Tao has reached you. You ask her what happened. Xiao Tao tells all, saying she was about to sleep when the belly band she wore suddenly vanished. Your heart pounds as you think of the belly band that just appeared in your hand. Suddenly, you recall the talent you drew for this simulation. Could this belly band be the key item that Divine Hand mentioned would appear periodically? Suppressing the urge to curse, you first calm Xiao Tao down. It is not until midnight that Xiao Tao stabilizes emotionally and returns to sleep. Afterward, you finally settle down to analyze what exactly is happening. You suspect it's the talent causing trouble. Having experienced many simulations, you know some talents are indeed unusual. It seems the key items this talent refers to are not what you understood. You inwardly complain, isn't calling this talent Divine Hand a bit too far-fetched? Without dwelling on it, you leave Qingshan City that night. But along the way, items inexplicably keep appearing in your hand. Belly bands of various colors, and besides them, cucumbers, eggplants. What the heck are these? Oh, and a fire poker. What are all these? Suddenly a possibility dawns on you. You feel nothing but disdain. You quickly find a river and wash your hands vigorously. It is not until you enter the Chongqing Mountains far from people that the strange items gradually stop appearing in your hand. This brings you some relief. On the third day, you compose yourself. Then you ponder what to do next. Because of this infuriating Divine Hand talent, you worry about encountering Bai Ruoxue and causing more trouble. So should you still hitch a ride with Bai Ruoxue to the Endless Sea? In the end, you shake your head, deciding not to court disaster. If this talent actually affects Bai Ruoxue, who is at the Tribulation Transcendence 8th layer, you reckon this simulation would end right there? To be safe, you cannot contact Bai Ruoxue in this simulation. You glance at the ruins of Tianxian Temple, clean them up, and bury the bones. Afterward, you head south. This time, you need to reach the Endless Sea on your own. Though you may encounter danger along the way, it is better than offending Bai Ruoxue at the Tribulation Transcendence 8th layer. In truth, you also considered not going to the Endless Sea, but you need to use the Heavenly Thunder under Senior Liu Yai's formation to temper your body. Thus, you must also improve your formation skills to locate the exact position of the Heavenly Thunder and guide it out through the formation. The place where you can rapidly advance your formation theory is undoubtedly the Endless Sea, where you can closely access the Sealing Formation. Of course, perhaps the Death Desert Flame Valley, or even 10,000 Swords Forest might allow access to the Sealing Formation, but the only place you are sure of is the Endless Sea, where the Xian Turtle Beast is friendly. There you can safely enhance your formation theory knowledge. In the first year, you travel an unknown distance. Throughout the journey, you stick to sparsely populated areas to avoid unnecessary trouble caused by the Divine Hand talent. Yet you still encounter plenty of trouble. Several times, some female immortal slaves even come directly to your door. When found, you are holding their belly bands in your hands. Fortunately, your cultivation is already considerable. Most of the immortal slaves stationed outside are only at the foundation establishment stage, and they are no match for you. That year, legends of the belly band immortal spread among the people. In the second year, the belly band of a nascent soul female immortal slave appears in your hand. This time, a bloody battle ensues. Though this female immortal slave is at a higher realm and proficient in various techniques, you cultivate the divine path and practice both immortal and martial arts, giving you a stronger foundation. After 3 days of fierce combat, you manage to exhaust her to death. But you also sustain serious injuries. In the third year, you are hunted. News of your battle with the female immortal slave from the previous year reaches Xianlin Gate, and they dispatch many experts to intercept and pursue you. Fortunately, Xianlin Gate does not take you too seriously. The dispatch cultivators are mainly at the core formation and nascent soul stages. After many battles, you reach the edge of the Endless Sea safely. Seeing you enter the Endless Sea territory, the immortal slaves do not continue their pursuit. You are unsure whether they think you will surely die or if they dare not step into the beast's domain. You reach the very edge of the Endless Sea, able to touch the seawater, but the Xian turtle does not appear. This leaves you puzzled. When you came with Bai Ruoxue before the Xian turtle emerged from the water from afar. You wonder, could it be that my strength is too low to catch the Xian turtle's attention? Several days pass with no activity. Deciding you cannot waste time, you start shouting toward the Endless Sea and even launch spiritual energy attacks to attract the Xian turtle's notice. Sure enough, soon the Xian turtle's massive body emerges from the sea surface. It looks somewhat angry. Without asking, it opens its mouth and inhales, and your body involuntarily flies toward its maw. Damn, you never expected the mystic turtle to be so irritable, this time devouring without a word. So thinking quickly, you shouted, "We're all prisoners here, why make things difficult for each other?" As your words fell, a peculiar glint flickered in the mystic turtle's eyes. The terrifying suction force vanished, and you found yourself in its massive claws. It stared at you for a long while, then burst into laughter. Interesting. I never thought this sealed land would produce a prodigy like you who even uncovered my origins. A flicker of panic stirred within you, fearing the mystic turtle would press for details. After all, you knew nothing of its origins. Even from your past simulations, you only knew it was imprisoned and sought escape. But clearly you worried too much. The mystic turtle didn't pry. It simply asked why you had come to find it. Relieved, you spoke frankly, saying you wished to study the sealing formation here to enhance your knowledge of formations. The mystic turtle pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, but warned you could only stay for 7 years. You understood this was because the formation spirit might awaken after 7 years, something the mystic turtle had mentioned in previous simulations. You didn't press your luck and promised to leave within 7 years. Then the mystic turtle brought you to an island in the boundless sea. This time, with everything laid bare, you had no other concerns. Upon arriving at the island, you headed straight for the deepest part closest to the sealing formation's barrier. The mystic turtle watched all this, its mind already swirling with thoughts. In its view, anyone who knew its origins could not be a native of the southern domain. It suspected you were a pawn cast here by some celestial powerhouse, using you to break this place and throw obstacles in the path of the one who sealed it. After all, such was the nature of conflicts among those great beings. Immortals of their caliber rarely acted directly. They used mortals as chess pieces to decide victories and defeats. Wasn't it itself a mystic immortal of the celestial realm, also a pawn in some grand scheme? Whether willing or not, as long as it was chained here, its desire for freedom would inevitably make it a tool in those great beings' games. Now the mystic turtle pondered whether you were a pawn of the same celestial master or if another player had entered the board. After all, the one who trapped it here wasn't the same immortal who sealed the southern domain. The mystic turtle knew this truth well. It was imprisoned here to serve as a pawn to break the southern domain's seal. In other words, the one who bound it was an adversary of the immortal who sealed this land. For it to gain freedom, it needed to shatter the sealing formation. Because the chains binding it were connected to the grand sealing formation by that celestial figure. Finally, the mystic turtle gave you a deep, penetrating glance before diving into the water. You remained oblivious to the mystic turtle's thoughts. By now you had ventured deep into the island and arrived at the sealing formation. Jiang Yifeng's heart tightened as he witnessed this. It seemed the waters of the southern domain ran far deeper than imagined. From the mystic turtle's inner thoughts, this place was a chessboard for many celestial powers. Even a mystic immortal like the turtle was forced to be a pawn. Phew! Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath. He couldn't afford to shy away from hardship now. He had to improve quickly. With that thought, Jiang Yifeng murmured, "Initiate deep simulation for 7 years." This was an idea he had long conceived. For knowledge like formations and memories, he believed a deep simulation could bypass the simulation rewards and allow him to gain it directly. However, last time a single glance at the sealing formation had caused him excruciating headaches, so he had abandoned the idea of using deep simulation to acquire this strength. But now Jiang Yifeng felt he must endure hardship. The world's depths were too vast, and without sufficient power, he couldn't feel secure. With a chime, deep simulation activated for 61320 hours, deducting 6013200 energy points, leaving 2.3 billion. Instantly, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness plunged into the simulation. Without overthinking, Jiang Yifeng immersed himself entirely in studying formations. The complex and intricate formation patterns made his head feel as if it might explode after mere moments of analysis. He gritted his teeth and persisted. Half an hour later, he collapsed unconscious. He didn't stir until half a day later. Upon waking, he found his theoretical knowledge of formations had improved significantly. This convinced him that his efforts were not in vain. The hardship was worth it. In the days that followed, Jiang Yifeng relentlessly studied formations. In truth, he spent more time unconscious each day than studying. Unbeknownst to him, over 6 years passed, and he finally deciphered one formation pattern. By then, his formation theory rivaled that of an 8th-rank formation master. However, his spiritual energy was still insufficient to personally set up an 8th-rank formation. With the 7-year deadline approaching, Jiang Yifeng knew it was time to leave the endless sea. Thus, his deep simulation should come to an end. Without hesitation, he murmured, "In deep simulation." As his words faded, his consciousness instantly returned to the Jiang residence in Qingshan City. Jiang Yifeng quickly recalled the formation memories in his mind. Haha, I knew it would work. Confirming that this deep simulation had truly brought back the 8th-rank formation master's theory, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. After a brief moment of joy, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze to the simulation panel. In the 10th year, you have mastered the theory of an 8th-rank formation master. That year, as the time for your departure with the mystic turtle arrived, it appeared promptly and escorted you to the coastal mainland. In the 12th year, you returned to Qingshan City incognito. Your emergence rekindled the legendary tale of the underwear Immortal, which had been gradually forgotten over the years. Gazing at the mountain of underwear in your storage ring, you could only shake your head helplessly. You truly didn't want this. It was all due to that accursed talent. In the 13th year, the black-robed, celestial slave appeared at the Jiang residence. Before he could act, you ambushed him from behind, abandoning all pretense of honor. After all, the black-robed man was only at the 9th level of core formation, and so were you. You didn't fear him. In previous simulations, you hadn't attacked simply because you were outmatched. Now at the same cultivation level, and knowing your father would soon arrive with cultivators from Spineback Mountain, you couldn't stand by and watch the Jiang estate be destroyed. Your ambush failed as the black-robed man evaded with a movement technique. Seeing you were also at the 9th level of core formation, he didn't flee immediately, but engaged you in a fierce battle. With equal cultivation levels, your dual cultivation of martial and mystical arts along with a 12th grade golden core should have allowed you to crush him, even kill him instantly. But unfortunately, you had never learned combat techniques. You relied solely on brute spiritual energy in fights. Meanwhile, your opponent wielded various spells, and for a time you only held the upper hand without finishing him. Not long after, your father Jiang Fushan rushed back with his men and saw you locked in battle with the black-clad figure. Having only recently obtained his inheritance, your father was not yet powerful enough, so he quickly called for reinforcements. In an instant, the black-clad man fell at the hands of the cultivators your father had brought. Your father Jiang Fushan was overjoyed to see you. After all, you had been missing for over a decade. He did not question how you had come to master the immortal arts. Afterwards, you and your father Jiang Fushan organized the evacuation of the Jiang family. However, during the journey, your father and the cultivators he brought along began to look at you with increasing strangeness. It was no wonder. As you flew, a belly band would frequently appear in your hand, drawing their suspicious glances. You explained countless times that it was not intentional. The other cultivators were dubious, but your father Jiang Fushan did not believe a word. After all, before you began cultivating, you were nothing but a pleasure-seeking wastrel who frequented brothels. Now that you possessed mystical powers, it was hardly surprising that you would steal women's undergarments. He even took you aside privately and advised you to keep such habits hidden from others. You were on the verge of tears and could only try your best to stay away from women. Fortunately, all the cultivators your father brought were men, otherwise you feared there would have been far more conflicts. In the 14th year, you arrived at Jibei Mountain. Once there, you revealed your identity as a formation master and helped the local cultivators set up an advanced spirit-gathering array. It took you a full 2 years to complete the array. During this time, you earned the goodwill of some cultivators on Jibei Mountain. However, there were still women who glared at you with anger. Worse still, a few male cultivators declared that they would kill you. And all of this was due to that accursed talent of the divine hand. In the end, it was Elderly who stepped in to calm the fury. However, the condition set by everyone was that you must leave Jibei Mountain. How could you agree to that? You still needed to harness the heavenly thunder beneath Jibei Mountain to cultivate your martial path. You knew this wouldn't do. But you had already explained countless times that it wasn't your doing. The belly bands simply appeared in your hand. For a moment, you were at a loss. Finally, you suggested that Elderly observe you for a while to see how the belly bands appeared, thus proving your innocence. Elderly found the idea feasible. After all, you had rendered a great service by setting up the advanced spirit-gathering array for Jibei Mountain, and he did not wish to misunderstand you. For the next 6 months, Elderly was practically inseparable from you. He kept his divine sense locked onto you at all times to determine whether you were using any techniques. In the end, Elderly concluded that you were indeed not acting intentionally. The belly bands simply materialized in your hand out of nowhere. Your innocence was proven. Yet this only made things more difficult for Elderly. Since it was not your fault and you had rendered a great service by setting up the spirit-gathering array, it was no longer appropriate to expel you. But if you stayed, what about the female cultivators, especially those who were already in relationships? Seeing Elderly's dilemma, you seized the opportunity to propose that you live permanently within the formation left by Senior Lu Weia. You told him that as long as you stayed away from crowds, the problem of inexplicably acquiring other people's belly bands would basically disappear. Elderly thought about it for a moment and realized that seemed to be true. During the 6 months he had followed you, the belly bands only appeared in your hand when you were near a crowd. Thus he agreed to your proposal. In the 17th year, you entered the formation left by Senior Lu Weia. At first, Elderly was not reassured and stayed to watch over you for a while. In the 18th year, Elderly left. He had other matters to attend to and could not keep watch over you forever. Besides, you had been well-behaved for the past year, merely studying Senior Lu Wei's formation without tampering with it. But in truth, during that year, you had already identified the exact location where the heavenly thunder was channeled. You simply refrained from setting up the thunder-inducing array while Elderly was present. After all, from your previous simulation, you knew that the people of Jibei Mountain would not allow you to alter the formation freely. In the 19th year, you worried that Elderly might return as you had not fully gained his trust. So that year, you continued to study Senior Lu Wei's formation diligently without starting to set up the thunder-inducing array. Your suspicions proved correct. Elderly did visit twice that year. 2 more years passed, and during that time, Elderly did not come again. In the 22nd year, you felt it might be time to stop waiting. After all, you had done nothing to harm Jibei Mountain, and your father Jiang Fushan was also there. Surely they would not keep you under such scrutiny. That year, you went to the spot you had identified long ago and set up an inverted 7th grade thunder-inducing array. The moment the array took shape, lightning crackled and struck you. Struck by the thunder, you were grievously wounded. But soon, under the effect of your wooded tribute divine body, you began to recover continuously. During this recovery process, your martial cultivation steadily advanced. In the days that followed, you immersed yourself in relentless body-tempering cultivation. In the 23rd year, your martial cultivation broke through to the 4th level of the Qi movement realm. In the 24th year, it reached the 5th level. In the 25th year, you attained the 6th level of the Qi movement realm. But by then, the thunder's power was no longer enough to inflict severe injuries, and your martial progress slowed. In the 26th year, you began modifying the thunder-inducing array, significantly increasing the intensity of the lightning it summoned. In the 27th year, thanks to the increased thunder intensity, your martial cultivation began to advance rapidly once more. That year, you broke through to the 7th level of the Qi movement realm. Several years passed in the blink of an eye. In the 30th year, your martial cultivation reached the peak of the Qi movement realm. In the 31st year, you dismantled the thunder-inducing array and focused entirely on cultivating your immortal path. In the 36th year, your immortal cultivation finally advanced from the 9th level of core formation to the pinnacle of the core formation realm. By then, both your martial and immortal cultivation had reached the threshold of breakthrough. You knew the time for breakthrough had come. So you left the formation left by Senior Lu Wuya. The moment you emerged, the female cultivators of Jibei Mountain, as if recalling the embarrassment from 1 or 2 decades ago, were too frightened to even leave their homes. You paid no heed to their reactions and went straight to Elderly. You told him of your intention to break through and requested his protection during the process. In this simulation, Elderly had not examined your condition and was unaware that you possessed a 12th-grade golden core, leading him to believe you were overreacting. He thought that breaking through to the nascent soul stage simply required solitude without disturbance. Despite his thoughts, Elderly agreed to your request. In truth, you sought Elderly's protection merely as a precaution. After all, unlike ordinary cultivators, your breakthrough to the core formation stage had caused quite a commotion. Having secured Elderly's promise, you chose to begin your breakthrough immediately. In the path of immortality, advancing from core formation to nascent soul involves shattering the core to birth the nascent soul. The nascent soul within becomes a second life. Once successfully formed, as long as the nascent soul remains intact, one can seize another body and be reborn. In the martial path, breaking through from the Qi movement stage to the true essence stage focuses on releasing inner energy outward, forming a protective aura shield that grants an extra layer of passive defense in battle. However, your situation was unique. You cultivated both immortality and martial arts through the divine path, and you were uncertain of the exact method for breaking through. You could only attempt breakthroughs in each path separately and observe if any spontaneous reaction occurred between them. Your martial breakthrough proceeded smoothly, and you soon developed a protective aura shield, reaching the 1st level of the true essence stage. But when you attempted to advance your immortal cultivation, you were utterly stunned. What was this? Your golden core now had a shield of its own, identical in appearance to the protective aura shield. You felt helpless. Breaking through from core formation to nascent soul normally required using one's energy to crack the golden core's shell and birth the nascent soul. Now you had to first break through the protective aura shield around the golden core, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty. You wondered if you had gotten the order wrong. Perhaps you should have advanced in immortal cultivation before martial arts. Unbeknownst to you, advancing in immortal cultivation first would have also made the martial breakthrough harder. Such was the consequence of treading the divine path. Greater power demanded greater trials. Due to the increased difficulty, it took you an entire month to complete the Immortal breakthrough, reaching the first level of the nascent soul stage. You gazed at the nascent soul within you, a miniature version of yourself. Your nascent soul was unique, for it too bore a layer of energy shield. Clearly you understood this would make your nascent soul even more powerful. The breakthrough proceeded smoothly, and this time it did not trigger any celestial phenomena. Your earlier fears had been unfounded. Elder Li took his leave after your breakthrough, advising you not to make such a fuss in the future, as breakthroughs were not that dangerous. You expressed your gratitude repeatedly. In the 37th year, you resumed your immortal cultivation. In the 38th year, you approached Elder Li and suggested that Senior Lu Wuya's formation might be malfunctioning, proposing that a team be assembled to repair it. Though you believed this proposal would likely be rejected, as proven in the previous simulation, you held on to a sliver of hope. In the end, there was no such luck. After deliberation, Elder Li and the others rejected your suggestion. Fearing you might act recklessly, they even arranged a residence for you in a remote area of Ridgeback Mountain. You no longer had to live within Lu Wuya's formation. In the 41st year, Elder Li rushed to find you reporting anomalies in Lu Wuya's formation that seemed to be erupting and asked you to investigate. You shook your head, saying it was too late, and urged everyone to evacuate immediately. Many on Ridgeback Mountain did not understand, and your warnings fell on deaf ears. They believed you were acting out of spite, angry that they had previously ignored your advice to inspect and repair the formation. As a result, many from Ridgeback Mountain came to your small hilltop to plead for forgiveness, hoping you would be magnanimous. Only after your repeated affirmations did Elder Li finally believe you. Disheartened, he led the people of Ridgeback Mountain in evacuation. Alas, it was too late. As they fled, the formation collapsed, resulting in the deaths of many cultivators' families. Thanks to your warning, however, most cultivators managed to survive. In the 42nd year, Elder Li found Jiang Fushan, who was in seclusion elsewhere, and informed him of the situation at Ridgeback Mountain. It was now certain that the cultivators of the southern domain had no hope of survival except by braving the beast territories to escape the sealed land before the heavenly tribulation struck. Your father Jiang Fushan agreed, without hesitation. He stated that having reached the 8th level of tribulation transcendence, he was willing to draw the beast's attention to buy others a chance to escape. However, your father insisted that Elder Li must protect you. Indeed, in this simulation, you did not leave alone, but chose to act alongside the people of Ridgeback Mountain. You reasoned that you had already achieved the objectives of this simulation. Surviving another decade or so would not yield significant improvement. You wanted to witness the ultimate outcome of venturing into the Death Desert. Previously, your belief that none would survive was merely a conjecture based on comparing their strength to the dangers. This time you wished to verify it with your own eyes. In the 43rd year, all the cultivators of Ridgeback Mountain, led by your father, headed straight for the Death Desert, and you were among them. Along the way, you were ambushed several times by the Xianlin sect. However, after their leader Shenwuya was severely wounded by a single palm strike from your father Jiang Fushan, no one dared to attack, only trailing from a distance. You paid them no mind and pressed on toward the Death Desert. At this moment, a doubt from previous simulations was resolved. It wasn't that the Xianlin sect had never tried to stop these cultivators from crossing the Death Desert. They simply couldn't defeat them and dared not try. Upon entering the Death Desert, your father Jiang Fushan cast a glance at you before preparing to head alone toward the lair of the demonic dragon. Grief welled in your heart, and you wanted to stop him, but you kept reminding yourself, this is a simulation, this is a simulation. In the end, you said nothing, only rushing forward to embrace your father. Shortly after your father's departure, you sensed the desert churning. You knew the demonic dragon had emerged. Soon everyone could see your father Jiang Fushan locked in battle with the dragon. At the same time, demonic pythons began appearing throughout the Death Desert. Elder Li stepped forward, ordering everyone to scatter and flee across the desert. From then on, each person's fate would be their own. This was a consensus reached before departure, and no one objected. Everyone dispersed in small groups to fend for themselves. You were different. Due to your father's request, Elder Li would accompany you. With a tribulation transcendence 7th level expert by your side, your chances of survival were significantly higher than others. Yet no one complained. Everyone understood that your father Jiang Fushan, by luring away the demonic dragon, was essentially trading his own life for yours. With slightly tearful eyes, you glanced at your father Jiang Fushan, then followed Elder Li racing towards the depths of the Death Desert. Along the way, demon pythons emerged constantly. However, against a mighty tribulation transcendence 7th level cultivator like Elder Li, these demon pythons were no match at all. 2 days quickly passed. Given Elder Li's cultivation level and the full speed he employed while carrying you, you should have traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers by now. Yet you had still not located the rift in the ceiling Grand Formation. The depths of the Death Desert were vaster than imagined, and even Elderly did not know the exact location of the formation's gap. They had to rely on luck to search. 2 more days elapsed when you suddenly heard the roar of an ancient demonic dragon flying from afar. Elderly's expression shifted, and he hurled you aside. He shouted at you, "Run." Then you watched as Elderly charged towards the demonic dragon. Seeing the dragon appear, grief welled up within you. It seemed your father Jiang Fushan had indeed fallen. And now Elderly's intention was unmistakable. He was going to hold back the demonic dragon to buy you time to escape. His inevitable fate would be death as well. Though filled with sorrow and anger, you did not hesitate. You lowered your head and fled. You knew this was not the time for sentimentality. Half a day passed, and the dragon's roar echoed once more. You gazed at the colossal demonic dragon, lacking the strength to resist. You died at the age of 63. This simulation has ended. For this simulation, you can choose 2 rewards: Divine Hand Talent Martial Dao Cultivation True Essence Realm First Layer, or Immortal Dao Cultivation Nascent Soul Realm First Layer. Divine Hand Talent costs 100 energy points. Martial Dao Cultivation True Essence Realm First Layer costs 100 energy points. Immortal Dao Cultivation Nascent Soul Realm First Layer costs 100 energy points. Important note, because the host cultivates the divine path, your cultivation has now broken through a major realm. You must select both the Immortal Dao and Martial Dao cultivation, otherwise you will be unable to advance. Jiang Yifeng stared blankly at the final prompt from the simulator. Cultivating the divine path came with such a restriction. So every time he broke through a major realm in the future, he would have to choose both Martial Dao and Immortal Dao together. This meant future simulations required more careful planning with intentional control over his realm. He had to reserve exchange opportunities for good talents and later for various combat techniques. Since Martial Dao and Immortal Dao were bound together for exchange, there was nothing to hesitate about regarding this simulation's rewards. Oh. Suddenly Jiang Yifeng realized that even if they weren't bound, he wouldn't choose the Divine Hand Talent, which could only handle undergarments. So he silently uttered to himself, "I choose Martial Dao Cultivation and Immortal Dao Cultivation," and made his choice. Ding. Martial Dao Cultivation True Essence Realm First Layer extracted successfully. 100,000 energy points deducted. Remaining energy points 2 billion. Ding. Immortal Dao Cultivation Nascent Soul Realm First Layer extracted successfully. 100,000 energy points deducted. Remaining energy points 2 billion. The simulator's voice had just faded. Jiang Yifeng sensed changes occurring within his body. 2 minutes later, the enhancement was complete. Then he began to recall the details of this simulation. Besides the improvement in cultivation, this simulation was another attempt to break free from this sealed land. However, charging through the Death Desert as he had guessed was impossible. Of course, Jiang Yifeng did not consider this a wasted effort. On the contrary, this attempt had shown him an opportunity. After his father Jiang Fushan delayed the demonic dragon, it took 4 days to catch up. If he could learn the exact location of the formation rift within the Death Desert, he might have a chance to escape through it. Jiang Yifeng thought that in future simulations he could ask that mysterious turtle of the endless sea. It might know. Oh, there's still a week left. I can think slowly. Let's go listen to some music first. Finally murmuring to himself, Jiang Yifeng walked out the door. Time flowed on. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The simulation count refreshed again. Jiang Yifeng returned to his room and silently uttered, "Begin simulation." Consumed 1 simulation count. Remaining count 0. Drawing of a blue talent costs 100 energy points. Drawing a purple talent costs 100 energy points. Please choose your draw. Draw the purple talent. Ding. 100 energy points deducted. Drawing purple talent. Remaining energy points 2 billion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent Child of Fortune. Child of Fortune, you are incredibly lucky. Our resources and opportunities will actively seek you out. Note, although your luck is overwhelming, provoking an enemy far beyond your strength will still lead to certain death. Jiang Yifeng's eyes lit up when he saw this talent. Child of Fortune. This talent was fantastic. This talent must be exchanged when this simulation ends. With that in mind, Jiang Yifeng had a clear direction for this simulation. He knew roughly what to do. So he immediately looked at the simulation panel. Simulation No. 19 begins. You realize you have entered the simulation. On the first day, you chose to leave Qingshan City under the cover of night. Just as you stepped out of the Jiang residence, you spotted a 1,000-tael silver note on the street. You glanced at it, finding the paltry sum beneath your notice. Early the next morning, you arrived at the ruins of the Tianxin Temple in the Chongqing Mountains. You cleared the ruins and buried the bones found there. On the third day, you began to earnestly cultivate the immortal Tao. On the 10th day, while cultivating, you were startled awake by a sudden noise. You discovered a spirit stone had fallen right beside you. How could a spirit stone fall from the sky? Was the child of fortune talent really this absurd? Soon you learned the reason, as the person who dropped the stone appeared before you. The newcomer was merely a cultivator at the first layer of the core formation stage. With your current nascent soul cultivation, you could tell, without even using the inside eye. Nevertheless, you still used the inside eye to confirm the identity of the visitor. If it was a local cultivator, you would let it go, as you didn't lack a single spirit stone. But if it was a celestial slave, you wouldn't mind taking that stone. Soon you saw the identity. A smirk curled on your lips. With a single bound, you leaped into the air, unleashing vast amounts of spiritual energy from your hands. The celestial slave was crushed to death by your overwhelming spiritual energy. You clapped your hands and muttered under your breath, "So weak." Then you walked over to the corpse and took his storage ring. To avoid attracting other celestial slaves, you gave him a cremation and even ground his ashes to dust, scattering them to the winds. In the first year, you passed by in an utterly unremarkable manner. Aside from occasionally picking up spirit stones and having wild beasts deliver themselves to you when you were hungry, the talent of this child of fortune was merely mediocre. After cultivating with spirit stones for a year, not only did you not spend your own spirit stones, but your storage ring actually gained several thousand more. In the second year, it was still the same monotonous cultivation. In the third year, by Ruoxue descended. After examining you, she asked if you would become her disciple. You agreed. 3 days later, she said she could take you to escape this sealed land and asked if you were willing to leave. You didn't hesitate and nodded directly. Your purpose in coming here was simply to hitch a ride. A few days later, you were brought by Ruoxue to the endless sea. As soon as you approached, the Xian turtle emerged from the sea. Bai Ruoxue tried to bribe it, but the Xian turtle subdued you both directly. In the end, the Xian turtle cast Bai Ruoxue out of the forbidden land, telling her to bring 1 billion spirit stones if she wanted to take you away. You were taken by the Xian turtle to an island in the endless sea. Upon arriving here, you came clean directly, stating that the Xian turtle and you were both prisoners and that you had come specifically to find it. Hearing this, the Xian turtle scrutinized you and suddenly burst into laughter. It asked you what you sought from it. With the experience from your previous simulation, you knew that this Xian turtle had mistaken you for a pawn of some celestial big shot. But you naturally didn't mind this. You asked it directly where was the sealed fissure in the Death Desert. The Xian turtle looked at the sky as if on guard against something. After a moment, it transmitted 4 words to you via divine sense: at the bottom of the desert. Upon receiving the answer, your heart surged with excitement. You felt that your chances of leaving this forbidden land of the southern domain were growing greater. After this, you didn't leave. Instead, you told the Xian turtle that you wished to stay and comprehend the sealing formation here to improve your array path. The Xian turtle didn't refuse any of your requests, only stating that you had to leave after 7 years. Without hesitation, he silently uttered, "Begin deep simulation for 7 years." This was all planned long ago. Since formation knowledge could be gained through the depth simulation, he couldn't waste the exchange opportunities at the simulation's end. Moreover, the depth simulation consumed even less energy than direct exchange. Commencing deep simulation for 7 years. Consuming 132 billion energy points, remaining energy points 6 billion. Jiang Yifeng's consciousness appeared within the simulation. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode deep into the island to analyze and comprehend the sealing array. 7 years passed in a blink. The deep simulation ended. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness had returned to the Jiang estate in Qingshan City. This deep simulation had immensely benefited him, though he did not yet know the exact extent of his improvement. Perhaps he would only know how far his theoretical knowledge had progressed when he could completely arrange an 8th rank formation. Sensing the spiritual energy within his body, Jiang Yifeng felt it was close. Perhaps after advancing a few more realms, he would be able to arrange an 8th rank formation. Dismissing these thoughts, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze to the simulation panel. In the 10th year, you were brought back to the mainland by the Xian turtle. After bidding farewell to the Xian turtle, you departed. In the 12th year, you returned to Qingshan City. That same year, you felt the ground of Qingshan City tremble and a fissure appeared. You fell into the underground and saw a bronze palace hall. Within the hall, there was a cyan light orb. For a moment, you were stunned. You felt that this should be the inheritance obtained by your father Jiang Fushan. Why had it come to you this time? In a flash you understood that it must be the effect of the child of fortune talent. Should you snatch this inheritance from your father? You felt a bit hesitant. You constantly weighed the gains and losses. In this simulation, you definitely had to take the child of fortune talent. If that were the case, you wouldn't be able to exchange for 2 cultivation methods. And if you couldn't exchange for 2 cultivation methods at the end of the simulation, the highest immortal path you could exchange for would be, at most, the nascent soul perfection stage. After all, you were now cultivating the divine path, and the simulator had hinted that both immortal and martial paths must break through simultaneously, otherwise you couldn't advance to the next major realm. This restriction had to be obeyed, even in reality. You cursed inwardly, damn system, so many restrictions. You felt that if you could exchange for more rewards after the simulation ended, you wouldn't have to be so conflicted. In the end, you shook your head and chose to refuse this immortal path inheritance. Actually, aside from the simulator's restrictions, you had other thoughts. You felt that since you had taken the child of fortune talent this time, you could always obtain the inheritance later. Your original plan for this simulation was to follow your father and the others to venture into the death desert. If you took this inheritance, you worried that your father's cultivation wouldn't reach the tribulation transcendent stage, and then no one would be able to stop the demon dragon. After making your decision, you turned and left. The inheritance did not remain in place. It seemed to sense your refusal and vanished instantly, leaving only a devastated Qingshan city behind. Fortunately, to conceal your identity, you had chosen a remote area of Qingshan city, so not many civilians suffered from this calamity. 2 days passed in a blink. You witnessed the black-clad man Yangzhou appear in the fissure in Qingshan city where the inheritance had appeared. The corners of your mouth curled up as you murmured, "Finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." You knew that this black-clad man Yangzhou had first appeared at the site of the inheritance. It was only because your father was teleported away by the inheritance that he found the Jiang family in the 13th year. Though you hadn't accepted the inheritance this time, and it had departed, the commotion of its emergence would surely be detected by this immortal slave. So you had set up an ambush early on. As soon as the black-clad man Yangzhou approached, you decisively struck with full force using a sneak attack. Ambushing a core formation cultivator with your nascent soul cultivation. What could go wrong? With one move, you severely injured him. Logically, if you knew any offensive combat techniques, Yangzhou would have died instantly. Unfortunately, the simulation only allowed you to exchange for 2 rewards each time. To maximize the rewards, you had never practiced any combat techniques. You thought that by waiting until you had a higher cultivation level, learning stronger techniques would yield twice the result with half the effort. It was precisely because of this that despite your high cultivation, abundant spiritual energy reserves, and even training in martial arts, you were now like a tank character in a game, strong in stamina and defense, but lacking in attack power. Thus you didn't instantly kill Yangzhou. However, it wasn't a big problem. Having landed a successful blow, you gave Yangzhou no time to react. You hurled your spiritual energy at him as if it were free. After several minutes, the black-clad man Yangzhou was battered to death by your spiritual energy, vanishing into ashes. You had finally killed the black-clad man Yangzhou, who had appeared in every simulation from the very beginning using your own strength. At this moment, a knowing smile spread across your face. Your strength had now been exposed. To avoid attracting more trouble, you struck, repeatedly killing all the immortal slaves still hiding in Qingshan city. 2 months passed. You saw your father returning from outside Qingshan city. He was alone. With a single glance, you saw that your father Jiang Fushan had already reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. It seemed that the inheritance you had refused had, as you guessed, still found its way to your father Jiang Fushan. Just then a thought struck you. Your father had returned. Since he wasn't being hunted by the black-clad man Yangzhou, would he still meet the people from Spineback Mountain? And if not, how would you get to Spineback Mountain later? You slapped your forehead and sighed softly. "I acted rashly." You felt that you shouldn't have killed the black-clad man Yangzhou for the sake of momentary satisfaction. In the 13th year, as you had foreseen, the cultivators from Jibei Mountain did not appear. During this past year, your father Jiang Fushan remained within the Jiang residence, immersed in cultivation. He seldom concerned himself with other matters and never ventured outside. How could he possibly encounter anyone from Jibei Mountain? In the 14th year, you concluded that waiting in Qingshan city for the people from Jibei Mountain was futile. Thus, you no longer had any intention of lingering in Qingshan city. After all, in this simulation, you felt that going to Jibei Mountain was not particularly important. Since you had no plans to cultivate the martial path this time, there was no need to borrow the heavenly thunder beneath Jibei Mountain. On the night before leaving Qingshan city, you secretly returned to the Jiang residence. You left most of your resources, 600,000 spirit stones, for your father Jiang Fushan. Before he could ask the reason, you turned and departed without a word. You believed that since your father, despite scarce resources, had reached the 8th layer of tribulation transcendence in just 30 years through inheritance, his talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Therefore, you left him the bulk of your resources this time, hoping it might elevate his strength further. As for yourself, you glanced at a spirit stone dropped by someone at your feet, picked it up casually, and placed it into your storage ring. Resources. Weren't they just lying around for the taking? In truth, you did this because you anticipated that when the time came to brave the death desert, a stronger father would greatly increase the chances of success. Indeed, even if the people from Jibei Mountain couldn't find your father, you knew the approximate timing of their expedition into the death desert. You figured you could summon your father to assist then. Having done everything, you left Qingshan City and headed westward. The reason for heading west was that you already knew the Sealing Grand Arrays north led to the Death Desert, the east to the Flame Valley, and the south to the Endless Sea. Thus, by your deduction, the west must be the 10,000 Swords Forest. You planned to observe it from a distance. Along the way, you didn't focus solely on travel, but also spent considerable time cultivating the Immortal path. In the 15th year, while passing a place called Luoxia Mountain, you stumbled upon a pool of spiritual liquid filling you with delight. According to the common knowledge of immortal cultivation you had obtained from Bairuoxia, in previous simulations you knew that spiritual liquid was 100 times more precious than spirit stones. Beyond the southern domain, spirit stones were more like currency used only by low-level cultivators for training. High-level cultivators relied on spiritual liquid or other heavenly treasures. You had been using spirit stones for cultivation only because in this perilous southern domain you couldn't access better resources. Gazing at the pool of spiritual liquid, you fell into thought. Should you use the spiritual liquid or keep it to take out of the simulation? In the end, you shook your head and chose to cultivate here, using the spiritual liquid directly. That same year, your immortal cultivation broke through to the 2nd layer of the nascent soul stage. By the 17th year, you reached the 3rd layer. By the 20th year, you attained the 4th layer. In the 22nd year, you triggered the talent of serendipitous enlightenment, gaining a 10-fold cultivation speed and sharper thinking. This enlightenment lasted 6 months, propelling your immortal cultivation directly to the 6th layer of the nascent soul stage. When the enlightenment ended, you looked at the pool and found it completely dry. After reorienting yourself, you continued westward. In the 24th year, after traversing countless mountains and rivers, you finally glimpsed the 10,000 Swords Forest. From afar, you could hear the clanging of swords and feel a chilling killing intent. You felt that the beasts here might be the most formidable aside from the Shen turtle. The killing aura was too intense. Unable to provoke them, you immediately abandoned any thought of approaching further. Just as you were about to leave, you spotted a figure in the distance. Your heart tightened. Why is he here? Indeed, you recognized this person. It was Wu Yudao. You hadn't seen him since he took your silver notes to suppress bandits. You couldn't understand why he would appear at the 10,000 Swords Forest. At such a distance, even if Wu Yudao with his mortal body had been traveling here for over 20 years, it seemed impossible. Could it be merely a lookalike? You couldn't resist using your inside eye to examine him. Wu Yudao White Tiger reincarnation memories awakened. Current martial cultivation at the 9th layer of the Golden Body stage. Originally at the peak martial saint stage, dropped due to forced reincarnation, possessing the Tao of killing, capable of fighting above his level. You gasped in shock. What? Wu Yudao was this formidable? The martial cultivation realms were recorded in the nameless technique you had obtained from him. The specific divisions were body tempering, condensing, Yuan Qi movement, true Yuan unity, golden body, immovable, transcendent, half-saint, martial saint. These corresponded to all the realms of immortal cultivation. The golden body stage was equivalent to the void refinement stage in immortal cultivation, an absolute expert. The original martial saint stage surpassed the tribulation transcendent stage of immortal cultivation, matching the immortal realm. And he could fight above his level, terrifying. Suddenly a thought struck you. The sealed land had 4 fierce beasts. You had seen the demon dragon, the demon phoenix, and the Shen turtle. If your guess was correct, the 10,000 Swords Forest likely housed the tiger. Now, seeing Wu Yudu's information as the white tiger's reincarnation, a sense of foreboding washed over you. And at that moment, you saw Wu Yudao appear before you in an instant. Without a word, he flung you into the 10,000 Swords Forest. The moment you landed, you were overwhelmed by the endless killing aura. Your eyes turned crimson, filled with rage. A desire to kill surged within you. Fortunately, you were still at the forest's edge, barely able to maintain self-control. You couldn't imagine how intense the killing intent would be deeper inside. Ordinary people would likely become killing machines. You dared not linger in the 10,000 Swords forest and hurried to escape. But just as you emerged, Wu Yudao appeared again and shoved you back in with a single slap. Perplexed, you pondered. Based on your deduction, if Wu Yudao was the white tiger's reincarnation, he was likely the reincarnation of the beast here. You estimated this possibility was at least 50%. If so, his attempt to kill you would be understandable. But what was he doing now? You were baffled. Was he torturing you? No, you felt it couldn't be that simple. You thought of the Xian turtle. Since it was imprisoned, perhaps the white tiger was also confined here. And to break free, it forcibly reincarnated as a human. With this thought, your eyes lit up. It aligned with the information from your inside eye. If so, Wu Yudu's actions now probably weren't malicious. After all, you were all in the same boat. There must be deeper meaning. Having figured this out, you stopped dwelling on it and began cultivating amidst the killing aura. Regardless of whether your guess was accurate, you felt that with Wu Yudao outside, you couldn't leave anyway. In the 25th year after such a long time, you have already learned to withstand the murderous aura at the edge of the forest of 10,000 Swords. However, you can feel that your own temperament has become somewhat violent. In the 26th year, Wu Yudao appeared again, calmly stepping into the forest of 10,000 Swords. He grabbed you by the hand and tossed you once more towards the inner part of the forest. The deeper you go into the forest of 10,000 Swords, the heavier the murderous aura becomes. As soon as you land, you are instantly engulfed by this aura. The terrifying murderous intent directly affects your mind. You can no longer control yourself. All you desire is to kill, to annihilate everything. Just then, Wu Yudao placed a heavy pressure on your head, and you instantly regained clarity. But soon the murderous aura attacked again, and you felt that you would soon lose your self-awareness once more. Unable to contain yourself, you shouted, "Why?" You had thought that Wu Yudao might be trying to train you or help you comprehend the essence of killing. But the murderous aura in this place clearly exceeded your capacity. This is no longer training. You know that if you stay here too long, you will become nothing more than a killing machine. Just before you are about to lose your self-awareness again, Wu Yudao coldly remarks, "Humph, great talent, but lacking a resilient mindset." Wu Yudao feels a deep disdain in his heart, unable to comprehend why he would share the earlier chapters of the War God technique with someone as useless as you before the awakening of his memories. You can't even withstand such a shallow, murderous intent. Yet even after you lose your self-awareness, Wu Yudao continuously brings you back to consciousness. This cycle continued for over 10 years. A faint hint of murderous intent began to emanate from you. This was because you had now grasped a sliver of killing intent, marking your entry into its realm. Now within the forest of 10,000 Swords, aside from the central area where the murderous aura is most overwhelming, you can move freely in the other regions. At this moment, Wu Yudao appeared beside you. He coldly told you that there were actually no ferocious beasts guarding this place anymore. If you can withstand the murderous aura of the central area, this place will be the safest route to leave the southern region. After saying this, Wu Yudao glanced at you, dropped a book, and stepped into the forest of 10,000 Swords. After hearing Wu Yudu's words, you weren't too surprised. After all, you had already guessed through your inside eye that Wu Yudao might be the reincarnation of a ferocious beast in this place. Since the guardian ferocious beast is gone, leaving the southern region from here must be the simplest option. However, those unaware of the truth would never guess this upon seeing the murderous aura outside the forest of 10,000 Swords. You looked at the book Wu Yudao threw to you, on which the words War God Technique were inscribed in large letters. After examining it, you discovered that this was actually a continuation of the Nameless Technique. To be precise, the Nameless Technique was merely the introductory directory of the War God Technique, recording the realms of martial arts and basic training methods. The War God Technique, akin to the heart methods of the Immortal Path, is a comprehensive martial arts technique that accelerates the progress and power of martial arts after cultivation. Moreover, the War God Technique also includes accompanying combat skills, which are exactly what you urgently need at this moment. You have been struggling with having cultivation, but lacking combat techniques. Although this is a martial arts combat skill, it does not matter. After all, you cultivate both immortal and martial paths, and martial combat techniques are no weaker than immortal spells. In the initial stage of cultivation, Wu Yudao is guiding you into the basics. Over these 10 years, he has also helped you comprehend a sliver of killing intent. Now, having gifted you such a great treasure, you watch Wu Yudu's departing figure with mixed emotions. You think to yourself you owe him quite a bit. You even feel that Wu Yudao has been overly kind to you. However, you soon realize that Wu Yudao seems to be planning to leave the southern region. With his understanding of killing intent, could he take you along? You hurriedly shout, hoping he will take you with him. Yet Wu Yudao simply waved his hand, stating that everything must rely on yourself. In truth, you have no idea that Wu Yudao is merely trying to train you. Originally, he was the last white tiger in the world, and now, after reincarnation, he has no family. And you, as the person who received the nameless technique before his memories awakened, can be said to be the only one he is connected to. It would not be an exaggeration to call you his half-disciple. The things he is about to do are essentially a gamble with life. He is leaving all his martial arts to you. You are his true successor. He does not want his successor to be a waste. He hopes you can rely on yourself to carve out a path to survival. Meanwhile, in reality, Jiang Yifeng observes this scene. He constantly grumbles in his heart. Training can wait for later. Oh, what kind of training is this right now? Besides, I just want to be a waste. Unfortunately, Jiang Yifeng can only grumble silently. Although he can influence his own simulation, he cannot affect Wu Yudao in the simulator. Ultimately, Jiang Yifeng can only sigh and continue to look at the simulator panel. After Wu Yudao leaves, you also choose to depart from the Forest of 10,000 Swords. Although you have already learned that you can leave the southern region from here, the murderous aura in the central area is hundreds of times greater than that in these surrounding places. You estimate that if a cultivator who has not comprehended killing intent even during the tribulation transcendence phase, or even a half-saint of martial arts were to enter, they would likely be eroded into a killing puppet by the murderous aura. Unless your comprehension of killing intent significantly improves, it is impossible to pass through here and leave the southern region. As for continuing to comprehend killing intent here, you have considered it, but now 40 years have passed in the simulation and there isn't much time left for you. You cannot make a massive breakthrough in such a short time. Given this, you think it would be better to head to the Desert of Death sooner. Perhaps when the people from the Spineback Mountain venture into the Desert of Death, you will have the chance to find the fissures of the formation at the bottom of the desert. However, before that, you need to return to Qingshan City to find your father Jiang Fushan. After all, those from Spineback Mountain likely cannot withstand the pressure of the demon dragon for long. In the 42nd year, you return to Qingshan City, only to find that the Jiang family was no longer there. After inquiring, you learned that they had long since moved away. You were taken aback, guessing that it was likely the cultivators from Spineback Mountain who found your father Jiang Fushan. Otherwise, you cannot think of any other possibility that would lead your father to relocate the entire Jiang family. Thus, without any delay, you sped off towards the Desert of Death. In the 43rd year, when you arrived at the Desert of Death, you happened to see the people from Spineback Mountain attempting to force their way into the desert. This time, the one battling the demon dragon in the Desert of Death was still your father Jiang Fushan. Seeing this, you sighed inwardly. Indeed, he had gathered with the cultivators from Spineback Mountain. However, this time your father Jiang Fushan had already reached the 9th level of Tribulation Transcendence, a higher realm than what you had seen in previous simulations. You believe this is due to the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones you gifted your father Jiang Fushan, which made a difference. After all, in previous simulations you observed that your father Jiang Fushan had no resources to train with. His progress relied solely on talent and hard work. Now, with the support of a large number of spirit stones from you, his higher realm seems quite reasonable. You watch your father Jiang Fushan battling the demon dragon. They seem evenly matched. Seeing this situation, you think that perhaps this time there is a real possibility of defeating the demon dragon. At the moment when your father Jiang Fushan was battling the demon dragon, you directly sought out Elder Li. You told him that the crack in the formation was at the bottom of the desert. You did this because with your cultivation level you couldn't see the bottom of the desert. As for using the escape technique, you don't know how, and even if you did, it would be impossible to constantly explore the depths of the desert. The Death Desert is far too vast. Do you still remember the last simulation when Elder Li at the 7th level of Tribulation Transcendence flew with you for several days without fully exiting? You doubted that the Death Desert is not smaller than your current residence in the southern region. Elder Li was somewhat skeptical of your words. After all, during this simulation you had not met with Elder Li, nor had you spent a long time together. However, if what you said were true, it could save a significant amount of time searching. The key is that even at the bottom of the desert with his cultivation at the 7th level of Tribulation Transcendence, as long as he intentionally searched, he could discover something above the desert. And the only cost would be to use a bit more spiritual sense. Thus, Elder Li still took your words to heart. However, this time when you arrived at the Death Desert, you did not have the chance to meet your father Jiang Fushan. Elder Li did not know your relationship, and when he went to search for the crack in the formation, he did not take you with him. You did not mind this. Your purpose was simply to find out whether the crack in the formation was truly at the bottom of the desert. 2 days later, the crack in the ceiling formation was indeed discovered by Elder Li at the bottom of the desert. The battle between the demon dragon and your father Jiang Fushan was still ongoing, and for the time being it was relatively safe, though Elderly did not leave alone. Instead, he chose to inform everyone of the coordinates, and you were among them. When you arrived at the crack in the formation, it was already crowded with people, all cultivators from the Spine Mountain. Here there was no sign of the desert, the ground was covered entirely with blue stones. After inquiring, you learned that many people like you lacked the cultivation level or did not know how to use the escape technique, preventing them from entering the bottom of the desert. Thus, the sand particles from this segment of the desert had long been removed by Elder Li using his powerful magic. As for why they were staying here and had not left, it turned out they were worried about potential dangers outside the formation and decided to wait for Elder Li, who was still transmitting coordinates. You looked at the crack in the formation and hesitated for a moment, feeling that these people were right. You did not leave alone. 3 days later, Elder Li had returned, and aside from your father Jiang Fushan, still battling the demon dragon, everyone else had stepped into the crack in the formation. At this moment, everyone was very excited, feeling that this journey would lead to vast horizons, and many were even fantasizing about the beauty of the outside world. However, after stepping out of the crack in the formation, the environment they saw was anything but beautiful. As you emerged, a dark scene met your eyes. The ground was littered with eerie skeletons, some of which belonged to humans and ordinary demon beasts, but more were the massive corpses of dragons. Seeing such a scene, you were filled with confusion. Did we stumble into a dragon's grave? Previously, you simulated leaving the southern region from the Flame Valley, and you knew that the place you reached was the Great Wasteland. You originally thought that leaving from here might also lead you to the Great Wasteland. But given the current circumstances, this definitely does not seem to be the case. Although the Great Wasteland is very desolate compared to the atmosphere here, it seems trivial. Before you could think much more, Elder Li warned that danger was approaching. In an instant, everyone looked serious and guarded in all directions. Half an hour passed, yet the danger Elder Li spoke of never appeared. Originally, everyone thought perhaps Elder Li had misperceived. But soon many cultivators from Spine Mountain suddenly began to attack those around them. Caught off guard, this led to the deaths of many cultivators. You were also attacked. Perhaps most of the information by Ruoshua had gathered came from hearsay or from reading certain ancient texts. Yet could the records in these scriptures truly be reliable? Since the powerful beings in the heavens were orchestrating events, would it be difficult for them to alter the records of some ordinary cultivator's scriptures? It should be effortless. Jiang Yifeng shook his head. It seemed he would have to explore many things step by step through his simulations. What he heard might not necessarily be true. Without dwelling further, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze to the simulation rewards. Ceasing his musings, he shifted his attention to the rewards before him. The nascent soul 6th layer cultivation was the first to be ruled out. This simulation had wasted considerable time with no chance for peaceful cultivation. Otherwise, Jiang Yifeng believed he could have pushed for an even stronger cultivation base. As for the other 3 rewards, they were all excellent. The Child of Fortune talent. Its power was evident from its name alone. In this simulation, not only did he not spend his own spirit stones, but his wealth actually grew as he cultivated. He had even encountered a pool of spiritual liquid. Most astonishingly, he had nearly snatched the inheritance from his own father Jiang Fushan. If not for his simulated self's refusal, that inheritance would surely have been his. Next was the true intent of the Killing Path minor accomplishment. Though it was only at a minor level, it had taken over a decade to master with the assistance of Wu Yudao, a reincarnated white tiger expert. Without Wu Yudu's aid, Jiang Yifeng felt it would not have been a matter of a mere decade. It might have taken decades, or even centuries to achieve. Finally, the martial arts scripture War God's Decree was equivalent to the white tiger's inheritance, containing not only martial cultivation methods, but also combat techniques. This was something Jiang Yifeng desperately needed. In reality, it might have been possible to obtain it, but Jiang Yifeng doubted when Wu Yudao would awaken his memories as the reincarnated white tiger. After all, judging by the situation, Wu Yudao only possessed the War God's Decree after his awakening. Moreover, even if he awakened, Wu Yudao was no longer in Qingshan City. He had vanished since that bandit suppression mission. In the end, Jiang Yifeng decided to prioritize the War God's Decree. This was the key to enhancing his martial path in the future. Although future simulations might offer another chance, he felt it was safer to secure it now. After all, the actions of characters in previous simulations were not always set in stone. Jiang Yifeng was uncertain if he might inadvertently do something that would trigger an unfavorable butterfly effect, altering Wu Yudu's intentions. Thus he murmured to himself, "I choose the Child of Fortune talent and the War God's Decree." This decision had been a moment of hesitation for Jiang Yifeng. After all, the Child of Fortune seemed only to aid in acquiring resources, but as someone who could simulate, he realized he was not that lacking in resources at the moment. What he needed more was strength. Yet as a transmigrator, the mere sight of the words Child of Fortune was irresistible. He couldn't help himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent Child of Fortune, deducting 1 million energy points, remaining 1.6 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the War God's Decree Martial Arts Scripture, deducting 1 billion energy points, remaining 600 million energy points. Among the exchanged rewards, there was no cultivation base. Jiang Yifeng felt nothing in particular. There was just an additional War God's Decree in his storage ring. Everything was settled. Jiang Yifeng opened his personal data to check. Host Jiang Yifeng. Talents: Thunder Fire, True Spiritual Root, Insightful Eye, Occasional Epiphany, Array, Genius, Ewa, Divine Body, Child of Fortune. Divine Cultivation, Nascent Soul Realm, First Layer, Immortal Path, True Essence Realm, First Layer, Martial Path, Cultivation, Method, Heavenly Mystic Art, Immortal Path, Practice Techniques, Wind Chasing, Art, Major Accomplishment. Possession, Spirit Stones, 6 in 0, War God's Decree, Martial Arts Scripture, Heavenly Mystic Art, Immortal Path, Mental Method, Wind Chasing, Art, Movement Technique, Chi Concealing Talisman, Array, Jade Disc. Looking at his data, Jiang Yifeng felt that aside from his cultivation base, he also needed to enhance his combat strength. Previously, it had been difficult to find combat techniques. Now that he possessed the War God's Decree, which included matching combat methods, he needed to start training immediately. In the next simulation, if there are no special talents, I will focus on cultivating combat techniques. Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself, planning for the next simulation. However, he realized he had only 600 million energy points left. He needed to stock up quickly. Otherwise, if something good appeared in the next simulation, he might not be able to afford it. Thinking this, he acted. Jiang Yifeng quickly summoned his steward Jiang Dafu and instructed him to purchase large quantities of gold, silver, and jewelry. In addition, he also asked the steward to acquire some precious ores. This time, the steward Jiang Dafu did not refuse. After several months, the Jiang family's trading company had fully recovered and was not concerned about the expense Jiang Yifeng incurred. As for why Jiang Yifeng wanted the steward to purchase ores, it was because he believed that since he had bought a large amount of gold and silver a few months ago, the market supply might be low now. Given that he thought some precious ores would also suffice. After all, the simulator was not picky. If he wished, even dirt could be converted into energy points. However, the energy yield was too low. Even several cubic meters of sand and soil yielded only a single energy point, and Jiang Yifeng feared that even if he dug up all of Qingshan City, he would not get much energy. Of course, this was all because he was too cautious. If he were willing to take a bit of risk, just stepping outside Qingshan City into the deep forests and mountains, he could devour several peaks for the simulator and likely obtain a massive amount of energy. As for the consequences, they would surely be discovered by the immortal servants of the Immortal Gate. After all, from the simulations, it was clear that the Immortal Gate had spies in many places. If large tracts of forest suddenly vanished, it would certainly not go unnoticed. Having given his instructions, Jiang Yifeng leisurely made his way toward the Spring Blossom Pavilion. Enjoying music in the pleasure quarters was a joy of mortal life, something he could not miss daily. Just as he stepped out of the Jiang residence, a few spirit stones fell at his feet. Jiang Yifeng frowned and sighed inwardly, careless. He had only thought of the benefits of being a child of fortune, completely forgetting that he needed to stay low-key in reality. These resources delivered to his doorstep were not so easy to take. From previous simulations, Jiang Yifeng knew that these spirit stones did not appear out of thin air. They must have been dropped by some immortal servant. Once he picked them up, the servant would appear, and then he would lose his life and storage ring. This complete process of resource delivery had occurred multiple times in the simulations. Well, should he pick them up or not? In the end, Jiang Yifeng walked past the spirit stones as if he had not seen them. A few spirit stones were not worth the risk of exposing his identity as a cultivator. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over these days, Jiang Yifeng clearly experienced what it meant to be a child of fortune. Every time he went out, he encountered spirit stones falling from the sky. He truly wondered what those immortal servants were thinking. Why not keep their spirit stones in their storage rings? Even when he stayed home, he would find silver notes he had once lost in his own room. Apart from the troubles brought by his own fortune, there was also good news. Jiang Yifeng wondered if the Child of Fortune talent had taken effect. In just 1 week, the steward Jiang Dafu had managed to procure tens of thousands of tons of ores. The key was that these ores were inexpensive, yet they yielded a surprising amount of energy. Jiang Yifeng had all the ores transported to a secluded spot and exchanged them, obtaining a total of 6 billion energy points. Tick-tock time passed second by second. Finally, the simulation count refreshed. Jiang Yifeng had been waiting in his room. As soon as the count refreshed, he immediately murmured, "Begin simulation." Consuming simulation attempt 1, remaining attempt 0. Extracting blue talent consumes 1.0 energy points. Extracting purple talent consumes 1.0 energy points. Please choose a talent to extract. Extract purple talent. Ding, deducted 1.0 energy points. Extracting purple talent, remaining energy points 6 billion. Congratulations, the host has obtained the talent. Hard work is rewarded. Hard work is rewarded. Every effort you make will surely yield results. Jiang Yifeng glanced at the talent he just received. The description seemed simple. However, he was quite familiar with this talent. He had often seen it in online novels in his previous life. This is an exceptional talent. As long as one works hard, there will be rewards, though the extent of those rewards is uncertain. With this talent, no matter what he cultivates in the future, he will never encounter any bottlenecks. What a great talent this must be obtained. Without further thought, Jiang Yifeng continued to look at the simulator. The 20th simulation begins. You realize you have entered the simulation. On the first day, you left Jiang's residence under the cover of night. This time, you do not plan to go to the Chongqing mountain range, nor do you intend to venture into the endless sea. You traveled westward towards the forest of 10,000 swords. In the first year, aside from picking up a few spirit stones and killing several spirit servants that dropped spirit stones, nothing else happened. In the second year, you arrived at the falling sunset mountain and encountered a pool of spiritual liquid. You collected all the spiritual liquid without using any. In the third year, you came to the forest of 10,000 swords. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yifeng silently chanted, "Begin deep simulation for 7 years." Ding, deep simulation begins for 7 years, consuming 613. 2 million energy points, remaining energy points 6 billion. As the electronic voice of the simulator faded, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness entered the simulation. He looked at the chilling, murderous aura in the forest of 10,000 swords, feeling a shiver run down his spine. "Come on, Jiang Yifeng, you can do it." Jiang Yifeng murmured to himself, cheering himself on before walking towards the forest of 10,000 swords. Indeed, this time he aimed to use deep simulation to acquire a murderous intent. This murderous intent, according to Jiang Yifeng's understanding, is also a matter of mental and conscious levels. It can definitely be acquired through deep simulation. Although this is somewhat of a waste of energy points, Jiang Yifeng felt it was necessary. Each simulation could only exchange for 2 rewards. Without utilizing deep simulation, he believed that relying solely on exchanges after the simulation would be too slow for improvement. Soon, Jiang Yifeng stepped into the forest of 10,000 swords. A dense, murderous aura instantly engulfed him. Kill. In less than a minute, Jiang Yifeng's eyes turned crimson, and he was shouting frantically. Clearly, he had lost his self-awareness. Days passed, and there was no sign of improvement for Jiang Yifeng. He wandered aimlessly in the forest of 10,000 swords, constantly shouting, "Kill, kill, kill." 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ding, deep simulation ends. Jiang Yifeng's consciousness appeared in the Jiang residence in Qingshan City. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng shook his head vigorously, recalling the situation during the deep simulation. He still felt a bit scared now. What an impulse. He never expected that the murderous aura could be so terrifying. He lost his self-awareness merely after entering for a moment. Fortunately, after the deep simulation ended, the returning him was not affected. However, Jiang Yifeng soon smiled broadly. He had discovered a bug in the simulator. At this point, he could crudely utilize a hint of murderous intent, reaching the introductory level of murderous intent. Although he went insane during the deep simulation, what of it? He still gained benefits. Moreover, the self that returned after exiting the simulation was unaffected. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng praised his previous decision. What impulse! That was all part of the plan. Indeed, just like that. After a moment of internal reflection, Jiang Yifeng looked at the simulation panel. In the 10th year, you were shouting and killing in the forest of 10,000 swords. It was obvious that you had gone mad. In the 13th year, you were still wandering in the forest of 10,000 swords with no signs of improvement. In the 16th year, you accidentally entered the depths of the forest of 10,000 swords. In the 18th year, you wandered aimlessly in the depths of the forest of 10,000 swords. You saw the corpse of a giant white tiger, its body exuding a menacing, murderous aura, but you were insane and did not care at all. In the 23rd year, you saw a crack in a formation. You had no thoughts about it, but still walked in. After stepping out of the crack in the formation, you found yourself in a range of mountains walking aimlessly. You only wanted to kill. In the 24th year, suddenly a figure appeared before you. Your eyes turned crimson, filled with excitement, and you directly attacked him. The person looked at you, sighed, and pointed 2 fingers at your forehead, instantly calming you down. 3 days later, you slowly awakened, your self-awareness gradually returning. You saw Wu Yudao standing in front of you. Wu Yudao reprimanded you, telling you that daring and foolishness are 2 different things. You knew that Wu Yudao was referring to your reckless entry into the forest of 10,000 swords, and for a moment you were at a loss for words. You felt some disdain for the self outside the simulator. This deep simulation plan had been planned out by you before the simulation began. So you knew that the self outside the simulator had definitely not made it. In reality, Jiang Yifeng's expression darkened. This was despised by the self within the simulation. Forget it, no need to argue with a tool. So he continued to look at the simulator. After Wu Yudao saw that you were fine, he handed you the war god technique and prepared to leave. Seeing this, you quickly asked him how to get to other major domains from here. Although you do not have the memories from the deep simulation, the memories of madness after the deep simulation are still fresh. You know that by chance you left the southern domain. Since that is the case, you certainly want to explore other major domains. Wu Yudao did not conceal this from you. He told you that you can reach other major domains by going west. But he told you that the journey is not safe. Many places are filled with murderous intent, and he advised you to improve your strength or murderous intent before going. After saying this, Wu Yudao left directly. In the end, you followed Wu Yudu's advice and did not recklessly go to other major domains. Since improvement is needed, then let's improve. However, the direction you chose for improvement was not murderous intent. You began to cultivate the combat techniques within the War God technique. The War God technique contains 3 sets of combat techniques: Sword of Murderous Intent, War God Body, and Annihilation Fist. Sword of Murderous Intent requires a profound understanding of murderous intent to cultivate. With your current understanding, you cannot cultivate it, and it is directly past. The War God Body is a technique that nurtures war through battle and is the core of the War God technique. However, cultivating the War God Body requires constant fighting, but now being alone, you cannot meet this condition. The only technique left for you to cultivate is the Annihilation Fist. Annihilation Fist emphasizes that once a punch is thrown, all things are annihilated. In the 25th year, you spent a year cultivating the Annihilation Fist, yet regrettably you failed to even grasp its rudiments. You understood that this was inevitable. The martial art's profundity was too immense, making its mastery a daunting endeavor. Nevertheless, you did not surrender. With the innate gift of heaven rewards diligence, you believed that as long as you practiced enough, you would eventually attain its fundamental level. In the 32nd year, after dedicating over 7 years, you finally managed to bring the Annihilation Fist to its rudimentary stage. As you unleashed a punch, a surge of turbulent vital energy erupted from your fist. With a thunderous boom, the force of the punch struck the ground, reducing the surrounding flora to ashes and leaving a massive crater in its wake. You stared at the colossal pit you had created, then at your own fist, momentarily lost in astonishment. In the past, even when you struck the ground with raw spiritual energy, you could only produce shallow indentations, nowhere near the depth achieved with the Annihilation Fist. The difference was staggering, at least tens of times greater. This was utterly astounding. Even at its rudimentary level, the Annihilation Fist had revolutionized your combat prowess. You felt that with your current strength, you could effortlessly annihilate a multitude of your former self who lacked any battle techniques. Yet you were well aware that battle techniques varied vastly in potency. The Annihilation Fist was undoubtedly among the most formidable, explaining such a dramatic enhancement. Other weaker techniques might boost one's power, but their effects were far more modest. Since the Annihilation Fist was so exceptionally powerful, you quickly composed yourself and resumed your cultivation. Over a decade passed in the blink of an eye. In the 47th year, while training the Annihilation Fist, you triggered the inherent talent of serendipitous enlightenment, gaining a 7-fold increase in cultivation speed and a sharper mind. This state of enlightenment persisted for a full year, during which your progress with the Annihilation Fist was remarkable, though you failed to achieve a breakthrough in its level. Nevertheless, the power of your Annihilation Fist had multiplied several times over. At this moment, a burning desire surged within you, compelling you to seek out an opponent for combat. Clearly, that was wishful thinking. There was not a soul in sight, leaving you no opportunity. In the 50th year, while you were cultivating, a sudden gale swept in, carrying a dense, murderous intent. You furrowed your brow, instinctively wondering if someone was attacking you. Quickly activating the wind-chasing art, you evaded in the nick of time. The murderous gale brushed past you, affecting you with its killing intent, but you emerged unscathed. Suppressing the influence of the murderous aura, you remained vigilant, scanning your surroundings. Time ticked by, and after half a day with no further incidents, you gradually relaxed. It seemed the gale of killing intent was merely passing through, not specifically targeting you. Even so, this incident instilled a newfound wariness toward the area. If the gale had struck you directly, you were uncertain whether you would have been driven mad by the killing intent or torn apart by the whirlwind. After all, you possessed a rudimentary level of killing intent yourself, enabling you to discern that the murderous aura within the gale differed from that of the 10,000 Swords forest. It was far more savage. Without dwelling on it further, you spent the following month dispelling the lingering effects of the killing intent. Once they were completely gone, you resumed the monotonous routine of cultivating the Annihilation Fist. Another 20 years slipped away. By the 70th year, you could sense that the Annihilation Fist was still steadily improving. At this point, you felt that a breakthrough to the minor accomplishment realm might be within reach. During these years, you had encountered several more gales, each brimming with a torrent of killing intent. However, ever since the first encounter 20 years ago, you had remained on guard, deftly evading each one in time. In the 73rd year, you once again triggered serendipitous enlightenment, gaining a tenfold boost in cultivation speed and an even sharper intellect. This state of enlightenment lasted a full 3 years, during which you successfully elevated the Annihilation Fist to the minor accomplishment realm. By the 75th year, you noticed that the gales of killing intent were striking with increasing frequency. They had become so relentless that you could no longer cultivate in peace. Thus, you resolved to leave your current location and seek another. Recalling Wu Yudu's words that heading west would lead to other great domains, you decided to journey westward. If you encountered an impassable region where killing intent had gathered, you thought you could simply stop and find a safe place to cultivate instead. In the 76th year, you halted before the scene that lay ahead. Before you stretched an ocean of killing intent. Its density far surpassed even the depths of the 10,000 Swords forest. Moreover, the killing intent here carried a peculiar aura, as if it could erupt into chaos at any moment. It was then that you understood the origin of the murderous gales. They emanated from this very place. You watched as killing intent occasionally coalesced into whirlwinds that drifted in all directions. Furthermore, you observed killing intent from other areas continuously converging toward this spot. You could not fathom why. All you knew was that this was not a place you could approach in your current state. You had to flee immediately. Just then you heard a tiger's roar. You saw the ocean of killing intent begin to shift on its own, eventually coalescing into the form of a white tiger. The solidified killing intent turned its gaze toward you and let out another thunderous roar. The surging killing intent transformed into a sonic wave hurtling toward you with lethal force. The wave moved with such speed that you knew escape was impossible. You immediately channeled the minor accomplishment level Annihilation Fist to defend yourself. As you executed the Annihilation Fist, the ocean of killing intent in the form of the white tiger paused momentarily, as if perplexed. But soon it roared again in fury. Your Annihilation Fist could barely withstand a single wave of killing intent, let alone two. You perished at the age of 96. This simulation has concluded. You may select 2 rewards. Heaven rewards Diligence Talent Annihilation Fist Minor Accomplishment Pseudo-Spirit Liquid A Pool, or Killing Intent Rudimentary. Heaven rewards Diligence Talent 100 Energy Units. Annihilation Fist Minor Accomplishment 100 Energy Units. Pseudo-Spirit Liquid A Pool 100 Energy Units. Impure Spirit Liquid with effects several times inferior to Pure Spirit Liquid. True Intent of the Killing Path Rudimentary 100 Energy Units. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the simulator, lost in thought. In this simulation, he inadvertently left the southern domain. After departing from the 10,000 Sword Forest, he indeed cultivated in peace for a time. Yet that period lasted merely 50 years. Thereafter, relentless gales assailed him, rendering cultivation impossible. It seemed that even replicating this simulation would yield no greater duration. He must find a way into the other great domains. Jiang Yifeng mused that perhaps only the other realms of the 9 Mysteries world would allow him to lurk and develop in peace. However, these 2 simulations sparked a bold conjecture within Jiang Yifeng. Beyond the rift in the Death Desert's formation lay a field strewn with dragon corpses and souls thick with resentment. Could it be the dragon race's burial ground? And beyond the 10,000 Sword Forest stretched an ocean brimming with killing intent, even taking the form of a white tiger. Jiang Yifeng speculated whether this too might be the resting place of the White Tiger clan. After all, from the simulation, he knew that the White Tiger clan had been annihilated, leaving only Wu Yudao as a reincarnated remnant. If he dared to think bolder, could the realm beyond the endless ocean be the burial ground of the Black Tortoise clan? And the great wilderness beyond the Flame Valley, was it the Phoenix clan's cemetery? Some celestial powerhouse from the immortal realm had extinguished the 4 divine beasts, sparing only one to be cast into the southern domain. They then placed the clan's burial grounds beyond the formation's rifts, using them to control and exploit the guardians of those cracks. Jiang Yifeng pondered the various possibilities. Soon he shook his head. That didn't sit right. In the simulation, he had visited the great wilderness and seen no phoenix corpses. It was merely desolate with inhabitants dwelling there, no sign of a phoenix cemetery. Moreover, Bai Ruoxue had entered from beyond the endless ocean. If it were the Black Tortoise clan's burial ground, she would have perceived it clearly. Beyond this, Jiang Yifeng also realized that if the celestial powers wished to control these divine beasts, they would hardly resort to such coercion. Still too few clues. Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself, setting aside these thoughts. He turned his attention to the rewards from this simulation. This time there was no need to deliberate. The true intent of the killing path initiation had already been obtained through the deep simulation. As for the pseudo-spirit liquid A pool, it was an excellent cultivation resource, but far too costly. By now, Jiang Yifeng had also realized that any tangible reward demanded an exorbitant amount of energy. For instance, a single spirit stone cost 1000 energy points. In the beginning, when his cultivation was low and consumption high, he thought it reasonable and exchanged many. Now in hindsight, it was a grievous loss. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones had cost billions of energy, yet they only elevated him a few minor realms. Jiang Yifeng had also tried converting spirit stones back into energy, but it was not worthwhile. He had exchanged them from the simulation at 1000 energy per stone. Now converting them back reduced the value tenfold. A single spirit stone yielded merely 1000 energy. Ultimately, Jiang Yifeng abandoned the option of the spirit liquid. It was not just uneconomical, the times had changed, and he had never expected the simulator to be so mercenary. With over 60 billion energy, he could not even afford a single pool of spirit liquid. Thus, Jiang Yifeng finally murmured, "I choose the talent heaven rewards diligence, and the annihilation fist minor mastery." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent heaven rewards diligence. Deducted 1 million energy. Remaining energy 60 billion. Ding! Extraction of annihilation fist minor mastery successful. Deducted 100 million energy. Remaining energy 59 billion. As the simulator's electronic voice faded, Jiang Yifeng felt as if he were placed in a mountain forest, endlessly practicing the annihilation fist. He threw punch after punch until he reached the realm of minor mastery. Seconds later, Jiang Yifeng shook his head. What had just happened? Why did this extraction of a combat technique conjure such a scene? Previously, he had extracted the wind-chasing step technique without any such sensation. Just then, the simulator's voice echoed. Ding! Because the host has cultivated an overpowered combat technique, the current simulator level is insufficient for direct infusion. The experience method is used instead. Tip: if the host strives to upgrade the simulator level, this issue will not arise. The simulator had eavesdropped on his thoughts again. Jiang Yifeng was speechless. He could not tell if the simulator was truly intelligent. It would answer at critical moments, yet when called upon it never responded. Nonetheless, Jiang Yifeng now understood why this enhancement differed from before. No harm done. Any improvement was still improvement. But the mention of upgrading the simulator stirred a restless urge within him. After all, his current simulations had hit a dead end. No matter his choices, it was nearly impossible to leave the sealed southern domain unless his strength broke through to an extraordinary level. That level Jiang Yifeng suspected might be beyond the immortal realm. Yet that was not something achievable overnight. Since raising his strength was slow, perhaps upgrading the simulator would unlock new functions or talents to aid him. With that thought, Jiang Yifeng tentatively asked the simulator, "Simulator, what realm is required for the next upgrade?" Ding! Tip: to upgrade this simulator to version 4.0, the host must expend 10 billion energy and reach the nascent soul or true yuan realm. Jiang Yifeng nearly spat out blood. Had he been foolish again? He had assumed the upgrade required a higher realm. After all, when he was at the core formation stage, the conditions for version 3.0 were unlocked. He had thought the next realm would not immediately meet the upgrade criteria. It turned out he had outsmarted himself. Without further delay, Jiang Yifeng dashed out the door. He went straight to the steward Jiang Dafu and ordered him to procure 10,000 tons of the same or from last time within a week by any means necessary. The previous 10,000 tons had yielded 60 billion energy. Another 10,000 tons combined with his current 59 billion would suffice to upgrade the simulator. Seeing his young master's urgency, Jiang Dafu dared not refuse and promptly agreed, then hurried off to prepare. Reassured, Jiang Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if Jiang Dafu promised, he would deliver. After all, the steward was reliable and never agreed to what he could not accomplish. With everything settled, Jiang Yifeng leisurely strolled to the Spring Breeze Pavilion to enjoy some music. Time flew by. A week passed swiftly. Just recently, Jiang Dafu, cutting it close to the deadline, gathered the 10,000 tons of ore for Jiang Yifeng. The ore was secretly transported to the remote Jiang family estate. After dismissing everyone, Jiang Yifeng successfully converted all the ore into 60 billion energy. His total energy now exceeded 119 billion. The conditions for upgrading the simulator were met. Jiang Yifeng returned to his own room and immediately murmured to himself, "Upgrade simulator." A chime sounded. The simulator has been upgraded to version 4.0, consuming 10 billion energy points with 9 billion energy points remaining. Simulator 4. Version 4.0. The blue talent draw has been cancelled and a probabilistic orange talent acquisition has been enabled. Tip: drawing an orange talent does not guarantee an orange talent. There is also a 50% chance of obtaining a purple talent. Setting modification: after the simulation concludes, the rewards for cultivation realm and cultivation base are collectively referred to as the divine path, occupying only one reward slot. This will encompass both martial cultivation and immortal cultivation. New feature: the talent storage pool has been unlocked. The host can place and use talents from reality into the pool and temporarily retrieve them during simulation, but only one talent can be retrieved. Note: once a talent is placed in the pool, it cannot be carried freely in reality. It can only be selected at the start of each simulation. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Jiang Yifeng let out several exclamations of astonishment. The simulator's upgrade had utterly explosive effects. The activation of the orange talent draw was something Jiang Yifeng didn't fully understand the power of. However, purple talents were already formidable, so orange ones were undoubtedly even stronger. The simulator also provided a hint that orange talents were only probabilistically obtained. This further proved the might of orange talents, otherwise why would there be such a restriction? As for the subsequent setting modification, it couldn't have come at a better time. Jiang Yifeng had always felt that the number of reward exchanges after each simulation was far too limited, especially since he cultivated the divine path and previously could only select 2 items at a time. If he wanted to advance, he had to extract both simultaneously. This meant that if a good talent appeared, taking it would leave his strength stagnant. Taking strength would waste the talent. Moreover, now that he was also training in combat techniques, the reward slots were even more insufficient. This upgrade directly resolved his dilemma. From now on, whether it was martial or immortal cultivation, both could be bundled into a single reward for extraction. Henceforth, he no longer had to worry about being unable to advance in major realms due to insufficient reward options. As for the last feature, the talent storage pool, Jiang Yifeng could only say it had arrived too late. If this feature had come sooner, he would have definitely chosen the Calamity Body talent. After all, back then, the tribulation transcending peak Demon Phoenix in Flame Valley was tormented by that talent to the point of dropping in cultivation. If he had the Calamity Body, now Jiang Yifeng could equip it before each simulation and then initiate it. Wouldn't he then be able to leave the sealed land of the southern domain unscathed every time? Although he would be killed by the barbaric sect in the great wilderness that was after simulating over 100 years. Oh, in the end, Jiang Yifeng could only let out a sigh. There was no helping it, this feature had come a bit late. At this moment, the simulation refreshed, and Jiang Yifeng stopped dwelling on it. He directly murmured to himself, "Initiate simulation." 1 simulation attempt consumed 0 remaining. Drawing a purple talent costs 1 million energy points, while probabilistically drawing an orange talent costs 10 million energy points. Please make your choice. Choose the probabilistic orange talent draw. A chime sounded. 10 million energy points deducted. Random talent draw in progress. Remaining energy points 9 billion. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the orange talent 5 elements Heavenly Spirit Root. 5 elements Heavenly Spirit Root. AO9 5 attribute Heavenly Spirit Root. Possessing this talent makes you an unparalleled prodigy of destiny. A chime sounded, detected that the host already possesses the Thunderfire True Spirit Root. Successful Spirit Root replacement. The original Spirit Root talent has been automatically placed into the talent pool. The simulation is about to begin. Does the host wish to equip a talent from the talent pool? Note: only 1 Spirit Root talent can be equipped at a time. Do not equip. Jiang Yifeng did not hesitate and directly refused. What talents were there in the pool now? Only the Thunderfire True Spirit Root, which had just been replaced by the 5 Elements Heavenly Spirit Root. Equipping it now would replace the superior 5 Elements Heavenly Spirit Root. That would be foolish. The 21st simulation begins. You realize you have entered the simulation. In this simulation with the 5 Elements Heavenly Spirit Root, you decide to advance your immortal cultivation. Quickly a plan forms in your mind. On the first day, you leave Qingshan City under the cover of night. On the second day, you arrive at the ruins of Tianxian Temple in the Chongqing mountain range. You clear the ruins burying all the bones, and then begin your cultivation there. Having decided to pursue immortal cultivation, exploiting by Ruoxu's resources at the Tianxian Temple ruins is a must. Although you have a fair number of spirit stones, and the Child of Fortune can find more who would ever complain about having too many resources. In the first year, nothing happens except for finding some spirit stones and killing a few spirit slaves who drop them. In the second year, you consume a large number of spirit stones and successfully break through to the second layer of the nascent soul realm. This makes you keenly aware of the difference between the 5 Elements Heavenly Spirit Root and the Thunderfire True Spirit Root. Previously, in every simulation it took 5 or 6 years to advance a single realm, but now you've broken through in just 2 years. This makes you sigh indeed. Orange talents are incredible. In the third year, Ruoxu arrives. After examining you, she asks if you are willing to become her disciple. You nod eagerly in agreement. After all, you've been waiting here for her, this benefactor bearing gifts. 3 days later, Ruoxu asks if you are willing to leave with her. You know you cannot leave from the endless sea, and this time you also don't plan to closely observe the ceiling formation to study the Tao of formations. So you shake your head and refuse, making an excuse that you don't want to leave this place. Ruoxu ponders for a moment and does not force you. In the end, she leaves you a storage ring full of resources and departs alone. After she leaves, you don't linger here either. You choose to head west. You remember that at Luoxia Mountain, there is a pool of spiritual liquid waiting for you. In the fourth year, you encounter a minor problem. You accidentally pick up a spirit stone belonging to a spirit slave who turns out to be at the third layer of the nascent soul realm. At only the second layer of nascent soul, facing a third layer spirit slave, you have to fight an uphill battle, which makes you a bit nervous. But despite the nervousness, you do not flee. You know that you cultivate the ancient divine path and have mastered the annihilation fist at a minor success level along with the introductory level true intent of slaughter. You feel that you should also be considered a genius capable of fighting above your level. So you channel all your abilities into the annihilation fist and throw a punch at the spirit slave. In an instant, the void trembles. Under your annihilation fist, the third layer nascent soul spirit slave doesn't even leave a trace of ash behind. You freeze for a moment, muttering to yourself, am I really this strong now? This battle gives you a rough idea of your own strength. You feel that this is the result of accumulated power. Previous simulations had you weak, but now you have finally risen to your feet. You feel like shouting, I am a genius. A thunderclap suddenly exploded. You were jolted, fearing it was a heavenly tribulation. Only when the downpour followed did you breathe a sigh of relief. It was just rain. Yet the thunder had instantly quelled the faint surge of pride that had arisen in your heart. You warned yourself inwardly, the enemy is too formidable. You must not get carried away. It's better to stay low. In the fifth year, you arrived at Luoxia Mountain. After searching for a time, you finally located the spirit liquid pool and began cultivating there directly. In the sixth year, thanks to the effects of the pseudo-spirit liquid, you broke through from the second layer of the nascent soul stage to the third in a single year. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. By the 9th year, your immortal cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the nascent soul stage, and the pseudo-spirit liquid in the pool was completely depleted. You gazed at the dried-up spirit liquid pool, feeling a lingering regret. The sensation of such rapid advancement was immensely satisfying. With a sigh, you turned and headed toward Huishan City. This time you decided not to go to the 10,000 Sword Forest. Although in your previous simulation you had stumbled out of the southern domain after going mad. You weren't sure if that situation could be replicated, the randomness was too great. Of course you could gamble on the effects of being a favored child of destiny. But you felt that your talent as a favored child of destiny seemed like a counterfeit. It only provided resources while your luck in other aspects hadn't changed much. In the 11th year, you returned to Qingshan City. This time you didn't hide outside, but went back to the Jiang family estate. Your father Jiang Fushan was deeply moved to see you return safe and sound after years away. In celebration, all Jiang family businesses in Qingshan City offered massive discounts. News of your return after so many years spread quickly throughout Qingshan City. The Jiang residence was soon filled with guests, and many of your old friends came to visit. Among them your good brother Liang Zhilei, who loved to frequent pleasure houses, even booked the entire Chunyan Tower for you. Notably the courtesan, there was still Qiu Zhixuan. After your return, she also came to see you privately. During your conversation, you clearly sensed her probing you with her divine sense. You understood this well. After all, a person who had vanished for over a decade suddenly reappearing would naturally be tested by the slave of the Xianlin sect. Unfortunately, you had a concealment talisman. No matter how she examined you, you appeared as an ordinary mortal. Of course, even without the talisman, with your current cultivation, Qiu Zhixuan merely at the foundation establishment stage couldn't detect anything wrong. This was one reason you dared to return openly to the Jiang residence in this simulation. Shortly after your return, the Jiang family trading company received a major deal requiring your father to travel to Liang State. Upon hearing this news, you immediately sought out your father and asked to accompany him. He did not refuse. After all, you had already wandered alone for decades. Traveling with him on this business trip, though far, meant he no longer needed to worry excessively about you. In the 12th year after concluding business in Liang State, your convoy was passing by Yuyang Mountain when the ground suddenly trembled. You knew a legacy was about to appear. With a sweep of your hand, you knocked out everyone except your father, ensuring they fell into a deep sleep, and used your spiritual energy to protect them. When they awoke, they would likely think they had simply slept peacefully. Your father Jiang Fushan witnessed your actions and looked at you with confusion. You merely smiled and gave him a rough explanation. However, your father, who knew nothing of cultivation, couldn't understand a word. Though he didn't understand, he still nodded without any reproach. In truth, even without an explanation, his doting nature would never lead him to blame you. Soon a crack appeared in the ground, and the legacy emerged. After moving the unconscious people to a safe place, you leaped down with your father into the legacy hall. After you and your father appeared, the glowing orb of the legacy moved back and forth, hovering between you and him. It seemed to be making a choice. Finally, you reached out and pushed your father Jiang Fushan toward the orb. Seeing your gesture, the legacy merged into your father's body. In truth, you had considered claiming the legacy for yourself this time. But after further thought, you decided on steady progress. Your goal this time was to break through a major realm. Since you practiced the divine path, requiring simultaneous progress in martial and immortal cultivation to achieve perfection and break through, you felt you needed to find Ridgeback Mountain in time and use the heavenly thunder beneath it to train in martial arts. If you took the legacy, you weren't sure if Ridgeback Mountain would find you. To be safe, you gave up the legacy. After all, once your father obtained it, he would contact the cultivators of Ridgeback Mountain. This way you could take the opportunity to go to Ridgeback Mountain together. As for the legacy, you would leave it for your future self to explore. After confirming your father had received the legacy, you immediately woke the unconscious Jiang family convoy members and sent them on their way. Once everything was done, you returned to the legacy hall and stood guard beside your father, protecting him. 3 days later, the black-clad man Yangzhuo appeared. He arrogantly shouted, "You are unworthy of this immortal legacy." You looked at his 9th layer core formation cultivation and considered your own 6th layer nascent soul stage. A grin spread across your face. You felt the moment had finally come to show off. You had waited long for this day. You stepped forward, appearing before Yangzhuo, and muttered trash. Then you slapped his head. Just as you prepared to continue your display, Yangzhuo's head exploded, splattering you with blood and ruining your luxurious clothes. Dead just like that. You hadn't expected Yangzhuo to be so fragile. For a moment, you felt displeased and grumbled, "What is this? I wasn't even serious." After a brief curse, you reflected and felt that showing off wasn't all that satisfying. There was no real thrill in it. Finally, you muttered, "Forget it," deciding that perhaps you were better suited to staying low-key. This kind of flashy business wasn't for you. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and your father Jiang Fushan finally completed the full integration of the inheritance. By now, he had also grasped the general situation of the southern domain, requiring no further explanations from you. In the 13th year, you returned to Qingshan City with your father Jiang Fushan. Upon your return, both of you entered seclusion to cultivate. In the 14th year, your cultivation in the immortal path broke through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This breakthrough was within your expectations. Although it seemed like only a year of cultivation, you had been practicing whenever time allowed, whether traveling or attending to other matters. Combined with this year of seclusion, the breakthrough was the result of accumulated effort. In the 15th year, while cultivating, you suddenly felt a restless unease in your heart. When you opened your eyes to observe the outside world, you saw strange phenomena manifesting across the sky. What was happening? Suddenly, a thought struck you with alarm. You recalled that when you broke through to the core formation stage, similar celestial phenomena had appeared. Could this be the commotion of someone else breaking through? You quickly swept your divine sense over Qingshan City. Only when you probed the room where your father Jiang Fushan was in seclusion did a look of relief cross your face. You understood. It was your father Jiang Fushan breaking through to the core formation stage. That explained everything. After all, you knew that in just over 30 years he had managed to cultivate to the 8th or even 9th level of tribulation transcendence. Now spending 2 years to break through to core formation and triggering celestial phenomena seemed perfectly reasonable. But why had you never witnessed such phenomena before? Soon you figured it out. It made sense that you hadn't seen it. In all your previous simulations, you had never been with your father Jiang Fushan. You had always kept to yourself, growing and hiding. Before you could ponder further, you sensed a flood of immortal slaves pouring into Qingshan City. All of them pointed their swords at the Jiang residents. A wave of dread washed over you. Run was the only word echoing in your mind. Quickly you made your way to your father's secluded chamber, intending to call him to flee together. You believed that failing a breakthrough could be redone another time, but losing your life meant it was truly over. When faced with a formidable enemy, should you flee or not? For you it had always been a single-choice question. But just as you were about to push the door open, you saw your father burst through the roof from his room. You watched him stand in the void facing the horde of immortal slaves without a trace of fear. Just as you stepped forward to persuade him, you heard him roar at the immortal slaves, "Come fight." Holy crap! You were utterly stunned. You had already used your inside eye to examine them. Among these immortal slaves were numerous great cultivators at the spirit transformation and body integration stages, and even Shen Wuyo, the master of the Immortal Gate sect, at the 6th level of tribulation transcendence. Your heart churned with turmoil as you frantically complained, "What's going on, Dad? You've just broken through to core formation. Do you have to be so domineering?" After your father's bold declaration, the immortal slaves of the Immortal Gate did not attack immediately, but instead sealed off the entire Qingshan City. Seeing this, you cried out in despair. These villains were so cautious, mobilizing a large force, including a body integration expert, and still surrounding all sides to deal with a core formation cultivator. Were they afraid he might escape? Their tactics left you without even the slightest chance to flee. Knowing escape was impossible, you stopped pretending. You stepped forward and stood beside your father Jiang Fushan. In your heart, you thought, since you couldn't run then fight, at least you would die with dignity. Just as you were about to emulate your father and shout a resounding battle cry, Elderly arrived with the cultivators of Spine Mountain. In an instant, Elderly routed the immortal slaves of the Immortal Gate, leaving you merely a spectator. Soon the battle ended, and all the immortal slaves retreated. Elderly grabbed you and your father Jiang Fushan and sped toward Spine Mountain. Meanwhile, Shen Wuyo and the other immortal slaves of the Immortal Gate had already massacred an entire city, preparing a blood sacrifice to contact the celestial beings above. Half a day later, the silhouette of Spine Mountain came into view. Suddenly, thunderous roars echoed from the sky. Heavenly thunder. How could this be? In a flash, you remembered something. You recalled a simulation where the simulator showed that when you broke through to core formation, you were also struck by heavenly thunder. Even though Elderly blocked one bolt for you, you still didn't escape in the end. That had been your shortest simulation. In that instance, Shen Wuyo, the master of the Immortal Gate, reported to the celestial beings, speculating that a cultivator with a 10-grade golden core might have appeared. Thus, the celestial beings intervened. From this, it seemed your father Jiang Fushan undoubtedly possessed a 10-grade golden core, otherwise such a situation wouldn't occur. Though you had guessed the gist of it, you were powerless to act. However, you weren't anxious. Instead, you felt curious. In every previous simulation, your father had safely cultivated to the 8th level of tribulation transcendence. You wanted to know how your father Jiang Fushan had dodged this deadly heavenly thunder. As your mind wandered, the thunderbolt struck directly toward your father. Elderly moved to block it, but your father pushed him away and shook his head. Then a white light radiated from your father's body, and his entire demeanor transformed as if he had become a different person. You saw him shout up at the heavens, "Withdraw! You are unworthy to touch my successor. Let your master come himself." As his words fell, the heavenly thunder actually retreated. You stood there utterly dumbfounded. Was he that formidable? But you roughly understood that it wasn't your father speaking, but the inheritance within him. Still, this inheritance seemed incredibly overpowered. Now you regretted it a bit. If it was this powerful, taking it for yourself would have let you leave the southern domain entirely. Soon you shook your head. You felt things couldn't be that simple. If the inheritance was truly this mighty, why hadn't your father ever left the southern domain in any previous simulation? There must be some other reason. Before you could think further after the thunder was repelled, your father coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura weakening. You rushed over to support him and seized the moment to ask what had just happened. With a bitter smile, your father tells you that it was a remnant of the inheritance master's consciousness, which has now completely dissipated. He explains that the master of the inheritance was once a great figure in the immortal realm and had only used the lingering authority from his lifetime to intimidate the one who controlled the heavenly thunder. Your father adds that the consciousness itself was on the verge of fading and had no power left. Even without this incident, it could not have lasted much longer. If the heavenly thunder had recklessly struck down just now, there would have been no defense against it. After hearing this, you come to understand. Thus, everything becomes clear. Your father was able to evade the heavenly thunder triggered by his breakthrough because he borrowed the residual authority of the inheritance master. Your father could not truly escape the southern domain because the inheritance master had no real power left. His consciousness was about to vanish. Your father himself had not managed to break through to a higher realm before crossing the death desert. In the days that follow, your father Jiang Fushan and the Jiang family settled down on Spine Mountain. In the 16th year, you display astonishing prowess in formation arrays. You set up several high-grade spirit-gathering arrays for the cultivators of Spine Mountain, earning their gratitude and a reward of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. In the 17th year, while cultivating the immortal path, you trigger a fortuitous epiphany due to your talent. Your cultivation speed increases 8-fold and your mind becomes more agile. This epiphany lasts for 10 full months, and your immortal cultivation directly ascends to the nascent soul perfection. Seeing your immortal path reach its peak, you decide it is time to begin cultivating the martial path. However, before that, you first seek out your father Jiang Fushan and hand over all the spirit stones you have left, urging him to cultivate quickly. Afterward, you go directly to Elder Li and ask to study the formation left by Senior Lu Wuyan. Your request is granted and you enter the formation. In the 18th year, you spend your time studying the formation and locate the source of the underground thunder. However, you do not immediately set up a formation to draw out the subterranean heavenly thunder, because Elder Li has still been visiting occasionally over the past year. You feel you cannot yet convince the people of Spine Mountain to work together to neutralize the underground thunder, so it is better to keep your actions hidden. Otherwise, they might expel you, and you would lose a precious site for martial cultivation. In the 19th year, Elder Li's visits become rare. In the 20th year, you set up an inverted 7th grade thunder summoning array. As soon as the formation is completed, thunder roars from the ground and strikes your physical body. You are torn open and severely wounded, but thanks to the wood spirit divine body, your flesh rapidly recovers. And your martial path steadily advances through this process of recovery. In the days that follow, you spend every moment enduring the thunder's bombardment. In the 22nd year, your martial path reaches the 2nd level of true essence realm. In the 24th year, it reaches the 3rd level. Decades pass in the blink of an eye. In the 39th year, your martial path finally attains the perfection of the true essence realm. With the aid of the underground thunder of Spine Mountain, your martial cultivation has steadily advanced by 1 realm every 2 years. Now that both your martial and immortal paths are complete, you know it is time to break through. The last time you broke through a major realm, you chose to advance the martial path first, which made the subsequent breakthrough in the immortal path quite strenuous. This time you prepare to break through the immortal path first. After nascent soul, the next stage is the spirit severing realm. The greatest difference between spirit severing and nascent soul cultivators lies in the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is essentially an advanced state of divine sense. Thus, this breakthrough requires using the nascent soul within your body to trigger the transformation of the divine sense in your sea of consciousness into the primordial spirit. This process takes a long time. You spend 2 full months completing the breakthrough, reaching the 1st level of spirit severing. However, after the breakthrough, you feel something is off. Most people have a single primordial spirit, but you seem to have 2. No, that description doesn't feel quite right either. The current situation is that you have 1 primordial spirit in your sea of consciousness and another inside the nascent soul within your body. You feel as if your nascent soul is about to become sentient. It's puzzling, but you don't dwell on it too much. You turn your focus to breaking through the martial path. After the true essence realm, the next stage is the unity realm. This realm emphasizes fully integrating the protective chi barrier of the true essence realm into your own body. Once achieved, your body will possess far greater defensive capabilities. This breakthrough in the martial path also brings an anomaly. You discover that your nascent soul is also integrating the protective chi barrier into itself. Aside from that, nothing else unusual occurs. This breakthrough takes you 3 months, and your martial path reaches the first level of the Unity realm. After completing the breakthrough, you gaze at the nascent soul within your body, feeling an inexplicable sense of wrongness. Is this thing still a nascent soul? It possesses a primordial spirit and a martial protective chi shield. No, the shield has been integrated into itself. No matter how you look at it, your nascent soul resembles a miniature version of a cultivator. Unable to fathom it, you stop worrying. After all, it is something you cultivated, and you believe it cannot be harmful. In truth, you are unaware that it is not only harmless, but brings immense benefits. This is the true power of the divine path. The key to the divine path lies in the nascent soul. As everyone knows, immortal path experts have 2 fatal weaknesses: the nascent soul and the primordial spirit. But because of your unique nascent soul, you actually have only one weakness: the nascent soul. Even if your primordial spirit is destroyed, you can still survive, as there is another primordial spirit within your nascent soul. Moreover, the nascent soul of the divine path possesses defenses as formidable as those of the martial path, making it difficult to destroy. In other words, an immortal or martial expert of the same realm cannot kill you. Of course, you know none of this. At the moment, you only find your nascent soul strange. After the breakthrough, you go to find Elder Li. You tell Elder Li that the formation left by Senior Lu Wuyan has developed problems and suggest that everyone work together to eliminate it. Elder Li quickly convenes a meeting. In the end, your proposal is rejected. You smile bitterly, realizing it still won't work. You say no more and return to your cultivation. In the 42nd year, the formation left by Senior Lu Wuyan collapsed, resulting in heavy casualties at Jibei Mountain. You had warned everyone a year ago, but with little influence, most people dismissed your words. In the 43rd year, Elder Li and the remaining cultivators of Jibei Mountain sought out your father Jiang Fushan to discuss breaking out of the sealed land. Thanks to the spirit stones and resources you gifted your father over 20 years ago, his cultivation speed accelerated, and he had now reached the 9th layer of tribulation transcendence. Your father volunteered to lead the charge, declaring he was ready to depart at any moment. Elder Li and the others rejoiced, knowing that with a powerhouse at the 9th layer of tribulation transcendence leading the way, their chances of breaking through the sealing formation would greatly increase. Thus, they resolved to set off immediately to brave the Death Desert. You, who had been listening all along, quickly spoke up to stop them. In this simulation, you had decided from the start to alter the timing of the Death Desert expedition. Knowing that the heavenly thunder would not descend for another decade, there was no rush. You reasoned that if your father could rise from immortal to the 9th layer of tribulation transcendence, in over 30 years, what might he achieve with 10 more? You believed it was not impossible for him to attain the immortal realm by then. With your father surpassing the immortal level, breaking the sealing formation would be effortless. With an immortal father by your side, would the dragon souls beyond the formation rift still pose a threat? Knowing there was still time, you stepped forward to oppose the plan. At your objection, everyone turned to look at you. Their gazes were no longer friendly. After all, if they could not leave, most of them would inevitably perish under the heavenly thunder. Only your father Jiang Fushan looked at you with a smile, telling you not to worry about his safety. You paid no heed to the others' stares, understanding their desperation, but you had your reasons. Yet facing your father's words, you felt a twinge of guilt. You knew this was a simulation, not reality, so you had never truly feared for his safety. Still, you quickly composed yourself and explained your reasoning. You argued that the guardian beasts were too powerful and that everyone should train a while longer before attempting the crossing. Though they understood your point, ignorance of the thunder's arrival meant few agreed. You knew the thunder's timing, but could not explain how. Trapped in a dilemma, the Death Desert expedition was ultimately postponed. The reason was simple: your father, doting on you, could not refuse your words. With your father the strongest combatant unmoved, the others dared not venture into the Death Desert alone. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. By the 50th year, your immortal cultivation had reached the 3rd layer of nascent soul. Advancing 2 minor realms in 7 years seemed slow. But you knew otherwise. For these 8 years, you had used no resources, relying solely on absorbing natural spiritual energy. This speed was unimaginable with your past talent. Why did you refrain from using resources? You had given all your resources to your father Jiang Fushan, hoping for his rapid advancement. His talent was so extraordinary that investing in him seemed the wiser choice. With your father's strength, he could safely cross the Death Desert and reach the Dragon Soul lands, minimizing your danger and extending the simulation. You thought yourself incredibly clever. In the 51st year, your father emerged from seclusion. He had reached the peak of tribulation transcendence years ago and had been in secluded meditation to break through to the immortal realm. Now he began his breakthrough. You saw him standing in the void, his aura surging, causing the very space to tremble. At that moment, lightning flashed in the sky, striking toward your father. You could not tell if this was the man-made heavenly thunder or the tribulation lightning for ascension. Your father remained calm, facing the descending lightning directly. Half an hour later, the tribulation ceased, and your father, Jiang Fushan, successfully broke through to the immortal realm. You sighed in relief, realizing it was merely the ascension tribulation, not the controlled thunder. But then thunder rumbled again in the sky. A purplured heavenly bolt struck violently toward your father. Damn it! You were stunned. You should have anticipated that if forming a 10th grade golden core invited the immortal's lethal thunder ascending to immortality, would surely provoke the same. Unlike your worry, your father Jiang Fushan laughed heartily and shouted, "Well met." Then he charged directly at the purplured thunder. Minutes later, your father emerged unscathed while the purplured thunder had completely dissipated. Holy shit, Dad, you're incredible. Seeing this, your heart leaped with joy. With such a formidable father, the simulation duration seemed secure. But was it truly so? As the purplured thunder vanished, the void suddenly split open. A sky-covering giant hand descended from above. As that hand fell, the entire southern domain crumbled. No one in the southern domain survived. You died at the age of 71. The simulation ended. 2 rewards were available for selection: the 5 elements Heavenly Spirit Root Talent and Divine Tao Cultivation. 5 elements Heavenly Spirit Root Talent priced at 10 million energy points. Divine Tao Cultivation priced at 300 million energy points. Includes Immortal Tao Cultivation Nascent Soul 3rd layer and Martial Tao Cultivation Unity Realm 1st layer. This simulation's abrupt end caught Jiang Yifeng off guard. He had thought his father's ascension to immortality in the simulation would guarantee success. He had hoped to leverage his father's immense power to extend the simulation and boost his cultivation, but it ended in unexpected disaster. Jiang Yifeng was puzzled. The sky-covering hand was likely the work of a celestial powerhouse. Yet based on information from the Black Tortoise, it should not have happened. Earlier deductions suggested that celestial powerhouses were playing a game of chess in the sealed southern domain and would not act rashly. Why had this changed? Finally, Jiang Yifeng sighed and murmured, "Forget it, the information I have now is still insufficient. He'll understand it all in time." He then turned his gaze to the rewards from this simulation. This time the rewards were perfect, exactly 2 items, so he didn't have to agonize over which to choose. In truth, this was a plan he had deliberately crafted before the simulation. He believed that focusing on a single aspect to improve during the simulation would be more cost-effective. If he cultivated too many diverse skills in the simulation, he would end up with more reward options, but bringing them out would be futile. It was better to specialize in one. This allowed him to make better use of time within the simulation. Of course, Jiang Yifeng also understood that this benefit came from upgrading the simulator. Otherwise, the immortal and martial paths would always be separate, occupying 2 options. Moreover, the divine path he cultivated required simultaneous breakthroughs in both paths, and if there was a major realm advancement, he would have to exchange for both at once. In that case, he would either be unable to choose a talent or his cultivation would be stuck at the nascent soul and true yuan realms. Jiang Yifeng felt it was fortunate he had discovered the issue with the simulator upgrade in time. Otherwise, his progress would have been much slower. Without further thought, Jiang Yifeng silently uttered, "Exchange all." Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 5 elements Heavenly Spirit Root Talent, deducting 10 million energy points, remaining energy 1.9 billion. Ding! Extracting Divine Path Cultivation successful, deducting 300 million energy points, remaining energy 1.6 billion. As the electronic voice faded, Jiang Yifeng could feel his power surging. After a few seconds, the enhancement ended. The instantaneous boost gave him the illusion of being terrifyingly strong. Fortunately, the simulation text was still vivid in his mind, quickly reminding him that he was still just a fledgling. With everything done, Jiang Yifeng opened his personal panel. Host Jiang Yifeng. Talents: Insight, Eye, Occasional Epiphany, Array, Genius, Divine, with Physique, Son of Fortune, Heaven Rewards, Diligence, 5 elements, Heavenly Spirit Root. Divine Path Cultivation, Nascent Soul Stage, 3rd layer, Immortal Path, Unity Realm, 1st layer, Martial Path, Secondary Cultivation, 7th rank, Array Master, 8th rank Theory. Cultivation Techniques: Heavenly Mystic Art, Immortal Path, War God, Art, Martial Path Practice Techniques, Wind Chasing, Art Mastery, Annihilation, Fist Minor Mastery. Law Essence, Killing Intent, Entry Level Possessions, Spirit Stones, 6/0 War God, Art, Heavenly Mystic Art, Wind Chasing, Art, Concealment, Talisman, Teleportation Disc. Staring at the talents on his personal attribute panel, Jiang Yifeng softly called out, "Simulator, place the Son of Fortune into the talent pool." Ding successfully extracted the host's talent Son of Fortune stored in the talent pool. Upon hearing the simulator's prompt, Jiang Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had impulsively chosen the Son of Fortune talent back, then which caused him to constantly stumble upon dropped spirit stones in reality, a source of great annoyance. It wasn't that he despised it, but based on simulation experience he knew that once he picked up a spirit stone the person who dropped it would appear, leading to a fight. That would expose his identity as a cultivator, ruining his plan to lie low in Qingshan City. The talent was excellent, but it didn't suit his real-life situation. It was better to use it only during simulations. With everything settled, Jiang Yifeng summoned his steward Jiang Dafu and instructed him to continue collecting various ores, gold and silver. He now had only over 1.6 billion energy points, which felt insufficient. After giving his orders, Jiang Yifeng leisurely walked toward the Spring Bower Pavilion. This time, he didn't stumble upon any banknotes or spirit stones by the roadside. This gave Jiang Yifeng a surge of security. Days spent in the pleasure quarters always passed swiftly. 7 days flew by, and it was time for the simulation count to refresh. Jiang Yifeng waited early in his room. Over the past few days, steward Jiang Dafu hadn't collected many ores, so Jiang Yifeng didn't rush to exchange them. He still had only over 1.6 billion energy points. While waiting for the simulation count to refresh, Jiang Yifeng roughly planned out this simulation. Start simulation. As soon as the simulation count refreshed, Jiang Yifeng silently commanded. Consuming 1 simulation chance, remaining 0. Drawing a purple talent costs 1 million energy points. Probability-based drawing of an orange talent costs 10 million energy points. Please choose. Choose probability-based orange talent drawing. Ding deducted 10 million energy points. Randomly drawing talent, remaining energy 1.5 billion. Congratulations, host obtained purple talent Heart of Reason. Absolute reason. You can maintain absolute rational thought under any circumstances. Note: absolute reason will make you weigh pros and cons, appearing cold and even irritating. Jiang Yifeng looked at this talent. His first impression was unfavorable. The talent seemed to turn a person into a cold, emotionless machine. But upon second thought, if he only used it during simulations, it might serve a unique purpose. After all, absolute reason was something he lacked. Regardless, even if he took it, it would only go into the talent pool. He certainly couldn't use it in reality. As Jiang Yifeng was lost in thought, the simulator's voice rang out. Ding, does the host wish to select a talent from the talent pool? Talent pool contains Son of Fortune, Thunderfire, True Spirit Root. Select Son of Fortune. Jiang Yifeng made his choice without hesitation. Ding obtained talent Son of Fortune. 20-second simulation begins. With your Heart of Reason, you quickly realize you are within a simulation. You attempt to open the simulator within the simulation to perform a nested simulation, but you are doomed to fail. You do not possess this simulator in the simulation. On the first day, you go to the Spring Bower Pavilion for entertainment and find the immortal slave Qiu Zhishuan, building rapport with her. On the second day, you date Qiu Zhishuan, again subtly expressing your affection. On the 10th day, you sense that Qiu Zhishuan doesn't dislike you, so you take the chance to confess your feelings. Unsurprisingly, you are rejected. But you are not discouraged. In the following days, you employ various 21st century flirting techniques on Qiu Zhishuan. 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. You finally succeed in breaking through Qiu Zhishuan's defenses. In the 4th year, you and Qiu Zhishuan live a life of unbridled bliss. In the 5th year, you work hard hoping to have a child with Qiu Zhishuan. You suddenly realize how foolish you were in the past. If you had chosen the 100% hit talent back, then you wouldn't have to toil so hard every day. In the 7th year, Qiu Zhishuan shyly tells you she is pregnant with your baby. You reveal a joyful smile. Qiu Zhishuan looks at you, feeling that your smile this time is truly beautiful, more beautiful than any smile you had given her before. In truth, she doesn't know that your previous smiles were all fake. You only wanted to possess and use her. But this time you genuinely smile. You feel that you are one step closer to your plan. In the 8th year, Qiu Zhishuan gave birth to a baby for you whom you named Jiang Lianxiu. At this moment, you felt that the time was ripe. On a subsequent day, while Qiu Zhishuan was carrying the baby, you deliberately ran back with an excited expression. You told Qiu Zhishuan that you had gained some opportunities to cultivate and become an immortal. You explained that a mortal's life is too short, and you wanted to be with her forever, inviting her to cultivate together. Upon hearing your words, tears streamed down Qiu Zhishuan's face. At that moment, she had completely forgotten her identity and duties as an immortal servant, filled only with emotion and guilt. Qiu Zhishuan felt she was a bad woman, unworthy of you, yet you thought of her first when you obtained the opportunity to cultivate. Unbeknownst to her, her current thoughts were exactly the outcome you desired, all deliberately guided by you. Ultimately, Qiu Zixuan revealed her true identity to you. After doing so, she cautiously looked at you, fearing that you would despise her, thinking of her as a murderer. However, you naturally expressed without hesitation that you wouldn't mind. You told her that all you wished for was to be with her forever, regardless of her status as an immortal servant or her past actions. As soon as you finished speaking, Qiu Zixuan leaped into your arms, her voice choked as she proclaimed that she too wanted to be with you forever. In reality, Jiang Yifeng watched the developments in the simulator, feeling a bit uneasy. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, scumbag. He already had a rough idea of what his counterpart in the simulator was planning. He thought that the simulated version of himself wanted to use Qiu Zixuan to join the Immortal Gate. After all, according to Jiang Yifeng, only those from the Immortal Gate could avoid the impending heavenly tribulation. However, Jiang Yifeng's original plan was not like this. The simulated version of himself, after acquiring the talent of rationality, had unexpectedly altered his plan. This left him feeling insecure. If the version of himself in the simulator was uncontrollable, then was he still himself? Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath. He thought that after this simulation ended, whether to retain this absolute rationality talent needed careful consideration. Of course, if only considering the situation in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng understood that perhaps this choice now was indeed the most correct one. However, if it were him personally, his moral bottom line made it incredibly difficult to think in this direction. It wasn't that Jiang Yifeng disliked joining the Immortal Gate to seek a way out. Rather, the idea of deliberately approaching and using Qiu Zixuan's feelings to join the Immortal Gate was something he had never considered. Jiang Yifeng felt that perhaps his moral bottom line was just not low enough. Not dwelling further on that thought, Jiang Yifeng continued to observe the developments within the simulation. He was curious to see what else the absolutely rational version of himself would do. In the 9th year, you began to cultivate openly in front of Qiu Zixuan. However, to appear more reasonable, you intentionally disguised yourself as a beginner in the qi refining stage. As a cultivation master, you could not be seen through by Qiu Zixuan, who was only at the foundation establishment stage. In the 10th year, you revealed your cultivation level to be at the 3rd stage of foundation establishment, already matching Qiu Zixuan's realm. This astonished Qiu Zixuan, who remarked that her husband you were a genius in cultivation. However, your rapid progress also led Qiu Zixuan to feel inferior. She believed herself unworthy of you. With your talent, you would surely surpass her quickly and reach a higher realm. Following this, she began to distance herself from you, intentionally or not. But this was all within your expectations. In truth, you had no better way. After all, in order to join the Immortal Gate, through Qiu Zixuan, you needed to meet her grandfather. And since he was a master of the Tribulation Transcendence stage, your true cultivation level could not be concealed from him. Thus, you had to display astonishing talent before meeting him, making Qiu Zixuan believe that your breakthroughs occurred during this time. Of course, normal cultivation could never allow one to reach the God transformation stage in just a few years, but you had a backup plan. The precondition was that you must demonstrate extraordinary talent. However, you knew you couldn't truly distance yourself from Qiu Zixuan. Thus, one day you approached her and told her that you no longer wished to cultivate. You explained that your cultivation was only to be with her longer, but now, because of it, you were drifting further away from her, which was not what you wanted. Well, you once again drew a few buckets of tears from Qiu Zixuan. Following this, your relationship with her became intimate once more. However, Qiu Zixuan became increasingly diligent in her cultivation, wanting to keep up with your pace. In the 12th year, you had pretended to break through to the peak of foundation establishment, matching Qiu Zixuan's cultivation level. On a certain day of that year, you felt the ground trembling. You knew that this was a sign that the legacy of the immortal path was about to appear. A hint of a smile rose in your heart. Your plan was finally about to officially commence. Soon a massive crack appeared in the ground of Qingshan City, and you holding Qiu Zixuan and the child fell into it together. As cultivators, none of you were harmed. Upon entering the Grand Hall of the Legacy, a beam of white light shot straight towards you. This time you did not refuse. In front of Qiu Zixuan, you began to officially accept the legacy. Seeing this, Qiu Zixuan thought to herself that this might be some kind of opportunity. In Qiu Zixuan's eyes, as you received the legacy, your aura grew stronger, and your cultivation level continuously rose. She felt a pang of jealousy, but more so she was happy for you were her man, the one she could give everything for. Thus, Qiu Zixuan stood not far from you, ready to protect you. But little did she know this was all part of your deliberate plan. This legacy did not directly enhance cultivation, which you had known all along. After all, in the previous simulation, your father also cultivated step by step after receiving the legacy. But did that matter? Not at all. You only needed to showcase your strength a little during the process of accepting the legacy to make everything seem more reasonable. As for this inheritance, its true nature was merely a record of a peerless immortal technique called the devouring soul art along with some celestial arts and knowledge. Of course, aside from those memories, there was also a wisp of the legacy creator's consciousness, though it was on the verge of fading away. 3 days later, while you were still receiving the inheritance, imbibing those techniques and knowledge, a figure clad in black appeared. Because the moment Yang Zuo appeared, Qiu Zixuan had already stepped before you, blocking his path. At that moment, seeing Qiu Zixuan's actions, he was somewhat taken aback. He did not waver in his intent to eliminate you simply because of Qiu Zixuan's obstruction. Thus, Qiu Zixuan directly pulled out the communication jade she shared with her grandfather, crying out for help, claiming Yang Zuo intended to kill her. For a moment, Yang Zuo was genuinely frightened. And you, a mere rogue cultivator, were undoubtedly doomed, so he saw no need to rush. You had brought Qiu Zixuan to this inheritance site, not only to let her witness your breakthrough through the legacy, but also to draw out Qiu Zixuan's grandfather. After all, that was an old fox who had cultivated for years, and you would never underestimate his intelligence. But now, by leveraging Yang's arrival to create a crisis and prompting Qiu Zixuan to call for help, meeting Qiu Kuang under these circumstances appeared entirely natural. Everything unfolded organically with no involvement from you, making it impossible for anyone to suspect your hand in it. As for meeting Qiu Kuang, you knew there would be some danger, but you believed it was within your control. Jiang Yifeng in the real world watched the simulation unfold. A sudden doubt arose in his mind. Was he really this clever? With schemes layered upon schemes, had he truly devised all this himself? For a moment, a swell of pride filled him. Indeed, he was a genius. Feeling somewhat elated, Jiang Yifeng continued watching the simulator. However, after Qiu Kuang appeared, he paid you no heed, instead first checking to see if Qiu Zixuan was injured. Only after confirming she was unharmed did he begin to inquire about the situation. Qiu Kuang then realized that everything stemmed from this inheritance. At that moment, Qiu Zixuan, holding the baby she had set aside earlier, promptly stood before you and said to Qiu Kuang, "If you want to kill, then kill our family of 3. Those words left Qiu Kuang utterly stunned. Qiu Kuang fixed you with a cold stare, seething with rage. But if he killed you now, what would become of his precious granddaughter? So Qiu Kuang delivered a resounding slap to Yang Zuo, who had been standing obediently to the side. Of course, this wasn't merely Qiu Kuang venting his anger. It was because Yang Zuo knew too much. Afterward, Qiu Kuang pulled Qiu Zixuan aside and questioned her in detail about you. Clearly, Qiu Kuang harbored deep distrust toward you. From the very first part of her account, Qiu Kuang's expression soured. But you remained utterly unflustered, knowing that Qiu Zixuan was merely recounting your past days as a dissolute rake frequenting pleasure houses to listen to songs. You knew this might displease Qiu Kuang, but it would never cross his bottom line. Time passed slowly as Qiu Zixuan narrated to Qiu Kuang how you had pursued her, discovered a cultivation opportunity, and actively sought her out to share the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qiu Kuang's expression visibly softened and his gaze toward you grew gentler. The fact that you had thought of his granddaughter first upon obtaining such a fortuitous opportunity earned you a sliver of goodwill from Qiu Kuang. In just 4 short years, you had broken through from Immortal to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. By the time Qiu Zixuan finished, Qiu Kuang had largely dismissed the possibility of you deliberately approaching his granddaughter. He concluded that you were simply a fortunate soul with extraordinary talent blessed by the inheritance, and in his eyes a hopeless romantic willing to share cultivation opportunities. Qiu Kuang felt that if this were a calculated approach by someone concealing their true cultivation, it was far too unreliable, and he could fathom no motive for you. Moreover, there were too many uncontrollable variables involved. He remained unaware that you knew precisely when the inheritance would appear and that it would inevitably seek you out. Most crucially, it would never occur to him that a local cultivator like you would aspire to join the Xianlin sect. Such a thing had rarely happened before. Everything that followed unfolded exactly as you had anticipated. Upon learning of your relationship with Qiu Zixuan, Qiu Kuang did not eradicate you. Instead, for the sake of Qiu Zixuan and Zhang Lianqiu, he allowed you to join the Xianlin sect. To this, you feigned a moment of hesitation before agreeing. However, Qiu Kuang warned you that outsiders seeking entry into the Xianlin sect must undergo a series of trials. You were well aware of this, as it had been mentioned in previous simulations. Yet in that simulation, you bore the talent of the aura of diminishment, and before the Xianlin sect's trials could even commence, the sect members fell into internal chaos due to your influence, and you, the root of the calamity, were ultimately struck down by heavenly thunder. This time free from the aura of diminishment, you believed the odds were in your favor. As you wished, Xiao Kuang brought you to the capital of Dao Kingdom, which housed a branch of the Xianlin sect. Naturally, Qiu Zhishuan and the baby Zhang Lianxiu were brought along as well. Upon arrival, Xiao Kuang settled you in a secluded courtyard, cautioning you not to wander recklessly lest you encounter danger. You understood Xiao Kuang's concerns. As a cultivator who was not yet a member of the Xianlin sect, staying within their territory was indeed perilous. There was a chance you might be casually slain by some celestial slave. Even without Xiao Kuang's explicit warning, you had no intention of straying. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, you spent your days in sweet intimacy with Qiu Zhishuan, alternating between moments of affection and caring for the baby. Having secretly observed you for 6 months, Xiao Kuang grew more at ease with your presence. Soon after, he came to you with an unfamiliar celestial slave. Xiao Kuang informed you that he had spoken with the sect leader. If you passed the trials, you would be inducted into the Xianlin sect and receive its token. The unfamiliar celestial slave beside him would be your examiner. Feigning excitement, you secretly activated the Insight Eye talent to scrutinize the stranger. Through your observation, you learned that this celestial slave named Gu Qing was a formidable expert at the Tribulation Transcendence third layer, even stronger than Xiao Kuang. A thought crossed your mind. Having a Tribulation Transcendence third layer expert as your examiner indicated that the Xianlin sect placed considerable importance on these trials. As a local cultivator seeking to join the Xianlin sect, your infiltration was a matter of concern. How could the sect not take it seriously? Without the guarantee of your connection to Xiao Kuang, you would never have been granted the opportunity for these trials. Over countless years, many local cultivators had sought to join the Xianlin sect. After all, joining the Xianlin sect meant survival. Yet they were invariably rejected and slain without mercy. Only those like you who had ties to the sect's higher echelons stood a slim chance. You were then taken away by Gu Qing. 3 days later, Gu Qing presented you with your first trial, Slaughterous City. Hearing this, you were momentarily taken aback. But you swiftly weighed the pros and cons, and without hesitation proceeded to massacre 3 cities. Millions of innocent civilians fell by your hand. Gu Qing cast you a cold glance and remarked on your ruthlessness, but did not explicitly tell you whether you had passed. Soon after, Gu Qing assigned you a second trial. This time the difficulty increased. You were to slay 10 cultivators. It took you 5 days to locate and kill 10 cultivators, completing the task. Afterward, Gu Qing brought you back to the Xianlin sect. You assumed the trials were over, but you were mistaken. Gu Qing led you before Qiu Zhishuan, and pointing at her ordered you to kill her. Hearing this command, your rational mind felt no reluctance, but you sensed something amiss. The tasks of slaughtering mortals and local cultivators made sense to you. After all, that was the Xianlin sect's purpose. But ordering you to kill Qiu Zhishuan was clearly irregular. If the trial involved slaying his own granddaughter, would Xiao Kuang have allowed you to participate? Such an inconsistency reeked of a trap, so you refused. Gu Qing, enraged, barked that either Qiu Zhishuan would die and you would join the sect, or you would perish. Simultaneously, Gu Qing unleashed a terrifying aura and began to gather a spell in his hands. It seemed that if you refused again, death was certain. You remained calm, shaking your head as you told Gu Qing that even at the cost of your own life, you would not allow Qiu Zhishuan to suffer any harm. Gu Qing sneered and said, "Do you think I'm testing your feelings? Huh. This is the trial to enter the Xianlin sect. Since you cannot do it, then die." With those words, Gu Qing's spell hurtled toward you. His words stirred a flicker of doubt in your heart. Could this truly be the Xianlin sect's trial, not a test from Xiao Kuang? Had you made the wrong choice? As Gu Qing's attack drew nearer, you steeled yourself, closed your eyes, and awaited the blow. You gambled that your choice was correct. After a long pause, Gu Qing's attack never landed. You knew you had won the bet. This time you had fully passed both the Xianlin sect's and Xiao Kuang's trials. In truth, the Xianlin sect's trials consisted only of slaughtering a city and killing cultivators. The final test, killing Qiu Zhishuan, was proposed by Xiao Kuang himself. Having learned from Gu Qing of your cold-blooded massacre of 3 cities, Xiao Kuang grew suspicious, once more thus orchestrating this charade. After all, even many members of the Xianlin sect could not bring themselves to be so heartless. Once you had passed all trials, Xiao Kuang and Gu Qing took you to the Xianlin sect's headquarters, where Xin Wuyo bestowed upon you a jade talisman. This was the token of the Xianlin sect. Xiao Kuang told you that by dripping a drop of blood onto the talisman, you would officially become a member of the sect. Once the blood was absorbed, members of the Xianlin sect could sense one another, ensuring you would not be mistaken for a local cultivator. Most crucially, the heavenly thunder that struck every few decades would no longer target you. This was your ultimate goal, so you acted without hesitation. You dripped your blood onto the Jade Talisman and became a part of the Xianlin sect. In the 13th year, you slew hundreds of cultivators from the southern domain, earning yourself the title of the workhorse of the Immortal Gate. This was in fact a task assigned by the Immortal Gate itself. Each member must slay 3 cultivators or seekers of immortality every year. You, however, slew so many cultivators in a single year, aiming to complete decades worth of tasks well ahead of time. In the 14th year, you departed from the Great Yu Nation, taking Qiu Zhishuan and your child Jiang Lianxiu with you. By now, you had already fulfilled the Immortal Gate's tasks for the next century in advance. Hence, unless summoned urgently, you were free to do as you pleased. In the 16th year, you arrived at the outskirts of the 10,000 Swords Forest. By then, Qiu Zhishuan and your child Jiang Lianxiu were no longer with you. You had brought Qiu Zhishuan along merely to lull Qiu Kuang into complacency, as you had been cultivating the persona of a devoted lover all along. Now you had settled Qiu Zhishuan in a remote village. Originally, you intended to kill her, but you feared Qiu Kuang might have a way to sense her life or death. In the end, you chose to deceive Qiu Zhishuan, claiming you needed to seek enlightenment, which might take many years, and asked her to wait for you there. It was only Qiu Zhishuan, utterly ensnared by your romantic trap, who would fall for such a lie. You exploited this weakness, daring to proceed with your scheme. Now, gazing at the nearby 10,000 Swords Forest, you pondered for a moment, then lifted your head toward the void and uttered a single word: enter. After a long silence with no response, you spoke again. The outer me, enter for a 7-year deep simulation. Jiang Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed this. What was happening? A mere tool in the simulation was giving him orders, teaching him what to do. This was nothing short of an inversion of the natural order. Yet Jiang Yifeng quickly came to his senses. Engaging in a deep simulation at this moment was indeed a wise choice. After all, once inside, he would possess the heart of reason. Judging by the talent's name, it should provide some resistance against the comprehension of killing intent. Moreover, a deep simulation could save opportunities for reward exchanges. With that in mind, he decided to proceed. Of course, Jiang Yifeng insisted that this was his own decision to enter the deep simulation, not in order from the tool within. Initiate a 7-year deep simulation. A chime echoed. 7-year deep simulation initiated, deducting 6013 energy points. Remaining energy 9000. Jiang Yifeng's consciousness plunged into the simulation. Now within the deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng also possessed the heart of reason talent. Surveying his surroundings, he strode directly into the 10,000 Swords Forest to begin comprehending killing intent. Jiang Yifeng's original killing intent was already at the entry level. With the heart of reason, the peripheral killing intent could scarcely affect him. He gradually ventured deeper into the forest. In the days that followed, Jiang Yifeng remained in the 10,000 Swords Forest, focusing on comprehending killing intent. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. A chime announced the end of the deep simulation. As the simulator's prompt sounded, Jiang Yifeng's deep simulation concluded entirely. He returned to the Jiang residence in Qingshan City. Sensing his killing intent, Jiang Yifeng discovered it had reached the peak of minor mastery. This progress far surpassed that of his previous deep simulation. In his last deep simulation, which spanned several years and drove him insane, he only reached the entry level. Now he had attained the peak of minor mastery. Indeed, the heart of reason was a remarkably powerful talent, almost to the point of being overpowered. Yet Jiang Yifeng felt the side effects were severe, nearly stripping him of his humanity. Look at how he had devastated Qiu Zhishuan within the simulation. Dismissing such thoughts, Jiang Yifeng turned his attention back to the simulator. In the 23rd year, you knew that Wu Yudao would arrive here the following year, but this simulation, you had no intention of meeting him. Thus, you departed from the 10,000 Swords Forest. Based on previous simulations, Wu Yudao might also be at odds with the Immortal Gate's people. Meeting him risked revealing your identity as a slave of the Immortal Gate, which could spell danger. In the 24th year, you found Qiu Zhishuan. At that time, Qiu Zhishuan was still waiting for you in that village. Your son Jiang Lianxiu had already turned 16. You knew clearly what you wanted. So you merely appeared before them, feigning a moment of tenderness. Before long, you secluded yourself in the village to cultivate. This time you chose to continue cultivating the immortal path. However, you did not practice the heavenly profound art, but instead the devouring spirit art inherited from your legacy. Cultivating the devouring spirit art revealed to you the terror of a celestial grade technique. It absorbed spiritual energy at a speed that lived up to its name, not drawing it in, but devouring it. After switching to the devouring spirit art, you clearly sensed that your cultivation speed had increased several-fold. In the 26th year, you successfully broke through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage in the immortal path. In the 28th year, your immortal cultivation reached the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. By the 38th year, your immortal cultivation had advanced to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Simultaneously, your spiritual energy finally allowed you to arrange 8th grade formations, making you an 8th grade array master. Sensing your own strength, you felt somewhat dissatisfied. Although the Celestial Legacy technique accelerated your cultivation speed, allowing you to maintain the same rate of advancement at the nascent soul stage as at the golden core stage, you found it insufficient. Compared to your father, who reached the tribulation transcendence stage in just over 30 years, your progress was far too slow. You furrowed your brow, realizing you had underestimated the situation. Previously, you believed that the legacy technique accounted for at least half of your father's rapid advancement. Now it seemed otherwise. Your father must have harbored other secrets. You felt the need to return to Qingshan City to investigate. As you stepped out of your secluded cultivation spot, Qiu Zhishuan came running toward you with a smile. This came as no surprise. Over the years, you had not remained in seclusion, continuously, occasionally emerging to nurture your relationship with Qiu Zhishuan. Your bond with Qiu Zhishuan had not cooled. On the contrary, your aloofness only deepened her infatuation with you. As for your son Jiang Lianxiu, after coming of age, Qiu Zhishuan sent him to Qiuquang, where he too became a slave of the Immortal Gate. After sharing a tender moment with Qiu Zhishuan, you told her you wished to visit home. Thus you set off for Qingshan City with her. In the 39th year, you finally returned to Qingshan City. However, you could not find your father Jiang Fushan. In fact, the entire Jiang family had vanished. After extensive inquiries, you learned that decades ago, the entire Jiang Merchant Guild had suddenly relocated en masse, their destination unknown. In this simulation, you had claimed all the immortal heritage, yet your father Jiang Fushan still departed from Green Mountain City. This only deepened your conviction that your father harbored other secrets. He must have encountered other events during this period. Otherwise, you could not fathom why your father would abruptly uproot the entire Jiang clan and leave. After all, the Jiang Merchant House was one of the foremost trading enterprises in the mortal world, generating immense wealth daily. Who would abandon such a legacy without an extraordinary reason? What exactly had transpired? With no useful clues at hand, you could not deduce the answer for now. However, you were fairly certain this was a sudden occurrence, something that had never appeared in previous simulations. In prior simulations, aside from the immortal heritage, nothing else had ever warranted your father abandoning the Jiang Merchant House and fleeing with the entire family. Now that you had obtained the heritage, it was inevitable that an unprecedented event had unfolded, something absent from all earlier simulations. This further convinced you that your father concealed other hidden truths. Yet based on past simulations, you sensed that your father Jiang Fushan might himself be unaware of the secrets he carried. After a moment of contemplation, you let the matter rest. Since you had not found your father, you decided to leave this puzzle for future simulations to unravel. Thus you departed directly with Qiu Zhishuan. Thereafter you immersed yourself once more in cultivation. However, as your immortal cultivation had neared the perfection of the nascent soul stage, you began to train in the martial path. After all, both paths must reach perfection simultaneously to break through to the next major realm. Yet this time you lacked the aid of heavenly thunder from the underground cavern beneath Spine Mountain. Fortunately, thanks to the war god art obtained in previous simulations, even without heavenly thunder, your martial cultivation could still advance through its practice. The progress was merely slower, which you had anticipated. Though martial training had slowed your entry into the Immortal Gate sect, made you believe your simulation time would inevitably lengthen. The gains and losses were a matter of perspective. In the 42nd year, after 3 full years, your martial progress remained unsatisfactory. No minor breakthrough, only reaching the peak of the Unity Realm's first layer. In the 43rd year, you and Qiu Zhishuan received an assembly order from the Immortal Gate sect commanding an immediate return. Such an assembly order was rarely issued in the sect over many years. Even Qiu Zhishuan, born within the sect, had received it for the first time. Qiu Zhishuan was puzzled, unaware of what had occurred at headquarters. But you harbored some suspicions. You recalled that this year marked the time when the cultivators of Spine Mountain would venture into the Death Desert. You surmised that the Immortal Gate sect's summoning of all immortal slaves was likely related to this event. A few days later, you returned to the sect. As you had guessed, the sect master Shen Wuyo had issued the assembly order to act against the cultivators of Spine Mountain. Yet Shen Wuyo's intention was not to block those cultivators from entering the Death Desert. Instead, he ordered all immortal slaves to force every cultivator from Spine Mountain into the desert. Any who attempted to flee back would be intercepted and slain by the immortal slaves. Hearing this arrangement, you mused inwardly, truly few who tread the path of immortality are complete fools. Shen Wuyo knew he could not overpower Elder Li, so he never planned a direct confrontation. Instead, he sought to drive the Spine Mountain cultivators deep into the Death Desert, letting the demon dragon destroy them. The immortal slave's task was merely to monitor the situation and strike down any stragglers who tried to escape back. You suddenly understood why in previous simulations when you and the Spine Mountain group ventured into the Death Desert, the immortal slaves offered only token resistance. Their true purpose had never been to stop them. Days passed swiftly, and you, along with the immortal slaves of the Immortal Gate sect, trailed the Spine Mountain cultivators to the edge of the Death Desert. You witnessed Elder Li and the others engaged in a fierce battle with the demon serpent within the desert. Yet the one fighting the demon dragon was none other than your father Jiang Fushan. For a moment you were stunned. Despite your having taken the immortal heritage, your father now possessed the strength of the Tribulation Transcendence 8th layer. How could this be? 3 days later, the battle between the demon dragon and your father concluded. Your father fell sinking into the desert, never to rise again, his fate unknown. After his defeat, many Spine Mountain cultivators indeed began to flee the Death Desert. That was the moment for the immortal slaves to act. Rational as ever, you allowed no emotional disturbance over your father's fate, throwing yourself eagerly into the slaughter of the fleeing cultivators. Half a month later, most of the Spine Mountain cultivators had been slain, with only a handful escaping. All immortal slaves returned to the Immortal Gate sect. Shen Wuyo rewarded those who had performed exceptionally in the operation. For your fierce combat and numerous kills of lower realm cultivators, you were among those rewarded and promoted to elite disciple. This pleased you greatly. Was not your valiant slaughter precisely for this purpose? Within the Immortal Gate sect, the hierarchy was strictly defined: ordinary disciples, elite disciples, guardian disciples, elders, and finally the sect master. Previously, as an ordinary disciple, you had no authority, only obeying orders. In essence, the lowest beast of burden. But now, as an elite disciple, you could claim some cultivation resources annually from the sect and access the scripture pavilion to select training techniques. Though you possessed the war god art and had little interest in ordinary techniques, and the resources offered scant, aid the promotion still felt necessary. Elite disciples enjoyed greater privileges, and higher ranks would surely grant even more. If you could ascend further, you might obtain information from the sect that was previously inaccessible. For instance, who was the celestial being Shen Wuyo contacted in earlier simulations? How was that contact made? Did the Immortal Gate sect record why the celestial beings had laid their plans in the southern domain? These were questions you wished to answer. Of course, these were merely side pursuits. You understood deeply that your primary goal was to enhance your strength. Only power could ensure your survival. Everything else was secondary.